Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 10T Chapter 214, A Scholar Dies for His Confidant. Dress Rosa, seed of the Don Quixote family. Allah, it seems that King Riku has indeed appeared and made a wise choice. Dress Rosa is a franchise country of our Entei Pirates Grand Fleet. Exactly what the captain said. Observation Haki retracted, and the corners of Kuzan's mouth also curved. Although he and Yishao's observation Haki did not have the Thunder Fruit ability enhancement like Nami, they were unable to perceive the entire Dress Rosa. But it is not difficult to capture the huge emotional fluctuations of so many citizens united, even from such a distance. I have always admired Mr. Ace's wisdom and ideas. A smile also sensed the emotions of the people, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Upon arriving at Dress Rosa, Guan felt very uncomfortable. There is so much joy and enthusiasm here on the surface, like a toy country of love and passion. But his observation Haki is even more powerful than Kuzan. After reaching ultimate, he can see the future briefly. A smile's observation Haki's perception told him that under this country of enthusiasm and joy, there was a hell hidden. But now, the emotions of these citizens are fluctuating, although they are also worried and uneasy about becoming a territory under their Entei pirate fleet. But more importantly, it is the joy of escaping from hell and seeing relatives and friends again. And Yishao believes that as long as Mr. Ace is given time, the anxiety and uneasiness in the hearts of the people of Dress Rosa will be completely eliminated. Mr. Ace's philosophy of governing the country has benefited him a lot from the uninhabited island outside Amazon Lily. I don't know how much more just than the so-called absolutely just world government. Mr. Ace, Tuan is absolutely righteous. For this reason, he smiled and was willing to give everything for Mr. Ace. As for Ace's philosophy, Ace himself is supreme. Kuzan and Yishao accepted it and became rich without any obstacles. This world has experienced 800 years of rule by the world government. Celestial dragons are supreme to ordinary people around the world. The royal families of the countries that have joined the world government also have absolute status in their own countries. Such values have existed for 800 years. Become the king of the world and change the world. Your personal status is supreme, but you should love the people and let them live a good life. To this world, this is already a saint-like existence. After 800 years of being nurtured with such values, even the pinnacles of the sea like Kuzan and Yishao have such values ingrained in their bones. They want to help Ace become the king of the world. Let Ace become the king of the world. This is their vision of joining Ace. The country that joins the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, King Riku. Evil is not far away. Violet, whose pseudonym is Violet, is actually Princess Dress Rosa. When she heard this, her pupils shrank suddenly. King Riku is her father. Did it actually show up? Moreover, what Kuzan and Yishao said shocked Violet extremely. These two big men on the sea, and the super big man behind them. Entei. Portgas d'Ace was far away. Did he expect everything that would happen here? I seem to know everything about what happened to Dress Rosa. Even the appearance of his father, King Riku, is included. And everything is developing just as the man expected. Dress Rosa is already a franchise country of Entei Pirates Grand Fleet. What terrifying wisdom and planning ability, just like an omniscient and omnipotent god. No wonder, during the Entei incident, even the marine marshal known as the resourceful general, Buddha Sengoku, was defeated miserably by this legendary man in a battle of wits. Violet bit her red lips, her forehead covered with cold sweat. In front of Emperor Yan, her identity must have been known to that man. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two big men at sea in front of them to just kill all the other cadres of the Don Quixote family. She was the only one left. I must have already known her identity as Princess Dress Rosa. Looking at Kuzan and Yishao, Luo Aoshi felt very uneasy and uneasy. He even had the urge to see what these two people were thinking using the ability to stare at the fruit. However, Violet knows very well that the prerequisite for Devil Fruit's ability to take effect is that the opponent Haki is not as good as her. Among these two big shots, even Doflamingo was instantly defeated, and her ability to use the glare fruit was as ridiculous as a fantasy. Well, don't be nervous, Violet. Kuzan looked at Violet, took off his sunglasses, and had a very kind expression on his face. Aokiji, Fat Sama. Seeing the smile on Kuzan's face, Violet's uneasiness eased slightly, but she was still very respectful. Advertisement originally, he wanted to call Kuzan Aokiji Admiral, but after thinking that Kuzan had joined the Entei Pirates, he quickly changed his name. Well, just call me Kuzan. If you're not used to it, just call me Mr. Kuzan. Kuzan scratched his cheek and looked at the uneasy woman and said. This woman, who experienced the violent domination of Doflamingo. Even if he hates Doflamingo very much, the fear of the strong must have penetrated deep into his bones. He didn't mind the weak calling her by her name at all. After all, Violet's ability was also useful to Ace. But Violet will definitely feel very uncomfortable. Then just call me Mr. Yishao. Yishao also showed a kind smile. Mr. Kuzan, Mr. Yishao. Seeing the kind expressions on Kuzan and Yishao's faces, as well as the words of these two big men on the sea, Violet finally breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully. Well, Violet, would you like to join our Entei pirate fleet? We need your ability very much. Kuzan nodded and smiled while looking at Vio's shit. The ability to stare at the fruit is actually not outstanding when taken on its own. Although the power of the staring fruit can give you clairvoyance like clairvoyance, and can read the enemy's thoughts, but for Haki, who is stronger than those with the stare fruit ability, this ability is very useless. And the bonus of the staring fruit to the combat power of the ability user is completely zero. But if this devil fruit is in the hands of a powerful pirate group, it will be different. In particular, among their Entei pirates, there is also an awakened thunder fruit user, Nami. The radio waves after thunder fruit's awakening can amplify observation Haki, so that the observation Haki of thunder fruit users can easily cover a country. However, observation Haki has limitations after all. Observation Haki's perception can only detect breath, emotions and enemy movements, unable to truly see the true picture within the range of perception. Just like a smile, he chose to close his eyes, although observation Haki has reached ultimate and can see the future briefly. But the appearance and body shape of Ace and others cannot be truly seen at all. For example, before the Entei incident occurred, Ace and others used Nami's observation Haki to destroy all Marines' reconnaissance ships. In fact, several pirate ships were destroyed. Because of Nami's observation Haki, it is impossible to accurately distinguish whether the perceived aura is a pirate ship or a Marine. Although the general emotional feedback of Marine soldiers in observation Haki's perception is relatively fair. Pirates are generally more violent, but based on this alone, it is impossible to accurately perceive the identity of an enemy that has never been seen before. After all, among pirates, there are also adventurers like Luffy and others in the original book. There are also cruel and ruthless fallen people in the Marines. Therefore, all perceived ships can only be confirmed one by one. But it would be different if there was a stare fruit. Nami's observation Haki quickly senses the location of the breath, and uses the ability to stare at the fruit to truly see the distant scene. This will play a big role in the next actions of the Entei pirates. There is also the ability to stare at the fruit, the ability to see the enemy's thoughts. Although Violet's strength is low, as long as Haki is stronger than her, her ability cannot be disabled. But for enemies who are unable to defend themselves with Haki after being defeated, this ability is the best tool to obtain intelligence. This ability will definitely play a big role in the future. As Violet is the princess of Dress Rosa, Ace will naturally not kill her, that is, take her glare fruit ability. It is the best arrangement to directly absorb the Devil Fruit Legion into the Entei Pirates fleet and serve as auxiliary personnel. Moreover, Dress Rosa became a franchise country of the Entei Pirates fleet. They also need to show a certain amount of sincerity. Princess Violet is the best sincerity, similar to Protons from the Ancient Kingdom. Although Dress Rosa's power is very weak in front of Ace. If Dress Rosa dares to have any dissent after becoming a member of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Ace will destroy it with a wave of his hand. But Ace does not want to turn the country of Dress Rosa into a franchise country under his command. Ace's goal is the whole world. When the number of franchised countries increases, the existence of Proton will facilitate Ace's management. Ace is not a good person or a hypocrite, and he will deliberately put on a hypocritical face that he believes in the Dress Rosa royal family. With power reaching the level of Ace, there is no need to talk nonsense with King Riku and others. Please give me flowers 0 once you join, just be obedient. Ace, when dealing with the forces under his command, he will naturally use his power to help them live a good life. Advertisement. But if there is any dissent, then the majesty over the 4 emperors is not just talk. Absolutely, those with different intentions will be completely wiped off the map of this world. I do. Violet bit her red lips and nodded. Although for a while, the princess, who was living a miserable life because of Doflamingo, couldn't figure out Ace's real intention. But Violet is not stupid. Dress Rosa has chosen to join the Entei pirate fleet and become a force under its command. She had no right to refuse the direct invitation from the Entei pirates. Moreover, she didn't want to refuse, if she can make a certain contribution to the legendary superfigure Yandy. So for Dress Rosa, it will definitely be of great benefit. Very good, from now on you will be a member of our Entei pirate fleet, Team 6. Kuzan nodded. Team 6? Violet was a little strange. Among the Yandy events, the most well-known is the Yandy pirate ship group. The second team, the Dark Ranger, smiled, and the emergence of this beat powerhouse on the sea shocked everyone in the world. At that time, Kuzan had not yet joined the Entei pirate fleet and became the captain of the 1st Division. However, based on inference, we can also know that the captain of the 1st Division of the Entei pirates fleet must be a big shot no weaker than the Dark Ranger. After the Entei incident, the former Pirate King's right hand, Pluton Silver Rayleigh, openly announced that he was the captain of the 0 Division of the Entei pirate ships, which was also shocking. World. The 0, 1st, and 2nd Divisions of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet are all famous in the world. Captains are all important figures in this sea in an absolute sense. The 6th Division is the Devil Fruit Legion created by the captain. Is there another strong man under Emperor Yan who is as strong as Mr. Kuzan and Mr. Yishao? Ace truly regards him as one of his own, rather than a mere combat tool. At the same time, I was thinking a lot about joining this pirate group that may be the strongest in history. The Entei pirate ship group indeed has the terrifying power to challenge the world government. As Princess Dress Rosa, Violet has also heard of this ability. The current captain of the 6th Division is former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Admiral Candidate Guion. The news that Gion became the captain of the 6th Division was informed by Ace and Shang through a phone call from the comprehension field. He was able to make so many big shots follow him to the death. Curiosity began to appear in Violet's eyes. In Kuzan's heart, the thought of a scholar dying for his confidant also emerged. In my heart, I was extremely moved. He is extremely grateful for his decision to join the Entei Pirates fleet. You don't need to think too much to know who gave this devil fruit to Gion. Violet bit her red lips. This is the ultimate devil fruit that can be eaten by Kaido of the 4 emperors, the fish fruit, Phantom Beast, Blue Dragon. Although Ace didn't explain it directly, Kuzan was not stupid and guessed Ace's intention. After roughly calculating the number of known strong men in the Entei pirate fleet, Violet felt frightened. Gion? Cat fruit Phantom Beast species White Tiger form? Also, he gained such terrifying abilities as the cat fruit Phantom Beast species White Tiger form. The collection of devil fruit is complete. Entei. The one with the ability to hunt devil fruit, the one who can use all devil fruit abilities, the strongest demon fruit power in history. Kuzan's gaze was directed at the ice sculptures he had frozen. Violet was extremely shocked when she heard this. Kuzan was also in a good mood, and he patiently explained the new member. What kind of person is that legendary super big man, Emperor Yan? Completed the first captain's order given by Ace. Kuzan also learned about Ace's arrangements for Zephyr. What a terrifying legendary man. Have you completely joined the Entei pirate ship and become the captain of the 6th Division? The future strength will definitely not be inferior to the two of us. The admiral candidate who was abducted by the Entei pirates during the Entei incident, according to Marine reports, is already the same as Mr. Kuzan. Marine, there is absolutely no way it can be the opponent of today's Entei pirate fleet. But Division 6. Of course, the current Gion is the legendary devil fruit, a cat fruit Phantom Beast species with abilities in the form of a white tiger. Chapter 215. Hunting completed, the super big shot appears. Go ahead, smile and collect their devil fruit abilities. Standing in front of the ice sculpture, Kuzan looked at Yishao and said, the ability to hunt devil fruit, Kuzan does not have such terrifying power. Of course, Guan doesn't have this kind of fat either. In this sea, there is only one person with such terrifying power. That's their captain, Entei, Portgas D. Ace. Before coming here, Ace handed something to Yishao. Clear. Yishao also nodded. Then, I'll start too. Kuzan looked at the ice sculptures in front of him, and his eyes began to flash with an astonishing cold light. Crack. Click. Call. Half of Kuzan's body turned into ice, exuding an astonishingly low temperature. A breath of freezing air concentrated to the ultimate was exhaled from Kuzan's mouth. Call out. Then, this extremely cold air surged over the bodies of the Don Quixote family cadres who had turned into ice sculptures again. Frozen fruits' abilities are not as directly destructive as Mara fruits. Because the upper limit of frozen fruit is the temperature of icebergs naturally formed in nature. Therefore, even if the enemy is completely frozen, it will take some time to completely take away the life of the strong man. The direct destructiveness of ice is still much worse than the direct offensive abilities of Logia devil fruit such as lava fruit, Mara fruit, and thunder fruit. But if he wanted to speed up the death of the frozen strongman, Wu Zan also had a way. That is to apply the more ultimate freezing energy directly to the enemy's heart, causing the enemy's 417 heart to completely stop beating under the ultimate freezing energy. In order to hunt for the devil fruit ability, the hunted ability user must be dead. Only in this case can the devil factor contained in devil fruit be fully obtained. Even when Ace took Moria's shadow fruit, he first put his body into a state of death after taking the shadow fruit ability. Then he used the ability of the underworld fruit to regain its vitality. Call. With the influx of freezing air, soon the hearts of these Don Quixote family cadres, who had been completely frozen by the frozen fruit ability, completely stopped beating. Doflamingo is no exception. Completely frozen fruit is completely frozen. Under the ultimate low temperature, every cell loses its due vitality. Even if the consciousness has not completely disappeared, it is impossible to resist. You can only die in despair. Okay, let's do it, square root laugh. Observation Haki senses the aura of Doflamingo and other Don Quixote family cadres. After confirming that everyone was dead, Kuzan said to Yishao. Violet on the side swallowed hard, with mixed emotions of fear, curiosity, and disbelief in her eyes. Hunt devil fruit. The legendary Superman, the man who is superior to the 4 emperors, the strongest demon fruit power in the history of the sea. Entei. Portgas D. Ace's unique power. It is also this ability that makes the leaders of the Entei pirates extremely terrifying. Thunderfruit, Sand fruit, Menman fruit. These powerful devil fruit abilities that bring huge trouble to the world government all come from this. Violet was naturally very curious about this legendary ability. But at the same time, as a demon fruit power, Violet naturally has extreme fear in her heart. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family cadres. BB. Hearing this, he smiled and waved his hand, and a pile of apples appeared on the ground. Hunting has begun. Yishao slowly took out the talisman bag that Ace gave him and opened the bag carefully. Buzz. Several rays of white light jumped out of the talisman bag and flew into the bodies of Doflamingo and the demon fruit power of the Don Quixote family. Advertisement. Buzz. Bang. With a soft sound, Doflamingo and the bodies of the Don Quixote family cadres were flooded with white light. Each ball of light was completely bounced out, the complete devil factor of devil fruit. Kuzan was also amazed when he saw this scene. With Mr. Ace's realm of understanding and the ability of the meatball fruit, it's really terrifying. A smile is also a sigh of relief. These light balls are part of the demonic factors of the meatball fruit. Under the influence of the reduced field of understanding contained in the talisman bag, it exerts power beyond the limits of the meatball fruit itself. Bounce out the demonic factors contained in the body of the ability user. Of course, only when the ability user dies completely will these demonic factors be fully ejected. The reason for using the ability of the meatball fruit is not to use the field of understanding to wrap the fruit as before, so that the fruit itself can capture the demonic factors dissipated in the body of the dead person with abilities. It's because of the field of understanding, it's the power that Ace can use. Lucky charms for the girls, and a charm bag for Yishao, the realm of understanding contained in them. Rather than letting others use the power of the understanding field, it is more like a fixed program set by Ace to activate the understanding field. The small realm of understanding in the women's lucky charms can only act on the women themselves. The small comprehension field contained in the talisman bag in Yishao's hand can only be used to activate the devil factor of the devil fruit contained in the talisman bag. Except for Ace, no one can use the power of the realm of understanding. So, in order for Yishao and Kuzan to complete the mission of hunting devil fruit, Ace put part of the demon factor of the meatball fruit into this talisman bag. Eject all the demon factors from the body of the dead person with abilities, and then let the fruit come into contact to complete the hunt for devil fruit. The feasibility of this method has been verified by Ace with heaven-defying comprehension. This also allows Ace to sit at the base camp calmly and command the peak combat power of his subordinates to hunt for devil fruit abilities. If Ace himself had to do all these things, Ace's status as a man above the four emperors would be too low. It has to be said that the bug-level power of the meatball fruit has been of great use in Ace's hands. Whoosh! Seeing these complete devil factors of devil fruit, Yishao and Kuzan no longer hesitated. Throw the apple on the ground towards the devil factor light ball in the atmosphere. Guru. Guru. As soon as these apples come into contact with these demonic factors, they immediately begin to change. Soon, under Violet's stunned gaze, devil fruit appeared one by one. String fruit, childlike fruit, these two must get devil fruits are in hand. Kuzan took two of the devil fruits over and the corners of his mouth curled up. There is no doubt about the strength of string fruit. The ability user can create silk threads that are sharper than steel to attack. Together with Haki, the ability user's attack power can reach a terrifying level. You can also use parasite string to control people weaker than yourself. After awakening, it even forms an endless sea of lines to wrap up the enemy. The final ability, Birdcage, is capable of destroying a country. Although it cannot be compared with the top-level devil fruit ability such as shock fruit. But in Paramecia, string fruit is also definitely at the top. As long as such a powerful devil fruit ability can be awakened, it will be an Imperial Deputy level combat power with considerable potential. It is very suitable for training the key members of the 6th Division in the Devil Fruit Corps. The other devil fruit, the childlike fruit, has some bug level abilities. Anyone he comes into contact with will turn into a toy, and the world will lose its memory about him. Erase all traces of the victims of the childlike fruit ability from this world. Of course Ace must get such a bug level ability. String fruit, these two devil fruits are the abilities that Ace likes. As for the others, they can only be regarded as tax on. Sticky fruits, watery fruits, artistic fruits, flying fruits, rocky fruits, exploding fruits, turning fruits, tons of fruits are sold. The Don Quixote family has quite a few devil fruit abilities. However, when it comes to the increase in combat power, except for string fruit, they are all very ordinary devil fruit abilities. Kuzan looked at these devil fruit and said slowly. Devil fruit abilities have their own strengths and weaknesses. If devil fruit's ability itself is weak, even if it is developed to the point of awakening. Advertisement the strength is also not as high as the top devil fruit. Just after eating it, the combat power against the ability users increases as much as possible. 013805419 Filu 164,562,390. The top devil fruit abilities, such as Nami's Thunderfruit, Kaido's Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Blue Dragon Form, and Laki's Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Species Suzaku Form, Gion's Cat Fruit Phantom Beast Species White Tiger Form. After awakening, relying on the pure devil fruit ability, the ability user can obtain the Admiral Threshold level of combat experience. Coupled with Haki and martial arts or Kendo, it is almost a certainty to reach the level of the Admiral of Headquarters and Element 3 Admiral, the strongest overall combat power of Marine. Compared with these top-level devil fruit that is slightly inferior, such as string fruit. After awakening, even with Haki who is not weak, the ability user will only have a deputy-level combat experience at most. Although the Don Quixote family has many devil fruit abilities, they are all devil fruit abilities with very average increase in combat power. Even if it is fully mastered, it will only have the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral at most. Of course, this general applies to the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, which stands at the pinnacle of the sea in this era and is the strongest pirate group in history. Devil fruit, after all, is the secret treasure of the sea. In terms of Haki and martial arts, at the same level, people who eat devil fruit and gain abilities are stronger than people who don't eat devil fruit anyway. Although there are disadvantages to eating devil fruit. But the advantages always outweigh the disadvantages. This is devil fruit. It's a pity that those two Logia devil fruit, snow fruit and gas fruits espers are not in Dress Rosa. Yishao said with some regret, although snow fruit is the lower devil fruit ability of Kuzan frozen fruit. Now we are going to clear out the remaining Hody family members and the Smile Factory. The ability of two Logia devil fruits, combined with Ace's understanding field's enhancement to Haki, can create the combat power of two royal lieutenants after the ability user awakens. The phone bug was answered. Very good, very efficient. Is that person next to Sogdian? Click. Dress Rosa has been confirmed to join our Entei pirates. In Logia, gas fruit's direct increase in combat power is also very average. The lower limit of Logia is the highest among all devil fruits. Well, let's contact the captain first. As for reaching a higher level of combat power, because the upper limit of snow fruit and gas fruit is not high enough, it can only depend on the Haki level of the ability user. Now, although all the cadres of the Hody family have been wiped out, there are still some minions of the Hody family in Dress Rosa. Two Logia ability users, for nowadays, Yishao, who only wants to make Ace the king of the world, is very regretful that he failed to obtain these two Logia devil fruit abilities. Kuzan said with a smile. String fruit, childlike fruit have been obtained, and the devil fruit of Hody family leaders has also been hunted. But Logia, just Logia, Entei, Portgas d'Ace, he said with a smile. Kuzan said. 3.9, well, the next step is to destroy the Smile Factory and eliminate some of the remaining forces of the Hody family. Kuzan, Yishao, the man behind these two big figures in the sea. There will be many opportunities to hunt devil fruit abilities in the future. We have completed our mission by being able to obtain string fruit and childlike fruit. Kuzan, Yishao, is the mission accomplished? A chuckle came from the phone bug. Mission accomplished, Captain, Mr. Ace, the man who stands above the four emperors. Fire Emperor. The increase in the combat power of the 6th division is also very huge. The super overlord on this sea. Kuzan took out a phone bug. Hearing this chuckle, Luo Sogdian's pupils shrank. Bulu, Dress Rosa, since she has joined the Entei pirates, Yishao and Kuzan must also do a good job in dealing with the aftermath. In this sea, the real super big man, Ace's chuckle made Violet's delicate body tremble. Chapter 216. Set sail. New World. Violet's delicate body trembled when she heard the gentle voice coming from the phone. Although she had accepted the invitation at this time and joined the 6th division of the Entei pirate ship. However, facing this legendary super figure, a man who is above the four emperors, a man who can decide the survival or destruction of a country with just one sentence. There is still unavoidable anxiety and fear in my heart. Violet didn't have any problem with the psychology in her heart. On the contrary, facing a man who is superior to the four emperors who have been like emperors for so many years, ruling over the sea. Fear and apprehension are the mental states you should have. Facing this sea, the emperors with absolute force and power must have absolute respect and fear. Otherwise, you will face disaster. Individuals who offend the emperor will be mercilessly killed. The forces that offend the emperor will be wiped off the map. This sea has countless bloody facts that prove the majesty of the emperors on this sea. And above those four emperors, this is the man opposite the phone bug now. Entei. Portgas d'Ace. A man with enough power to evaporate the entire world. Yes, Yan. Violet looked at the phone bug handed to her by Kuzan and felt her heart beating violently. Holding back the fear and trembling in his heart, he spoke tremblingly. But because she didn't know what to call her, cold sweat broke out on Violet's forehead. If she is called Entei, she has already joined the Entei pirate fleet. But when it came to calling him captain, she didn't know if she was qualified. After all, what she joined was not the main group of the Entei pirates, but the 6th division of the Entei pirates fleet. Suddenly, Luo Aoju thought of something. I am Violet, Admiral. Violet bit her red lips and said, she is now a member of the 6th division of the Yandy C-19 Thieves fleet. It is most appropriate to call Ace Admiral. Admiral. Ha. Interesting. Ace heard this and burst into laughter. Although Marine calls him the Admiral of the Entei Pirates fleet. But Ace never cared about the title. Of course, the girls didn't need to say anything more, they just called Ace by his name. Yishao habitually calls himself Mr. Ace, Kuzan calls himself the Captain. This was the first time Ace heard the title Admiral. Ace didn't feel anything wrong with the anxiety and fear in Violet's heart, and he didn't want to correct her title or say anything that he just called his name. With today's status and power, with such a capacity and Conqueror's Haki, Ace naturally won't recruit a new member, so he will act extremely close to him. Even though Violet has good looks and figure, she is still a princess. But it's not worth Ace's effort. What Ace only likes is that she can be used as Dress Rosa's proton, and that her ability to stare at the fruit can assist Nami. The one who makes people fear and admire is more controllable. Of course, if Violet showed enough value in the days to come, Ace wouldn't mind paying more attention to her. Well, that's not a bad name, just call me that. The chuckle coming from the phone bug made the originally anxious man breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, Admiral. Violet said respectfully. Just follow Kuzan and Yishao for now. Yishao, by the way, teach her how to use the ability of staring fruit to cooperate with observation Haki. Ace chuckled. Yes sir. Yishao nodded. Captain, according to your order, among the cadres of the Don Quixote family, only BABY5 has not died, but it has been frozen. The remaining Don Quixote family cadres are all confirmed dead, and all devil fruit abilities have been hunted. Kuzan also continued. Well, Baby 5's weapon fruit ability is very suitable for war. Let's lift her frozen state. Ace chuckled. Baby 5, unlike other Don Quixote family cadres, took the time to assassinate Doflamingo. Advertisement, and as long as others need it, she can't refuse it and can use it for herself. Coupled with the ability of the weapon fruit, it is also very suitable for war, and the potential is pretty good. But it's still pretty good. After all, devil fruit's abilities have their upper limits. Weapon fruits can only produce weapons of the level of guns and artillery at best. For the fight between high-end combat forces, its role is almost negligible. It's not worth giving this devil fruit ability to someone with great potential to eat it. Therefore, instead of killing Baby 5 to seize the weapon fruit ability, it is better to directly add him to the 6th division of the Entei pirate ship group. If the fruit's ability is awakened, it can turn the surrounding environment into cannons and guns, if combined with armament Haki. In large-scale wars, it can still produce good results. Of course, if invited, Ace will only say it once. If Baby 5 doesn't know what's going on, Ace won't show mercy and let Kudai take the weapon fruit from her. Learn. Kuzan nodded and looked towards Yishao. It's true that he has frozen fruit ability, but using frozen fruit ability to unblock a completely frozen person is completely unnatural and impossible. The more you master Logia Devil Fruit, the more you will be amazed by the power of Ace. Devil Fruit is an existence that goes against nature, so it is disgusted by the mother of nature, the sea. As a result, those with abilities who eat Devil Fruit will lose their power in the sea. The Logia Devil Fruit ability allows the Esper to gain the power of some natural elements, but it also allows the Esper to be bound by nature. The upper limit of Logia Devil Fruit's ability is a naturally occurring element in nature. This limit cannot be exceeded. Logia Devil Fruit has the ability to do things that go against nature. According to Kuzan's knowledge, it may be for this reason that under the research of the world government's most powerful brain, the brain fruit capable person, Vegapunk. Zone and Paramesh's Devil Fruit abilities can all be produced or replicated through scientific means. But Logia Devil Fruit alone cannot do it at all, and these iron rules were all broken by I. The limit of Logia Devil Fruit was completely broken by Ace. In the days before Kuzan left Marine, Vegapunk came to Marine more than once and expressed his hope to get Ace's blood for research. Claiming that as long as you get Ace's blood, you can crack the real secret of Devil Fruit. Of course, such a request was rejected with a dark face by Sengoku, who was still Marine Marshal at the time. Get the blood of Emperor Yan. What nonsense is this idiot who doesn't know anything about fighting talking about? That is a monster that can turn its body into flames exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius, which is more terrifying than the temperature of the Earth's core. What kind of joke are you trying to get blood from a body like that? If Marine could do it, could they still lose so miserably in the Entei incident? Kuzan thought about Vegapunk's research and felt a little doubtful. Although he is not in charge of the scientific research unit, Kizaru is the Marine Admiral in charge of this team in Marine. But as the Admiral of Headquarters, Kuzan still knew a little about some research conducted by the Scientific Research Force. In particular, when Kuzan decided to leave Marine, he also made a special effort to obtain information on the Scientific Research Unit when he was placing Dovish generals. But not much is known about it. Don't look at Kizaru, who is usually very lazy and often talks about irrelevant things. But in fact, this man, Perusalino, is a truly ruthless world government mission machine. It is simply impossible to get information from Perusalino. But just knowing a little bit about it made Kuzan feel a little bit pressured. Vegapunk research is indeed very dangerous. After the Kaido incident is over, Kuzan plans to suggest to Ace whether to capture Vegapunk specifically and use his research capabilities for Ace's use. If Vegapunk cooperates with Ace's understanding field, then it is not as simple as being 500 years ahead of the world in technology. However, the world government attaches great importance to Vegapunk, and if they want to capture it, it will probably be a large-scale war. So Kuzan did not immediately report to Ace about Vegapunk, but concentrated on following Ace's steps. Complete the crusade against 4 Emperors Kaido. Suggestions can be made, but must be retained. As for the policy that Ace has decided on, it must be completed 100%. Kuzan has already corrected his position. Learn. Yishao opened the talisman bag, and a point of light flew out from the talisman bag. Call. After the light point touched the ice around BABY5, a strange flame ignited, and the ice quickly disappeared. The Suzaku fire completely purifies Frozen Fruit's ability, allowing Baby 5 to return to the state before being affected by Frozen Fruit's ability. Baby 5, who regained consciousness, rolled his eyes blankly. When they saw the frozen Doflamingo and others, they were also stunned. Then a complex look appeared on his face. Although she has always wanted to kill Doflamingo, she still has some feelings for the other cadres of the Don Quixote family. Advertisement. The most important thing is that if the Don Quixote family cadres are completely killed, she will have nowhere to go and will not be needed. If she wasn't needed, it would be better to just let her die. BABY5, right? At this time, a chuckle attracted Baby 5's attention. You are. Baby 5 looked at the phone bug a little strangely. This voice is somewhat familiar. Portkas, D-Ace. The voice coming from the phone made Baby 5's pupils shrink suddenly. Entei. Portkas, D-Ace, she asked why the voice felt familiar. That was the sound that spread throughout the world during the Yan Emperor incident. Join my Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Division 6, I need you. Ace smiled lightly. Need me? BABY5 was stunned, and then his whole body began to tremble. She is needed, or is he needed by the strongest man in the world? This is just like a dream, of course. Accepting my invitation will only satisfy my needs from now on. Can answer if you like it, come to me, Ace chuckled. Baby 5 has such a character that she can't refuse when others say she needs it, of course, Ace has to correct her. Otherwise, what's the point of having a Baby 5? When the time comes, just eat them all in one pot on Ghost Island. But no matter what, this is also a kind of desire. Although Ace doesn't know why Baby 5 has developed such a personality, he can't refuse as long as he is told that he needs it. Others can switch sides at the first 327 words of need, so it is better to kill her directly and take away her weapon fruit ability. Baby 5 heard this and said immediately without much hesitation. Such a long-distance teleportation, even if it can be done through the gate fruit that functions in the field of understanding, requires an immeasurable amount of physical strength. As long as it is desire, there are many differences. There is no need for Kuzan and Yishao to make another special trip. You go and finish the follow-up work on Dress Rosa and wait there for us to arrive. As for Punk Hazard in front of Dress Rosa, let's not talk about whether Geisa and the others are still there. Ace is not surprised by this result. Aha, although I don't care much about gas fruit and snow fruit. The most important thing is that the record pointer needs to be recorded so that Nami can fulfill her wish to draw a world map. Moreover, after the news of Doflamingo's demise spread, Geisa would seek Kaido's asylum as long as he was in his right mind. I accept it, I want to be, needed by you. Very well, just follow Kuzan and act with a smile for now. Clear. Such a sense of satisfaction is simply irresistible to BABY5. That is, the level of the threshold. Dress Rosa is the second island in New World after passing the Fishman Island. The man who is superior to the four emperors, the strongest man in the world needs. Kaido's place is the devil fruit number 5 of Yujung. Baby 5 nodded immediately. The Entei pirate fleet is finally entering the New World. But in the eyes of Guy, the frog in the well, as Logia demon fruit power, he must be very dangerous. Ace chuckled. Ace said, as for using the gate fruit to teleport, there is no need. Compared with being needed by Emperor Yan, other needs seem less important. The higher the status, the stronger the power, and the greater the fame, the needs expressed by people are naturally completely different from the needs expressed by ordinary people. After all, his ability to hunt devil fruit has been known to everyone in the sea. Gas fruit and snow fruit are just not important to Ace today, and they are not worth spending too much energy on. Those few little people alone are not worth a trip for Ace, not even worth sending Kuzan and Yishao. After hearing Ace's order, Kuzan and Yishao were also shocked. Advertisement Chapter 217, 2 Giants on the Sea, Countdown. Amazon Lily. So, let's set sail, head to New World. After giving orders to Kuzan, Yishao and others, Ace hung up the phone, boarded the deck of the Melee, looked at the sea in the distance, and laughed. Sandersonia, Marigold, everything here is left to you. Hancock looked at his two sisters, his red lips slightly raised. She is already an official member of the Entei Pirates. However, her two younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, led the Devil Fruit Legion to stay in Amazon Lily. Their strength is still too weak now. Even if they follow them to the New World, they will basically be unable to play any role. Moreover, the training of Amazon Lily's female warriors and the beasts on the island also need to be managed. The current Beast Corps and Haki Corps are still growing and cannot yet fight with Ace. Sandersonia and Marigold stay in Amazon Lily, which will be more beneficial to the Entei Pirates than following them to the New World. Don't worry, Oni-sama. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at Hancock, with smiles on their faces, and kept saying. Sister, the changes are really huge. My Oni-sama now looks exactly like a newly married and gentle wife. Simply, just like Yamato Nadeshiko. Although my older sister, who used to be aloof, is also very charming. But now my sister is truly happy. Looking at Hancock, my mother-in-law also had tears in her eyes. As people age, emotional control becomes weaker. Ever since she guided the 3 Hancock sisters back to Amazon Lily, Grandma Yi has really regarded the 3 as her granddaughters. Especially Hancock, although Hancock had the worst attitude towards her, and would have her thrown out of the palace from time to time. But my mother-in-law knew that it was just Hancock's mask to protect her and her 2 younger sisters. In fact, Hancock was really nice to her. It is also because of Hancock, who once abandoned her tribe and became a sinner because of lovesickness, and now she has become an Amazon Lily-like military advisor. He also gained forgiveness from his tribe. Now that Hancock is leaving with Ace, he feels extremely reluctant to part with him. Hey, mother-in-law. Hancock felt his mother-in-law's gaze and turned his head slightly. Snake Princess. My mother-in-law thought that Hancock was going to give her a gentle farewell like he did to Sandersonia and Marigold. But the next moment, if you don't train a perfect Haki core and beast core for Ace. When I come back, I will throw you into the sea. Of course, I will definitely be forgiven because I am so beautiful. Hancock made his trademark contemptuous gesture toward his mother-in-law. Ah, Lord Snake Princess, we will definitely work hard to practice. For Lord Snake. For Lord Ace, become the strongest Haki core. The Amazon Lily female warriors, attracted by Hancock's charm and sweet fruit ability, suddenly burst into screams. Grandma Z looked at Hancock, who was making his signature contemptuous gesture, her wrinkled cheeks twitched, and she didn't dare to speak. Snake Lady, she is still the same Snake Lady, it's sailing. Ace laughed out loud as he watched Hancock stand at the front of the deck of the Melee after finishing his explanation, pointing in the direction of New World. Oh, all the girls, including Hancock, raised their white hands and responded loudly. On the boat of Team Zero, Rayleigh and Shaggy also laughed in response. On the ship of Division 6, Guillaume also raised his red lips slightly and raised his voice in response. The ship of the Zero Squadron is completely purple and black, with an incomparable Haki skull on the bow. From a distance, it looks like a huge sailing ship sailing from the underworld. Coinciding with Rayleigh's title of Pluton, on the main sail of the ship is the pirate flag of the Entei Pirates. On the sail below, on the pitch black sail, there are big words written on it. The newly built ship of the 6th Division is all noble white, but on the bow is a jet black tiger head, with a murderous aura that is intimidating. Like the sails of other divisions, the main sail is the pirate flag of the Entei Pirates, and the word, love, is written on the lower sail. With Ace's understanding and Amazon Lily, it would have been possible to create a huge sailing ship like the Perfume Serpent that could freely enter and leave the calm belt. It is very easy to build the best sailboat in the world. These ships sail freely on the waters of the New World. Mary, it's up to you. Nami looked at the record pointer on his wrist, looked at Mary beside him and smiled. Well, leave it to me, advertisement. Melly nodded heavily. On the calm belt, there is no wind at all. A sailboat cannot sail by raising its sails. The Kuja Pirate's Perfume Serpent also relies on 2 giant sea snakes to freely enter and leave the calm belt. Of course, the Entei Pirates would not have this problem even without the help of Yushe. Because, Ace has the strongest ship spirit, Cooley. Hey, call out. Mary gave a cute shout and activated the fruit's ability. The shadow of the Mary was linked to the shadows of the ships of the 0 and 6th divisions. With Mary's control, the main ship of the Entei Pirates, the Mary. The ships of Division 0 and Division 6 of the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet were sailing quickly in the calm belt. Before Kuzan, Yishao, the reason why he was able to go to Dress Rosa without bringing a navigator and helmsman. It was because Ace popped out the demonic factor of Mary's shadow fruit, as well as part of Mary's ship control ability as a ship spirit, and handed it over to Yishao. Of course, the pop-up ship spirit's partial ship control ability has no effect on Mary at all, and it does not have wisdom. Only under the influence of the realm of understanding can it have the prescribed ship control ability. Through the carrier of the shadow fruit, this part of the ship control ability is like a branch of the shadow of the Mary, and has no impact on Mary at all. This convenient ability allows the ships of all divisions of the Entei Pirates fleet to sail freely in any area on the sea. Then leave Sea Kings to me. Nami walked onto the deck, her red lips slightly raised. The reason why no one or ship can pass through the calm belt is because there are countless huge Sea Kings below. Even the Amazon Lily, which has lived here for generations, can only pass through the calm belt, the Perfume Serpent with its giant sea snake. But, buzz, dift, Nami's eyes narrowed, and observation Haki quickly spread under the amplification of Thunderfruit's radio waves. The breath under the sea was perfectly captured by Nami. Subsequently, buzz, boom, Conqueror's Haki roared out from Nami's body. The Sea Kings, who wanted to attack the Entei Pirates fleet, instantly whimpered and disappeared into the sea after being released by Nami's Conqueror's Haki. That's awesome, Nami. Rayleigh looked at Nami on the deck of the Melee, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Without Nami's Thunder Fruit amplified observation Haki, it would be impossible to know the scent of the Sea Kings under the deep sea. If you want to use Conqueror's Haki to prevent the Sea Kings from attacking, you can only release it in a large area. But releasing it on a large scale towards the sea, let alone him, not even Ace's Conqueror's Haki, which is superior to the 4 Emperors, can withstand such consumption. But Nami can accurately capture the breath of the huge Sea Kings under the sea, and accurately release Conqueror's Haki, causing him to retreat. With Nami here, the Fire Pirates' large fleet can sail smoothly through the calm belt. Rayleigh is completely satisfied with this niece-in-law. Of course, the other nieces and nephews are equally satisfied. Of course, Nami, she's my navigator, Ace laughed out loud. Looking at the girls, the smile on Ace's face grew stronger. The girls now have completely grown up. In past voyages, most troubles required Ace himself to take action. But now, the girls are able to take charge of themselves. Heading towards Mermaid Island, Ace looked at the sea in the distance and laughed. Oh, can't you see it anymore? At the port of Amazon Lily, Grandma Z looked at the sea in the distance and sighed secretly. Hey, mother-in-law, what my sister just said was not really about throwing you into the sea. Looking at Grandma Yi, Sandersonia and Marigold thought that Grandma Yi was a little concerned about what their elder sister had just said, so they quickly said. Do you think I care about this? Grandma Z looked at Sandersonia and Marigold, and the corners of her mouth curled up. That's Shiji, reassuring me. Grandma Z showed a heartfelt smile. Ah, Sandersonia and Marigold blinked. Since they made up their mind to protect their sister, they have used all their wisdom to grow muscles. Okay, hang up the pirate flag. We, Amazon Lily, are the territory of the Entei Pirates fleet. Looking at Sandersonia and Marigold, the mother-in-law did not explain much, but raised her voice. Deck. Advertisement. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other and responded loudly. Then, at the most conspicuous place of Amazon Lily, the huge pirate flag of the Entei Pirates fluttered above. Amazon Lily is the #1 franchise country under the Entei Pirate ship group. Grandma Z, Sandersonia, Marigold, and the leaders of the Nine Snakes Pirates looked at the fluttering pirate flag, their eyes flashing. This pirate flag is the reason why Amazon Lily can confidently stand on the sea after breaking away from the Shichibukai privilege. As long as this pirate flag is there, no one on this sea will dare to attack you. Not even the 4 emperors and naval headquarters dare. Their Amazon Lily is the strongest man in the world, a man who is superior to the 4 emperors. Entei. The territory under Portgas d'Ace. Let's go and continue training Haki, the warriors. The beasts on the island also need to be cultivated. This is not only for Snake Princess, but also for us, Mason Lily. Grandma Z looked at Sandersonia and Marigold and said in a deep voice. After the Yan Emperor incident, all the forces on the sea have understood. In the future, the Entei Pirate Fleet, world government. These 2 behemoths are now on the sea, on the side of pirates and on the side of the government. There will be a battle eventually. The center of the stage of the era can only be these 2 giant overlords. Even the 4 emperors are not qualified to be in the middle of the stage of today's era. Heart. And as the Entei Pirates fleet goes to the new world, it means that the countdown to the final battle between the Entei Pirate fleet and the world government, the 2 giants on the sea, has begun. At this time, Amazon Lily has firmly stood on the side of the Entei Pirates fleet. Their main mission is to make the Entei Pirate ship group stronger. Although it is very difficult to create another admiral-level strongman who can decide the situation of the battle. But at least, Emperor Yan can have more chess pieces available. This is their Amazon Lily, the most important thing now. However, it's all because you are too weak, and in the core area of Wangoku, is the island where the leaders of the Big Mom Pirates and Big Mom himself live. At this time, the heart of Cake Island. Joker, did you die like this? Did you die like this before we could realize our dream? Boom. Kaido. Another name, Wan Guo. With his hand, he slowly picked up the mace that fell to the ground. The mace and the giant sword collided violently. It's my fault, I didn't expect that guy Yan Emperor to take action so quickly. This place is called Toto Land, Conqueror's Haki, the weapon, fiercely entangled. A complete island composed of large cakes and cream, shaped like a multi-layered cake. Kaido raised his head and looked at the huge figure in the distance. Lin. Kaido continued to cry loudly, and then the crying suddenly stopped. The only woman among the 4 emperors, a natural monster, an ideal country established by Big, Wang Hao, Mom. 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte, Lin, Buzz, Boom. Clear. The 2 of them shouted loudly, but all the famous cadres of the Big Mom Pirates had no intention of driving away this man who was drunk and crying like crazy. Guru. Guru. A loud cry with a strong smell of alcohol resounded through the Cake Island, the headquarters of the 4 emperors' Big Mom Pirates. A sea area in the New World. The hat on his head turned into a giant sword, held by a huge figure. Just because this person is. He died in the hands of Emperor Yan's men. What a pitiful guy. The huge figure revealed a row of terrifying teeth and laughed loudly. Instead, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stared at this person nervously. Mama. Sandersonia, Marigold, and the leaders of the Nine Snakes Pirates suddenly looked solemn and said in a deep voice. 4 emperors. Beasts Pirates Admiral. Kaido of the Beasts. Cake Island. Chapter 218. 4 Emperors Pirates Alliance. The Legend of Emperor Yan. Ba. Boom. Countless violent black and purple lightnings roared crazily over Cake Island. The roaring black and purple lightning in the atmosphere was divided into 2 camps, constantly colliding and strangulating each other crazily. Conqueror's Haki represents the qualifications of a king. And fully mastering this power means that the owner has become a true king, become one of the overlords of this sea. Conqueror's Haki, which represents the power of the king, will erupt with more violent power when encountering the power of the king of the same level. I vow to strangle the opponent completely and tear him into pieces. An era in this ocean does not need multiple kings. There is only one king's throne in this sea in an era. On the sea, the Conqueror's Haki at the top of the sea will continue to collide with the entanglement masters, and a true overlord will be born. This is the qualification of a king, the meaning of Conqueror's Haki. This is also the reason why Conqueror's Haki owners will collide so violently when they meet other Conqueror's Haki owners. Only one person can reach the top of the heavenly throne located in the sky. Accompanied by the Entei Pirates fleet, they set off to New World. This strangulation between the overlords, in which only the real overlords on the sea are qualified to participate, has entered the final stage. Boom. The 2 Conquerors' Haki, entangled and strangled violent force, seemed to tear a huge hole in the sky. Countless air currents, under this terrifying power, rolled back crazily. From a distance, it looks like the sky has been torn apart. Boom. The entire Cake Island trembled crazily under the power of Conqueror's Haki. The leaders of the Big Mom pirates, who are famous throughout the sea. At this moment, I could only look at this horrific scene that seemed like the end of the world with a horrified face. Such a terrible collision, even Katakuri, the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates group who also possesses Conqueror's Haki. No one has any qualifications to participate. He couldn't even catch the attack from Kaido or Big Mom, which wrapped around Conqueror's Haki Wong with all their strength. In this sea, in front of the absolute overlords, the 4 emperors Yandi. Under the generals and emperors, they are all ants. As for the man who has already surpassed 950 of the 4 emperors, Emperor Yan. Even a strong man who has just stepped into the admiral level, such as the Black Arm, Zephyr at his peak, is still an ant. Strike with all your strength. Next, elder brother. The 8th daughter of Big Mom, Charlotte Bray, a user with the mirror fruit ability, looked at the tall figure standing in front of their brother and screamed in surprise. Everyone is behind me. He is tall, has short amaranth hair, and wears a white scarf that looks like a flower. His overall clothing style is full of strong black metal style. The man wearing a pair of black gloves, a thorn ring on his left arm, and a pair of thorny black leather boots with spurs on the back of the boots spoke in a deep voice. Big Mom's second son, Charlotte. Katakuri. The Big Mom Pirates, the de facto second in command. Together with Marco the Phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates and Jin the Calamity of the Beasts Pirates, they are listed as the 3 lieutenants of the 4 Emperors Pirates. The bounties are all over 1 billion Baileys. As for Ben Beckman of Red Hair Pirates, he is a man considered by the sea to be stronger than Admiral. Before the collision between Conqueror's Haki-tangle strangles. Katakuri, who has the qualifications of a king, can use Conqueror's Haki to protect his younger brothers and sisters. Katakuri, who looks cold on the outside, is actually a real man with a strong and gentle heart who vows to protect his younger brothers and sisters. Elder brother. Many children of Big Mom immediately looked at Katakuri's back with admiration. Their brother, Katakuri, is known as the Charlotte family's crowning masterpiece. In my life, I have never failed or fallen on the ground. Behind Katakuri, he suddenly felt extremely safe. Bang. 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 Boom. Advertisement. No matter how much Katakuri wants to protect his younger brothers and sisters. But the battle between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin did not stop at all. The mace and the giant sword kept colliding. Charlotte. Linlin, Homits made from soul fruit, Prometheus with the power of fire. And Zeus, who has the power of thunder. At this moment, it also turned into a sun and a thundercloud emitting terrible thunder. Brutal flames and violent thunder continued to attack Kaido. It's a pity that this powerful power can be controlled by natural elements after eating the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. In front of Kaido, who can directly stimulate the cells of the body with thunder, directly cover the body with flames, and transform into the body of a fire dragon. The usefulness is really pitiful. If the power of Zeus and Prometheus did not contain the power of the soul fruit. This flame and thunder can be directly used by Kaido. Under the constant collision of Conqueror's Haki, Devil Fruit. The battle between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin has also become a war of attrition. The price the two of them paid was their decreasing physical strength. Charlotte Linlin, although she is the only female among the 4 emperors. But in terms of pure talent, Charlotte Linlin is the best. Unlike Kaido, he is called the strongest creature after eating the fish fruit, a fantasy beast species, the blue dragon form, and obtaining the body of a green dragon. Charlotte Linlin is a born monster. When I was a child, I accidentally broke the bones of the giant Elbaf. And Charlotte Linlin later suffered from schizophrenia and destroyed the giant village. Jorl, the elder of the giant race, regarded Linlin as an evil god, and planned to kill Charlotte Linlin, but was knocked down by Charlotte Linlin instead, and later died of serious injuries. It also possesses a terrifying physical defense that is inherently bug level and is called the Steel Balloon. Even with the body of a blue dragon, before the rise of Ace, he was known as the strongest creature in the world that no one could kill, Kaido of the Beasts. Qinglong's body had also been slashed by Kazuki Oden, and there were 2 crossed stab wounds on his chest. And Charlotte Linlin has never been injured. No one can pierce her innately terrifying physical defense. When it comes to pure talent, there has never been such a terrifying talent as Charlotte Linlin in the world of pirates. However, after the Valley of the Gods incident ended and she left Rock's pirate, Charlotte Linlin became obsessed with having children and tea parties. After becoming 4 emperors, this situation became even more serious. The strange disease he was born with, Sirika, became more and more serious. The once strong figure was now bloated. Compared with before, it can be said that the strength has declined instead of rising. What supports his status as 4 emperors is Charlotte Linlin, the only terrifying talent in the history of the pirate world. But even so, Charlotte Linlin, who has a physical defense like a steel balloon, does not suffer from schizophrenia, loses her mind, and can still use Haki's body protection. And no one can pierce her skin. Even Kaido can't do it. The battle between the two will only become a fruitless battle that consumes each other's physical strength. Boom. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire Cake Island has been completely changed beyond recognition. Countless terrifying cracks fill this island made entirely of cakes and pastries, BJDA. I don't know how many cakes and snacks were lost during this terrible battle. Is this the full power of the four emperors on this sea? The children of the Charlotte family swallowed hard when they saw this scene in front of them. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Even Katakuri, the strongest member of the Charlotte family, had a solemn look in his eyes. Although they are the children of Charlotte Linlin, the leaders of the Big Mom Pirates. But since Charlotte Linlin reached the top and became the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin is completely obsessed with having children and having tea parties. The sea has also formed a balance of 4 emperors, naval headquarters, and 7 warlords of the sea, where the 3 major forces check and balance each other. Since it is a balance, war will naturally not occur. Advertisement between the 4 emperors, the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors. Before the Yan Emperor incident, there had been no real large-scale conflict for who knows how many years. As for those stupid young pirates who dared to challenge the authority of the 4 emperors and have just stepped into the new world, they alone, the leaders of the Charlotte family, are enough to destroy them. Not even the 4 emperors herself, Charlotte Linlin, can be seen. The leaders of the Charlotte family have never seen the full strength of their mother, Charlotte Linlin. Although Charlotte Linlin would have bouts of syphoria from time to time, causing huge damage. But in that kind of out-of-control situation, using only instinct, even the Conqueror's Haki-tangle attack cannot be used. Compared with the real all-out fight between the 4 emperors, it is simply not the same magnitude of power. As for the Yandy incident, that live broadcast affected the whole world. Although it also allowed people all over the world to see countless top figures in the sea. But after all, it is a live broadcast, and it is completely different from the on-site experience. Only by personal experience can one understand the terrifying power these absolute overlords of the sea possess. Destroying a country is simply a simple matter for these real overlords of the sea. How strong is that Emperor Yan? Looking at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, but were not injured at all in this terrible collision and strangulation. Katakuri said this with a solemn expression, although the live broadcast of the Yandy incident ended when Ace smashed Satan's head. But when Kaido of 4 emperors came to Cake Island, one of the horns on his head was broken, which still roused Charlotte Linlin's doubts. As for this doubt, Kaido didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't hide the fact that he was injured by Yan Emperor's blow. Now Katakuri is even more worried. Facing that terrifying man, can he really protect his brothers and sisters? That man is a man whose power exceeds that of the 4 emperors. In the all-out fighting between the 4 emperors, Conqueror's Haki is consumed extremely quickly. Emperor Yan, Portgas d'Ace, is he still above this power? To really form an alliance with the Beast's pirates? Katakuri's eyes were a little divergent, asked questions that came from the soul. Pirate alliance? As for being one of the 4 emperors, the face was hurt? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have been fighting for so long because not every blow in the fight between them contains the power of Conqueror's Haki. Then, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin suddenly separated. It cannot be compared with the durability of Logia Demon Fruit power, which after awakening, directly transforms natural elements to restore physical strength for fighting. Besides, Conqueror's Haki is also limited. Katakuri has also learned the purpose of Kaido's coming here. Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin not far away, and with such terrifying power, that legendary man. After all, Kaido's purpose here is to form a pirate alliance with the Big Mom Pirates to face Entei's crusade together. Being injured by such a man is not a shame at all, but a medal of merit. Neither Kaido nor Charlotte Linlin are Logia Demon Fruit power. But without the power awakened by Logia Devil Fruit, physical strength still has its limit after all. Charlotte Linlin is even more of a natural monster with an amazing physique. Boom. Looking at Kaido, Charlotte Linlin opened his terrifying mouth and spoke slowly. Although he had the ability to eat the top-notch phantom beast, Devil Fruit, and his physical strength was extremely terrifying. The mace and the giant sword collided violently. Katakuri, as the de facto second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, also knew this information. If you really want to fight Conqueror's Haki with full power in every strike, Conqueror's Haki will be unable to withstand the continuous timers. The stronger Yan Emperor is, the more it proves the necessity of this alliance. That is, what a power. He had no intention of fighting anymore, because most of his energy and Haki's strength had been consumed. After truly experiencing the all-out fighting between the 4 emperors. 4 emperors has become so terrible. What do you think, Linlin? Form a pirate alliance with me to fight against the Entei pirates together. Katakuri had estimated that when the fight between Kaido and Mama was at its most terrifying, he might not even be able to take a single move from the two of them. Chapter 219. Join forces on Ghost Island. The beginning of change in the pirate world. Kaido, after all, it's you who provoked that brat Entei, right? That brat and I have nothing to do with each other. Why'd I have to go with you to fight that brat Yandy? Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido and opened her mouth wide. Charlotte Linlin has a violent and eccentric personality, and even loses her sanity due to the strange disease she was born with, Soraya. But under normal circumstances, she is not an idiot. The Big Mom Pirates, without any reason, unite with the Beast's pirates and face the Entei pirates. Although Charlotte Linlin has a weird and violent temperament, she will destroy the territory under her command because she cannot hand over the dessert ingredients for the tea party. He is also called a natural destroyer. But facing Yan Emperor, who was the most popular in the sea, Sha Luonao Linlin didn't want to fight with him at all. She also watched the entire live broadcast of the Yan Emperor event. Akainu, who was able to develop devil fruit to such an incredible level and become the strongest of the 3 admirals in naval headquarters, has now become Marine Admiral. Defeated with such an invincible attitude, the combat power of that brat Yandy has reached an incredible height. At least, she is definitely no match alone. The strong men under Yandy Shaogui are even more terrifying. Among the Big Mom pirates, the strongest one under her is her second son, Charlotte Katakuri. But Katakuri's strength does not even rank among the top 5 among the cadres of the Entei Pirates fleet. There are only 3 of her cadres who can fight her head-on. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, Yishao, and former Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan, who has just been confirmed to join the Entei Pirates fleet. Little Thieving Cat, Nami, relying on the ability of Thunderfruit, also has the strength of Admiral Threshold. Of course, Charlotte Linlin in the outside world's current view of the strength of the Entei Pirate fleet is still at the time of the Entei incident. This cannot be blamed on Marine and the 4 Emperors for their lagging intelligence. One is because the place where Ace led the Entei Pirates to train was at the Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. Here, it is very difficult for even the newsbird to reach, let alone obtain information about the Entei Pirates fleet here. The second reason is that it is impossible for a peak expert to improve so quickly. In this sea, among the top experts who really stand at the top, before the rise of Emperor Yan, except for a few individuals, which one did not gradually reach the peak of their strength when they were approaching 40 years old? In such a short period of time since the Entei pirate fleet disappeared from public view. The outside world's evaluation of the strength of the strongest pirate group today is naturally based on the time of the Emperor Yan incident. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin knew the current strength of the Entei pirate fleet, they wouldn't be discussing the pirate alliance here now. After all, with the current strength of the Entei pirates fleet, even if all 4 Emperors pirate groups are tied together, they will still be no match for the Entei pirates fleet. The Entei pirate fleet is a supergiant in the absolute sense of the pirate world today. Of course, based solely on the assessment of the strength of the Entei pirate fleet at the time of the Yan Emperor incident. Charlotte Linlin doesn't want to start a war with the Entei pirates for no reason. For Kaido, she provoked this enemy for no reason, and there was no benefit at all. She didn't owe Kaido anything. Besides, when it comes to favors, Kaido owes her a big favor. By the way, you haven't forgotten it yet, right? On the day when Rocks was destroyed, I gave you the phantom beast of the fish fruit in the Valley of Gods. You must remember this kindness to me forever, Charlotte. Linlin looked at Kaido, opened his mouth wide and raised his voice. Back in the Valley of the Gods, Charlotte Linlin broke into the core area of the Valley of the Gods. There, today's Revolutionary Army cadres, the Monster King, Ivankov, and today's 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. He is holding the fish fruit, phantom beast type, blue dragon form, and the meatball fruit, ready to eat. Charlotte Linlin only had time to stop Ivankov and took away the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form in his hand. The meatball fruit was eaten by bears. In the end, she gave Kaido the phantom beast species of the fish fruit and the ability that stands at the top of all devil fruits. It is also the devil fruit ability of the top fantasy beast species that makes Kaido the strongest creature in the world. Don't look at what Kaido keeps saying, Haki is above everything else. But in fact, Kaido, who ate the top-notch phantom beast devil fruit, knew very well how much a powerful devil fruit could increase the combat power of a strong person. Otherwise, Kaido's 3 major disasters would not all be rare ancient zone ability users. It even cooperated with Doflamingo to provide artificial devil fruit, Smile, to create an army of artificial demon fruit power. It is really because I have experienced the powerful increase in combat power brought by the top devil fruit ability. Kaido is so keen on creating an army of artificial demon fruit power. Even Zone Devil Fruit, which has the least potential among devil fruit abilities, has an astonishing improvement in combat power. Advertisement even when Kaido kept shouting that only Haki is above everything. The idea of downplaying Charlotte Linlin's kindness in giving him the fish fruit, the phantom beast species, the blue dragon fruit. And now, Charlotte Linlin wants to remind Kaido directly face to face. It was she who snatched this top-notch phantom beast, the devil fruit, from Ivankov's hands and gave it to you. The reason why you become the strongest creature in the world and become the strongest among the 4 emperors in single combat is also Charlotte Linlin. Without devil fruit, the top phantom beast species, just relying on Kaido's Conqueror's Haki entanglement in his martial arts, do you want to become the 4 emperors who rule the new world like emperors? That's simply impossible, although I can stand at the pinnacle of this ocean just by fully mastering Conqueror's Haki. But Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is not as powerful as Red Hair, and his simple martial arts is not as good as Red Hair's swordsmanship. Relying on these 2 strengths, it is impossible to be completely one level ahead of strong players such as Kuzan. Without absolute force, becoming 4 emperors is a fantasy. It was she, Charlotte Linlin, who made you Kaido the 4 emperors, and among the 4 emperors, she is now the strongest single-player existence. Now, not only do you, Kaido, not repay the kindness she gave you in the form of the fish fruit, the phantom beast species, the blue dragon. Still want to bring her into the pirate alliance for no good reason and fight against the Emperor Yan together? Even if they are all pirates, such behavior is too shameless. Guru. After listening to Charlotte Linlin's words, Kaido drank all the wine in the wine gourd. Then, he smashed the empty wine gourd down hard, boom. The remaining wine, mixed with the remains of the wine gourd, kept splashing. Do you think you can escape from this war, Linlin? Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin and laughed unbridled. What, Charlotte? Linlin's eyes were bloodshot and she stared at Kaido fiercely. That guy Yan Emperor is going to start the biggest war in the world. Crusade me? This is just the first step. That man's ambition is to become the king of the world. The first step is to dominate the pirate world. Kaido stopped laughing, looked at Charlotte Linlin, and said in a deep voice. Unify the pirate world? Don't be kidding, that's something even rocks can't do. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido and opened her mouth wide. Rocks? That guy Yandy is much scarier than rocks. Kaido recalled the blow he resisted at the end of the Entei incident. That terrifying move called Remnant Fire Style, North, Heaven and Earth Ashes to Ashes. It was really as powerful as the explosion of the sun. Under that power, Kaido really felt a life and death crisis. And the main target of that power is actually the Sabaody archipelago. And although the 5 old guys from the 5 elders, relying on their immortality, did not use much strength to resist the moves of Emperor Yan. But to some extent, it still shared some of the damage. But even so, he was seriously injured, and this is just pure devil fruit power. That move didn't contain any Haki. If you add in the Conqueror's Haki, Entei's Conqueror's Haki, which is superior to the 4 emperors, how terrifying is its power? Even Kaido can't imagine it. Anyway, he definitely can't match it alone. But if Linlin is brought together, he will fight with Emperor Yan. The two of them had been in Rock's Pirate before, and using the power they gained from Elbaf as a bond, they were able to work together to launch moves. When the two of them work together, the increase in combat power will be extremely exaggerated. It is not impossible to kill Emperor Yan from his horse. Please give me flowers. That's why Kaido chose to form an alliance with Charlotte Linlin. Is it scarier than rocks? Hearing Kaido's words, Charlotte Linlin's bloodshot and terrifying eyes also froze. Kaido, being able to say such things, might have had something else happen on the Sabaody archipelago that she didn't know about after the live broadcast of the Entei event ended. Mama, so what, as long as I don't go to war with Emperor Yan? Advertisement: he wants to unify the pirate world. Whether I want to join him or not is entirely in my hands. But if we start a war with Emperor Yan together with you, there will be no possibility of negotiation. Charlotte Linlin stared at Kaido and laughed loudly. She didn't really want to join the Entei pirates, but she was expressing her dissatisfaction. Kaido, that be asterisk 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 d, does he think she is an idiot? There is no benefit at all, just want to let her start a war with the Entei pirates with just one mouth? Under Emperor Yan's command, there is a giant army composed of Elbaf's giants. Looking at Linlin, Kaido just showed a weird smile. After hearing Kaido's words, Luo Wei Linlin's expression began to change. The giants are the pain in Charlotte Linlin's heart. Charlotte Linlin, since being abandoned by her parents, has been living in Elbaf, the warrior village of the giants. But because of schizophrenia, she went berserk and destroyed Elbaf's village. As a result, she was regarded by the giants as a symbol of evil and a mortal enemy. After becoming the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin has always wanted to bring the giants into her kingdom. With the power of the giants, she dared to conquer the other 4 emperors. The original relationship with the giants has turned for the better, that is, the giants. The prince of the family fell in love with her daughter, Charlotte Lola. As a result, her damn daughter actually dared to escape from marriage. The giant prince thought he had been tricked and was furious. The relationship with the giants has also become worse. But under the command of Emperor Yan, there's already a giant regiment of Elbaf warrior village. Emperor Yan, if you want to become the king of the world, you should be very clear about what the power of the giants means, right, Linlin? I can also reveal to you a piece of information about Emperor Yan in the calendar area of Cuni. Kaido looked at Linlin, whose expression began to change, and then laughed. Nika? At this point, Charlotte Linlin's expression completely changed. You should know best what the power of Nika means to the giants. It is almost certain that the giants will be taken under the command of Emperor Yan. When the time comes, given the hatred the giants have for you, will you survive Emperor Yan's crusade, Linlin? Looking at Charlotte Linlin, Kaido shouted loudly. Nika? How can he be Nika? Isn't he a Logia Mera Mera fruit-capable person? Charlotte Linlin's expression became twisted and terrifying, staring at Kaido. Have you ever seen a Mera Mera fruit user who can use all devil fruit abilities? Kaido's words made Charlotte Linlin completely furious. Call out. Chang. Napoleon's giant sword and Kaido's mace collided violently. Boom. Terrifying fluctuations suddenly broke out. Do you understand? Forming an alliance between the two of us is the only right thing, Linlin? Under Charlotte Linlin's bloodshot gaze, Kaido yelled. From today on, the Beast's pirates, the Big Mom pirates, are the Pirate Alliance. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who were still at war with each other just now, sat together, holding each other's shoulders, laughing and clinking their wine glasses together. Mama. Katakuri looked at Charlotte Linlin, but hesitated to speak. Katakuri, gather all the cadres and head to Onigashima. But no matter what Katakuri thought, Charlotte Linlin gave the order. Learning from Doflamingo's lesson, The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates will join forces to face Entei's crusade together. And this location is the base camp of Beasts Pirates, Ghost Island. Yes, Mama. Katakuri was silent for a moment, and nodded silently as Charlotte. Linlin's eyes gradually turned blood red. He couldn't resist Mama's order. 4 Emperors, Big Mom Pirates, 4 Emperors, Beasts Pirates. Join forces and update the area. It is said in history that the world of pirates is the beginning of change. Chapter 220. Shichibukai becomes a joke, coding, dive. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Boom, with a sound, Saint Satan hit the crutch in his hand hard on the ground. Doflamingo was killed. Dress Rosa withdrew from the world government and became the territory of the Entei Pirates. The person who did this was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Entei Pirates, Dark Ranger, Yishao. And it was done by Kuzan, who quit Marine and is now the captain of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet 1st Division. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************possessing the supreme privilege, were publicly executed with ordinary bullets in front of the whole world. This caused the troublesome will to begin to revive all over the world. During this period, the Revolutionary Army moved very frequently, which drained their world government's huge energy. Many countries were liberated by the Revolutionary Army and stood on the opposite side of their world government. And at the end of the Yan Emperor incident, it was because of Yan Emperor's skill and strength that they, the 5 elders, had to stop unprecedentedly. Buster Call, which represents the absolute justice of world government. Or, the Super Buster Call was launched by the 5 elders themselves, gathering more than 100 battleships. The absolute justice of the world government was broken by Emperor Yan. Although the live broadcast to the world had stopped at that time. The world didn't know that Buster Call had been suspended. 650. The people on the Sabaody archipelago were also given a gag order by their world government, prohibiting them from talking about anything about the Yan Emperor incident. But they can block public opinion and public discussion. But for the Marine elites who participated in the Yandi incident, their confidence in justice was irreparably destroyed. Absolute justice, a value created by their world government and given to Marine, if subverted, the consequences would be disastrous. But now, something happened again that brought justice to shame. After finally replenishing the 7 warlords of the sea, 1 more person was killed. Don Quixote Doflamingo. The former celestial dragons were mercilessly destroyed by 2 of the strongest warriors under Emperor Yan in Dress Rosa. The identity of one of the murderers made the 5 elders extremely angry. Originally one of the top combat forces here in their world government, the former admiral of headquarters, Aokiji Kuzan. Even the world government doesn't have much such powerful combat power. In the history of this sea, the ceiling of combat power is the king level. The sun god Nika 800 years ago, the former pirate king, Gold D. Roger. At his peak, even in the same era as Roger, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was known as the strongest man in the world. And the overlord of that era, Rox, D. Zebek, and now, the absolute overlord of the sea in this era, the man who dominates the 4 emperors. Entei, Portgas, Dace, these people are the ceiling of combat power in the history of this sea. And below them are those who have completely mastered the Conqueror's Haki entanglement, and either have powerful devil fruit abilities, or have powerful swordsmanship. They form a terrifying combat power that is second only to the king level, but can reach other peak combat powers. The pinnacle of combat power on the sea, the 4 emperors. And under the 4 emperors is Kuzan's fighting force. Although it is not as good as the 4 emperors, it can still fight head-on with the 4 emperors in a short period of time. For other Admiral of Headquarters level combat capabilities, such as the Green Bull and T-Dolphin who are now promoted to Admiral, their combat capabilities are still 1 level stronger. There are not many such powerful combat forces in the entire sea. Absolutely, it is a huge factor that determines the direction of a large-scale war. It will take a lot of effort for the world government to deal with such a powerful combat force. And now, the powerful combat force that originally belonged to their world government side has not only withdrawn from Marine, but has also joined their world government's biggest enemy today. Under the command of Emperor Yan, with 1 plus and 1 loss, their world government's losses this time can simply be described as tragic. Advertisement in the Yandi incident, none of their world governments lost such a strong combat power. What made the 5 elders even more furious was that Dress Rosa, one of the countries that joins their world government, is also the country that created the Don Quixote family, one of the 20 kings of the world government, 800 years ago. They actually chose to abandon their world government, hang up the pirate flag of the Entei Pirates, and completely become the territory under the Entei Pirates. One of the important franchising countries of the world government, and once one of the 20 kings, has now become the territory of pirates. Where does this put the face of the world government? Entei, Portgas Dace, that man picked their bottom line again. However, they are still a little helpless against Emperor Yan now. The power of being able to use all of Devil Fruit's abilities is simply too terrifying. The Door Fruit allows that man to go to any corner of the world quietly. After Kuzan quit Marine, he encountered Smoker and the others, and the 5 elders also learned about it. From the sky, the air gate opened, making the Dark Ranger smile and descend directly from the distant location of the Entei pirates. This kind of ability, coupled with the combat power of his era's ceiling, is enough to allow that man to come and go freely anywhere in the world. Even their world government can't do anything about it. The one who can use all devil fruit abilities, the strongest demon fruit power in history. You know, even Nika is just using his unique imagination to fight freely. Although during the battle, you can use other devil fruit's abilities to a certain extent, such as holding thunder and creating things out of thin air. But there is still a huge gap between the ability to actually use devil fruit. Holding thunder does not mean that you can create terrifying thunder in the sky like thunder fruit. In essence, Nika still uses rubber as its main fighting method. Moreover, fighting like Nika also comes at a huge cost, and it consumes more than just physical strength. But that monster Entei can directly use all devil fruit's abilities. And all it consumes is physical strength. And physical strength is not a problem at all for Entei, who is the one who awakened the ability of Logia devil fruit. Except for not having a rubbery body, it is simply an upgraded version of the same card. Even Nika has made the world government extremely afraid. For 800 years, all information about Nika has been hidden. And the search for the Ren fruit phantom beast species Nika form has never stopped. Now, facing an upgraded version of Nika, the world government is completely helpless in a short period of time. How long have they, the five elders, not felt this feeling of powerlessness? Even the former maritime overlord, Rox, D. Zebek, and the Valley of the Gods incident did not make them so passive. As for the person who hates Emperor Yan the most, it is Saint Satan. However, in front of the whole world, his head was smashed by that D Yan Emperor. After smashing his head, he immediately turned off the live broadcast around the world. Let His Majesty as one of the world's highest power holders be completely wiped out. Saint Satan thought of the humiliation the man had brought to him, which made his eyes turn blood red. Not only that, one of the Shichibukai pirate empresses, Boa Hancock, has also been confirmed to join the Entei pirates. The daughter country, Amazon Lily, hung up the pirate flag of the Entei pirates and became the territory under the Entei pirates. This has been made known to the whole world through a live phone call. This is a public slap in the face of our world government. Saint Moshe, who has long hair and beard, is also breathing fire from both sides at this moment. 7 Warlords of the Sea was founded by the 5 elders. For this reason, the world government has also been burdened with a lot of pressure and costs. Like today's Black Arm, Zephyr's withdrawal from Marine is one of the costs. But despite this, the system of 7 Warlords of the Sea has also allowed the sea to maintain balance for a long time. This kind of balance ends before Yandi and Portka's Dace go to sea. Crocodile, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, became the first stepping stone for Emperor Yan to become famous in the world. Later, during the Entei incident, the 7 Warlords of the Sea were exposed in front of the whole world because of the internal strife planned by Red Hair Pirates and Beckman, which was even more embarrassing to the ultimate. After the Entei incident, in order to continue to maintain their world government's combat power, the vacancies in Shichibukai were also filled. As a result, now, in 7 Warlords of the Sea, Doflamingo was killed by Emperor Yan's soldiers. Advertisement: the pirate empress, Boya Hancock, even directly joined the Entei pirates. The daughter country, Amazon Lily, has also become one of the territories under the Entei pirates. Because of that D Yandi, 7 Warlords of the Sea has become a huge joke on the sea. 7 Warlords of the Sea is just a force in our hands. But turning our franchised countries into the territory of the Entei pirates touches upon our core interests. Emperor Yan wants to compete with our world government for the world. The blonde Saint Peter had an extremely ugly face. It's just him. Can our world government's 800 years of preparation be comparable to his? This D is so arrogant, if he hadn't been able to use the power of the gate fruit. Saint Wachuli, who had a birthmark on his forehead, was extremely irritable. Being able to use it means being able to use it, and these assumptions don't make any sense. Nasushiro Sage, who was holding a samurai sword, smashed the scabbard on the ground and said in a deep voice. The good news for us is that Beast's Pirates and Big Mom Pirates have publicly announced the establishment of a pirate alliance. And they joined forces on Onigashima to fight against the Entei pirates together. Moshe Sheng's eyes flashed. Agree, Beast's Pirates and Big Mom. Even their world government can't stop such a rampage. Peter Saint said solemnly. Such a giant should not exist on the sea. In the world of pirates, no pirate group can compare with the giants like the Entei pirates. The pirate group formed a pirate alliance to fight against this giant, which is what the world government is now happy to see. When they decide the outcome, we will take action based on the situation, but we can first deploy Kizaru and the others near Onigashima. After all, there was no unity within the Rocks pirate, and it was common for crew members to fight for treasures. Even the 5 elders would never say such a thing again. After all, among the current admirals, only Kizaru is considered powerful enough to fight the 4 emperors in a short time. The Entei pirates are an iron-walled pirate group that completely obeys Entei's orders. As for Green Bull and T-Dolphin, their strength can only be said to have just passed the admiral level threshold. Saint Satan, who is in charge of the scientific research unit, his eyes flashed. Zero point 0.1 Since this era of violence cannot be stopped, then their world government must have the last laugh in this era. This situation is even more serious than the original Rocks pirate. Only then can you be promoted to admiral. At this time, the Entei pirates have arrived at the Sabadi archipelago. But today's situation is completely different. They also need to cooperate with the power of their world government to intervene in a war of this level. Do you want to get involved? But it is very likely that it will turn into a full-scale war. If you want to intervene in such a war, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, as well as the Marshal Akainu, may need to be dispatched. Especially the T-dolphins, because of the devil fruit, the phantom beast species given by the world government, the snake fruit phantom beast species snake belt form. Orders began to be issued to naval headquarters, Badix. If in the past, the 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups formed a pirate alliance, the world government would be extremely unwilling to see it. As for maintaining the balance of the sea, soon, the 5 elders reached a consensus. The battle between the 2-4 Emperors and Emperor Yan is already a world-class war that can affect the world. It's time for our human weapons to appear on the sea. Now, it's the era of the sea's rampage. Such a level of combat power is naturally considered powerful on the sea, but in front of Emperor Yan and the others, it is really not enough. Prepare, coat, and then head to the Fishman Island, Swordfinger, New World. The balance of the sea has been completely broken by Emperor Yan. The Entei pirates, under the leadership of Entei, have become a true giant on the sea. Advertisement Chapter 221. As always, love never changes. Sabadi Archipelago. This special island is the junction of the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. If you want to go from the first half of the Grand Line to the second half, which is the New World, there are only 2 ways. One is from above the Red Line, directly passing through Ryujin, the Holy Land at the top of the Red Continent. For the pirates, there is no difference between this path and death. Then, the only option is to use Ardman mangrove resin to coat ships in the Sabadi archipelago and dive to 10,000 meters in the deep sea. Pass through a huge hole under the Red Line and pass through the undersea line, the Fishman Island to the big New World. Because pirates who have successfully sailed through the first half of the Grand Line will gather in the Sabadi archipelago, countless black and gray industrial chains have been born. The locations of these industrial chains are called illegal zones. And these lawless areas, originally all concentrated in the GRE-1 and GR-29 of the Sabadi archipelago. Some facilities specially provided for celestial dragons to play, such as the population auction house, were originally concentrated here. Sabadi archipelago is also the territory of celestial dragons for celestial dragons to play. Celestial dragons, known as the true nobles of the world, often come to Sabadi archipelago to patrol their territory and do evil here. And if you encounter celestial dragons, even the most vicious pirates must kneel down to the celestial dragons together with the people of Sabadi archipelago. However, this was just before the great incident of Emperor Yan changed everything. The illegal zones, GR1 to 29, were completely destroyed in that epic battle. Many illegal industrial chains, as well as facilities for celestial dragons to play, were also wiped out under the flames of the legendary superfigure, Emperor Yan. There, because of the power of Mera Mera fruit, it turned into a lava hell. If it weren't for Ace, who used the field of understanding to transform the natural elements into the lava hell, restoring their original appearance, then that place will be permanently transformed into 19 Purgatory, which is even more terrifying than the center of the earth. And in such a terrifying environment, the entire Sabadi archipelago will be slowly evaporated by the natural environment that is even more terrifying than the temperature in the center of the earth. Fortunately, it has now been restored to its original state. And Yishao used the fruits to control a meteorite to fall from outer space, filling the huge ocean cavity created by Ace. Of course, in this regard, Marine and the world government brainwashed the people to say that they changed the climate there and ensured that the people of Sabadi archipelago could live a normal life. And it was them who completed the repairs from GR1 to GR29. In this regard, I have personally experienced the epic battle of the Entei incident, and I know that the world government launched a buster call against this place, and was eventually stopped by Entei. Later, many of them also participated in the banquet hosted by Emperor Yan. The people of Sabadi archipelago sneered at the world government's statement. However, as this place was the starting point of the Yandi incident, the world government implemented a comprehensive blockade here. The truth has also been completely sealed here, and the people of Sabadi archipelago are not allowed to talk about matters related to the Yan Emperor incident. Now on this island, CP agents can be said to be everywhere. And the people who have no power to resist the world government can only live here with their heads down. In the face of absolute power, the vast majority of people are still numb. However, after the Yan Emperor incident, many people still had a seed planted in their hearts, just waiting to take root and sprout. There is another huge change in Sabadi archipelago. That is, although this place is still the territory of celestial dragons in name, since the Yandi incident, no trace of celestial dragons has been seen here. This place seems to have become a restricted area for celestial dragons, who claim to be descendants of the Creator and have supreme privileges. No celestial dragon dares to approach Sabadi archipelago. As for the man who caused all this, Yandi, celestial dragons hate him to the core. But there is nothing they can do. After all, even the real top leaders of celestial dragons, the 5 elders with the highest power in the world, have no way to deal with Yandi. In addition, in order to prevent celestial dragons from being slaughtered by Yandi who can use the power of the gate fruit, the activities of celestial dragons are restricted. All the activities of celestial dragons are restricted to the holy land of Mariajoy. And the most magical thing in the world is time. As time goes by and the world government's propaganda machine works hard, the impact of the Entei incident is gradually reduced. Many celestial dragons also constantly want to meet the 5 elders to lift the restrictions on their celestial dragons' activities. After all, the Entei pirates have not appeared for so long, who knows where they're now. All activities are restricted to the holy land of Mariajoy, how can they replenish slaves? And these celestial dragons' requests were suppressed by the 5 elders. The 5 elders knew very well that they had spent so much effort to slowly reduce the impact of the Entei incident. If the celestial dragons were allowed to go out and be publicly executed by the Entei, then the face of their world government would really become a big joke. However, although the restrictions on the activities of celestial dragons are still continuing, some celestial dragons who can't hold back have used their power to build recreational facilities on Sabo archipelago. Advertisement. The idea of these celestial dragons is very simple. Even if they can come to Sabo archipelago now, the entertainment facilities on the island have been almost destroyed. In this case, let's use the period of activity restrictions to let those humble pariahs restore this place to its previous state. The 5 elders did not stop this. As long as these idiots can cause less trouble for them during this period, they can build facilities if they like. For the 5 elders, celestial dragons are just people. Only the elites among celestial dragons, members of the Knights of God, can make the 5 elders look up to them a little. And ordinary celestial dragons are just people, for them to maintain the supremacy of the world government and breed elites who can enter the Knights of God. As for the rest of the people in the world, to the 5 elders, they're just some bugs. With the instructions of some celestial dragons, the illegal areas from GR1 to GR29 in Sabo archipelago, which had been completely destroyed, began to be rebuilt. The supervisor of the project here was carried out by the celestial dragons' lackeys, the Special Agent Department CP. Holding the orders of celestial dragons, these CPs usually look down on people, and even the Marines stationed here are not taken seriously by them. However, on this day, these arrogant CPs and the pirates gathered here from the first half of the Grand Line were sweating coldly, looking at the ships docked at the port in horror. Then, that pirate flag is. A CP agent looked at the pirate flags in horror and did not dare to get close. No, it can't be wrong. Yes, it's the Entei pirates. It's the Mary, the main ship of the Entei pirates. Another CP agent swallowed hard and cried out in horror. Quick! Report! The Entei pirates have appeared in the Sabo archipelago. Stay away from there, you must not offend that legendary man. The CP agents and Marines suddenly became a mess. Is this coding? Rayleigh? Mary tilted her little head cutely and looked at Rayleigh, who was coding the Mary, as well as the ships of Division 0 and Division 6. That's right, only by coating it with Algefarian mangrove resin can the ship withstand the water pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters and reach the Fishman Island. Rayleigh looked at the lovely Melly and smiled. It's incredible to dive 10,000 meters deep into the sea, and it's a little scary. Vivi sighed, and then she felt a little worried. After hearing Vivi's words, the other girls also looked a little strange. They are all demon fruit power. On land, their current strength is not afraid of anyone, but they are unable to fight against the seawater. Devil fruit, while allowing Esper users to gain great strength, will also have weaknesses. Demon fruit power is disgusted by the mother of nature, the sea. Once it enters the seawater, it will completely lose its strength. Without anyone to rescue it, it can only sink in the sea. There are advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is devil fruit. And the girls of the Entei pirates are all powerful demon fruit powers. Regarding my first trip into the 10,000 meter deep sea, I was still a little confused. Don't worry, Rayleigh's coding technology is #1 in the world. After diving into the deep sea, with Nami's navigation skills and Mary's assistance, reaching the Fishman Island couldn't be easier. Ace looked at the worried girls, smiled and touched their little heads one by one, except Nami. As for why except Nami, because, that's right, I'm Ace's navigator, as long as there's a current, there's no place I can't reach. Nami stood confidently in front of the girls and said, Nami, since awakening Conqueror's Haki, has been transformed. Advertisement. The identity of the de facto second in command of the Entei pirates also allowed Nami to completely graduate from the original timid duo with Vivi when faced with difficulties. So reliable, beautiful. Vivi looked at Nami, holding Nami's arms, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. In the original Entei pirates, although she and Nami both ate the powerful Logia devil fruit, Nami even ate the thunder fruit, which is also invincible among Logia. However, due to their early experiences, Vivi and Nami have always been the timid duo of the Entei pirates. And now, Nami has been transformed, and she can't lag behind. She is Ace's desert princess. In terms of strength, according to Ace's evaluation of her, she has also reached the threshold of the admiral level, and can fight on an equal footing with the Green Bull and T-Dolphin among the 3 admiral marines today. No, I am now the second in command of the Entei pirates, so I must set an example. It also takes time for the coating to break and seawater to pour in. The island's undersea journey is just a tour for the Entei pirates. Nami looked at Vivi and Kaya helplessly. However, in front of Ace, Wei Yan no longer looked like she did during the battle. Well, Even if there is any 433 accident, my door fruit ability can still return to the sea. But the beautiful eyes are also a little moved. Looking at the girls, Ace's lips curled up slightly. Although this time, in the eyes of ordinary people, is only a moment. Even now he has become the pinnacle strongman on the sea who can fight head-on with the pinnacle 4 emperors. Ace, then we're relying on you. I'm still a little scared. Nami jumped on Ace's back, sniffing Ace's scent, her pretty face filled with happiness. I'm scared too, Ace. Kaya's physical skills and Haki make Kaya's fighting style very tough. As always, Nami's love for Ace has never changed. A woman who can become the second best and dominate the sea like Big Mom. Although the Devil Fruit ability cannot be used in seawater, the Devil Fruit ability can be freely used until the coating is completely broken and seawater is poured in. Under multiple protections, the fishmen in front of Ace, they're still the timid duo they once were, so there's nothing wrong with them. Although Kaya is now a strong person who can fight with the Admiral of Headquarters, in front of Ace, she is still the little girl saved by Ace. The title of the timid duo of the Entei Pirates can become a thing of the past. Kaya leaned against Ace's heart weakly, blinked her cute big eyes, and said pitifully. Looking at Kaya's appearance, Vivi has some black lines on her forehead. But in front of Ace, who has observation Haki who can see the short-term future, it is really easy to use the door fruit power. Kaya. Vivi clenched her little fists and cheered secretly. Vivi blinked, the expression on her pretty face changed quickly, and she fell on the other side of Ace's heart with a weak look. Even facing the weakest among the 3 admirals, Ace believed that she was more confident of winning. Nami looked at Ace's meaningful smile and gritted his teeth. During special training, Vivi often trained against Kaya because of their close strength. Vivi, Kaya, you two are so awesome. On Ace's heart, Vivi's little head arched, and her red lips raised a beautiful arc. Especially the terrifying move, Black Flash, which cost the body a breakdown. Every time Vivi thinks about it, she still has lingering fears. Hey, Chapter 222. The 3 new marine admirals appeared together. The Fishman Island arrived. Looking at Ace sandwiched between Vivi, Kaya, and Nami, Hancock's beautiful face was full of envy. Later, Hancock also found an opportunity and knocked Ace down directly from the front. Seeing Ace and Nuoki being taller than Nami and the others, Robin looked at each other, with a thick smile on his mature and pretty face, and joined in the fun. Konus and Tashigi looked at Ace who was pressed at the bottom with their pretty faces slightly red. Finally, with a slightly wild smile, Lackey pulled them over. Don't miss the opportunity to tease Ace. Guillaume looked intently at the sea in the distance, but out of the corner of his eyes, he unconsciously glanced in the direction of Ace and the others. It's great to be young. Shaki, who is assisting Rayleigh in coding, has a look of emotion on his face. Ha ha ha, yes. Rayleigh laughed. Rayleigh is completely satisfied with these nieces and nephews. Not only is Ace's strength the best in the world, but his charm in this aspect is also the best in the world. Rayleigh had a thick smile on her face and sped up the coding in her hands. As for CP and Marine, they are so far away from here now that they don't even dare to set up observation posts. Nowadays, everyone in the sea knows the terrifying abilities of Nami, the little thief cat, who is the leader of the Entei Pirates fleet and the second in command of the Entei Pirates fleet. The observation Haki, which has increased its power after awakening through the Thunderfruit, can easily sweep across an entire sea area. No one on this sea can monitor and observe the Yandi pirates without their knowledge. Once discovered, with the majesty of the Emperor who towers over the 4 emperors, there is only one outcome, being wiped from the world. In this case, monitor the actions of the Entei Pirates? That really means you have a long life. Even the CPO, who directly belongs to celestial dragons and usually looks at people with his nostrils, doesn't have the guts. The coding is complete and you can dive. The field of understanding is really incredible power. This time, the coding can be perfected to this extent. Rayleigh looked at the Mary, as well as the ships of Division 0 and Division 6, with admiration on his face. Although the coding work on these 3 ships was entirely completed by him. But even Rayleigh, who did it by himself, couldn't believe that the coding would be so perfect this time. The importance of coders to the pirate group located in the second half of the Grand Line, New World, is self-evident. Without an excellent coder, every time you pass the Fishman Island and enter New World is a big gamble. The powerful pirate groups in the New World have their own coders on board their ships. Rayleigh, when he was a member of the Roger Pirates, was responsible for the coding work of the Roger Pirates. The coding technology is absolutely top-notch in the world. As long as the people on the ship that have been coded by him do not commit suicide and take the initiative to seek out some dangers in the sea and reach the Fishman Island, there will be no problem. But this time the coding, even the huge danger under the deep sea, could not tear the coding formed by the mangrove resin. And this is all derived from the magical power of Ace's understanding field. The more I feel this power, the more incredible it becomes. This is the power that can completely change the world. At the same time, I am also confident in the world Ace wants to create. That world can only be created by Ace, who possesses the magical power of the realm of understanding. Rayleigh looked at the ship in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curved. Coding, it's really interesting. Ace looked at the film wrapping the melee. He reached out and touched the film slightly, feeling the touch transmitted by the film, his eyes full of interest. This feeling is like an enhanced version of soap bubbles, but it can withstand the terrifying water pressure of 10,000 meters under the deep sea. I have to say that this sea is full of magic. It was also the first time for the girls to see the coating, and they touched the outer film very curiously. In the deep sea, if you need to leave the ship to move, you only need to cover part of the coating on your body. Under normal circumstances, the total amount of coating is certain. If too much is used, the coating may collapse and be buried under the sea. Rayleigh looked at the curious girls and explained with a smile. Generally, Kaya looked at Rayleigh. Yes, this is generally the case, but our coating is completely different. I don't know if it is also affected by the field of understanding. This coating can repair itself. Rayleigh looked at the film covering the melee, as well as the ships of Division 0 and Division 6 with emotion, with some amazement on his face. Advertisement: most of the ships that sank in the deep sea were due to excessive use of coatings and encountering dangers in the deep sea, resulting in too much coating being consumed. In the end, the coating could not withstand the high pressure under the deep sea, causing the ship to be destroyed and people to die. But with self-healing coatings, these problems will no longer exist. Although with the current strength of the Entei pirate fleet, the dangers under the deep sea are simply not worth mentioning. But Rayleigh, who has been on the sea for so many years, understands a profound truth. That is, no matter how strong you are, you still need to be in awe of the sea. There are still too many unknown things in this sea. It would be good to have an extra layer of protection. The preparations are all done, then, Mary, it's up to you. Ace looked at Melly. If you want 3 ships to perfectly maintain the same route in the deep sea, it is most convenient to borrow Mary's control ability as a ship spirit and the ability of the shadow fruit. Yeah, leave it to me, Ace. Melly nodded his head heavily, his expression very happy. Being able to help Ace is Melly's greatest joy, Shadow Mage. Mary stood on the deck of the Mary and activated the ability of the shadow fruit. The shadow of the Mary was quickly distorted, and then 2 clones of the shadow of the Mary appeared, linked to the ships of the 0 Division and the 6th Division. And around this shadow clone, there is a circle of coating. In the deep sea, Devil Fruit's ability cannot be activated, but if it is protected by coating, there will be no problem in activating Devil Fruit's ability. The coating completed by the field of understanding can be freely expanded and contracted, ensuring the activation of Mary Shadow's true ability. Start towards the Fishman Island. Ace stood at the front of the deck, laughing. Det. The girls raised their white hands and responded loudly. Copy that, Captain. Rayleigh and Shaggy also responded with smiles on their faces. It is not the first time for them to travel to the new world through coating. But this time, Rayleigh and Shaggy felt their heartbeats speeding up for the first time in a long time. They clearly know that the world will begin to change completely because of today's dive. Boom. Under Mary's control, the 3 ships of Mary, Division 0, and Division 6 dived violently, splashing terrifying waves. Phew. Finally gone. Watching the ships of the Mary, Division 0, and Division 6 disappear. The Marines on the Sabo archipelago, as well as the CP agents, breathed a sigh of relief. Even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral stationed here, as well as several CPO members directly affiliated with Celestial Dragons, fell weakly to the ground, breathing heavily, with cold sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes full of hope for the aftermath of the disaster. Bad luck. Although there was no direct conflict, the Entei pirates only completed the coating here and headed to the New World. But only by truly facing the Entei pirates can we understand the meaning of a man who is above the 4 emperors. The huge pressure that hits them can really crush them. This is the strongest pirate group in history that can defeat Naval Headquarters with just one pirate group. Even though they are considered to be among the strongest on the sea. But in front of that legendary man, he couldn't even hold on to a look. Not to mention them, even the Admiral candidates couldn't stay completely awake in front of that legendary man, Haki. Several Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and CPO agents looked at each other and began to report to the top. Naval Headquarters. Boom. Akainu, who was smoking a cigar and has now become Marine Marshal, hit his head heavily on the table after receiving the report from Sabo archipelago. Asterisk. Biting the cigar almost to the point of breaking it, Akainu's eyes were full of gloom. Although he has become Marine Marshal, every time he thinks of this name, his heart aches. In the War of the Sabo archipelago, he suffered an unprecedented defeat. In front of the whole world, he was ruthlessly defeated by Emperor Yan. The lava fruit that he was so proud of turned into a joke in front of that man's residual fire style. Now, this man appears in Sabo archipelago again. But in the face of this man who brought a huge shadow to justice, they, Naval Headquarters, could not take any action. The reason is that Naval Headquarters, nowadays, is not enough. Although it has gone through the world's great conscription, compared with the Naval Headquarters during the Entei incident, its combat power has not increased but decreased. Advertisement: after Kuzan completely joined the Entei pirate ship, the Naval Headquarters immediately started the promotion of the new Admiral of Headquarters for the sake of its own prestige. Green Bull, who stood out from the world recruitment, and Admiral candidate T. Dolphin, were promoted to Admiral of Headquarters. Together with Kizaru, they formed the new Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. But the combined strength is more than 1 level weaker than the Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral composed of him, Kizaru, and Aokiji. Except for Kizaru, Green Bull's strength is only slightly stronger than Black Arm, Zephyr at his peak. T. Dolphin is even close to reaching the threshold of Admiral. He has just obtained the snake fruit phantom beast species snake belt form and has not yet awakened. At this time, the T-Dolphins were stationed in the Holy Land of Ryujin. This is the garrison admiral appointed by the 5 elders themselves. According to what Akainu knows, the world government seems to have a method for awakening zone demon fruit power, including phantom beast species. But what kind of price needs to be paid is not something Akainu can know. But even if the devil fruit ability of the T-Dolphin is awakened, because devil fruit is not the top phantom beast species, and the T-Dolphin's Haki is not particularly strong. At most, it's on the same level as the Green Bull. Even if the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters with such strength were deployed, they would not be enough to fill the gap between the Entei pirates. Today's Akainu, as Marine Marshal, cannot be dispatched easily. As the most powerful combat force in Marine today, Marine hero Garp, Akainu does not trust. Even, because of Kuzan, Akainu is still wary of Garp. Even if Garp does not contribute to Marine, he must not be allowed to join the Entei pirates like Kuzan. If the Entei pirates were allowed to obtain a powerful fighter like Garp force, then they, Marine, can declare their surrender directly. So even if Akainu wanted to avenge his shame, he could only suppress the anger and unwillingness in his heart, stay in the office, and watch the Entei pirates swaggering to the new world. Sakazuki, the order from the 5 elders has been issued. But remember, you can't act rashly without my order. Like the original work, Akainu was unable to take action against the defeated Aokiji and allowed him to survive. Kizaru looked at Akainu, who had a gloomy face, and said seriously without any trace of laziness on his face. There is also the Seraph, who is called the strongest human being by Vegapunk. Although he was very reluctant, Akainu also understood that Marine's power was not qualified even to clean up the mess of the war. Akainu said solemnly, "It is believed that people who are not members of the world government do not have human rights." Understood, Yuanza. And he is a die-hard loyalist to the world government and the celestial dragons. And Emperor Yan, who caused the Yan Emperor incident, is regarded by Green Bull as an absolute target to be eliminated. But Kizaru is different. He seems to be the ultimate lazy man, but in fact he is an out-and-out world government task machine. Facing the Entei pirates, the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the war is about to begin. With Green Bull's strength, acting without authorization in the face of the Entei pirates is almost like seeking death. Logia, the user with the ability of the Sensen fruit, the Green Bull wild animal husbandry, pursues desperate justice. The 3 of you must act together. Akainu's eyes narrowed and he glared at the Green Bull. Let me know the criminal who dared to execute the celestial dragons. I admire Akainu's spirit of following through, but in fact, Akainu will also be tough with the 5 elders on some issues. At this time, the Entei pirates, remember my words, Green Bull, don't act rashly without my order. Although Green Bull admires Akainu very much, he often acts without permission. Clear. Then, under Akainu's gloomy gaze, Kizaru and Green Bull walked out of the Yuanshi's office. With the orders of the world government, even if he faces his former friends, he will kill him without hesitation. The world government also brought out the long-researched human weapons, pacifists. The most powerful weapon in the world? Then you, the kings, set off, Kizaru, Green Bull. Head to their warship and head to the waters near Ghost Island. Akainu, although highly favored by the 5 elders, became the Marine Marshal of this term. We have already seen the destination of this stop, the Fishman Island. The most powerful human weapon of our scientific army, Shi, is already in place. Green Bull spread his hands. The new Admiral of Headquarters, Green Bull, grinned and laughed loudly. The T-Dolphins will go directly from the Holy Land to the sea near Onigashima. Chapter 223. The resonance between Nika and Poseidon. With Mary's perfect control and Nami's current awareness of sea currents. For other ships diving into the deep sea environment is very dangerous, but for the Entei pirates' large fleet, it is no different from traveling. After admiring the wonderful environment of the deep sea, the Entei pirates also arrived at their dive destination. It is also the common destination of all pirate groups who want to go to the New World, the Fishman Island. So beautiful. Nami was on the deck of the Meli, looking at the Fishman Island getting closer and closer, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. It's so dreamy, human island. Kaya held her hands in front of her and looked at the Fishman Island, which she could only see in fairy tales when she was a child. Her angelic face was full of joy. The other girls also looked at this dream island that countless people yearn for with their beautiful eyes shining brightly. I saw that the Fishman Island, which is located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, is completely surrounded by a huge double-layered semicircular bubble film shield. Although it is located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, the Fishman Island actually has sky and clouds, making it look extremely dreamy. The Fishman Island, I really miss it. Rayleigh looked at the Fishman Island, his face full of emotion. The image of arriving at the Fishman Island with the Roger pirates is still vivid in my mind. Now following Roger's bloodline, Ace is here again. Even Rayleigh is feeling the magic of fate. Ace, remember what I told you? Neptune's daughter is probably the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon. When we came here, the mermaid princess had not yet been born. According to the fortune teller Shirley on the Fishman Island when we arrived, the mermaid princess would be born 10 years after our arrival. Although he did not confirm it himself, Roger had the power to listen to all things and learned from the giant sea kings that their lord was about to be born. And this king should be the current mermaid princess. Rayleigh looked at Ace and said solemnly, I have to say that the entire world played a huge joke on the Roger pirates back then. The ancient weapon, Poseidon, who can influence the world structure, is actually the power of a mermaid princess who only appears every 800 years. With this power, the mermaid princess can control the entire sea of 433 huge sea kings. Even the world government cannot understand how wide the sea is and how many huge sea kings there are. But one thing is certain, if the giant sea kings can really control the entire ocean, it will really be a power that can destroy the world. But it is a pity that when the Roger pirates came here, the mermaid princess was not born yet and they could not confirm it. When they arrived at the final island, Raftel, after seeing the big secret treasure left by Joyboy, they could only sigh. The world and destiny, Roger pirates played a huge joke on them. Because the situation is the same as when the mermaid princess was not born when she arrived at the Fishman Island. They came early. This kind of time helplessness makes people just smile up at the sky and there is no way to do it. The era does not belong to them Roger pirates, and now that they are here, according to the prophecy and what the huge sea kings said, the mermaid princess must have been born. There is no doubt that the era belongs to the Entei pirates. Belongs to Ace. Rayleigh looked at Ace, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Regarding the final island and Raftel, he and Ace have a very good understanding. He didn't say anything, and Ace didn't ask, because Ace doesn't want to be the pirate king at all. The king of the world is the throne that belongs to Ace. The one who wants to become the pirate king is Ace's younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, who ate the human fruit phantom beast Nika form and inherited Roger's straw hat. In the future, Monkey D. Luffy will also become Ace and an important support for the king of the world. Rayleigh, looking forward to that day. But even if Ace has no interest in becoming the pirate king, Rayleigh still needs to inform Ace about the information about the ancient weapon, Poseidon. If we want to start a full-scale war with the world government, having such a powerful force will always give us more confidence. At least, this power must not fall into the hands of the world government. Poseidon. The historical text on Sky Island does indicate that the location of this ancient weapon is on the Fishman Island. When Robin heard, BJEH, said this, her beautiful eyes twinkled slightly. Advertisement ancient weapon, historical text. The destruction of her hometown, Ohara, was due to these studies. Fortunately, today, she is no longer the Robin who would let the world government issue a reward order and have no choice but to flee around the world. She is now able to start a head-on war with the world government, forcing the world's highest power holders, the Five Elders, to compromise. The historian of the Entei pirate ships, yes, the Emperor's woman. Robin looked at Ace's side face, and his red lips curved into a beautiful curve. No need to guess, Poseidon is the current mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Ace walked to the front of the deck, looked at the Fishman Island very close at hand, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's somewhat beyond my expectation. The power of Nika in my body seems to resonate a little with that mermaid princess. Ace looked in one direction of the Fishman Island, his eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised a look of interest. The field of understanding is Ace's exclusive imagination of Nika, obtained from the Nika form of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, that Luffy ate, combined with the power generated by his own heaven-defying understanding. At the beginning, the understanding field could only be used to improve the qualifications of others, so that their understanding could reach a terrifying level. But as Ace itself becomes stronger, the power of the understanding field also becomes stronger. In other words, it is the power of Nika that has become stronger. Through the power of the comprehension domain, Ace can directly activate the devil factor and use other devil fruit's abilities. It can also allow devil fruit to exert power beyond its own limits and accomplish many incredible things. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current Ace is a Mera fruit, and a dual demon fruit power in the form of the Ren fruit phantom beast Nika without a rubber body. And now, from the moment he approached the Fishman Island, Ace felt that the Nika power in his body was constantly fluctuating. This fluctuation seems to be responding to something. The source of the response is the mermaid princess, White House. Resonance. Difficult, could it be? After hearing Ace's words, Rayleigh's pupils condensed slightly. Any clues? Rayleigh. Robin immediately looked at Rayleigh. Ancient weapon and the historical text are integrated to a certain extent. She followed Ace and had completely passed the first half of the Grand Line. The historical text she found recorded the traces of the ancient weapon, Pluto and Poseidon. Therefore, Robin also wanted to explore the information about ancient weapon. In the forest of the sea on the Fishman Island, there is a historical text. Rayleigh pointed in the direction of the Fishman Island with the true way. Historical text. What is written on it? Robin's beautiful eyes flashed, a little excited. What is written above is Chow Yibo's apology. Rayleigh sighed, as if sighing with emotion. Joyboy's apology? Robin and the girls all had beautiful eyes. After knowing the truth about Ace's power in the realm of understanding, the women also learned a lot about the legendary liberation fighter, Sun God Nika, Joyboy, and others. Once upon a time, the liberation fighters who fought against the world government created a huge kingdom and were the previous owners of the power of Nika. Currently, the only owner of this Nika power is Ace. Although the girls also know that the source of Ace's Nika Power is the Nika form of the human fruit phantom beast species that was eaten by Ace's younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy. However, before the phantom beast devil fruit awakens, it is impossible to obtain the special power that the phantom beast devil fruit gives to those with abilities. Unless, like Lackey's bird fruit phantom beast species Suzaku form, and Gion's cat fruit phantom beast species white tiger form, the will contained in the phantom beast species completely surrenders to Ace. And it is necessary to borrow the power of the understanding field to be able to use the phantom beast devil fruit in advance without awakening, giving special powers to the Esper. And now in this sea, the only one who can use the power of Nika is Ace. Therefore, the girls are also very concerned about Joey Boy's information. Yes, in Joy Boy's era, Joy Boy seemed to have reached some agreement with the mermaid princess of that era, but failed to fulfill it. Therefore, on that piece of historical text is Joy Boy's apology to the mermaid princess. Rayleigh nodded and said slowly, "Advertisement, I see, so Ace's Nika power resonates with the Poseidon power in the mermaid princess's body because of the previous agreement?" Robin's beautiful eyes kept twinkling. Across the long river of time, Poseidon, the power of Poseidon and the power of Nika, have actually become connected in this era. This is simply the embodiment of history. Robin was a little emotional. For an archaeologist in such a situation, the excitement cannot be described in words. This is the charm of history. There's nothing wrong with the power of Nika, right, Ace? Rayleigh looked at Ace with concern. After all, it was not Ace who ate the Renren fruit phantom beast species Nika form. Now that the power of Nika in Ace's body resonates with the power of the mermaid princess, Rayleigh is a little concerned. Hearing this, the girls also looked at Ace nervously. "Don't worry, this power belongs entirely to me, and this resonance is also my acquiescence." Ace looked at Rayleigh and the girls, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Using the power gained from heaven-defying understanding, there can be no hidden dangers. And the power of its own, Nika, is completely different from the devil factor of those devil fruits shot with meatball fruits. This is a long power that does not contain any demonic factors. Even if Joey Boy is reborn, the power of his Nika only belongs to Ace himself. The reason for the resonance was that Ace noticed that because of his arrival, the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi's body had some signs of awakening. And Ace also took the initiative to use the power of Nika, and established a connection with the power of Poseidon, which created a resonance of power. And Ace can cut off this connection at any time. Hidden danger, naturally, it does not exist at all. Some huge sea kings seem to be converging towards the Fishman Island. Nami's eyes were focused, looking at the distant deep sea. It seems it was influenced by the power of Asanika, the power of Poseidon. Poseidon began to awaken in the mermaid princess. Rayleigh said in a deep voice. The huge sea kings, 1 for 2, are completely unafraid with his strength. But if there are too many, it will be a terrifying force that can set off endless huge waves. Let's quickly enter the Fishman Island. If the huge sea kings get out of control, there will be some trouble. Nami pointed to a guide in the distance. Entering the Fishman Island, similar to the original Sky Island, you also need to go through immigration inspection, otherwise you will be arrested by the royal family of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Enter. Stop joking. The corners of Ace's mouth slowly widened, and finally turned into laughter. X. Checkbox with check. Looking at the expression on Ace's face that was very familiar to them. The Nami girls suddenly had a bad feeling. This is the deep sea. We are pirates. Ace laughed and pressed the control button of the Mary. Super. Railgun. Boom. Boom. Ah, hard shell tower. This is the dormitory of the mermaid princess, Princess Shirahoshi, and a refuge from being hunted. In order to escape the intimidating pursuit of Shirahoshi by Vanderdecken, Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island Ryujin kingdom, built this shelter for Shirahoshi. And because Vanderdecken X has been intimidating and pursuing Shirahoshi for a long time and attacking the door, there are still many weapons thrown by Vanderdecken stuck on the door. At this time, in the room, a pair of beautiful eyes slowly opened. Chapter 224. Lord Ace. I admire you so much. This is a room 10 times larger than a normal room. All decorations and utensils in the room are more than 10 times the normal size. A huge bed is placed in the center of the room. On this huge bed, a beautiful mermaid is sleeping soundly, making a slight breathing sound. Woo! This is a beautiful mermaid that is not inferior to Hancock in terms of appearance. It is 11 meters long. Its huge fishtail gently swings in a beautiful arc. Its beautiful figure makes people feel dreamy. His brows were slightly furrowed, and the tenderness exuding on his beautiful face was intoxicating. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, there were a few tears in the corners of her bright blue eyes, which made people feel love and compassion. It is the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, who possesses the power of Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, in her body. My body. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at her hands and her pretty face was at a loss. Within her body, an unknown force is emerging. This power is so strange, yet so familiar. Moreover, it seems that it is no longer responding to the mysterious power. Such a situation made Shirahoshi, who was timid and prone to crying, subconsciously curl up his body together, and tears kept flowing. Shark. At this time, a huge shark, with a bubble like a swimming ring hanging on the fish, used the buoyancy of the bubble to swim over hard. Seeing her only confidant in the hard-shell tower, Shirahoshi couldn't help but hug the shark Makaro and sobbed. Shirahoshi was overwhelmed by the power that was constantly emerging from his body, but he didn't know how to express it. I could only hug Makaro and shed tears, shark. Makaro felt Shirahoshi's emotions and raised his fins humanely to comfort Shirahoshi's emotions. Shirahoshi was born with a weak personality, and he witnessed his mother, Princess Odahime, being assassinated and died. In addition, Vanderdaken Ix, who was furious because Shirahoshi rejected his love, used the power of the target fruit to attack Shirahoshi continuously. As a result, Shirahoshi could only live alone in a hard-shell tower and was not even able to attend his mother's funeral. This made Shirahoshi very timid and afraid of others, and he cried easily. But even after suffering so much, Shirahoshi is still so gentle and kind. While Makaro was comforting Shirahoshi, he kept making shaw noises, making Shirahoshi happy in a funny way. However, there was a touch of awe and yearning in Makaro's eyes when he looked at Shirahoshi. This is a natural reaction to the Poseidon power that begins to awaken in Shirahoshi's body. However, because the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi's body had just begun to awaken, and Makaro didn't want to make Shirahoshi's uneasiness worse. Trying hard to hide the reaction in his body. Thank you, Makaro, I'm much better. After a while, Shirahoshi let go of Makaro. Looking at Makaro's funny look, he licked his red lips and chuckled. This smile was so beautiful that the shark Makaro was stunned. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from outside the hard-shell tower. This huge roar made Shirahoshi, who had been attacked by Vanderdaken Ix's target fruit for so many years, immediately become nervous. What is this? This time, Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her beautiful figure curled up together, and she looked nervously in the direction of the door. On weekdays, Vanderdaken Ix uses the target fruit's ability to attack from time to time, but they are all weapons such as knives and axes. There has never been such an exaggerated roar. This huge roar made the little Shirahoshi feel anxious. Shark. Feeling Shirahoshi's emotions and hearing the huge roar, Makaro immediately swam in front of Shirahoshi. The expression on the shark's face was tense but extremely determined. Boom! The next moment, with a huge explosion, the huge and solid door of the hard-shell tower exploded instantly. Smoke and dust instantly filled the room. The door is broken. Looking at the door that was completely blown open, Shirahoshi bit his red lips. Although he was very scared and even started to shed tears of fear, Shirahoshi still managed to control his trembling body and slowly stood upright. If she really has to face death, then let her die like her mother, at least standing up. Ha. It's so fast, the electromagnetic gun. Advertisement. A loud laugh came from the smoke. The unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar laughter made Shirahoshi stunned. No, the weapon of Vanderdaken Ix. And why does this voice seem familiar? Ace. You guy. Do you want to kill us? That's a depth of 10,000 meters. That electromagnetic gun blasted through the coating. If the coating hadn't been able to repair itself, we would all have perished in the sea. I thought we were really going to die. I will fight with you, Ace. With tears in her eyes, Nami jumped onto Ace's back, opened her red lips slightly, and bit down on Ace's neck. Ever since I boarded Ace's boat, Ace would have something exciting every time before arriving at the destination. This exciting feeling of people flying on the boat and souls chasing behind the boat made Nami almost think she was going to die. The railgun is an acceleration method unique to the Mary that was born based on her Thunderfruit ability as a power source, combined with the highest shipbuilding technology in the Seven Waters City, and Ace's field of understanding. In this acceleration mode, the plane really flies at a speed close to thunder. Although Nami is a Thunderfruit user, flying at such a speed 10,000 meters deep in the sea still makes Nami feel like her heart is going to jump out of her chest. Nami, who is a Thunderfruit user, was like this, and the other girls felt that their feet were a little weak, and they looked at Ace with tears in their eyes. It's great to be part of Ace's crew. Every time you land, you feel like you've died and been reborn. Ha. Sorry. The tingling feeling on his neck made Ace laugh even louder. This insincere laughter made Nami feel desperate. Ace is like this every time, but he won't change it next time. My old bones are almost broken apart. Rayleigh also rubbed her hair and looked at Ace with a wry smile. At the beginning, Roger also liked to carry out landing adventures in particularly exaggerated ways. But compared with Ace, it is simply too childish. Flying at a speed close to thunder on the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep. Thanks to Ace's understanding field and Mary's control, the ships of Mary, Division 0, and Division 6 are among the top ships in the world. Otherwise, an ordinary ship would have to break apart at this speed. In this regard, Silver Rayleigh, known as Pluton, can only say irritation. Unlike the other girls, Ain, who was almost deprived of all her power by Perona's spirit fruit ability, almost fainted at this time. His whole body went limp to the ground, his eyes looking at Ace in horror. Perona's spirit fruit, and with the help of Ace's understanding field, the negative ghost's ability is also more precisely controlled. It can make people with negative ghost abilities have their pure power become negative and unable to exert any power. The advantage of this is that you don't have to listen to people with negative ghost abilities and say negative things all the time. After all, it's a bit annoying if you hear words like that too many times. Ain and Zephyr are now possessed by such abilities. The power in their bodies has become negative and they are unable to use any power. Devil fruit abilities, Haki, and even physical strength have become negative and cannot be used. Under such circumstances, it is a good thing that he didn't faint in the face of such an exciting way of appearing. Yes, I opened my eyes. Zephyr took out a spray, took 2 strong puffs, and gasped with cold sweat on his forehead. This guy has become a man above the 4 emperors, and he is so crazy in what he does. Should I say he is a lunatic, or he has not forgotten his original intention? His current status does not seem to have any influence on this man. The style of doing things is still the same as before. Is he a man who is not bound by status and does things according to his heart? Zephyr looked at Ace, silent, and then the corner of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Just, let me take a good look at how far you can do it. You are. Oh, at this time, a sweet and soft voice attracted everyone's attention. Because Ace's appearance was too exciting, everyone's observation Haki temporarily lost its effect. At this time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone could see clearly where they were. Human, mermaid princess. Vivi looked at Shirahoshi and exclaimed. Advertisement. Well, so beautiful, and, because. Kaya looked at Shirahoshi, covering her red lips, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Is this the mermaid princess? She is indeed as beautiful as Sister Hancock. Is the legendary mermaid princess so big? Is she the legendary mermaid princess who is as beautiful as I am? Hancock looked at Shirahoshi, his beautiful eyes slightly raised. Indeed, it is beautiful. The key is, it is too majestic. Hancock looked at Shirahoshi's graceful body, coughed dryly, and became extremely cold. Concubine, Tuan is the most beautiful. The mermaid princess is indeed born. Rayleigh looked at Shirahoshi with a confused expression. When the Roger pirates came here, the mermaid princess was not yet born. Destiny played a huge joke on their Roger pirates. But fortunately, now that he has joined the Entei pirates and is here, the mermaid princess has been born and grown up. Poseidon. The power of Poseidon in the body also began to revive due to the power of Nika in Ace's body. This era really belongs to Ace. You are Mr. Ace. Yes, Lord Ace. At this time, Shirahoshi was very frightened because so many people suddenly appeared in the room, because the smoke in the room completely dissipated. I finally saw everyone's appearance clearly. When he saw Ace's face, Shirahoshi suddenly became emotional and exclaimed. Why? When the girls heard Shirahoshi's words, they were stunned. Princess Mermaid, do you know Ace? Nami looked at Shirahoshi, a little surprised. Yeah, I saw that World Live broadcast in the room. Lord Ace saved our companions. Father said, because in front of the whole world, Mr. Ace said that the world government did not dare to judge, so it was up to Ace. After Mr. C came to judge, it has been a long time since anyone dared to hurt our companions. Lord Jinbei also said that Lord Ace is a great man. I admire you very much, Tianxia. Shirahoshi felt very nervous when he saw so many people looking at him. But he still said what was in his heart. During the Yandy incident, when Ace was trying the celestial dragons, he happened to encounter the celestial dragons' illegal trade in mermaids. After Ace rescued him and told the world that the world government cannot protect the allies, I will be the judge. Bounty hunters and pirates all over the world who want to catch mermaids and dream of getting rich overnight are frightened. Although at this time, the Fishman Island is the territory of 4 emperors Whitebeard. But there are still many bounty hunters and pirates who take risks for huge profits and try to capture mermaids. After all, the final buyers of these mermaids are either rich or noble, and they even include the world's real aristocrats, the celestial dragons. Even if Whitebeard knows, what if he can take the celestial dragons? But now, it's completely different. Even the celestial dragons were publicly tried and executed by Emperor Yan. Those bounty hunters and pirates simply don't dare to catch mermaids on the Fishman Island anymore. After all, there is a saying circulating in the sea now. After offending the 4 emperors, there is still a chance of survival. But if you offend Emperor Yan, then even if you go to the ends of the earth, you will only die. I see. After patiently listening to Shirahoshi's nervous statement, the girls also understood the whole story. The corners of his mouth curled up with a smile of joy. Under the leadership of Ace, their Entei pirates also completely saved many mermaids from the disaster of being captured. Back in the Sabaody archipelago, I saw how the celestial dragons treated the mermaid girls, and I felt extremely angry. I feel very happy and relieved to be able to help the mermaid. After hearing Shirahoshi's words, Ace also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then, just as he was about to speak, a whistling sound suddenly came from 3 people. Chapter 225. Awe of the Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the atmosphere, bursts of whistling sounds suddenly erupted. Accompanied by the whistling sound, an extremely large number of knives, axes and other weapons seemed to be affected by a mysterious force, causing them to fly quickly through the atmosphere. The targets of these weapons are all pointing in one direction. That is the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, Shark. Shark Makaro looked anxiously at the many weapons leaping in the atmosphere. This hard shell tower is designed to help Shirahoshi resist these weapons. These weapons, powered by Banda Dakanai X's target fruit ability, can attack Shirahoshi at extremely fast speeds, no matter how far apart they are. Although Shirahoshi is a mermaid princess, King Neptune of the Dragon Palace and Shirahoshi's brothers are not weak in strength. But facing the attack of flying weapons that will come at some unknown time, there is nothing we can do. As for seeking help from the 4 emperors and Whitebeard who are now sheltering the Fishman Island, Neptune has never thought about it. After all, Whitebeard's ability to protect the Fishman Island is already a great favor. And because of such a thing, it is really shameless to seek help from Whitebeard. Moreover, this is an underwater world with a depth of 10,000 meters. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is also a user with Devil Fruit's abilities, and has many inconveniences in the deep sea. Moreover, because of the ability of the target fruit, the location where Banda Dak and Ix launched his attack was completely impossible to find. In such a vast seabed, even 4 Emperors' observation Haki would not be able to detect the specific location of Banda Dak and Ix. So Neptune built this hard shell tower for Shirahoshi. In this hard shell tower, all attacks launched by Ben, 427, Tower Dak and Ix using the target fruit ability will be blocked by the hard door of the hard shell tower. Although Shirahoshi sacrificed his freedom and was unable to leave the hard shell tower, at least safety was guaranteed. But now, the door of the hard shell tower was completely destroyed by the impact of the melee due to the landing of Ace and others. The weapons that attacked because of the target fruit's ability came to the inside of the hard shell tower unimpeded. Makaro. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Makaro who was standing in front of her and let out a casual exclamation. Shark shark. Makaro shouted, looking at the weapons flying in the sky, the shark's eyes were full of determination. Makaro was already prepared and used its body to block Shirahoshi's attack. Buzz. Ba. 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 In the shocked eyes of Shirahoshi and Makaro. Ace's eyes suddenly focused. The next moment, countless black and purple lightning flashed crazily in the atmosphere of the hard shell tower. Boom. Bang. 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 The weapon flying across the sky disintegrated instantly under the violent power of the moment it touched the violent black-purple lightning in the atmosphere. These weapons made of steel seemed to be dissolved at this moment, and disappeared instantly under the roar of violent black and purple lightning. Not even a trace of iron slag was left behind. No matter how many times I've seen it, I'm always amazed. Ace's Conqueror's Haki has surpassed Roger's before, right? Shaki looked at the weapon that disintegrated instantly and exclaimed. Ace's control over Conqueror's Haki is the strongest I've ever seen. As for the strength of Conqueror's Haki, it should be said that it is between equal at present. Rayleigh's lips raised slightly and she exclaimed. How strong is Ace's control over Conqueror's Haki? It is so powerful that it controls Conqueror's Haki as if it were its own arms. You can even use Conqueror's Haki to move the target in front of Ace without harming the target. Similarly, facing the weapons flying all over the sky, Ace can use Conqueror's Haki to instantly and accurately destroy every part of the weapon. From a visual point of view, it is as if these weapons dissolved the moment they encountered Ace's Conqueror's Haki. And if it is applied to humans, if the target does not have a Haki that can resist Ace Conqueror's Haki, then Ace can use Conqueror's Haki to instantly attack every cell of the target. This level of control over Conqueror's Haki has never been heard of before. Roger, of course, can't have it either. As for the strength of Conqueror's Haki, although Ace's Haki is strong, Roger became the Pirate King by relying on Conqueror's Haki and Kendo. Conqueror's Haki is much more powerful than Whitebeard at his peak. After all, Whitebeard and Shockfruit's power at his peak was infinitely greater than that of him in his twilight years. Advertisement similarly, Kong Yunchi, who possesses one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Knife, although he failed to forge Kong Yunchi into a black sword, Shan Yu's Kendo is not weak either. In this case, Roger can fight equally with Whitebeard at his peak, which is enough to prove that Roger's Conqueror's Haki is stronger than Whitebeard at his peak. Although today's Ace Conqueror's Haki is terrifyingly powerful, it is the best in the sea of this era. But compared with the former Roger, he is only in the middle. But this was enough to amaze Rayleigh. After all, Roger had been fighting on the sea for a long time. During the Valley of the Gods incident, he joined forces with Garp to dethrone Rox. Zebek, the absolute overlord of the sea at that time. After that, he completely conquered the Grand Line and became the Pirate King. Ace, on the other hand, has only sailed the first half of the Grand Line and is even more young. Although Ace's journey in the first half of the Grand Line is legendary, he has not yet completely conquered the Grand Line. But in terms of strength, Conqueror's Haki is no less powerful than Roger. I really can't believe how powerful Ace's Conqueror's Haki will be on the day Ace truly becomes the king of the world. Rayleigh looked at the black and purple lightning of Conqueror's Haki gradually dissipating in the atmosphere and was filled with emotion. Lord Ace. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Ace with a gentle smile on his face. Okay, so awesome. Is this the power of Ace? Those weapons that made her feel desperate, Master Ace just made them disappear in an instant with just a look. The black and purple lightning was the same as the live broadcast I saw during the Yandy incident. It was so powerful. Shirahoshi looked at Ace and sniffed. Shirahoshi. Ace's lips curved into a gentle smile and he looked at Shirahoshi. Master Ace. Shirahoshi stared blankly at Ace's smile. Want to live freely outside? Ace pointed to the outside of the hard-shell tower and said gently. Go out. Want to go out? Shirahoshi looked outside the hard-shell tower, with yearning filling his beautiful eyes. But then, it was covered up by fear again. She really wanted to go out if she could. Living with my father and royal brothers, she also wanted to worship her mother. However, as she is locked by the target fruit's ability, if she goes out, she will definitely face an attack that will come at some unknown time. Facing those attacks, her father and brothers would definitely not let her get hurt, and would use their bodies to block those attacks for her. She was more afraid of her father and brothers being harmed than losing her freedom. Don't worry, starting from today, you will no longer be troubled by the target fruit's ability. Ace looked at Shirahoshi and smiled gently. Why? When Shirahoshi heard this, his beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Shirahoshi. At this moment, Ri Zhousheng's anxious shouting came. Shirahoshi looked towards the outside of the hard shell tower, and suddenly shouted with tears in his beautiful eyes. Father. Brother Wang. Shirahoshi. Great, Shirahoshi is not injured. Shirahoshi's third brother, a somewhat happy-looking man, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shirahoshi was not injured. Very good, Shirahoshi's second prince brother, the lanky Emperor Hoshi, also shouted happily. Call. Among the two, the most aloof one, Shirahoshi's eldest brother, Hoshi, also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the hard shell tower exploded, they rushed towards the hard shell tower together with King Neptune. On the way here, the three people who were worried about their sister were worried that something might happen to Shirahoshi. Fortunately, Shirahoshi did not receive any injuries when he arrived. That person is. At this time, Neptune, who was taller than Shirahoshi and the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, known as the Great Knight of the Sea. Looking at the figure in front of Shirahoshi in shock, cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Advertisement, After hearing Neptune's words, the three brothers, who had only focused on their sister and only Shirahoshi in their eyes, noticed the figure in front of Shirahoshi. Hey, who are you? Leave Shirahoshi. Shut up. Kurata, who cared deeply about Shirahoshi, was about to shout out, but was stopped by Shirahoshi, who was covered in cold sweat. He is. Sharkstar looked at Ace and was shocked. Emperor. As soon as this title appeared, the air suddenly became quiet. The unconventional Kai Xing and Huang Xing looked at the figure with shocked expressions on their faces, and cold sweat began to flow uncontrollably on their foreheads. The man who was superior to the four emperors caused the Yan Emperor incident and shocked men all over the world. Ente. Portgas de Ace. Why did this super big man come here and still be with Shirahoshi? The star's pupils shrank almost to the shape of needles, and he looked at Ace in disbelief. Although their Dragon Palace Kingdom is not weak, the Fishman Island is protected by the four emperors, Whitebeard. Those bounty hunters and pirates who steal fish only dare to do it in the dark. Once discovered by the Dragon Palace Kingdom, they will only die. In order to protect the mermaid and their companions, the three brothers act very decisively and high profile on weekdays. But at this time, the three brothers all stayed in place as if they had been cast a restraining spell. My body seemed to be out of control, and I was shaking unconsciously. Because what they were facing at this time was the Yan Emperor incident that shocked the world. The power of just one pirate group defeated the behemoth on the sea, the naval headquarters. The cadres under his command are all fearsome and powerful men who are famous throughout the sea. Admiral of the Entei pirate fleet, the strongest man in the world today, the man who is superior to the four emperors. Entei. Portgas de Ace. The weight of this name alone was enough to make the three shark stars tremble and stay in place, unable to make any movement. Without him, because if this man is offended, the Fishman Island may become a purgatory. Yan, Emperor Yan, if my daughter has offended Emperor Yan, please let me atone for my sins. Neptune glanced at it and paused. The heart is as gray as death. Not only Entei has come here, but the famous cadres of the Entei pirate fleet, in addition to the captain of the first team Kuzan and the captain of the second team, Dark Ranger, also. All present. Pluton, Silver Hyphenation Point Rayleigh, Nami, the little thief cat, who can fight with the Marine Admiral. Also, the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock, who has announced her withdrawal from Shichibu 2.1 and joins the Entei Pirates. Firebird, Lackey. Desert Princess, Vivi. Devil's Son, Nico Robin. Black Rose, Nokia. Fallen Doctor, Kaya. Silent Swordsman, Tashigi. Princess Mononoke, Perona. Angel, Konus. All these famous cadres are here. Not to mention Emperor Yan, these cadres alone are enough to level the Fishman Island. As for why Neptune subconsciously thought that Shirahoshi had offended Entei, it's because the door of the hard shell tower was obviously destroyed by Emperor Yan's ship. Seeing such a scene for a moment, I was extremely anxious because of my love for my daughter. In addition, Neptune was under great pressure in the face of Entei, and he immediately thought that Shirahoshi had offended Entei. The huge body immediately fell from the air and looked at Ace in fear. Sharkstar, Star, and Cartoon Star also fell quickly. It would be disrespectful to stand above the Emperor. In this sea, if you want to survive, you must have enough respect for the Emperor. Especially, facing the Emperor who is above the four emperors. Neptune, long time no see, why are you so nervous? Rayleigh looked at Neptune funny and laughed, but Rayleigh can also understand what Neptune is like now. It is true that Ace's reputation is too great nowadays. Father, Sir Ace did not hurt me, it was Sir Ace who helped me block the attack. Shirahoshi looked at his frightened father and three royal brothers and said quickly. Why? Neptune, father and son, were immediately stunned. Chapter 226. The Admiration of Sea Hero, Jinbei. Why? The Neptunes, father and son, stared blankly at Shirahoshi and Ace with a gentle smile on his face. It turns out that they misunderstood. Suddenly, King Neptune and his son breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Looking at the strange expression on his former friend, Rayleigh, Neptune could only smile bitterly. You can't blame him for misunderstanding. In fact, the name of Emperor Yan is too loud on the sea. In this sea, any person or force that offends Emperor Yan will only end up being wiped off the map. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, or Enies Lobby, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government, have become stepping stones for Emperor Yan. Especially the Yan Emperor incident, this public execution broadcast lived to the world, made people all over the world see the style of Emperor Yan. Even the celestial dragons, who are the descendants of the creator, the true nobles of the world, and enjoy unlimited privileges, can be publicly executed if Emperor Yan wants to. Not even the naval headquarters, or even the 5 elders, the most powerful holders in the world, could stop Entei's public execution. One of the highest powers in the world, the god of scientific defense in the 5 elders, Jago Lucia Satan, had his head smashed by Emperor Yan at the end of the live broadcast. Although the world government later proved through public opinion that Saint Satan was unscathed. But being able to smash Saint Satan's head in front of the whole world, and still being able to escape from the Sabaody archipelago. Although it is unclear what happened on Sabaody archipelago after the live broadcast ended. But this is enough to show what kind of person Yan Emperor is. Even the world government, the real behemoth in this sea, has no way to deal with Emperor Yan. In addition, during the world live broadcast of the Yan Emperor event, the shocking combat power displayed by Yan Emperor. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu was stepped into the lava hell by Entei and almost died. Emperor Yan was actually able to create a lava hell with a temperature even more terrifying than the center of the earth, reaching a temperature of over 10,000 degrees Celsius in a single thought. You know, the temperature of volcanic eruptions deep in the sea is only between 700 and 1400 degrees Celsius. Even so, it can quickly heat the surrounding sea area to a high temperature of more than 100 degrees Celsius, causing widespread death of underwater races. It is an out-and-out catastrophe at the bottom of the sea. A high temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius is more than 10 times the temperature of an undersea volcanic eruption. It is simply unimaginable. And the power that can summon and control the undead souls who died at the hands of Emperor Yan is as frightening as the King of Hades. Emperor Yan during the battle was truly like an emperor sitting on a throne high in the sky, controlling the life and death of thousands of creatures. The Yan Emperor pirate fleet he commanded became even more terrifying after the Yan Emperor incident. Former Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji quit Marine and joined the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, becoming the captain of the 1st Division. One of the original 7 warlords of the sea, owner of Conqueror's Haki, and the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock quit 7 warlords of the sea and joined the Entei Pirates. In addition to the Entei Pirate Fleet, the original powerful officers who were famous in the sea. The Entei Pirate Fleet has become the strongest pirate group in the history of this sea. Even the Roger Pirates, commanded by the former Pirate King, Goldo Roger, are definitely not as powerful as the current Entei Pirates. Plus the news that came out not long ago. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was killed by Kuzan, captain of the 1st Division under Entei, and Dark Ranger, captain of the 2nd Division, with a smile. The Don Quixote family under his command was completely destroyed. And Dress Rosa even withdrew from the world government and became the territory of the Entei Pirates fleet. Known as the Daughter Kingdom, the Amazon Lily guarded by the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock has also become the territory of the Entei Pirate fleet. This world government was used to deter all pirates in the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 major forces of the sea, almost fell apart in the hands of Emperor Yan. Faced with such an act of openly trampling the face of the world government under its feet, the world government had no recourse at all. How could one not be frightened by the arrival of such a super big man who was above the 4 emperors? Even if Entei is the bloodline of the Pirate King who has been here before and has a good relationship with the Ryujin kingdom. Even under the command of Emperor Yan, there is still Rayleigh, an old acquaintance. But Neptune knew very well that when facing the real overlord in this sea, he must maintain enough awe. Only in this way can we survive on this sea. Coupled with the environment of the hard shell tower, it looks like the Entei pirates broke open the door. Neptune was naturally terrified. Fortunately, things were not as he thought. It was not Shirahoshi who had angered the overlord of the sea. But this overlord of the sea, for some unknown reason, helped his daughter Shirahoshi. I'm really grateful for Yandi's help. Your declaration to the world during the Yandi incident helped our country's mermaids avoid being captured. Please let our Dragon Palace Kingdom express our gratitude to Emperor Yan and attend our Dragon Palace Kingdom's banquet. Neptune's posture was very low. Advertisement after all, he had only seen the demeanor of this overlord on the sea who could compete with the world government in the live broadcast of the Yan Emperor event. We can only learn about this overlord character and style from newspapers. In newspapers, the world government's description of this overlord of the sea is almost like a tyrant. Although Neptune firmly believed that he could save a mermaid in front of the world, he also told the world that the criminal behavior of the participating countries that the world government could not protect would be judged by Emperor Yan. During this period of time, almost no mermaids were harassed by bounty hunters and pirates. Such a person cannot be the tyrant on paper. However, it is necessary to maintain necessary respect for an absolute overlord of the sea whom you meet for the first time. In addition, Emperor Yan was indeed kind to their Dragon Palace kingdom invisibly, and King Neptune did want to express his gratitude to Ace. The banquet. It's really exciting. Ace also laughed when he heard this. The banquet in the Dragon Palace kingdom is also very strange for Ace. Ace has held many banquets above the sea. I have never participated in a banquet at a depth of 10,000 meters. Ace is also very interested in the fine wines and delicacies of the Ryujin kingdom. Seeing Ace's happiness, King Neptune and his son also smiled. This absolute overlord of the sea, who can defeat the world government, is completely different from what they imagined. He doesn't have the arrogance of being the overlord of the sea at all, but is much kinder than some big pirates. Especially Neptune, he felt that Emperor Yan was more generous than his old friend, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Then please. Neptune made a, please, gesture. Don't rush the party now. Shirahoshi's matter has not been completely resolved for her yet. Ace smiled and said, 43, Neptune, father and son, suddenly became excited. Could it be that Entei wants to help Shirahoshi solve Vanderdecken IX's troubles? For Vanderdecken X, Neptune and his son already hated him deeply. Shirahoshi is the crown jewel of their Ryujin kingdom. Neptune loved his daughter very much, and the 3 brothers Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Cartoon Star also cared about their sister very much. As a result, Shirahoshi was forced by Vanderdecken X to live in a hard-shell tower all day long. He couldn't even attend the funeral of his mother, Princess Odahime. Shirahoshi, who had a somewhat weak personality, now becomes very timid. This made the 3 brothers Neptune and Shark want to tear Vanderdecken X into pieces. But even after chasing Vanderdecken X for so many years, he still found nothing. The sea is really too vast, and the attack launched by Vanderdecken X has no trace left. Shirahoshi doesn't know how long this kind of life will last. But if Emperor Yan takes action, it will be completely different. Now the absolute overlord of the sea, since he said he wanted to take action, he would certainly be able to do it. Shirahoshi, can he finally leave the hard-shell tower and live a free life? The 3 brothers Neptune and Shark, both of them were full of excitement. Yes, Shirahoshi can live freely in the future, but to solve this matter, one person is needed. Ace looked at the excited Neptune father and son and smiled. Need someone? Who? Neptune and his son were stunned for a moment, and then asked quickly. He's already here. Ace looked into the distance and saw a blue figure coming quickly. Jinbei. Neptune and his son looked at the visitor and called out his name. Jinbei-sama. Shirahoshi looked at Jinbei and called out. The person who came was none other than Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a whale shark and sea hero. Sure enough, only one person in this sea can possess such a powerful Haki. In the great incident of Emperor Yan, due to camp reasons, it was a pity that we could not meet him, Emperor Yan. Advertisement Jinbei looked at Ace with an expression of admiration. The Yandi incident, what happened after Saint Seiden's head was smashed, is unknown to the world because the live broadcast has been shut down. But as one of the Shichibukai, Jinbei participated in the entire Entei incident and experienced what happened next. With terrifying power, extraordinary wisdom, and absolute skill, the Buster Call launched by the 5 elders was forced to terminate. Protected the safety of all people in Sabo archipelago. You know, Emperor Yan, who had forced the 5 elders to make concessions, could have gained huge benefits from this. At least, it would be easy to expand the power and territory of the Entei pirates beyond the 4 emperors. But Emperor Yan only chose to force the 5 elders to terminate the Buster Call, ensuring the safety of the people of Sabo archipelago. Facing such a man, Jinbei can only feel admiration. But it is very regrettable that because of the camp one was in at the time, I was not able to communicate face to face with such a great man. It's really a big regret for Jinbei. Now that we meet at the Fishman Island, it can be regarded as making up for the original regret. Just call me Ace. Just in time, Jinbei, I need your help with something. Ace looked at Jinbei, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then I dared to call you Mr. Ace. Jinbei is not a person of ink, he immediately said, and then his face became solemn. If there are things within my power, I must experience them. 17. Jinbei said seriously. Mr. Ace more than just admired him. The Fishman Island, especially because of Emperor Yan's declaration about mermaids during the Yan Emperor incident, many mermaids avoided the fate of being captured. Such kindness, if there is a chance, Jinbei naturally, he wanted to repay the favor. A favor must be repaid, and only then can one be called a sea hero. It's not that serious, I just need you to get rid of Vanderdecken. Ace looked at Jinbei and smiled. In the deep sea, no one can exert more power than Jinbei. Although Ace also has a way to exert his power in the deep sea, his ability to move in the deep sea is still incomparable to Jinbei. Vanderdecken. The guy who threatened Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbei's face turned serious. Yes, I need your help to do this. Ace smiled. How can this be said to be help? This is obviously a favor to us, the Fishman Island. Jinbei's eyes were excited and he said quickly, Nami, find the place to use consumption. Jinbei, this is for you. Upon hearing this, Ace didn't waste any time and handed a phone bug to Jinbei. This phone bug has my power on it. No matter how far away it is in the deep sea, it can still communicate normally. Ace smiled. Jinbei understood immediately. This is probably the reason why Mr. Ace was able to broadcast the public execution of the Yan Emperor incident to the whole world. I understand, then I'll go. I'm sorry to trouble you about the location of Vanderdecken. Jinbei immediately smiled at Na. Just call me Nami and leave it to me. Nami chuckled. Then her beautiful eyes suddenly became crazy. Observation Haki, with the Thunder Fruit ability, spreads rapidly. Buzz. The realm of understanding, that beautiful package. Under the influence of the comprehension field, Thunder Fruit's ability to amplify Observation Haki's radio waves can also be effective in the deep sea. Moreover, the scope of influence is even broader. Location, I've arrived. Nami's red lips lifted slightly. Chapter 227, One Strike, All Destroyed, Rayleigh's Rage. This is an extremely huge ship, about half the size of the entire Fishman. Even in the deep sea, you can still feel a sense of oppression because of its huge size. The name of this ship is Noah, inside the cabin at this time. Ha 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 ha, Shirahoshi should be scared now, right? This is what happens if you don't accept my love. A fishman with 4 legs burst into laughter. The person with target fruit ability, Vanderdecken X. Idiot. In the shadows, a great white shark man with sinister eyes was staring at Vanderdecken. The shark's mouth opened wide, revealing its ferocious sharp teeth. The leader of the new fish-human pirate group, Wa Jones. In order to fight for the sovereignty of the Fishman Island from King Neptune of the Dragon Palace, he used the celestial dragon's letters obtained by Odahime to attend the World Summit and massacre the royal families of various countries. Hody Jones, who created a kingdom of Murloc supremacy. If it weren't for the fact that the idiot Vanderdecken's target fruit ability could cause trouble to the Dragon Palace, he would have killed this idiot. With such a convenient ability, he only used it to threaten the Fishman princess into accepting his love. He was simply an idiot. If he had this ability, he would definitely kill Neptune and take over the Dragon Palace kingdom. However, if you eat the devil fruit, you will lose your ability to swim and be cast aside by the sea. In this case, what is the difference between them and those lower races of humans? The ferocity of Ultimate is hidden in the eyes of Hody Jones when he looks at Vanderdecken. Vanderdecken, who cannot navigate the sea, can no longer be called a noble fishman in the eyes of Hody Jones, too. When the Dragon Palace kingdom is taken over, this waste will die. You use this ability to help me kill Neptune. Then Shirahoshi will definitely belong to you, how about that? Hody Jones' shark has a ferocious look on his face. Of course he will not eat the devil fruit and lose his noble fishman bloodline that can roam the ocean. But it is still possible to use the waste Vanderdecken. Being able to contribute to the noble Murloc tribe can be regarded as reusing the defective Murloc Vanderdecken who ate the devil fruit. I told you right, I don't want to do things under others. Vanderdecken frowned. Arlong also invited him once, but he also rejected it. As a descendant of first-generation Vanderdecken, there is no way he would be inferior to others. It's not about working under me, it's about working with me. Hearing this, Hody Jones suppressed the ferocity in his eyes and smiled. Cooperation? That's no problem. Vanderdecken thought for a moment after hearing this and nodded. If this continues, who knows how long it will be before Shirahoshi can be with him. After destroying the Ryubu kingdom and killing all the royal families of the Ryubu kingdom, will Shirahoshi just let him do what he wants? Then it's a pleasure to work together. Hody Jones' shark grinned, showing his fangs, and stretched out his hand. This kind of idiot can be used by him with just a few words. He originally had no intention of taking Vanderdecken under his command. How could this kind of defective member of the Murloc tribe, who couldn't swim in the ocean after eating the devil fruit, be worthy of being a high-ranking subordinate? After it is used up, Vanderdecken, a defective product, will die. I don't like shaking hands with other people. Vanderdecken looked at Hody Jones' extended hand and said, "Two." Hody Jones raised his eyebrows, and a little bloodshot appeared in the shark's eyes. Then, let's wait until we kill Neptune in the future and seize the power of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Let's have another 1,000 cups. Hody Jones grinned. Vanderdecken heard this and nodded, with a look of expectation in his eyes. By that time, White Star must already belong to him. However, Vanderdecken did not notice at this time that Hody Jones's eyes began to become ferocious. This idiot, who is obviously a defective product who can no longer swim and has abandoned his noble fishman bloodline, still dares to refuse his handshake? He decided that on the day he killed this good-for-nothing, he would use his sharp teeth to crush the bones of this good-for-nothing into pieces. The corner of Hody Jones's mouth curved into a cruel arc. Immediately, in order not to be noticed by Vanderdecken, a waste with useful value, he quickly changed his expression and changed the subject. But what was the reason for the whistling sound before? It seemed to be heading in the direction of the hard shell tower. Hey, Dakin, that's not your attack, right? Hody Jones was confused. Speaking of this, I am also very concerned. Is there anyone else besides me who is eyeing Shirahoshi? Vanderdecken looked gloomy. In his opinion, Shirahoshi already belongs to him. If anyone else dares to snatch Shirahoshi from him, then let Shirahoshi and that person die together. Advertisement, then attack again. Vanderdecken roared and took off his gloves. The ability of the target fruit makes Vanderdecken's hands become tools for displaying abilities. Anything touched by Vanderdecken's hands will become his target. However, the target fruit's ability also has an upper limit. The number of targets that can be used as targets is limited. Therefore, in order to ensure that the target he selected remains unchanged, he wears gloves on weekdays. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to join forces with Hody Jones just now. At this time, Vanderdecken really wanted to go to Shirahoshi to confirm whether anyone else dared to compete with him. Shirahoshi. But Vanderdecken is not a real fool. He knows that if he goes, he will definitely be caught by the people of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Therefore, Vanderdecken plans to launch another attack, and he will use an unprecedented large-scale attack. In this case, if someone dares to snatch Shirahoshi from him, even if they cannot be killed, they should retreat in the face of such a large-scale attack. Hee. Go to Shirahoshi. Vanderdecken laughed and prepared to activate the saddle fruit ability. What a good place to hide. It turned out to be hiding in Noah. A chuckle came, causing Vanderdecken's pupils to shrink. Who? Hody Jones's eyes were bloodshot, and he glanced around ferociously. The other cadres of the new Fishman pirate group also changed their expressions and became alert. Hody, you are so stubborn. A familiar voice made Hody Jones' eyes freeze. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be Boss Jinbei. Hody Jones laughed out loud as he watched Jinbei emerge from the shadows. Now that you've heard it, it doesn't matter. How about it, Boss Jinbei? Do you want to join us and accomplish the great things of our Fishman clan together? The noble fishmen should be the masters of this world, and the lowly humans should be the slaves of our human race. Hody Jones laughed out loud. He. A laugh with a strong sense of ridicule came from the shadows, making Hody Jones's eyes quickly turn blood red. Who? Come out. Hody Jones looked sinister. I didn't expect that there are people with this kind of thinking among the Murlocs. Do you want to be like the celestial dragons? A figure walked out of the shadows and walked to Jinbei's side. Who are you? Hody Jones's eyes narrowed. Captain of the Entei Pirates 0 Division, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Why are you here? Vanderdecken growled. The worldwide live broadcast of the Entei incident allowed the new Fishman pirates and Vanderdecken in the shadows of the deep sea to learn information about the Entei pirates. Fire Emperor. Hearing the name, Jones's eyes quickly turned blood red. Did the guy who killed Brother Arlong also come to the Fishman Island? Hody Jones stared at Rayleigh with blood-red eyes. Wa Jones didn't care at all about what the Entei pirates did in the Sabaody archipelago. What worries Hody Jones the most is that Arlong, the eldest brother in East Blue, was killed by Emperor Yan. There were also many noble fellow fishmen who were also killed by that B*******************. How can you not avenge such a great hatred? Jinbei, you have fallen and betrayed the noble fishmen. He actually stayed with the subordinate who killed Brother Arlong. Hody Jones looked at Jinbei and roared. You are the one who betrayed the Fishman tribe, Hody. Are you worthy of Princess Odahime's efforts? Jinbei roared angrily. Princess Odahime. Oh, that idiot woman who fantasizes about letting noble fishmen and lowly humans live together. Hody Jones smiled sarcastically. I'm so sorry, I killed that idiot woman, ha ha ha. Hody Jones laughed nervously. What did you say? Jinbei's pupils shrank. That idiot woman actually wants our noble fish people to live with lowly humans. Shouldn't she be killed? Advertisement. After killing that idiot woman, the fishmen finally realized that living with those lowly humans was a big joke. Jahahaha. Recalling the words of hatred for humans shouted by the fishmen after that idiot woman was killed by him. Hody Jones felt refreshed throughout his body and mind. Depraved bastards, let me catch you and go to Princess Odahime's tomb to repent. Jinbei, who has always been good-tempered, was completely furious at this time and assumed a fishman karate posture. Jiahahaha. We are different now from before, Jinbei. Hody Jones looked at Jinbei and laughed. Then, together with the other cadres of the new Fishman pirates, they took out a handful of medicine. Taking this medicine will double the strength of the person taking it. Only the noble fishmen can withstand such strong medicine. Hey, your name is Pluton, let me show you the greatness of our noble fish people. Throwing a handful of pills into his mouth, Hody Jones's appearance quickly changed. The shark's eyes turned into red background and white pupils, and the whole person seemed to be crazy, laughing endlessly. I see. Does the upper limit of tolerance for drugs that overdraw one's vitality depend on one's own constitution? Rayleigh's observation Haki captured the changes in Hody Jones and the other cadres of the new Fishman pirates, and their expressions became indifferent. Jinbei looked at these new Fishman pirate group cadres in silence, with a look of regret in his eyes. Completely different from the former tiger bosses, these guys have fallen to ultimate. That's right. Only the perfect bodies of our noble fishmen can eat so much tremble, humans. Feel the despair, humanity, Hody Jones roared. Bah. Rayleigh suddenly grabbed the handle of the knife at her waist. All around him, countless violent black and purple lightning began to roar. Countless lightnings enveloped Rayleigh's whole body, making Rayleigh look like she was in the center of thunder. Ace, you have spread the will of D throughout the world. Your existence is a blasphemy against the great incident of Emperor Yan. Rayleigh's eyes are cold, representing Conqueror's Haki's thick black and purple, country-mad crowd. At this time, Rayleigh was angry. The Yan Emperor incident is Ace's first step to overthrow the world government. It's also Ace's first step in subverting the ridiculously pathetic guys in celestial dragons. As a result, these Murlocs are still thinking about turning the Murlocs into celestial dragons. They are simply seeking death. Rayleigh has no intention of showing any mercy to a guy like this. Under Rayleigh's fully activated Conqueror's Haki, Vanderdecken, Hody Jones, and all the leaders of the new Fishman pirates were unable to move. Even Jinbei on the side felt tremendous pressure. As expected of Pluton, Silver Rayleigh's Haki, if he were on land, he might not even be able to catch a single move. Jinbei looked at Rayleigh and secretly marveled. Why can't I move? Why? Hody Jones was furious. He was so noble, but he was restrained by the power of a human being. Give it to me, break it open. Hody Jones's eyes were blood red, and he shook his body with all his strength. The medicine fish on his body flew into the air, and was swallowed by Hody Jones in one gulp. Bah! Bah! Hody Jones's body changed rapidly and became extremely twisted. But at the same time, Hody Jones's hair also turned gray. After taking so many drugs, my vitality has been completely exhausted. Ha ha ha! I'm invincible. Don't try to trap me, human. Hody Jones roared angrily, broke free from the restraints of Conqueror's Haki, and rushed towards Rayleigh. Yeah? Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze. Clang. Bah. Boom. The sword is unsheathed. Boom. Under the horrified expression of Hody Jones, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki slashed and drowned him. Vanderdecken was also in despair, and his consciousness disappeared instantly. The bodies of other new Fishman pirate group leaders also collapsed instantly. One click to find. New Fishman pirates, Vanderdecken X. Total destruction. Chapter 228. Poseidon, revive. While Rayleigh and Jinbei were dealing with Vanderdecken X and Hody Jones, Ace and others took Shirahoshi to the place where Shirahoshi wanted to go most. This underwater forest is located in the northeast of Fishman Street. Because many sunken ships in the sea were transported here along the flow of the tide, it is also known as the ship graveyard. Because Sun Tree Eve transmits sunlight from the sea to the Fishman Island, many beautiful corals grow here, and many groups of whales also feed here. This place is called the Forest of the Sea. It is also the location of the tomb of Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Odahime. Because of Vanderdecken X, Shirahoshi couldn't even come here to express his condolences after the death of Princess Odahime. Shirahoshi has always wanted to come to her mother's tomb and worship her mother. In front of Princess Odahime's tomb, Shirahoshi made a praying posture, clasping his hands in front of him and closing his eyes. At this time, Shirahoshi seemed to have really come to her mother's side. She, who had always been very timid and loved to cry, now had a slight smile on her face. Looking at Shirahoshi, Neptune, Sharkstar, Thick Star and Kalastar Kakuzu had tears in their eyes. They really owe Shirahoshi a lot. Shirahoshi was only 6 years old when Princess Odahime was assassinated and died. Since childhood, Shirahoshi lost his mother's love when he needed her most. It was even because of Vanderdecken X's ability that Shirahoshi was unable to even attend his mother's funeral. Even because the four of them, father and son, were unable to capture Vanderdecken X, Shirahoshi could only live alone in the hard shell tower, with the only companion being the shark Makaro. For Shirahoshi, the three brothers Neptune and Sharkstar care about Shirahoshi to the core. But because of their lack of ability, even Shirahoshi's wish to worship his mother could not be realized. Fortunately, it's finally over. Shirahoshi finally realized his wish to worship his mother. Seeing the happy expression on Shirahoshi's face, the three brothers Neptune and Sharkstar couldn't express their gratitude to Ace in words. If it weren't for Ace, I don't know how many more years Shirahoshi would have been living in the dark alone in the hard shell tower. Looking at Shirahoshi's appearance, Nami and Nokagao, who also lost their mother due to Arlong when they were young, thought of Belmir, 983. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Woo! Nami and Nokagao felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. They raised their pretty faces and looked up. What they saw was Ace's gentle smile. Belmir will definitely be happy when she sees what you are like now. Ace held Nami and Nobi in his arms and comforted them gently. Although Nami has now fully mastered the power of Thunderfruit and the power of Conqueror's Haki, he can fight head-on with the four emperors and is one of the strongest men on the sea. Nokagao is also a cadre of the Entei pirates, whose bounty is as high as 800 million and whose reputation is known throughout the sea. But in the final analysis, they are still girls under 20 years old. Strong people are also human beings and have their own feelings. Touching the scene and showing your weak side will not hinder Haki's growth, but will allow the strong to recognize themselves more clearly and continue to roam the sea. Ace, lend us your shoulder. Nami and Noki lay high on Ace's shoulders, burying their pretty faces in Ace's arms. Ace gently stroked Nami and Nokigao's hair, comforting them silently and tenderly. Ace also wanted to help Nami and Nokagao summon Belmir's soul from the underworld. But currently, Ace can't do it either. Residual Fire Style South Fire 10 Trillion's Death Burial Formation, combined with the power of the Underworld Fruit, can currently only summon people who Ace has killed in the underworld. The power of the Underworld Fruit cannot lock the soul's aura without being killed by him. There are more than billions of souls in Hades. Without locking the soul breath, it is naturally impossible to summon the soul of Vice Admiral from Hades. However, it is not possible to do it now, which does not mean that it will not be possible in the future. The power of Devil Fruit, the power in the field of understanding, has not been developed to ultimate by Ace, and there is still room for improvement. Maybe in the future, Ace can really summon the souls he wants to recall from Hades. However, Ace will not make promises to Nami and Nokagao now if they cannot do it now. What Ace said must have been achieved. This is Ace's code of conduct. It is also Ace, the owner of the strongest conqueror's Haki on the sea in this era. Ace will work hard for the two beloved girls in his arms, and wait until the day when it can really come true. Ace looked at Shirahoshi with his eyes wandering a little. For Ace, it is an unfamiliar word, advertisement. In his previous life, Ace had never felt his mother's love, and he didn't even know who his mother was. When he came to this world, the mother of this world, Porcas de Rouge, also died of evading Marine's pursuit, being pregnant for 20 months, and completely overdrawing her vitality. However, at the moment of birth, and before Rouge's death, Ace truly felt his mother's love. To this day, Ace still remembers what Rouge said to him before he died. Taking a hot bath every day has already become Ace's habit because of Rouge's words. Waiting for the day when it can really come true. There were some tears in the corners of Ace's eyes, but a warm smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. That kind of pure and selfless maternal love, still thinking back on it, makes Ace, who is now standing at the top of the ocean of this era, burst into tears. There is one more reason for me to continue to become stronger. Feeling Ace's emotional changes and the tears in the corners of Ace's eyes. Thinking of Ace's life experience, in the past, Marine and the world government had overwhelmingly promoted the public opinion pressure that Ace, who was of the blood of the Pirate King, should not exist in this world. The beautiful eyes of all the girls flashed with distressed expressions. They were all saved by Ace, and this was the first time Ace had shown such an expression in front of them. All the girls have experienced a lot, and they understand that the pain of childhood really takes a long time to heal. But Ace has never shown such an expression before. Ace, like a big tree in the sky, stands in front of them, solves all their problems, and also protects their growth. But compared to what Ace did to them, Ace's help seemed very inadequate. Looking at Ace, the girls felt distressed and secretly swore. You must continue to become stronger and become more able to help Ace. Moreover, they must use their advantages as women to slowly heal Ace's pain. Master Ace, thank you. At this time, Shirahoshi also finished paying homage to his mother, Princess Odahime, and looked at Ace with gratitude. You're welcome, you also remind me of the good times. The tears in the corners of Ace's eyes had long been evaporated by the Mera fruit ability, and he looked at Shirahoshi and smiled gently. Ace's eyes were full of soft colors. At this time, Ace could clearly feel that Nami and Nokagao in his arms had used his shoulders to calm their emotions from the beginning. It turned into wanting to use love to soothe the emotions in my heart. The emotional changes of the girls were also captured by Ace's observation Haki, making Ace's eyes softer and softer. Ace, Rayleigh and Jinbei are back. Feeling that Ace, BJBA's mood had stabilized, Nami raised her pre-face, pointed into the distance and said, Ace touched Nami's pre-face and smiled gently. Nami and Nuokagao also left Ace's arms appropriately and stood behind Ace. Mr. Ace, I can't help. Jinbei came in front of everyone and looked at Ace's expression, which was a little tangled. He was obviously going to get rid of Vanderdakenix and Hody Jones's gang. But in the end, because of his entangled feelings about taking action against his compatriots, Hody Jones and the others, he didn't even get any help. Moreover, although I am very disappointed with Hody Jones, he was born in Fishman Street after all. Seeing Hody Jones and others die in front of him, Jinbei's feelings at this time were somewhat complicated. Do not worry about it. Ace walked up to Jinbei, patted Jinbei on the shoulder and said gently. Mr. Ace. Jinbei looked at Ace's gentle smile, his eyes a little sour. Ace, this is the target fruit. Rayleigh took out a devil fruit. Rayleigh hunted the target fruit from Vanderdakenix in the same way as Lien Zan and Yi Xiao did. Guillaume, as the captain of the 6th Division, all the distribution of devil fruit at this level is left to you. Ace took the target fruit and handed it to Guillaume. The ability of target fruit can only be said to be average. However, it can also play some role when used as an auxiliary force on the battlefield. This level of devil fruit ability is naturally not worth Ace's trouble to distribute. Advertisement just leave it to Guillaume, the captain of the 6th Division and the commander of the Devil Fruit Corps, for distribution. Clear. Guillaume, who knew Ace's style of conduct, was not pretentious and put away his target's fruitful abilities. Target fruit, that is to say, there was a hint of excitement in Neptune's eyes. Neptune, who belongs to the Dragon Palace Kingdom, naturally knows about devil fruit. Vanderdakenix, who claimed to be cursed with the target ability, was just cursed with the devil fruit ability. The emergence of new devil fruit power can only occur after the death of the old demon fruit power. Well, Vanderdakenix is dead, and Shirahoshi can live freely in the future. The corner of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Bai Xing, who was so beautiful that tears began to appear. Rayleigh and Jinbei took action together, plus Nami's observation Haki locked in. The deaths of Vanderdakenix and Hody Jones have long been doomed. I don't need to report to the king about this matter. Jinbei came to Neptune and told everything about Hody Jones and the others. So it was Hody Jones who killed Odahime. After hearing this, Neptune's expression changed drastically. Catch those guys. See if anyone else is involved. The 3 Shark Star brothers also showed sadness and hatred. Shirahoshi watched everyone's eyes turn to her. Due to her timid character, Shirahoshi could only speak her thoughts in a low voice. Hearing what Shark Star and the others said, Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes filled with tears. But there are still many members of the new Fishman pirates hidden in Fishman Street. Then, with a sudden wave of his right hand, Shirahoshi was enveloped in mysterious light. After Shirahoshi's family calmed down, Ace looked into the distance. Robin's eyes drifted into the distance. Although Hody Jones and the leaders of the new Fishman pirates are dead. Shirahoshi. Looking at Shirahoshi, he seemed to see the deceased Odahime again. The Queen Mother definitely doesn't want to see such a scene. Heijiman, there is one more thing to do. The three Shark Star brothers were also in a daze, with tears in their eyes. Hearing Ace's words, the three brothers Neptune and Sharkstar immediately knew that Ace was referring to Shirahoshi's power to summon the giant sea kings, and they suddenly became nervous. Buzz. 82. The realm of understanding, I want to. Well, May and Mikaro saw it that day, and it told me. Looking at the nervous Neptune and the three Sharkstar brothers, Ace smiled. Father, brother, please stop hating me. But my mother told me not to hate the murderer. Hatred will only make the tragedy happen again. Mr. Bai. Ace. The expressions of Neptune and the three brothers from Yuxing were suddenly startled. Ace looked at this mermaid princess who seemed weak and timid, but was actually very strong inside. Don't worry, with me here, everything will go smoothly. Shirahoshi, you already knew that Princess Odahime was killed by Hody Jones, right? The text of history. Shirahoshi hesitated for a moment and said seriously. I want to fulfill my mother's wish. Neptune's eyes turned red. Ace looked at Shirahoshi and said gently. Although the voice was small and weak, it contained a power that struck the soul more directly than the hateful roars of the three Shark Star brothers. Bring both mermaids and fishmen to the sea. Shirahoshi, do you want to master your power? Only by mastering this power can you realize your mother's wish. Poseidon's power, at this moment, begins to revive. Advertisement Chapter 229, The Mermaid Princess and Joy Boy 800 years ago. Buzz. The mysterious light completely enveloped Shirahoshi, and under the background of this light, Shirahoshi's beautiful face took on a divine color. Mr. Ace, this is. Shirahoshi looked at Ace with some confusion. She felt that a familiar yet unfamiliar force was awakening deep in her body. She was familiar with it when she witnessed her mother, Princess Odahime, being attacked by celestial dragons, and cried out in desperation. At that time, a large number of huge sea kings gathered towards her, scaring the celestial dragons into fainting. The power that is emerging now is exactly the same as the power that summoned the Admiral Giant Sea Kings when she cried out. No, this power is more than what it was at that time. At that time, the Queen Mother did not tell her what this power was, but her mother's expression was very shocked and solemn. This made Shirahoshi a little flustered as he didn't know what this power was, and looked at Ace at a loss. Don't worry, this power is not a bad thing. Trust me, understand and control it. Ace felt Shirahoshi's emotional changes and said warmly while continuing to stimulate the field of understanding. Yes, Lord Ace. When Shirahoshi heard this, his pretty and flustered face relaxed, and Iza nodded. As expected of Poseidon's power, it is so laborious to guide it completely. Ace's expression was somewhat solemn as he continued to activate the power of his comprehension field. The field of understanding is the product of the combination of the power of Nika and Ace's heaven-defying understanding. It is a calendar area that belongs exclusively to Ace. Since it is strength, it will consume physical strength. The deeper the power of the realm of understanding is exerted, the more astonishing the physical strength required. But in the past, even when using Devil Fruit's ability beyond its limit, it has never been so laborious. It should be said that it is not of the same magnitude at all. Even during the Entei incident, it was not so laborious to use 6 powerful Devil Fruit abilities at once. As expected, the Sea Kings, who can control the entire sea, possess the power of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons with the power to destroy the world. Ace even suspected that Poseidon's power may be the strongest among the 3 ancient weapons. After all, the most mysterious thing in the pirate world is the power of the sea. The sea is called the mother of nature. As long as you eat devil fruit, you will be disgusted by the sea. The power of Poseidon, who can control all the sea kings in the ocean, is simply too exaggerated. Judging from the description alone, it is nothing comparable to Pluton, which claims to be able to destroy an island with one shot. Even if Pluto's blow is as terrifying as the full blow of Motherfire in the original book, it cannot be compared with the power of Poseidon and others. To fully channel this power, the amount of physical energy required was indeed beyond Ace's expectation. Master Ace, can I ask you a question? At this moment, Shirahoshi pursed her red lips and looked at Ace with her beautiful eyes. Ace looked at Shirahoshi. Will this power help Mr. Ace? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Ace. When Ace heard this, his expression was slightly startled, and then he smiled. Well, you can help me. Ace nodded and smiled gently. With Ace's current power and status, there is no need to hide anything. Poseidon. The power of Poseidon is what Ace must obtain. If this power is obtained by the world government through some unknown means, Ace will be in trouble. To be able to control such a terrifying power as all the Sea Kings, one must naturally hold it in one's own hands. Then, I will work hard. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes flashed, and determination began to rise. Although I was a little scared of this power, I was a little overwhelmed. But if she can help Master Ace, she must master this power. Master Ace helped her so much to protect her from Vanderdacken's constant attacks and allow her to live freely. So that she can worship her mother. Mr. Ace is so gentle and doesn't dislike her timidity and crying. He also said that she is actually the strongest. As long as she can help Master Ace, she is not afraid. Buzz. The light in the realm of understanding suddenly flourished. The resistance has become smaller. Ace's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Shirahoshi and his eyes became softer and softer. It turns out that the reason why the process of channeling the power of Poseidon was so difficult before was because of Shirahoshi's fear and resistance to the power of Poseidon can only appear in the body of a mermaid princess who only meets once in 800 years. The mermaid princess is not only the carrier tool of Poseidon, but also one of the symbols of the sea. Advertisement Shirahoshi resists and is afraid of the power of Poseidon, so the recovery of this power will naturally be extremely difficult. But now, the resistance and fear in Shirahoshi's heart have almost disappeared, and the resistance to the recovery of Poseidon's power is much simpler. Don't worry, you will only be Shirahoshi, not some Poseidon. Ace looked at Shirahoshi and said warmly, I believe you, Mr. Ace. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Everyone, step back. Ace's eyes narrowed and he said to the girls, Neptune and others. Crack. When Nokagao heard Ace's words, without any hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the gate fruit and opened an air door. Brush. The girls immediately ducked into the air gate. Mr. Ace, I leave it to you, my little girl. Although he didn't know what Ace was going to do, Neptune wasn't very nervous. But Neptune is not a fool. Regarding the power in Shirahoshi's body, Neptune also knows a little about the power in Shirahoshi's body through some clues. This power appears in Shirahoshi. If there is no protection from the Overlord of the Sea, it may bring Shirahoshi a huge disaster. But now, there is only one person who is the absolute Overlord of the Sea, and that is the Flame Emperor in front of us, the Ace of Portgas. In addition, although the time together was short, Neptune was able to know what kind of man Ace was. Neptune can feel at ease by handing over Shirahoshi to such a man. However, in the face of sudden changes, Tong Puton was also a little worried. Don't worry, it's just extra insurance. Ace looked at Neptune and smiled. Hearing Ace's words, the three brothers Neptune and Shark immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then entered the airgate minister. Crack. The next moment, the air door closed. The girls, Neptune and others appeared far away from here, looking at Ace and Shirahoshi from a distance. Call. Ace's expression became solemn as he watched the girls, Neptune and others disappear. Buzz. Ace's eyes narrowed, and mysterious fluctuations began to spread from around Ace. Call. The next moment, the airflow in the sky turned into terrifying flames. 1,000 degrees, 2,000 degrees, 5,000 degrees, 10,000 degrees, 20,000 degrees, 30,000 degrees. The flame temperature that Ace can now control has exceeded 30,000 degrees Celsius. The terrifying high temperature keeps boiling, but the atmosphere is not distorted at this time. Because at this time, all the air currents in the sky were transformed into flames by the power awakened by the Mera Mera fruit. Normally, when the Logia Devil fruit awakens, it is naturally impossible to transform all the airflow. But Ace can do this incredible thing with the help of the power of the Realm of Understanding. Ace also possesses Nika's power and can fight as he pleases. Of course, it also includes the ability to convert airflow into flames. Buzz. Ace waved his right hand again, and a ball of light in the shape of a bear's paw enveloped Shirahoshi. Meatball fruit. Bounce away all the high temperature around Shirahoshi. If you move in an environment with a high temperature of 30,000 degrees, the water in your body will be evaporated for people who are not strong in hockey. Okay, such a terrible high temperature, this kind of power is really amazing. Neptune was covered in sweat. This was not cold sweat due to fright, but the constant loss of moisture in his body under the high temperature. This is still because Neptune and others have retreated to such a far distance. If it were in the center of the flame, the terrifying high temperature would prevent Neptune from even sweating, and the water in his body would be roasted to death. With the power of Devil Fruit alone, there is only one person in the history of this ocean who can exert such power. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curled up slightly. No matter what era it is, if you want to become the Overlord of the Sea, you need a combination of multiple forces. Asterisk 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 asterisk, Devil Fruit, Hockey, Martial Arts, Kendo. 3 powers, at least 2 of them, all stand at the top of the sea. Roger was able to possess that kind of power only through Kendo and Conqueror's Hockey. But Ace, relying solely on the pure power of Devil Fruit, was able to exert the power of an absolute overlord for an era. That is, king level. This sea has never been done before by anyone since Devil Fruit appeared. Advertisement even, Nika, needs to integrate Hockey's power into its rubber body in order to exert its powerful power. Mr. Ace's power is stronger than the Yandy incident. Is this what Mr. Ace is going to do? Jinbei sighed and then asked. Jinbei had experienced such terrifying high temperatures during the Yan Emperor incident. However, the power Ace is exerting now and the high temperature of the flame are obviously more terrifying than during the Yandy incident. But how terrifying it is, Jinbei can't tell. After all, with such terrifying Devil Fruit power, even Observation Hockey, who has cultivated to ultimate and can briefly see the future, cannot get close. Once Devil Fruit's ability exceeds that of Haki too much, Haki will not be able to function at all. Ace wants to make sure there are no accidents. These flames can allow Ace to quickly recover his physical strength. Don't worry, Neptune, Ace is always well prepared for what he does. Quote. Rayleigh looked at Neptune aside and said, Neptune also nodded, but kept looking in the direction of Shirahoshi and Ace. Call. Ace's eyes condensed, and the flames in the atmosphere instantly merged into Ace's body. Ace instantly returned to his best condition due to the physical exertion consumed by his understanding field. Then, control this power perfectly, Shirahoshi. This power is called Poseidon. It is the power that can control all Sea Kings. IC let out a low drink. Yeah, Mr. Ace. Shirahoshi nodded seriously and responded to Ace equally loudly. Buzz, are you here to fulfill your promise? The realm of understanding around Shirahoshi suddenly shone brightly. Ace, on the other hand, just watched quietly. The next moment, Ace's Conqueror's Haki actually merged with the realm of understanding. Conqueror's Haki surged out instantly, Ace mused. This sound was obviously not made by her. Accompanied by a vague sigh, it completely disappeared into the atmosphere. The power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi's body was also completely awakened at this moment. Pop up. Boom. The bare paw-like bubbles formed by the fleshball fruit ability around Shirahoshi suddenly shone brightly. I have completely mastered this power. Shirahoshi looked at Ace with tears in his eyes. Ace laughed, his eyes flashing a terrifying purple-black color. The mermaid princess from 800 years ago? The Nika of this generation is his younger brother, Luffy. The next moment, countless Sea Kings are heading here, gathering. Master Ace. Ace will only care about Shirahoshi's wishes now. Shirahoshi said excitedly. The will of the previous generation will simply dissipate. Just like after Luffy awakened the power of Nika, he was able to integrate Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki into the unsealed rubber body. As Ace said, no matter what agreement Nika had with the mermaid princess 800 years ago, Ace can now also integrate Conqueror's Haki with the field of understanding. Something seemed to be ejected from Shirahoshi's body. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes became a little panicked. A voice that seemed to come from distant history came from Shirahoshi's body. Master Ace, this is the advanced power of Nika. Joy Boy and the mermaid princess 800 years ago. The mermaid princess of this generation is Shirahoshi. What does it have to do with Ace? Even if there is a promise, it is the language between me, Portgas D. Ace, and Shirahoshi. Chapter 230. Listen to the voice of all things. There are countless terrifying giant Sea Kings in the deep sea. These giant Sea Kings are even bigger than the Sea Kings in the calm belt. The Sea Kings that are scattered all over the four seas and the Grand Line are only tens to hundreds of meters long. They are the smallest Sea Kings, but they are already the lords of a sea area in the ocean. In the calm belt, the size and strength of the Sea Kings are extremely amazing, and their size can reach an astonishing 1,000 meters. Even in the ocean, they are absolutely giants. Even the huge sails that can sail on the Grand Line will be overturned by their terrible power. Before the development of the Marine Seastone foreign ship, Amazon Lily in the calm belt was a country that no one could invade. It relied on the giant Sea Kings in the calm belt as a natural barrier. The Marine Seastone foreign ship also used the Seastone at the bottom of the ship to drive away the giant Sea Kings and not collide with them directly. If they were really attacked by the giant Sea Kings, even the warships led by the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters would have no choice but to be buried in the sea. Amazon Lily used the giant Sea Kings of the calm belt as a barrier to maintain peace for hundreds of years, as can be seen from Madara. The most amazing thing is the giant Sea Kings in the deep sea. Their size can reach an astonishing 5,000 meters, or even larger. In the biological world, size represents absolute power. As long as it is a carbon-based organism, size and power are absolutely proportional. With such an amazing size, the power of these giant Sea Kings is terrifying. Even the giants are as small as ants in front of these giant Poseidon, 433, types. They are the absolute overlords in this ocean, huh? At this moment, these ocean overlords who usually stay in their own territories and live freely seem to have been summoned. Their huge eyes stared at one direction at the same time. There was an uncontrollable excitement in those daunting huge eyes. Boom. Then, these ocean overlords swam their huge bodies and gathered in the same direction. Their king has awakened. Who? Boom. Neptune, the three brothers of Sharkstar, Jinbei. Nami girls, Rayleigh, Shaggy. At this moment, they all raised their heads and looked up with shock on their faces. I saw several huge shadows gathered outside the bubble film shield of the Fishman Island. The huge body is more than 5,000 meters, and behind these absolute ocean overlords, there are many huge Sea Kings over 1,000 meters. Wow, what a terrible body, is this the huge Poseidon in the deep sea? Nami girls looked at the several huge Sea Kings over 5,000 meters in the lead and swallowed their saliva. Although their strength has become the top level in this sea, Nami is even able to fight on equal terms with the peak four emperors. But facing such huge Sea Kings, the creature's instincts still made the Nami girls a little terrified. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the power of these huge Sea Kings would be if they worked together. It is very easy to stir up huge waves and tsunamis. This is the first time I have seen such huge sea kings. As the Emperor of Amazon Lily, Hancock, who has been in and out of the calm belt many times, is looking at the giant sea kings of more than 5,000 meters at the head, and her beautiful eyes are also full of shock. The power of sea kings over 1,000 meters is already very frightening. These terrifying giants are more than 5 times the size of the giant sea kings in the calm belt, and they are frightening just by looking at them. This is one of the 3 ancient weapons, the king of all sea kings, the power that only the mermaid princess can possess, Poseidon. Poseidon? Rayleigh's eyes were also a little shocked. Advertisement. Only by facing these overlords in the ocean can one experience the direct feeling of the terrifying size of more than 5,000 meters. Moreover, there is not just one giant sea king of this size. There are as many as 8 gathered here. Behind this giant sea king of 5,000 meters, there are dozens of giant sea kings of 1,000 meters. And these are just the giant sea kings in the surrounding waters. How vast this sea is and how many sea kings there are. Even the world government cannot know clearly, and Shirahoshi can control all the sea kings in this sea. This power is worthy of being one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. Poseidon. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. Poseidon. Neptune murmured the name, although he had already had a premonition of the power in Shirahoshi's body. But when he really knew the true face of this power, Neptune still felt a little complicated. His daughter is an ancient weapon. This kind of thing was somewhat unacceptable to Neptune, who always regarded Shirahoshi as his favorite. Weapons are just a name. The will of the weapon has been ejected and dissipated by Ace's ability of the meatball fruit. From now on, Shirahoshi is just the White House, as long as Ace is there. Nami noticed Neptune's emotional changes, her red lips curled slightly, and she smiled. The observation Haki of everyone could not get close to the Silk Zone because of Ace's devil fruit ability. But in order to restore his physical strength to the best state, Ace integrated most of the converted flames into his body. And the devil fruit ability around Ace and Shirahoshi was also greatly weakened. In this case, the observation Haki amplified by the Thunder Fruit, with the help of Ace's enlightenment field, was able to reach Ace and Shirahoshi. This was to prevent any accidents from happening, so that Nami could quickly reach Ace at the speed of thunder. Nami, who now has the ability to fight head-on with the top 4 emperors, is qualified to stand beside Ace and fight side by side with him, even if Ace now has the overlord-level strength that is unrivaled in the ocean of this era. Fortunately, there were no accidents, and Ace successfully helped Shirahoshi master the power of Poseidon. Poseidon. However, Nami saw what Ace did for Shirahoshi and what he said to Shirahoshi with observation Haki. Did you use the meatball fruit power to eject it? Neptune's eyes were shaken. Neptune remembered the description of the power of Entei by Marine and World Government. A monster that can use all the power of Devil Fruit. A perfect weapon of war. The strongest demon fruit power in history since the birth of Devil Fruit in the ocean. Entei. Portgas d'Ace. Such a thing, I am afraid, can only be done by this man. Shirahoshi, just Shirahoshi? Neptune's mouth corners also raised a warm arc. Odahime, you can rest assured. Someone will guide Shirahoshi to use her power in the right place. The 3 brothers Shark Star, Royal Star, and Flip Star also had tears in their eyes. They remembered what their mother, Princess Odahime, said to them when Shirahoshi used this power for the first time to summon the Sea Kings. At that time, their mother told them that Shirahoshi's power was still uncontrollable and they should protect her well. Given that Shirahoshi was under great mental fluctuations at that time and used this power. So the mother told them that they must make Shirahoshi happy and not make Shirahoshi sad. For this reason, Royal Star practiced singing and Flip Star practiced dancing, all to appease the out-of-control Shirahoshi and make Shirahoshi happy. This habit has been preserved to this day. And their mother once said that in the future, there will definitely be a key person who can guide Shirahoshi's power to the right place, and the appearance will bring great changes to the world. 013805422 Falu 214,062,440. Now, this person has appeared. Moreover, Shirahoshi exists in this world not as a weapon, but as Shirahoshi himself. This made the 3 brothers of Shark Star recall the instructions of their mother, Princess Odahime, and they all burst into tears. If their mother knew about Shirahoshi's current situation, she would definitely feel relieved. Neptune and the 3 brothers of Shark Star looked in the direction of Ace, with inexpressible gratitude in their eyes. Mr. Ace's kindness to them, the Fishman Island, and their family was really too great. King. Our king, advertisement, are you awake? Shirahoshi heard a series of respectful and excited voices, which made Shirahoshi look at Ace a little at a loss. Lord Ace. Shirahoshi looked at Ace, and his beautiful eyes were a little at a loss. At this time, Ace did not respond to Shirahoshi immediately but remained silent. Your understanding of heaven-defying, by helping Shirahoshi awaken the power of Poseidon. Poseidon, awaken. Listen to the voice of all things. In his mind, the daily text emerged. The ability to listen to the voice of all things. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly. The voices of these huge sea kings were also interpreted by Ace at the same time. So that's it, the ability to listen to the voice of all things is not the advanced use of observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, but a kind of power that is born in the owner's body like Conqueror's Haki. And it can only be used after awakening like Conqueror's Haki. No wonder, his Conqueror's Haki has surpassed the sea of this era and reached the King, level. Observation Haki is also the absolute top in this sea, and can see the future for a short time. Even so, he was not able to use the power of listening to the weak of all things. It turns out that this power is not Haki, but a separate power. Seeing that Ace did not react, Shirahoshi became a little anxious, with tears in his beautiful eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. After Ace mastered the ability to listen to the voices of all things, he looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. Sea Kings, your size is really amazing. Ace looked at these huge Sea Kings and was also a little amazed. A size of more than 5,000 meters is almost the same as a small island. Human, can you hear our voices? Just like that man at the beginning. The huge Sea Kings heard Ace's voice communicating directly with them, and they were silent. Don't be afraid, Shirahoshi, I can hear their voices too. Ace walked to Shirahoshi's side, took back the power of the meatball fruit, and dispersed the power of the Maramara fruit, looking at Shirahoshi and saying softly. Well, Ace Tianxia. Shirahoshi nodded. We will slowly get familiar with this power later, let them go back first now. Ace said to Shirahoshi. Although Ace can communicate with giant Sea Kings after possessing the ability to listen to the voice of all things. But only Shirahoshi's, Poseidon's power can do this. Yes. Shirahoshi nodded. Everyone, go back first. Encouraged by Ace, Shirahoshi plucked up the courage and shouted to the giant Sea Kings. King, won't you go with us? King, we want to follow you. The Sea Kings conveyed the emotion of reluctance. The eyes of these huge Sea Kings actually revealed a pitiful look of reluctance at this moment, which made people feel extremely strange. Shirahoshi looked at Ace a little at a loss, she didn't know how to deal with this situation. You have more important things to do. Tell all the Sea Kings that your king has awakened. Remember, your king is Shirahoshi, just Baiwu. Ace's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the huge Sea Kings, communicating with the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Master Ace's words are my meaning. Shirahoshi looked at the huge Sea Kings and said in a heartbeat, I will obey the orders of my king. The huge Sea Kings said one after another, the king is absolute. The king's orders are also absolute. All Sea Kings are proud to obey the king's orders, and they work hard from the bottom of their hearts to achieve them. This is the horror of Poseidon's power, huh? The huge Sea Kings disappeared outside the Fishman Island in an instant. Spread the news of Uranus's awakening to the compatriots who failed to come in the entire ocean. And there is also the title of the king, Shirahoshi. Chapter 231. The Fishman Island incident is over, the wheel of history. After resolving Shirahoshi's issue, Ace accompanied Robin to the historical text of the Sea Forest. Sure enough, it's Joy Boy's apology to the Mermaid Princess. Ace said before Robin finished reading. Ace, do you understand the historical text? Robin looked at Ace in disbelief. No, I can't understand this kind of text. I just heard the sound of the historical text. Ace looked at the historical text, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The ability to listen to the voice of all things is indeed magical, and even the sound of the historical text can be heard. Although I can't understand the ancient text above, I can understand the general meaning of the historical text through the power of listening. Of course, if you want to interpret it accurately, you still need Robin's power. Otherwise, Roger, who has the power to listen to the voice of all things, would not ask Whitebeard to let Kazuki Odin board the ship. Ace, have you awakened the power to listen to the voice of all things? Hearing Ace's words, Rayleigh immediately realized what happened and looked at Ace in a daze. Well, I awakened it when I helped Shirahoshi master the power of Poseidon. It is indeed a very magical power. Ace nodded and smiled. Ace always felt that this power was not just as simple as being able to listen to everything. In the future, it should play a significant role. However, at present, it can only communicate with everything in a simple way. But with the field of understanding, Ace believes that no matter what potential this power has, it will be perfectly tapped by himself. Is that so? Rayleigh was silent for a moment, and a nostalgic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Following Ace, I always think of the magnificent journey that once took place. But unfortunately, their Roger pirates did not sail in the right era, which made people feel a little helpless. But now, the era has come. The 22 wheels of history have rolled forward. This era will be called, Lantern, let's go. This historical text has no meaning to us. Ace smiled after watching Robin finish interpreting it. Joey boy, no matter what tricks he left behind, for Ace, he is just the owner of the card power for 800 years. The Nika of this era is his younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy. If, in the human fruit mythical beast Nika form eaten by Luffy, there is a trick left by Joy Boy. Then he will also use the ability of the meatball fruit to eject it. No matter what kind of world Joy Boy wants to create, it doesn't matter. The future world will only run according to Ace's will. This is Ace's capacity and confidence. Yeah, Robin nodded and followed Ace step by step. I have always been curious, Match. At this time, Rayleigh suddenly spoke. Robin looked at Rayleigh. The beautiful eyes rippled a little, as if she already knew what Rayleigh was going to ask. You have been to Sky Island and saw the handwriting left by Roger there. You should know that all the historical texts are led to the final island, Raftel. That is to say, I, who have been to the final island, know the content of all the historical texts. Ace doesn't want to know what is on Raftel because he doesn't care. Ace wants to lead a brand new world. But you who have been pursuing the true history, why don't you ask me about the historical texts? Rayleigh looked at Robin, and Taguchi asked. I was born in Ohara. Because I studied the true history, I was erased by the world government with a buster call. If Kuzan hadn't let me go because of Saul, I would have died in the Ohara incident. Quote. Robin's beautiful eyes were full of nostalgia, but there was no trace of the confusion that CE had once felt. But I was also offered a high bounty of 79 million by the world government. For me, who was young at that time, it was a bounty that made me unable to breathe. In despair and pain, interpreting the historical text and finding the true history became my only hope and obsession. B. Robin's beautiful eyes gradually became gentle. Looking at Ace's back, a beautiful smile bloomed on her pretty face. Ace, saved me like that, now I am different from before. Interpreting the historical text is meaningful only if I follow Ace. Advertisement. After Robin finished speaking, he followed Ace and walked towards the Ryugu Palace step by step. Is that so? Rayleigh's mouth curled up slightly, and then he and Shaki followed Ace. After resolving all the issues of Shirahoshi in the historical text, the journey of the Fishman Island also came to an end. With great gratitude, Neptune held a grand banquet in the royal palace of Ryugu. At the banquet, Ace was very satisfied with the unique delicacies and fine wines of the Ryugu kingdom. Amidst the laughter and joy, the journey of the Fishman Island also came to an end. After entering the new world, due to the extreme instability of the magnetic field, the speed of recording the magnetic field by the recording pointer has become extremely fast. It only takes half a day to record the magnetic field of an island. In addition, due to the extreme instability of the magnetic field, it is also necessary to replace the dedicated recording pointer of the new world. There are 3 route pointers on a needle plate. Pointing to 3 different islands, the pirates can choose the safest, that is, the most stable route of the pointer. Ace and his friends chose the route of Dress Rosa to meet up with Kuzan, Yishao and others. After that, it is the day to go to Onigashima to defeat the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The new sailing day has arrived. Ace-sama. Shirahoshi looked at Ace reluctantly, with tears in his beautiful eyes. I have given you the demon factor of the meatball fruit. When you are fully proficient in the power of Poseidon, come to us. Ace looked at Shirahoshi and said with a smile. Although Shirahoshi has completely awakened the power of Poseidon, he still needs to practice continuously to fully master and control all the Sea Kings. And after testing, it was found that only in the deep sea can this ability be better exercised. In addition, Shirahoshi is now a bit huge, and there are many changes if he follows them. However, this problem has been solved. There are many devil fruits that can shrink the body size. After finding that type of devil fruit, Shirahoshi will be able to sail with them in a normal size. Of course, the most important thing is that only in the deep sea can Shirahoshi master the power of Poseidon. Shirahoshi is only 15 years old now, and he still needs a lot of training to become a real Poseidon. Ace also gave Shirahoshi a lucky charm with a small comprehension field. Borrowing the small comprehension field can make Shirahoshi grow faster. And a charm bag containing the devil factor of the meatball fruit was also handed over to Shirahoshi. The meatball fruit ability in it has been set by Ace using the comprehension field. As long as the meatball fruit ability is activated, Shirahoshi will be bounced to his side. As for daily communication, Ace also gave Shirahoshi a phone that has been affected by the comprehension field. With this Den Mushi, Shirahoshi can get in touch with Ace no matter where he is in the world. Yes, Master Ace, I will try my best, Shirahoshi nodded and said firmly. Shirahoshi also understood that the power in her body still had a lot of room for growth. Although it has been fully awakened, the range that can be affected is only the surrounding sea area. If you want to affect the Sea Kings of the entire sea, you need to continue to exercise. Only by truly exerting this power to the ultimate can you really help Master Ace. Jinbei, if there is any accident, contact me immediately. Ace looked at Jinbei and said, Don't worry, Mr. Ace. If anything unexpected happens, I will fight to the death to find time to activate the devil fruit ability. Jinbei nodded and said, After the Yandi incident, Jinbei also saw it clearly. As long as they follow the world government, the fishman and mermaid tribes will never be able to live on the sea. Only by following Mr. Ace can they have the opportunity to realize this dream. Now, his most important task is to protect Shirahoshi's continued growth. Poseidon. The power of Poseidon is also very important to Mr. Ace. Yeah. Ace smiled and nodded. In fact, Shirahoshi is very safe here, not to mention that Shirahoshi can already mobilize the huge Sea Kings in the surrounding seas to fight. Just say that the ability of the meatball fruit that Ace gave Shirahoshi can be activated in just a moment. And under the effect of the field of understanding, even the king level can stop Shirahoshi from returning to his side. Jinbei is just the last guarantee. Advertisement the means left by himself, plus Jinbei, who exerts a power in the sea that is even stronger than the 4 emperors, are enough to deal with any accidents. Mr. Ace, thank you so much. The mermaids will always stand with Mr. Ace. Neptune brought the 3 brothers of Sharkstar and looked at Ace's seriousness with gratitude, and at the same time, he also made a promise. Ace also responded to Neptune with a smile. Then, the Entei pirates began to make preparations for the voyage. Then, set sail. Ace stood on the deck of the recoded Mary and shouted. Deck. Dress Rosa. after dealing with the Doflamingo and Don Quixote families. Rebecca became the queen of Dress Rosa. However, the main government affairs were still handled by King Riku. Rebecca was more of a spokesperson for the Entei pirates in Dress Rosa. Rebecca was also very clear about her position, and quickly stood up and said politely. As finally coming, although she was the agent of the Entei pirates in Dress Rosa, Kuzan and Yishao treated her with great courtesy. The world government will definitely take measures against the Entei pirates that have shaken the foundation of the world government. At the same time, after publicly announcing that they would join the Entei pirates' grand fleet, the world government had no reaction. 437's behavior also made King Riku feel relieved, and at the same time, he also felt that the Entei pirates were powerful. Please come in quickly. Your Majesty. Every time they met, they were waiting for her summons. Request to see you. Yan Di will be here soon. Kuzan and Yishao were not polite either and sat down. In terms of status, they are actually higher. A palace guard came to Rebecca's throne and said respectfully. Rebecca asked, why are Mr. Yishao and Mr. Kuzan here this time? Rebecca straightened her appearance and said immediately. Yan Di. They're here to represent not only themselves, but also the man behind them, Yan Di. Kuzan and Yishao walked in and bowed slightly, giving them enough face as the royal family of Dress Rosa. At the same time, Rebecca also adjusted her attitude more. The two absolute giants on the sea will eventually have a battle. She and King Riku both understood that they, Dress Rosa, could return to their previous lives because of that man. Your Majesty, Mr. Kuzan and Mr. Yishao, the Entei pirates publicly took Dress Rosa under their command, and the world government had no way to deal with it. It can be seen that the government is now wary of the Entei pirates. Entei, Portgas d'Ace, the legendary man, the absolute overlord of this sea. However, King Riku also understands that this peace will not last. Kuzan's words. As important cadres of the Entei pirates, although they treated the royal family of the member countries with courtesy, they only needed to complete the necessary respect. The Entei pirates, who created the Entei incident and took Dress Rosa under their command, will not stop. Mr. Kuzan, Mr. Yishao, please take a seat. The member countries of the world government are the foundation of the world government. As a member of the Entei pirates camp, Dress Rosa can only continue to develop and prepare for the final war. Rebecca and King Riku beside him had their pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 232. One superpower and many strong powers, the pattern of the ocean. Dress Rosa, port. Rebecca, wearing the queen's dress, stood in front of everyone, looking at the sea in the distance nervously. The nervous mood made Rebecca's pretty face pale. She kept adjusting her clothes and her breathing was a little disordered. Rebecca, don't be so nervous. Being so nervous will lower your impression of that adult. Beside Rebecca, Riku, who was half a body behind Rebecca, whispered softly. I understand, but I can't control my emotions. Rebecca bit her red lips, which turned pale because of excessive nervousness. She also knew that the first meeting was very important and she needed to leave a good impression on that adult. However, the emotions in her heart could not be controlled just because she knew. The one who was about to come here was the super big man who really stood at the top of this sea. On the sea, he could go head to head with the behemoth world government, the absolute overlord. The strongest pirate group in history, the admiral of the Yandi pirates. Bounty. A super big man with 5.055 billion berries. The strongest man in the world. The most hockey man in the world. The strongest demon fruit power in history. Entei. Portgas d'Ace. The man who rescued Dress Rosa from Doflamingo and made Dress Rosa a vassal state under his command. The defeat of Doflamingo made Rebecca feel how powerful that man was. Doflamingo, who brought endless pain to Dress Rosa for so many years and used his identity to prevent the world government from intervening. That man only sent two captains under his command, Mr. Kuzan and Mr. Ichisho, and Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were wiped out in a moment. Although Mr. Kuzan and Mr. Ichisho were extremely powerful, it was rumored that these two were not the strongest cadres under the command of Entei. What was even more terrifying was the combat power of Entei himself. That was the combat power of the absolute overlord of the sea, with power surpassing that of the four emperors. Although Rebecca didn't know how strong the four emperors were, after becoming the queen of Dress Rosa, she knew that Doflamingo's value to the four emperors was just to provide the four emperors, Meow sang Kaido with artificial devil fruit smile. And facing the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts, Doflamingo didn't even have the courage to resist. That was a big man who reigned over the sea like an emperor. The power was definitely better than that of Mr. Nanzen and Mr. Guan, who could easily kill Doflamingo and destroy the Don Quixote family. It's hard to imagine what a terrible height the power of that adult, who was stronger than the four emperors, had reached. But Rebecca was sure that a word from that adult was enough to determine the survival of the country on this sea. Even the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts, had to form a four with another four emperors, Big Mom, to face the crusade of that adult. The Emperor's Pirates Alliance, and they can only passively wait for this adult's punishment, and cannot take the initiative to attack. Facing the first meeting with such a super big man, how could Rebecca not be nervous? Try to relax and adjust your breathing. King Riku looked at Rebecca's expression and understood her very well and comforted her. In fact, it's not just Rebecca, he is also nervous. But sometimes, appropriate nervousness is also a good thing. Facing a super big man who is more noble than the four emperors on this sea, it is appropriate to be nervous and respectful. In this sea, if you don't have enough respect for the strong, you won't live long. That was a sea overlord who confronted the world government head-on. How powerful is the world government? As the king of one of the countries that once joined the world government, King Riku had no idea. But it is certain that the naval headquarters, the most powerful of the three major forces on the sea, is only the external facade of the world government. The real power of the world government is so powerful that it is unimaginable. But even such a behemoth has been repeatedly defeated by the Flame Emperor. Now the sea is no longer a pattern of three major forces, but one superpower and many strong ones. There is only one superpower, the Flame Emperor pirate fleet commanded by the Flame Emperor. The original three major forces, the four emperors, the naval headquarters, and the seven warlords of the sea, although still powerful, can only look up to the terrifying strength of the Flame Emperor pirate fleet. Even the seven warlords of the sea, because of the Flame Emperor, have already shown a tendency to collapse. Under the repeated actions of the Flame Emperor, the seven warlords of the sea, one of the original three major forces, has already been somewhat in name only. Facing the first visit of such a super powerful figure, King Riku was also very nervous. However, King Riku was a man who had experienced many storms and could still control the emotions in his heart. Advertisement, Kuzan, Captain Kuzan, what kind of person is the admiral? Not far from Rebecca and others, Kuzan and others were also waiting here. Violet, who was behind Kuzan, asked nervously. She had joined the 6th Division of the Entei Pirates, and was already considered the admiral's person. But this was the first time she met the admiral face to face after the last communication with Den Den Mushi. Although the telephone communication at that time made Violet feel that the admiral was an approachable person. But when she really met the admiral face to face, Violet still felt very nervous. As for the admiral's title, Violet confirmed this title during the last communication with Den Den Mushi, and the admiral didn't dislike it, so it continued. What kind of person is the captain? Well, he is a great man. Kuzan scratched his forehead and said slowly, don't worry, Violet. Mr. Ace is very generous to his loyal subordinates. Yishao said with a smile while holding his cane. Whenever Yishao thought of Mr. Ace's actions towards him, he had an impulse to die for him. Of course, this sentence was meant to properly hit Violet. After all, Violet had just joined, and she joined because of Dress Rosa. She was not like them, who followed Mr. Ace because of his personality and ideas. Her loyalty was definitely not as good as theirs. Proper hitting was also necessary. The ability of the staring fruit could still play a good role in the Entei Pirates' large fleet. Well, that's it. Don't be so nervous. Kuzan smiled. Thinking back to the captain's preferential treatment of his former teacher, Zephyr, because of him, Kuzan still felt very moved when he thought of it. The captain did not treat him as a powerful combat tool, but a real subordinate. He also wanted to repay the captain in a more positive way. Kuzan looked towards the distant sea. Del. Hearing this, Violet understood what Yishao and Kuzan meant and nodded heavily. Compared with the cadres of the Entei Pirates, her strength is pitifully weak. The only useful thing is her ability of the staring fruit and Dress Rosa, the true identity of a princess. However, these are nothing to a super powerful figure like the admiral. Apart from these, the only thing she can show is absolute loyalty. Here we come. Observation Haki smiled the strongest, and was the first to detect the breath in the distance, with a slight smile on his lips. Huh. A moment after the smile, 3 ships appeared from the distant sky and drove quickly towards Dress Rosa. The leading ship was all fiery red, and it was as dazzling as a burning flame when it was sailing. On the main sails of the 3 ships, there was a Haki pirate flag surrounded by burning flames. It's the Mary, the only superpower on the sea, the Entei Pirates. Not far from Rebecca's father Cyrus swallowed hard. Just the name alone, I felt a suffocating pressure coming at me. Huh, soon, the ships of the Mary, the 0 Division, and the 6th Division docked at the port of Dress Rosa. Tap, tat. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure walked to the front of the deck. Dress Rosa. Looking at the city in front of him, Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Admiral, welcome to Dress Rosa. Rebecca was the first to react, bowed slightly, and said respectfully. As a vassal state under the command of the Yandi pirate fleet, it is not in accordance with the rules to use the Yandi's title. And calling him Admiral is the most appropriate title. In addition, Rebecca also learned from Violet that Yandi did not hate this title, but laughed when he heard it. So after Rebecca and King Riku and others discussed, they all chose the title of Admiral. Admiral. King Riku, Cyrus bowed more deeply than Rebecca and said respectfully. Other officials of the palace also hurriedly followed, and the sound of respect resounded throughout the port of Dress Rosa. Violet also hurriedly bowed, not daring to look directly at Ace's face. Baby 5 stared at Ace, muttering, the Admiral needs me. No need to be so polite, get up. Advertisement. Ace laughed twice when he heard the words, and then raised his right hand slightly. Suddenly, Conqueror's Haki accurately lifted everyone up. The magical and amazing power made King Riku and others more awed. Admiral, the banquet is ready, please do me a favor. Rebecca smiled. Banquet, ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Ace got off the Mary and brought everyone to Rebecca and others. Well done, Yishao. Ace patted Yishao and Kuzan on the shoulders and affirmed their actions. Violet, in terms of identity, is her aunt, Admiral. Rebecca and Violet said respectfully. Rebecca and Violet stood at the door of Ace's room, a little nervous. Ace looked at Rebecca and Violet, smiled and waved. Then, Ace took out a ball of light. Observation Haki has practiced to Ace's level, and Rebecca and Violet's little thoughts can't be hidden from Ace. But Rebecca was already prepared. If she could please the Admiral, Dress Rosa would definitely get more support from the Admiral, and her position would be more stable under the Admiral. Ace looked at Rebecca and Violet, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's also quite interesting to tease the current queen and the princess of the Dress Rosa royal family. I will definitely satisfy the Admiral. The passionate dance, combined with the warm atmosphere, this place is worthy of being called the Kingdom of Love and Passion. Let's go and feel the enthusiasm of Dress Rosa. I have heard that this is a country of love and passion. I am looking forward to it, Ace said with a big laugh. Rebecca said with a smile. On the way, Ace and others felt the enthusiasm of the people of Dress Rosa. What is this? Everyone walked towards the palace of the Kingdom of Dress Rosa. That is, if she were with Violet, it would be a little. At the banquet, Xian Zhao. Violet also performed a dance for Ace, and her graceful dance was very stunning. Rebecca's expression was a little unnatural. Then, the two took a deep breath and opened the door. However, with Ace's current status, he was not so eager that he would let Rebecca and Violet sleep with him on the first day. Arriving at the Admiral's room late at night, Rebecca even had some wrong thoughts. After all, Ace himself was not interested in such things. Rebecca asked nervously, Admiral, why did you call us here? In addition to being considerate of the people, the king also needed to have absolute majesty. Yishao and Kuzan smiled and bowed slightly. In private, they and Ace would not be so official. Relieve the captain's worries. Don't be so nervous. I called you here to give this to you, Rebecca. However, in front of the royal family and people of the vassal state, such behavior was necessary. You are here? Come over. In the warm atmosphere, the banquet also came to an end. Night. Chapter 233. Creating something out of thin air, Ace's reward. What is this? Rebecca and Violet looked at the light ball in Ace's hand and were extremely shocked. The moment the light ball appeared, the strange light instantly illuminated the entire room. The strange power instantly filled the entire room, causing Rebecca and Violet to cry out. I feel my power. Rebecca looked at her hands in shock, feeling that under the cover of this light, the fighting skills kept emerging in her mind, and then quickly strengthened. The fighting method that was difficult in the past now appeared in her mind like instinct. The power of the gazelle fruit is increasing, and, my Haki. Violet on the side was also shocked. She could clearly feel that the power of the gazelle fruit in her body was being mastered quickly. This amazing mastery speed was something Violet had never felt since she ate the gazelle fruit. Even Violet could feel a limit of the gazelle fruit in her body. At this time, Violet had an intuition that if she crossed this limit, her gazelle fruit would be the same as Doflamingo's original string fruit ability. Complete the awakening of the devil fruit. Not only that, she awakened the observation Haki, and quickly mastered and strengthened the armament Haki. I don't know if it's because of the ability of the gazelle fruit with the clairvoyance ability that Violet has never awakened the observation Haki. And in the Don Quixote family, she has always been a marginal figure. Doflamingo can't teach and train her armament Haki like other real Don Quixote family members. So in terms of Haki, Violet has always been weak. But now, not only has observation Haki awakened, but even armament Haki is rapidly increasing. Such a speed even makes Violet feel that she is dreaming, and feels that she has become a super genius at this moment. If she had such talent as before, why would she need to stay dormant in the Don Quixote family? She only needs to practice continuously to become stronger quickly. Even defeating Doflamingo would not be as far-fetched as a daydream. It's not that Violet is arrogant, but her progress speed at this moment is really too amazing. 903 Is this the reason why he leads the strongest pirate group in history, and all the cadres of his group are young girls, but they are all famous and have terrible strength? What terrible ability! Violet looked at Ace, and the shock on her pretty face lasted for a long time. How do you feel? This power? Ace smiled faintly. Too amazing, Admiral. Rebecca recovered and exclaimed with her red lips. As expected of the absolute overlord of this sea, a superman who can go head-to-head with the world government. Only the Admiral can possess such magical power, right? The power in this light ball is called the Field of Enlightenment. Within the range of influence of this light ball, enlightenment can be improved. Currently, the upper limit of the number of people that this light ball can affect at the same time is 5,000. Ace explained with a faint smile. This light ball, unlike the lucky charms that Ace gave to the girls in the past, has no entity and is completely created out of thin air using the power of Nika. As Ace's power continues to increase, the control of the power of Nika in his body is also becoming more and more powerful. Ace can also use the ability to create things out of thin air. Afterwards, using the power of Nika as a carrier, the power of the Field of Enlightenment is gathered in this light ball. However, it is the ability to create things out of thin air after all, and it is impossible to use the power of the Field of Enlightenment as arbitrarily as Ace himself. The upper limit of the number of people that can be affected at one time is currently only 50 people. And the power of the Enlightenment field in this light ball can only be used for a year at most if Ace does not replenish it. However, even so, the appearance of this Enlightenment light ball facilitates Ace's need to help the territory under his command. If the power of the Enlightenment light ball is exhausted, Ace only needs to replenish it. Even this kind of replenishment can be completed without Ace's presence. Just use the ability of the meatball fruit to bounce the replenished power into the Enlightenment light ball from a long distance. It can be said that it is very convenient. Ace, use this Enlightenment light ball, CJEB, to make a future preview in Dress Rosa. See how far Dress Rosa can develop with the help of the Enlightenment field. As for the emergence of strong people, Aesai does not expect it. In this Enlightenment light ball, the direction was set by Ace in advance, and the main improvement was the Enlightenment ability in productivity. Construction, planting, cultivation, smelting, and other production-related enlightenment, within the influence range of this Enlightenment light ball, the group will be greatly strengthened. Advertisement. As for the strong, first, it is unlikely that a country like Dress Rosa will produce any geniuses. Second, Dress Rosa has just been recruited by him, and its loyalty needs time to be tested. If the strong men of Dress Rosa are strengthened, some ambitious people may appear. Although the so-called ambitious people are just a joke to Ace. Even if Dress Rosa, the Yandi pirates can easily wipe it out by sending out a cadre. But it is better to prevent such troubles in advance. As for why Rebecca and Violet were able to improve their strength under the influence of the Enlightenment light ball just now, it is because Ace himself was controlling it. As the owner of the Enlightenment field, Ace can naturally control the power in the Enlightenment light ball freely. Robin will hand over the future development plan of Dress Rosa to you, Doctor. Ace looked at Rebecca and smiled. Although Hancock is the Emperor of Amazon Lily, he is not very good at handling government affairs. In Amazon Lily, most of the government affairs are actually completed by the mother-in-law. Sandersonia and Marigold will also assist. As a pirate nation and the Emperor of Amazon Lily, Hancock's most important task is to lead the 9 Snakes pirates to hunt. Robin, who may have studied a lot of history, is also very thoughtful in formulating national development regulations. With the help of the Field of Understanding, Ace simply handed over the planning and regulations for the future development of Dress Rosa to Robin. The regulations include the laws that Dress Rosa needs to abide by, as well as the tax rate that needs to be paid to the Entei pirates every year, etc. It is naturally impossible for a powerful pirate group to provide patronage to a country or territory for charity. Each country or territory that is protected needs to pay a certain percentage of the taxes and resources generated to the pirate group that provides the patronage. Even for the 4 Emperor's pirates, money is indispensable. Money can build powerful ships and advanced weapons, and the pirates' favorite banquets also require a lot of money. For the Entei pirates, money is even more indispensable. To go to war with the world government head-on, it is not only a fight between high-end combat forces, but also a fight between fleets. After all, when high-end combat forces are fighting, it is impossible to use the Conqueror's Haki or Devil Fruit's ability to sweep across a large area. Because in this kind of life-and-death battle, Haki and physical strength are the top priorities for high-end combat forces. Using it to sweep away miscellaneous soldiers? That's a stupid approach. Even as strong as Ace is now, his physical strength and Haki are limited, and it is impossible to use them to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Therefore, building a powerful fleet that can fight against the world government, naval headquarters at sea is also what the Yandi pirates need to accomplish now. Money, wood, and steel are all indispensable. This is why Ace chose Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, as the first target of the crusade at the beginning. Because there are precious seastone resources in Wano Kuni occupied by Kaido. Why can Marine cross the Calm Belt now? Before, Amazon Lily could only rely on Hancock to join Shichibukai and avoid being crusaded by Marine. It is because Marine has created seastone foreign ships. The precious resource of seastone is not only used to limit the ability of the ability users, but also has more functions. Therefore, from the moment Ace planned to become the king of the world, Kaido was destined to be wiped out by Ace. In addition, many famous swords come from Wano Kuni. Now, the one who needs a famous sword in the Entei pirates is not just Vossiang, who dreams of collecting famous swords. The special ability of the cat fruit mythical beast White Tiger form in Gion, the White Tiger Wind, can exert its power, which is closely related to the quality and quantity of famous swords. Therefore, Wano Kuni, Ace must get it. Advertisement. Before getting those precious resources of Wano Kuni, use Dress Rosa to conduct a rehearsal. To see to what extent the productivity of the country can be improved under the effect of the Field of Enlightenment. This is why Ace came to Dress Rosa this time and made the Enlightenment light ball for Rebecca. Yes, Admiral. Rebecca took the Enlightenment light ball with some excitement, and her pretty face was full of surprise. With this magical power, Dress Rosa will develop rapidly. Originally, they were called to the room by the Admiral late at night, and they thought something unspeakable was going to happen, so they were mentally prepared. Well, you go. Ace nodded and said with a smile. In addition, Ace now has the power to listen to the voices of all things, combined with the ultimate observation Haki. It can be said that if the observation Haki is not strong. Rebecca and Violet looked at the strange smile on Ace's face and listened to Ace's words. We're leaving, Admiral. Dress Rosa's power is really pitifully weak. It can even be said that for the Entei pirates fleet, Dress Rosa can contribute almost nothing except a certain amount of tax revenue. And with Ace's current status, sleeping with him is indeed a reward. Why? You still have something to do. if you make enough contributions to me in the future, you will have a chance to realize your ideas as rewards. Reward? Moreover, with the current status of the Admiral and the Entei Pirates fleet on the sea. In front of Ace, any thoughts can be hidden. To occupy a more important position in the territories and countries under the Entei Pirates fleet is the first thing Dress Rosa should consider now. Her grandfather, King Riku, also said that in the future, there will be more and more territories and countries under the Entei Pirates fleet. But this feeling is not bad. I didn't expect it to end like this. Adding to what the Admiral said to them at the end, Rebecca and Violet can be sure that the Admiral is just teasing them. After Rebecca and Violet ran out of the room, they looked at each other, their pretty faces flushed. If there is this power, Dress Rosa will surely develop rapidly. Now that Rebecca has become the queen of Dress Rosa, she naturally hopes that Dress Rosa can develop better. After Ace finished speaking, Rebecca and Violet's pretty faces looked a little weird. They ran out of Ace's room like frightened rabbits. With observation Haki cultivated to Ace's current level, Rebecca and Violet's thoughts in their hearts can't be hidden from Ace at all. After all, if the Enlightenment Light Ball is given to Dress Rosa, it is enough to summon Rebecca, the queen. At least at the national level, the Entei Pirates will definitely receive certain resources and support. Such a good thing, of course, can be easily obtained by Rebecca and Violet. Rebecca and Violet lowered their heads, their pretty faces flushed. Ace leaned back in his chair, looking at Rebecca and Violet with a smile, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why summon Violet, who was already a member of the Entei Pirates' large fleet in the 6th Division? Ace's expression also became strange, with a strange smile on his face. The Admiral seems to be different from what they imagined. Is the Admiral teasing them? As the first country to join the Entei Pirates fleet, this is their biggest advantage. Dress Rosa must go all out to work for the Admiral. Chapter 234. Go. Wano-kuni, Dress Rosa is currently just a rehearsal venue for Ace. Unlike Amazon Lily, where a large number of strong men who use Haki are born. It is not like Wano-kuni, which Ace must recruit, which has precious seastone resources that Ace must obtain, and famous swords that can directly improve Gion's combat power. And Wano-kuni has another secret. That is, one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluto, who has a single shot that is enough to destroy an island, is also buried in Wano-kuni. This is described in detail in the historical text Underground in Alabasta. And in the original work, Robin also confirmed with Wano-kuni General Kazuki Sukiyaki and received a positive answer. Before, Ace was not interested in this legendary battleship because what Ace needed to improve at that time was his own strength. Putting hope on external forces is ultimately a small path. If all energy is immersed in external forces, then the Haki itself will continue to weaken like crocodile. But now it is different. Ace's current capacity and strength are enough to control this legendary battleship and not be affected by it. In the final battle with the world government, Pluton is also an important war weapon. The Motherfire, in the hands of the world government, can destroy an island with one strike. It is very likely built according to Pluton, in other words, Pluton. Pluto at least has the power of the Motherfire, or even stronger. This is worthy of the title of ancient weapon that can determine the direction of world-class wars. If it is obtained, then Ace will have 2 of the 3 ancient weapons, plus Poseidon. Even if Uranus is really in the hands of the world government, Ace is still in the leading position in terms of ancient weapons. After all, the blueprints that can create Pluto in the 7 waters have been destroyed. From the fact that the world government sent CP9 to sneak into the 7 waters for so many years to try to obtain the construction blueprints of Pluto, it is impossible for the world government to have the design blueprints of Pluto. The blueprints of the 7 waters should be a rare existence in this world. So Wano-kuni must get them. And to say the only special thing about Dress Rosa is that this country is one of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. However, Ace does not believe that there are secrets between the world government and one of the 20 kings in Dress Rosa. After the 20 kings and their families became celestial dragons and moved into Pengu City, even if there were any secrets, they would have been taken away. If there were any secrets, the world government would not have allowed Doflamingo to occupy this country. All the secrets of celestial dragons and the so-called secret treasures should be in Pengu City. However, Ace is not in a hurry. Everything will appear on the day of the final battle. Before that, what Ace needs to do is to continue to improve his own combat power. Based on the information Ace currently has and his own feelings, Ace can draw a conclusion. The king level should not be the limit of the power of this world. Above the king level, there should be a stronger level. Joy Boy should be at that level. Only with such strength can he fight against the world, the coalition of the 20 kings of the government. And as Ace becomes stronger and stronger, and the power of Nika he masters becomes deeper and deeper, Ace can also feel how amazing the upper limit of Nika power is. The king level, that is, the peak period of Whitebeard, Goal, D. Roger and others, can never be the opponent of Joy Boy, who fully masters the same amount of cards. As for IM, who was probably one of the 20 kings 800 years ago, his strength is definitely not weak, but he is definitely not stronger than Joy Boy. Otherwise, the 20 kings would not have united to fight Joy Boy. Although we don't know how strong IM is now, from the original book, Sabo was able to escape from Pengu City, which shows that IM's strength should not be as strong as Joy Boy's. Then what needs special attention is the so-called Celestial Dragon's secret treasure in the hands of the world government. Joy Boy was defeated in that battle after all, so it is certain that the power of the world government is definitely stronger than Joy Boy and the Uranus country established by IM. So Ace's current preparation is not enough. There is still a lot of room for improvement in his own strength, at least, it must be better than Joy Boy in the past. The combat power of his subordinates also needs to be further strengthened to cope with the final battle with the world government in the future. So Dress Rosa is not worth Ace staying for too long. After handing the Enlightenment Lightball and the National Management Regulations drafted by Robin to Rebecca, Ace and others prepared to sail to Wano Kuni. Dress Rosa, port. Looking at the fleet of the Entei pirates' fleet going away, Rebecca, King Riku, and Cyrus watched silently. Kuzan and Yishao, after joining Dress Rosa and Ace, also boarded the ships of the 1st and 2nd Divisions and headed for Wano Kuni the next day. A lion must use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Besides, Ace is going to attack 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups. One more peak combat force means one more hand to play. In addition to the 1st and 2nd Divisions, Rayleigh's 0 Division who came with Ace and the 6th Division of Gion. The number of ships sailing out of the Entei pirates' fleet has reached 5. Advertisement, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a fleet. 4,471. King Riku looked at the fleet of the Entei pirates' fleet going away, and his eyes were a little erratic. Violet, who was already a regular member of the 6th Division of the Yandi pirates, naturally sailed with the Yandi pirates. King Riku had already prepared for this situation. After all, as a territorial country under the Yandi pirates did not leave any supervisors and managers. In this case, as his daughter, it was inevitable for Violet to sail with the Yandi pirates. This is not to say that Yandi himself was worried that Dress Rosa would get out of control. But a means of showing grace and power. What is the absolute emperor on the sea? It is naturally to have absolute grace and power. Although he was prepared, King Riku was still a little silent when he saw Violet sailing with the Yandi pirates. For this daughter, King Yinan owed too much. Because of his lack of ability at the beginning, Doflamingo used a treacherous trick to seize Dress Rosa. And turned Dress Rosa into a hellish toy country, and his family has also become a target of public criticism in Dress Rosa. Under such circumstances, Violet sneaked into the Don Quixote family. It is conceivable how much his daughter has endured over the years. In addition, the goal of the Entei pirates this time is already known to everyone. Which is to defeat the pirate alliance composed of the 4 emperors, Big Mom pirates, and the 4 emperors, Beasts pirates. 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, this is simply a terrible force that Dress Rosa can hardly imagine. Although she is very confident in the power of the Entei pirates and the power of Entei himself. But Violet's power is too weak compared to the power of the cadres of the Entei pirates. And any one of the cadres in the 4 Emperor's pirates is enough to kill Violet. In that kind of war, whether she can survive depends on Entei's arrangement for Violet. Grandfather, don't worry. Rebecca also laughed when she noticed the change in King Riku's mood. During this period of time, with the help of the power of the field of understanding, Rebecca's observation Haki has become more and more powerful. And can clearly perceive the change in King Riku's mood. Look. Under the gaze of King Riku's pupils, Rebecca took out a strange fruit. This is. King Riku looked at this strange fruit that was white like a silk thread and swallowed his saliva. Well, Doflamingo's string fruit, the Admiral gave it to me before he left. Please give me flowers. Rebecca looked at the string fruit in her hand and murmured. String fruit, I see. Is this the Emperor's grace and power? King Riku looked at this powerful devil fruit and felt goosebumps all over his body. King Riku, who had tried Doflamingo, knew how powerful the string fruit was. This is a devil fruit that is extremely powerful even among many Paramecia devil fruits. The power is second only to the top devil fruits like shock fruit. It is the second tier of all devil fruit abilities. As long as you eat it, it is enough to cultivate a Shichibukai level combat force. Such a powerful devil fruit was actually given directly to Rebecca. In addition to the move of taking Violet, a force that the Entei pirates currently did not need very much away. Advertisement the Emperor's grace and power made King Riku feel it more clearly. Yes, work hard for the Admiral, Rebecca. Patting Rebecca's shoulder, King Riku said again. Del. Rebecca nodded vigorously. Then he ate the string fruit in his hand in one bite. I didn't expect you to give the string fruit to Rebecca, it's a very strong devil fruit. During the voyage, Robin supported his chin and smiled. Oh, the ability of the string fruit is considered a powerful devil fruit ability even for the current Entei pirates. Ha, I don't need other Shichibukai level forces now, just a string fruit. In this case, you can rest assured, right, Violet? Ace, this time we are going to attack the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, so don't mess around. Shichibukai level combat power is completely unnecessary for Ace now. This is indeed a great blessing for Rebecca and the entire Dress Rosa. Thank you, Admiral. What Ace needs now is more peak combat power, that is, combat power starting from Admiral level. When did I mess around? Don't worry, that's why I'm worried. Even with the addition of armament Haki, which is not weak, at most, it is Admiral candidate level combat power. Swoosh. Nami covered her forehead and said helplessly. Buzz. Nami looked at Ace with some lingering fear. Fortunately, her thunder fruit ability, as long as she was above the sea, was enough to deal with most situations. The fleet of the Yandi pirates, under the control of Mary and the command of Nami, quickly moved towards Wano. The long-awaited battle was gorgeous. Every time, Ace's appearance took half of their lives. Don't worry, this time, it's definitely a normal attack method. She couldn't control what Ace decided. Ace looked at the sea in the distance and laughed out loud. Hearing this, Ace smiled and patted Nami's shoulder. Wano, I'm really looking forward to it. With the power of string fruit, even if Dress Rosa only relies on its own power, it is not something that other forces can easily provoke. This string fruit only needs to make Dress Rosa feel his grace and do things for him. String fruit is certainly not weak, but relying solely on the power of string fruit, it can only produce Shichibukai-level combat power. Nami looked at Ace's familiar look and collapsed. The shining light flashed suddenly. After sailing, they finally arrived at the sea area around Wano. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. I knew it. Righteousness. Besides, Ace has already obtained part of the demon factor of string fruit. If necessary, Ace can fully use the power of string fruit. Violet pursed her red lips, her eyes sparkling. I hope so. She could only prepare silently. Ace laughed when he heard this, and then looked at Violet on the ship of the 6th Division. Ace stood on the deck and all the purchases were made. Chapter 235. An unexpected landing. Let's turn the world upside down. Swoosh. In the sky above the clouds in the sea near Wano. Several bear paw-shaped balls of light were passing by quickly. I knew it. What's the point of a normal landing, Ace? I'm going to fight you. In one of the balls of light, Nami and Konos were together, and Nami shouted loudly. Originally, Nami had prepared for Ace's chaos. After all, as Ace's first crew member, she had been following Ace, and every landing would cost her half her life. But fortunately, Nami is now an absolute top powerhouse in this sea. Relying on the power of Thunderfruit and Conqueror's Haki-tangle combination, she can fight Kaido head-on even if she meets him. With Thunderfruit, facing Kaido's power to control natural elements from the fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form, he can be invincible. After all, even if Kaido can stimulate cells with thunder and burst out at terrifying speed, in terms of speed, he is not as good as the real embodiment of thunder, Thunderfruit. With Thunderfruit, observation Haki can be amplified. It can be said that when the strength is not much different, the Thunderfruit ability user is naturally invincible. So although she is worried that Ace will do something wrong when landing on Wano, Nami is also confident. After all, this is not the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea, and her Thunderfruit ability cannot be used. On the sea, she can transform into thunder, and even if she uses a full-power electromagnetic cannon to land, she can resolve it by transforming into thunder. But who would have thought that after arriving at the sea area near Wano, 76-0, Ace directly used the ability of the meatball fruit and bounced them all to Wano. In the meatball fruit ability under the effect of the enlightenment field, don't even think about escaping by transforming into thunder. The key is that Ace, this guy, laughed and said that all the destinations that pop up are random, and everyone enjoys this war. Enjoy? Enjoy your A? This is to defeat 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, is it so reckless? The key is that when she reaches the heart of Wano, her observation Haki cannot be used indiscriminately. After all, the reason why Nami's observation Haki covers such a large area is because of the amplification of the Thunder Fruit ability. And the owner of a powerful observation Haki can detect the activation of the Devil Fruit ability. In other words, she really has to take Konos and fight independently for a while somewhere in Wano. Nami is a little itchy at this moment. This, a reckless guy. Ace, is it really okay? We have to face 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups. In the bear paw light ball under the effect of the meatball fruit in another direction, Tashigi asked with some concern. Don't worry, I said it was randomly arranged, but in fact, the approximate positions of the personnel are compact. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Nami is the strongest, so Konos, who is weaker in frontal combat, is paired with her. And in other light balls, Vivi and Najiko teamed up, Lackey and Robin teamed up, and Kaya teamed up with Perona and Mary. This combination is basically one Admiral level combat power and one Admiral candidate level combat power. As for Kaya, because the healing fruit ability is not a devil fruit that directly increases combat power, Kaya can only exert Admiral level combat power when using Black Flash. So Perona and Mary formed a 3-person team with her. Hancock teamed up with Gion and Ain. The combination of 2 Admiral level combat power is also the strongest combat power combination among the girls, except for Nami. With such a combat power configuration, even if Ain is a burden, even if they meet Kaido, they will not be defeated immediately. As for the Entei Pirates fleet, Rayleigh and Shaggy teamed up, Yishao and Kuzan teamed up with Zephyr. And the landing location is in the center of the girls. In this way, if there is any accident, Yishao, Kuzan, and Rayleigh, the 3 combat powers, can arrive quickly. As for why I brought Ion and Zephyr, this is the last chance Ace gave them. Let Ion and Zephyr make the final choice in this war, whether to join the Yandi pirates. Advertisement: if Zephyr and Ion still do not choose to join after the war, then Ace will not waste any more words and will put Ion and Zephyr in prison. Because of Kuzan and Gion, Ace will naturally not kill Ion and Zephyr. But it is still possible to imprison them for life. With Ace's current status, Zephyr and Ion are actually not taken seriously by Ace. It's just because of Kuzan and Gion, plus Ace has some appreciation for Zephyr himself. But this is not the reason for delaying in front of the Emperor. What is the Emperor? The Emperor's true meaning is to be kind and powerful to the ultimate. The Emperor's patience is also limited. If Zephyr and Ion have not made a decision after this Wano Kuni war, then let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Such a combination of combat power can ensure that each group has the ability to protect itself, while also being challenging. Moreover, he has the ability of the door fruit, which allows him to open the door at any time and reach the girls. Ace can also use the ability of the thunder fruit. Although he cannot transform into a thunder body because he became a flame man after eating the Mera fruit. He can still use the thunder fruit ability to increase the observation haki. In addition, Ace has taken a third insurance. Violet, use your ability to observe their situation carefully. If there is any accident, report to me immediately. Ace took out a Den Mushi and smiled. Yes, Admiral. Violet's voice came from the phone. Violet, the user of the staring fruit, did not come to Wano Kuni with them. Instead, she stopped in the sea area outside Wano Kuni and used the staring fruit ability under the effect of the field of understanding to observe the situation here. In this case, no accident will ever happen. The reason why Ace had to work so hard was that if nothing unexpected happened, the Wano Kuni battle would be the last large-scale battle before the final battle between the Entei pirates and the world government. Although the girls also participated in the Entei event, they were still very weak at that time. The only one who could barely stand in the center of the stage was Nami, who had fully awakened the Thunder Fruit ability and had the threshold of a heavenly demotion. But because Haki was completely insufficient, he could only help out and use the Thunder Fruit ability to assist. As for the other girls, they didn't even have the qualifications to stand in the center of the stage. In other words, although the girls are strong now, Vivi, Lackey, Kaya, and Hancock all have Admiral-level combat power. The rest of the girls are also Admiral candidates. Nami was even killed by Itachi and the four emperors head-on. But in terms of high-end combat power confrontation, apart from mutual practice, the girls have almost no experience. But practice is only practice after all, not actual combat. With the current strength of the Entei pirates, it is almost no difficulty to destroy the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates without the intervention of external combat power. The gap between the high-end combat power of the two sides is really too big. With the current strength of the Entei pirates, even if the four emperors pirates join forces, the Entei pirates have the advantage in the outcome. So this war is the best opportunity to train the girls in actual combat. As the final battle is getting closer and closer, Ace also needs to train the girls' actual combat capabilities. Moreover, Ace is very clear about the girls' thoughts, they really want to help him. Such a heart, Ace feels warm, and also hopes to help the girls fulfill their wishes. The Wano Kuni battlefield is the best alchemy stone. And Ace is in a group with Tashigi. Before the battle with the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, Ace needs to get something. Swoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, several points of light fell in various places in Wano Kuni. The Yandi pirates' large fleet descended on Wano Kuni. Advertisement, the captain really loves to mess around. The light ball dispersed, and Yao's hair was ruffled. Mr. Ace's decisions have always been surprising, but the atmosphere here makes me feel very uncomfortable. He smiled and frowned slightly. This pirate country ruled by Kaido is even worse than Dress Rosa during the reign of Doflamingo. The emotions sensed by his observation haki can be described as dead silence. This is even worse than simple despair. What a fool, he even unlocked my combat power freeze. Zephyr moved his wrist and said. Before, Zephyr had been affected by Perona's spiritual fruit, and the haki, physical strength, and all the energy related to combat power in his body fell into silence. When haki cannot be used, the power of the spiritual fruit is really a bit buggy. No matter how strong it is, it can make the person who is affected lose all resistance. All the power in the body will fall into a depressed state, which is more thorough than the ability user facing the restraint of Seastone. But now, the power of the spiritual fruit has dissipated. Zephyr, naturally, also uses power in haki. Well, for the sake of our past friendship, I can remind you that the captain will not do useless work. Looking at Zephyr, Kuzan's eyes flashed under his sunglasses. In this case, Guozan can probably understand what Ace means. This Wano Kuni war is probably the last chance for Zephyr and his junior sister, Ain. At the same time, Kuzan was also very emotional. The captain really treated him too well. In order to prevent his heart from being affected, Zephyr and Ain were given such a long time to make a choice. As the saying goes, a man dies for his friend. Kuzan pushed his sunglasses and looked around. Humph, I'm not a fool. Let me see if I can find a new answer in this war. Zephyr heard Kuzan's words and said in a deep voice. After all, he was once the admiral of headquarters. Zephyr also tried to figure out Ace's intentions. However, after all, he joined the pirate camp. For Zephyr, who has been defending justice in his heart all his life, the decision is really difficult. However, what he saw in Dress Rosa and what he learned about Ace's philosophy from Kuzan, Zephyr was also deeply touched. In the end, is there a new possibility? Zephyr also wants to find the answer. Let's go and turn this place upside down. Tap, ta. Yishao touched the ground with his staff knife and walked forward. Oh, this is not your style, Yishao. Kuzan laughed when he heard this. Mr. Ace wants to increase everyone's combat experience in real wars. As a follower of Mr. Ace, we naturally have to do our best. Making a big fuss is valuable to our Yandi pirates. The final battle, my intuition feels that 1.5 will be countless times more complicated than the current situation. Yishao stopped and said in a deep voice. That's right, then, with the name of Yandi, let's make a big fuss here. Kuzan also laughed. What a fool. Zephyr heard the conversation between Zephyr and Yishao, and his mouth twitched. These guys are really. Is it because the captain himself is a fool? Thinking of the days since he was captured by the Yandi pirates, Zephyr's mouth twitched. However, why does it feel like the blood that has been dormant for a long time is starting to boil? Zephyr pinched his wrist and followed Kuzan and Yishao to walk away. Kuzan's mouth corners slowly raised an arc. At this time, Ace and Tashigi also arrived at their destination. We're here. Ace looked at the house in front of him and smiled. Hey, where is this? Tashigi held the handle of Chu Shui and asked curiously. There are many famous swords here, Yin's, Ace said with a big laugh. Locking this position still uses the ability of the cat fruit phantom beast white tiger form. For the white tiger form ability that can control the energy in the body of the famous sword and form the white tiger gale, locking the position of the famous sword is an extremely simple thing. Besides, there is Ace's field of understanding. Who are you? At this time, a surprised voice, fast. Chapter 236, Xiao Yu, the most ordinary, yet the most precious. Who are you? Hearing this voice, Tashigi immediately looked up. Seeing a very thin little girl wearing a light green short skirt kimono with many patches on it, riding on a strange big dog, looking at them with some caution. Excuse me, we are travelers here. Ace looked at the girl, his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. Paramecia Dango fruit ability user, Kurozumi Yu. Hey, there are outsiders coming to Wano-kuni? Xiao Yu looked at Ace and the others in surprise. At this time, Wano-kuni was jointly ruled by Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. In order to strengthen the rule, Kaido completely blocked Wano-kuni and could not communicate with the outside world. In addition, the geography of Wano-kuni itself has a natural barrier, so few outsiders can come to Wano-kuni. We came here because of some accidents, Ace said with a smile. Tashigi, who was listening to the side, couldn't help but twitch her red lips. Who caused this accident? Don't you know? Tashigi was full of black lines, and then looked at Xiao Yu in silence. This girl's mood swings are so strange. What is this emotion? Gu. A light sound came from Xiao Yu's stomach. Woo. Xiao Yu immediately covered her stomach and her face turned red. Are you hungry? Ace looked at Xiao Yu. His expression was also a little silent, and then he chuckled. The people of Wano-kuni are starving because of Kaido. Kaido's factory will cause large-scale pollution, and the polluted water source and environment cannot grow crops at all. In such an environment, being able to survive is a luxury, not to mention being full. Although Ace, who traveled from Blue Star, was born in a peaceful era and has never tasted the taste of hunger. But the obsession with having enough food has long been engraved in the genes of the Huxia nation. Faced with a scene like Wano-kuni, Ace was also deeply touched. That is why, from the beginning, even though Ace admired Kaido's willpower in battle, he never thought of conquering Kaido. The initial goal was to kill Kaido. The act of wasting fertile land and water sources is unforgivable in any case. No, I'm not hungry, I want to be a ninja in the future. Xiao Yu's pretty face was red, but she still raised her fist and said loudly. Ninja, so powerful, it's a good dream, but ninjas also need to eat, right? Want to eat together? Click. Ace waved his hand slightly, and an air door opened in the air. He took out a bag of rice from it and smiled at Xiao Yu. The ability of the door fruit can open an air door. And inside the air door, there is a dimensional world that does not belong to this world. After opening the air door, the ability user can hide in the dimensional world of the door fruit, and items can be brought in. However, ordinary door fruit ability users can only enter when they activate their abilities, if they do not activate their abilities. The dimensional world of the door fruit cannot be used as a storage world. But Ace has a field of understanding. With a little development, he can store a large number of items in the dimensional world of the door fruit. Gurgle. Xiao Yu looked at Ace, swallowed hard at the white rice in his hand. Rice. It's rice. Among the people of Wano-kuni, rice is an extremely precious food. Xiao Yu usually makes a living by weaving bamboo hats. With this money, she can't buy rice at all. She can only eat the husks of some grains, and even so, she can't eat enough. She can only buy a little rice on her birthday every year. Seeing so much rice, Xiao Yu wanted to maintain her dignity as a samurai, but the saliva that kept coming out of her mouth couldn't deceive herself. Ace's observation Haki can accurately sense Xiao Yu's emotional fluctuations at this time. In addition, Ace also has the power to listen to the voices of all things, so Xiao Yu's psychological activities can't be hidden from Ace. Although he didn't go hungry in his previous life, the Huxia people of the previous generation had experienced hunger. Feeling Xiao Yu's emotional changes, Ace was also a little complicated. Let's eat together. If you're hungry, you have to eat. Ace stretched out his hand to Xiao Yu and showed a bright smile. Advertisement, Ace. Feeling Xiao Yu's emotional fluctuations, Tashigi's expression also changed. She seemed to know why Ace had to come here. Xiaoyu looked at Ace's outstretched hand and the bright smile on Ace's face, and was a little dazed. She slowly stretched out her little hand, and instinctively moved towards Ace's hand. Humming an unknown tune, Xiaoyu was processing the precious rice. Smelling the aroma of rice, Xiaoyu's face had a happy smile from the heart. Looking at the happy smile from the heart on Xiaoyu's face, Ace and Tashigi watched Xiaoyu's every move, and they were a little silent. It's done. Xiaoyu smiled brightly and opened the lid of the pot. The rice grains were distinct, and because of the steaming, the water mist with the aroma of rice grains continued to rise. Smelling the long-lost rice aroma, Xiaoyu took a deep sniff, and her little face was full of satisfaction. Ace, Tashigi, you eat first. Xiaoyu handed 2 bowls full of rice to Ace and Tashigi. Then she carefully filled a bowl that was obviously much smaller with half a bowl of rice and held it happily. During the previous exchange, Xiaoyu also learned about Ace and Washi's famous ministers. However, because of Kaido's blockade, there is no Den Den Mushi here, and the live broadcast of the Yan Emperor's major events has no impact here. In addition to the complete lack of communication with the outside world, Xiaoyu does not know the identities of Ace and Tashigi. Tashigi looked at Xiaoyu and felt a little sour in her beautiful eyes. Even though she was so hungry and eager to eat a full meal, she still gave the 2 largest bowls to herself and Ace first. Xiaoyu, really, so kind. Why don't you fill it up, there's still a lot. Ace looked at the remaining rice in the pot. Can I leave some for the master? Xiaoyu bit her lip and said carefully. After all, this is Ace's rice. In Xiaoyu's opinion, the right to use it naturally belongs to Ace. Eat it, I still have a lot here. Ace looked at Xiaoyu, was silent for a moment, and activated the ability of the door fruit again, taking out a few bags of rice from it. Xiaoyu opened her mouth and stared blankly at the bags of rice. It's been a long time, haven't you eaten enough? Today, eat as much as you can, Xiaoyu. Ace said with a smile. Yeah, Xiaoyu nodded heavily, smiling happily. But she only added another spoonful of rice to the bowl and stopped. Is this enough to fill you up? Tashigi asked curiously. It's enough, although there is still a lot of rice, but... Xiaoyu bit her lip and raised a little face. I want to share some with everyone. Everyone in the village hasn't eaten rice for a long time. Xiaoyu said carefully. Don't worry, everyone will be able to eat enough in the future. Ace touched Xiaoyu's little head and chuckled. Really? Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Yeah, I promise, Ace said with a smile. Tashigi on the side wiped the corner of his eyes gently. At this time, Tashigi had a new understanding of what Ace said about creating a world where everyone can eat and everyone can have a banquet. It's great to be your crew, Ace. Tashigi put a mouthful of rice into his mouth and pursed his red lips. Obviously, this is just an ordinary bowl of rice, and there is not even any side dish. On weekdays, Lackey is in charge of the diet of their Entei pirates. With the field of understanding, Lackey's cooking skills are definitely the best in the sea. In addition, the ingredients used by the Entei pirates are also top-notch, and in terms of taste, they are definitely the best in the sea. But now, this most ordinary rice makes Tashigi feel that it is the most delicious food in the world. The unique aroma of rice makes people feel beautiful from the heart after careful tasting. The taste of grain. Advertisement. Ace ate more elegantly than ever before, smiling. The taste of food is the most fascinating, because food represents the continuation of human life. Ace watched Xiaoyu's face smile with happiness every time she took a bite of rice, cherishing every grain of imported rice, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For humans, as long as there is food and water, they can survive. Although there are no side dishes, just the most ordinary rice, but every bite can feel the true meaning of human life. Cherishing food is definitely not an empty talk. Ace has held so many banquets, but he has never wasted a grain of rice. Cherishing food is something engraved in the bones of Ace, who came from Blue Star. Yeah. Tashigi nodded his head seriously. Ming, it's so delicious. After finishing all the rice in the bowl, Xiaoyu licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was still savoring the fragrance of the rice, with a happy face. Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance at this time, Ace and Dashishen both laughed. But then, Ace and Tashigi looked outside the house. Tap. Top. Who are you? A strange man with a long nose and wooden clogs that looked like a small Gao Shao looked at Ace and Tashigi warily. Master, come quickly, I left some rice for you. Xiaoyu was surprised to see the person coming. Kazuki Sukiyaki? Ace looked at the person and thought silently. The person was the former Wano Kuni general and Kazuki Oden's father, who was now using the alias of Tengayama Hitetsu's Koji Sukiyaki. Ace came here, first, to let Xiaoyu have a full meal. Second, it was for the famous sword Yanma, one of the 12 great swords in Kazuki Sukiyaki's hand. Compared with the black sword Shushui, Yanma is more suitable for Woseki to hold. After all, Shushui has been refined into a black sword. After eating, Kazuki Sukiyaki also put his hands together and thanked. Thank you for the hospitality. Such power. Ace simply put Xiaoyu on his legs and Xiaoyu took a nap. If Ace and others were sent by Kaido and Orochi, he should be vigilant. And Yanma has not yet become a black sword. If Tashigi can refine it into a black sword, then Yanma's power can be exerted 100%. At this time, Xiaoyu was lying on Ace's legs and sleeping soundly. Then he pulled Tashigi up, and with Ace's help, Tashigi also stood up, and the sword on his waist appeared just in Kazuki Sukiyaki's pupils. If it is under the effect of the field of enlightenment, I don't know what kind of power it can exert. No matter how Tashigi uses it, 967 Shushui has been engraved with the mark of Ryoma. But he didn't say much. After all, although he was grateful for a meal, Kazuki Sukiyaki must be more vigilant on weekdays. I see. Then he thanked Ace and began to eat the rice in the bowl. So Yanma, Ace must be obtained. Huh, the situation in this country is really too complicated. Wait, otherwise, he would have to listen to the story of Kazuki Oden, the naked idiot and self-touched dancer. After all, Kaido and Orochi are really terrible when they join forces. After Xiaoyu explained the whole story, Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace and Tashigi with a gentle look. Then, we'll say goodbye. Kazuki Sukiyaki sighed when he heard this. After eating a long-lost rice, Xiaoyu also felt sleepy. And if Ace and others are really just kind travelers, then he can't drag Ace and others into the quagmire of Wano-kuni. Looking at Xiaoyu's cute face and sweet smile, Ace also laughed as if he was having a beautiful dream. After taking the rice from Xiaoyu, although he wanted Xiaoyu to eat more, he also understood that if he didn't eat, Xiaoyu would worry. In addition, Yanma's ability to absorb Haki also makes Ace concerned. Ace smiled when he heard this, and there is no limit to what he can do. Ace touched Xiaoyu's little head and smiled. Ace didn't want to listen to Kazuki Sukiyaki talking about the history of Wano-kuni. Ace stood up and said with a smile. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Kiyoshui's hilt, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed. Yeah, this country was not like this originally. You're welcome, Xiaoyu is very kind and cute. If such a child is hungry, it would be too pitiful. 11T Chapter 237, Famous Sword Yanma, King Level Conqueror's Haki, fully activated. Wait. Kazuki Sukiyaki suddenly jumped up, staring at the sword on Tashigi's waist, his eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? Mr. Fage, Tashigi looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki strangely. This is the first time Mr. Fage has lost his composure since they met. Even when they just met, Mr. Fage did not show such an expression. The name Kazuki Sukiyaki told Tashigi and Ace was his pseudonym, Tianashan Fage. Tashigi also called him Mr. Fage, however, Mr. Fage's eyes seemed to be looking at. Tashigi's observation Haki sensed Kazuki Sukiyaki's emotions in sight, and looked at the shushui on his waist. This sword. Kazuki Sukiyaki's hands began to tremble, and he was very excited. Clang. Is Mr. Fage also a sword fan? This is one of the 21 great swords, the famous sword Shushui. Tashigi unsheathed the Shushui generously, stroked the lines on the Shushui, and said with a smile. Akisui, it's really Akira. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at the famous sword that had been forged into a black sword, and trembled with excitement. Tashigi. Where did you get this sword? Kazuki Sukiyaki calmed down and asked Taguchi. Thriller bark. Moria used the power of the shadow fruit to make a zombie out of the corpse of a swordsman. The sword of that zombie is the famous sword Akira. After Tashigi purified him, he entrusted Akira to Washi. Ace looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki and smiled lightly. What is the name of the swordsman? Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes were complicated. Ryoma. Tashigi recalled the battle at that time, and still remembered it vividly. She opened her red lips and said slowly. Ryoma. It's really him. It turned out that Moria stole Ryoma's body. Our Wano-kuni national treasure, the famous sword Akira, was also stolen by him. Kazuki Sukiyaki gritted his teeth and said, Wano-kuna's national treasure? Tashigi was slightly stunned when she heard this. This was the first time she knew about the status of the famous sword Shushui. Yes, we Wano-kuni have many famous swordsmiths, and many of the famous swords of the time were forged by our Wano-kuni swordsmiths. Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes also showed memories. At the time when Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi had not yet colluded and occupied Wano-kuni, although Wano-kuni was relatively closed to the outside world due to historical reasons, everything was so beautiful. Many famous swords? Tashigi's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, judging from the maintenance of Shushui, the little girl is also a person who loves swords very much. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Tashigi and smiled. At this time, his impression of Tashigi and Ace was greatly improved. Ryoma, since the famous sword Shisui was handed over to Tashigi, then these two people must not be Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi's people. In addition, Kazuki Sukiyaki himself is an extremely good swordsmith, and he also has a very good impression of people who love swords in Sukiyaki. All of them. What famous swords? My second dream is to collect all the famous swords in the hands of bad guys. Tashigi took out a small notebook, and her pretty face was full of joy. Ace heard this and smiled. Tashigi's first dream, needless to say, is to follow me and use her power to clear obstacles on my way to becoming the king of the world. What famous swords are there? There are many. The second generation Kitetsu, one of the 21 great swords. The famous sword Enma, one of the 21 great swords. The famous sword Wado Ichimonji, one of the 21 great swords. The famous sword Aim no Habizan, and the one in your hand, one of the 21 great swords. And the only known black sword among the great swords, Tushisui. Kazuki Sukiyaki was also generous and introduced them. Hearing the names of these famous swords, Tashigi kept exclaiming while recording them in his little notebook. There are only 21 famous swords in the 21 great swords, and so many of them are from Wano-kuni. Although it was a pity that he didn't see these famous swords in person, Tashigi was very satisfied to know that these famous swords were forged by Wano-kuni. Do you want to see these famous swords? Kazuki Sukiyaki smiled at Tashigi's appearance. Mr. Feitetsu has these famous swords? Tashigi's beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. There are only 3, wait for me, advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki stood up and walked towards other rooms. Soon, Kazuki Sukiyaki brought a box and a single famous sword. This is. Looking at the single famous sword, Tashigi's beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. Clang. Kazuki Sukiyaki did not keep people waiting and directly pulled out the famous sword. One of the 21 great swords, a famous sword, 2nd generation Kitetsu. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at the famous sword, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 2nd generation Kitetsu. Tashigi's beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright, and he carefully looked at every pattern on the 2nd generation Kitetsu sword. His little hand recorded the details of this famous sword in a small notebook. This sword was made by your ancestors, Mr. Shimotetsu. Ace smiled faintly. You, how do you know? Kazuki Sukiyaki was stunned, and then looked at Ace in shock. This sword told me. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. The power of listening to the voice of all things is indeed magical, and the voice of the famous sword can be heard by oneself. However, the 2nd generation Kitetsu, which is worthy of being called a demon sword, really reveals an ominous breath. Could it be that? Kazuki Sukiyaki seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Ace. Listen, the voice of all things? Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace and murmured in disbelief. This man actually has such power. He is definitely not an unknown person on the sea. Yes, this 2nd generation Kitetsu was indeed forged by my ancestor. Kazuki Sukiyaki said slowly. No, what Mr. Fage said is not so accurate, right? To be precise, it should be forged by the person you regard as your ancestor, right? Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Kazuki Sukiyaki changed his real name to Tengayama Hitetsu and regarded the famous swordsmith Tengayama Kitetsu of Wano-kuni as his ancestor. This was indeed sincere. After a long time, even the 2nd generation Kitetsu forged by Tengayama Kitetsu recognized Kazuki Sukiyaki's identity. However, this could not be hidden from Ace, who had the ability to listen to the voice of all things and practiced observation Haki to ultimate. As for the description in the original work, Ace only had a little impression. After so many years in this world, coupled with his dislike for Kazuki Oden, the idiot naked man, Ace only remembered the main part of the plot here. Besides, Kazuki Sukiyaki's identity was not important. This time, Ace also came to the conclusion through observation Haki and the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Kazuki Sukiyaki's pupils shrank violently. Is the ability to listen to the voice of all things so exaggerated? Even the 2nd generation Kitetsu recognized his identity as the descendant of Tengayama Kitetsu, but he couldn't hide it from the man in front of him. Ace's power is the best in the sea. Tashigi saw Kazuki Sukiyaki's appearance and said. The best in the sea? Kazuki Sukiyaki's facial expression changed rapidly. The best in the sea, does this little girl know what this concept is? Even the 4 emperors Kaido who colluded with Kurozumi Orochi, violently ruled Wano-kuni, and made them powerless to resist, dare not say that he is the absolute best in the sea. B. Looking at Tashigi and Ace, why does Kazuki Sukiyaki feel that this little girl is not bragging? I am really crazy. Kazuki Sukiyaki shook his head fiercely. How could such a young man have a power higher than Ling Wending Kaido? I have 2 famous swords here. Kazuki Sukiyaki did not hesitate too much and slowly opened the box on the other side. Looking at the 2 famous swords placed in the slowly opened box, Washi's beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. How? 2 of the 21 great swords, the famous sword Yanma and the famous sword Tianyuhazen. Kazuki Suki pointed at the 2 famous swords and smiled proudly. These 2 famous swords were once the swords of his son, Gyue Oden. After Kazuki Oden died, the 2 swords were also kept by him. Among them, Tianyuhazen, Kazuki Suki wanted to pass it on to his grandson. Advertisement, however, his grandson's whereabouts are still unknown, and his life or death is unknown. Famous sword, Yanma, famous sword, Tianyuhazen. Tashigi looked at the 2 legendary famous swords excitedly and was about to pull the 2 famous swords out of the scabbard. Wait, before Tashigi could move, Kazuki Suki stopped Tashigi. What's wrong, Mr. Fage? Tashigi looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki strangely. Forget about Tianyuhazen, but this Yanma, you can't touch it casually. If you want to touch it, you must be absolutely prepared. Because this sword can absorb the holder's haki. If the holder can't control it, it will be absorbed by it. Kazuki Sukiyaki said seriously, is there such a famous sword? Hearing this, Insuki was a little shocked. Surprisingly, there is a famous sword that can absorb the holder's haki. Interesting, let me see. Ace looked at Yanma, and his corners also raised an arc. Ace is very interested in this, the only known famous sword that can absorb haki. If you are not a swordsman, it will be more dangerous to hold this sword, you. Hearing Ace's words, Yu Sukiyaki was shocked. Don't worry, Mr. Fage, Ace will definitely be fine. Tashigi chuckled. If Ace, who is the best in the sea, cannot resist the ability of the famous sword Yanma to absorb haki, then no one in this sea can do it. Tashigi is very confident. Looking at Tashigi's confident look, Sukiyaki doesn't know what to say. But this girl who is recognized by Ryoma and Kurokami Shisui is so confident, and this man also has the power to listen to the voice of all things. His strength should not be weak, right? But let's go outside first, don't destroy your house. Ace picked up the handle of Yanma and smiled, woo. At this time, Xiaoyu, who was still sleeping, also woke up and rubbed her eyes in confusion. Ace brother. After Xiaoyu woke up, she showed Ace a bright smile. This is the new name that Xiaoyu and Ace called after getting familiar with each other. Let's go, come with us, good Zhao, outside and try this famous sword. Ace pinched Xiaoyu's little cheek and smiled gently. Yeah, although she didn't know what happened, Xiaoyu still nodded her head obediently. Soon, everyone came to a cliff. Ace, is he really okay? He is not a swordsman. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace on the edge of the cliff and frowned slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Fage, if Ace can't control Yanmo, no one in this Tianhai can do it. Tashigi said confidently. After hearing this, Kazuki Sukiyaki could only stare at Ace's back. He also wanted to see what kind of power this man had that could make this little girl so confident. Buzz. Ace held Yanmo horizontally in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. The moment Yanmo was unsheathed, a magical wave of energy was continuously emitted from Yanmo's blade. Boom. The target was Ace's Haki, Yanmo. Interesting, I want to see how much Haki you can eat. Ace felt this power, but instead of stopping it, he laughed. The king-level Conqueror's Haki, fully opened, the next moment. In his eyes, the black and purple lightning flashed madly, which was so heavy that it was terrifying. Clang. The whole sky was dyed into a frightening black and purple. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a sword, the famous sword Yanmo was unsheathed. Then, this wave of energy poured into Ace's body. The violent Conqueror's Haki roared madly from Ace's body. Chapter 238, Total War, Haki Absorption, Big Harvest. Boom. Sizzle. 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 The violent black and purple lightning spread all over the sky. At this moment, it seemed that everything in the world was dyed purple and black, representing the ultimate violence. The black and purple lightning that spread throughout the atmosphere brought terrifying energy with every flash. Under this extremely violent energy, the sea began to stir up waves of terrifying waves. The sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and countless air currents rolled back madly along the torn gap. The earth began to tremble violently, making it impossible for people to stand. The sky is tearing. The earth is shaking. The sea is shaking. This is the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki at full power. Kaido, who was having a banquet with Charlotte, Linlin on the Ghost Island near Wano, suddenly stopped. Charlotte. Linlin, who was standing by, slowly closed her bloody mouth, and bloodshot began to appear in her eyes. This is... Bang. Kaido looked towards Wano, and the hand holding the wine bowl suddenly exerted force, and the wine bowl in his hand broke instantly. Such Haki, only one person in this sea can have it now. Such a strong Haki. So that's why you want to join forces with me, figure. Charlotte. Linlin's face did not have the usual weird smile, her eyes were full of bloodshot, and she said slowly. The strength of this Conqueror's Haki is definitely beyond the red hair. It has reached the level of Rocks, Whitebeard, and Roger in their peak period. The Conqueror's Haki is one level stronger than their four emperors, the four emperors. This level of Conqueror's Haki alone is not something she or Kaido can contend with alone. Besides, the Yan Emperor event was also live broadcast by Jean-Latte Linlin. Yan Emperor is not only strong in Conqueror's Haki. In addition, the Mera Mera fruit in Logia evolved towards the direction of the sun using an unknown method. Even the former Admiral of Headquarters, now the Marine Marshal, who has the Lava fruit with the strongest attack power in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, can rely on the pure Devil Fruit ability to crush the group with a crushing attitude. Such a person is simply not something that a four emperor can fight against. However, in episode 703 when she and Kaido teamed up, Charlotte, Linlin was still confident. Just like no four emperors can fight against two admirals of headquarters. In the history of this sea, no one can resist the combination of two four emperors. Even Whitebeard at his peak, Pirate King Gol, D. Roger, and Rox. D. Zebek, the only overlord of that era. Although the power of the Entei Pirates has been greatly enhanced after the former Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan joined the Entei Pirates and became the captain of the first squadron. But still no one can reach the four emperors level. As long as she and Kaido can defeat Yan Di, then the two four emperors can dominate the battlefield. Charlotte. Linlin, who is completely out of information at the moment, is shocked by the strength of Yan Di's Conqueror's Haki, but she is still confident of winning this war. It actually rushed directly to the heart of Wano, but it was also within my expectations. The joint blockade of naval headquarters and world government could not prevent Yan Di from sneaking into the core area of Sabadi Archipelago. Be careful, Linlin, that man can use all the Devil Fruit abilities. Not only frontal combat abilities, but also many weird abilities. Kaido stood up and said in a deep voice, looking in the direction of Wano. Kaido was not surprised at all by the sudden arrival of Entei and the direct invasion of Wano. Advertisement after the Entei incident, it was no longer a secret how the Entei pirates had quietly sneaked into the Sabaody archipelago under the dragnet-like intelligence network of the world government, naval headquarters. The ability of the transparent fruit is enough to allow the Entei pirates to enter any place silently. In addition, during the Entei incident, Entei himself revealed that he could use all the abilities of the devil fruit. Door-to-door fruit, meatball fruit, transparent fruit. Entei has too many ways to reach the place he wants to go silently. Even the world's highest powerholder, the Five Elders, are helpless against Entei's ability. Because of Entei's ability to use multiple devil fruit abilities to directly appear in the Holy Land Ryujin and deal a devastating blow to celestial dragons. Five elders would give in and agree to Entei's conditions during the Entei event. For Kaido, who also participated in the second half of the Entei event, he did not expect to be able to grasp the whereabouts of the Entei pirates. Because Kaido knew that this was simply impossible. Even if Entei appeared directly in front of him and Linlin the next second, Kaido would not be surprised at all. That man has too many means. However, we have to hurry over, Wano-kuni, there is no power to stop that man. And I am very concerned about why that man went to Wano-kuni when he knew we were on Onigashima. Kaido frowned slightly. The horror of that man is not only the power that surpasses the four emperors and the powerful cadres under his command. There is also the wisdom and skill of Ben Beckman, who is superior to the former Marine Marshal, the resourceful general, Buddha Sengoku, and the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates, and is known as the man with the highest IQ on the sea. Compared with the power of Entei, such wisdom and skill make Kaido more afraid. It is simply a terrible wisdom that turns all the available power into his own use. Although he is reluctant to admit it, at that time, even he, Kaido, became one of the chess pieces of that man. The situation of the Entei event was firmly controlled by that man from the beginning. You know, before the Entei event, the Entei pirates did not have the current strength. In terms of strength, compared with the combined strength of the world government and naval headquarters, it is not at the same level. But it is because of Entei that the Entei pirates finally won the absolute victory in this war. Naval headquarters even experienced a defeat. If it weren't for the direct intervention of the world government Five Elders, half of the people who could return to the naval headquarters would be lucky. Facing such a man, Kaido, who is also very intelligent, is naturally extremely wary. Every move of that man will not be in vain. But Kaido can't figure out what the intention is of directly entering the hinterland of Wano-kuni and releasing Conqueror's Haki unscrupulously. Judging from the current situation, except for humiliating him, Kaido, there is no effect at all. But Kaido, who has experienced the Yan Emperor incident and experienced the terrifying wisdom and skills of that man, doesn't believe that the man would do such a boring thing. What he wants to do, you will know when you go there. Charlotte. Linlin looked at Kaido's frowning brows and grinned. Compared to Kaido, who seems to be a drunkard on weekdays, he actually has good wisdom. Charlotte. Linlin is completely a monster who relies on talent, does not use any brains, and is unscrupulous. Wisdom. For Charlotte. Linlin, there is no such thing. As a natural destroyer, and a person with bulimia, wisdom is almost impossible for Charlotte Linlin. CJAC. It can only be like this. Kaido stood in place, and the next moment. Buzz. Whoosh. Kaido's body quickly changed, turned into a white light, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in the sky. Advertisement the next moment, a huge dragon head poked out from the clouds, and the huge blue dragon body was looming in the clouds. Jin. Mobilize all combat forces and get ready, Kaido shouted. Understood, Kidney. The big boss of Beast's pirates, the head of the three disasters, the flame disaster Jin, said in a deep voice. At this moment, Jin's wings on his back were burning with flames, and the whole person exuded a murderous aura. As a member of the Lunaria tribe, Jin can produce flames on his body. At this time, Jin has entered a combat state. Next to the flame disaster Jin, the dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form user, plague disaster, Quinn, and the elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form user, drought disaster, Jack stood on both sides. Is the war about to start? Quinn laughed loudly. Let Lousy meet the guys who killed Doflamingo. Kuzan, smile. These two guys are Lousy's prey. Jack's eyes were bloodshot. Mama, Katakuri, get ready. Charlotte. Linlin saw the three disasters all appear, grinning and laughing. Yes, Mama. Katakuri responded in a deep voice. But there was worry in his eyes. Is that the Conqueror's Haki of Entei? What a terrible Haki. Even from such a distance, he felt an irresistible force coming towards him. Facing a man of that level, he might not even be qualified to attack. B. Katakuri's eyes gradually became firm. Even so, protect your brothers and sisters, at this time, Charlotte. Linlin's blood-red eyes were fixed on the figure of the flame disaster Jin, revealing a creepy smile. Lunaria. Such a rare race, how great it would be if they came to her Guo. Unfortunately, Kaido will not give up Jin. Or, she can also take advantage of this opportunity to give birth to a descendant of the Lunaria. Roar. At this time, Kaido let out a huge roar. The ability of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form is activated. Whoosh! A circle of flame clouds appeared at the bottom of the Ghost Island. Under the effect of the flame cloud, the Ghost Island actually floated up and headed towards Wano-kuni. War. This is total war. Kaido roared. At this time. Bang! Under this terrifying power, Kazuki Sukiyaki sat on the ground with the buttocks, looking at Aizi's back in horror. Conqueror's Haki? So strong, it's even more terrifying than Kaido? Such Haki actually came from a young man? Who is this man? On the sea, such a terrifying young man appeared at this time? Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes were full of disbelief. In front of Xiaoyu, Tashigi was standing in front, and the ability of the transparent fruit was activated to protect Xiaoyu from being affected. Although Conqueror's Haki will not directly affect Xiaoyu, Ace's current Conqueror's Haki, but it can already have a huge impact on reality. However, with Tashigi's development of the ability of the transparent fruit, the awakening of the transparent fruit is only one step away. With the development of the transparent fruit to this point, Tashigi also discovered that the transparent fruit can not only make the ability user and the people and objects that the ability user wants to hide transparent, but also make vibrations, airflows and other factors transparent, even Haki. If Haki cannot resist her transparent fruit ability, then Haki will be directly transparent and invalidated by the transparent fruit ability. Although this devil fruit ability cannot directly increase combat power, it assists her swordsmanship and has a huge effect. Trademark Buzz. Buzz. At this time, Yanmo made a cry, and the strange power that was unbridled before, now made a prayer in Ace's body. Today's Yanmo, after all, is only one of the 21 great swords, and cannot withstand such a powerful Haki punch. Can't suck it anymore? Ace laughed and then took back Haki. As Haki was withdrawn, Yama entered Ace's body, trying to absorb the power of Ace's Haki, and began to return to Yama's blade. But a part of it remained completely in Ace's body. Then, it was completely wrapped by the field of enlightenment. You understand heaven-defying. Through understanding, analyze Yama's power, and combine it with the residual fire style, extinguishing the fire of 10 trillion deaths. Comprehension ability. Haki absorption. Haki absorption. For the target to be killed, absorb its Haki and strengthen yourself. A line of text appeared in Ace's mind, making Ace's mouth curl up a huge arc. What an unexpected, great harvest. Chapter 239. War begins. Wano Kuni collapses. On a cliff in Wano Kuni, Ace held Yanmo, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Haki absorption. I didn't expect that I could get such an ability from Yanmo. For the Awakener of Conqueror's Haki, the growth of Haki is not difficult at first. Why is the Awakener of Conqueror's Haki called the owner of the King's qualification even if he has not mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement and cannot attack with Conqueror's Haki? Because once Conqueror's Haki is awakened, he will be able to use the power of observation Haki and armament Haki, and as long as he exercises, he will improve very quickly. For every owner of Conqueror's Haki, the strength of observation Haki and armament Haki can easily surpass those senior vice admirals of naval headquarters. In other words, as long as Conqueror's Haki is awakened, as long as it can grow normally, the future strength will at least be at the level of admiral. And once you can complete the mastery of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, you have the potential to become 4 emperors. This is why the owner of Conqueror's Haki is called the King's qualification. However, as Haki becomes stronger, it becomes more and more difficult to strengthen Haki. Even the absolute king of the last era, Rox, D. Zebek, Whitebeard in his prime, Edward, Newgate, and the pirate king, Goal, D. Roger, their Conqueror's Haki, after being promoted to a level above the 4 emperors, began to stagnate. And referring to Whitebeard, after old age and physical weakness, Haki even began to degenerate. Although according to the description in the original work, Luffy's combat power reached an incredible level after awakening the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. But that is because Nika's power is too outrageous, putting aside the incredible power of being able to create things out of thin air. Nika's rubber body alone can use Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki at the same time, and the devil fruit power is very pervert. Others, even the 4 emperors, only choose one of the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki. Although the power of Conqueror's Haki entangle is completely superior to armament Haki. Armament Haki is also extremely powerful. Although relying on armament Haki, it is impossible to grow into a 4 emperors level strongman. But it is still enough to become an admiral level. Such power cannot be used at the same time when using Conqueror's Haki entangle, which is also a great loss. But Nika's rubber body can perfectly integrate the power of armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and devil fruit. This leads to the fact that every blow of the Awakener of Nika's power carries the integration of 3 powers. Armament Haki, the integration of the power of Conqueror's Haki, plus the power of Nika's devil fruit, is really too terrifying. This is why Luffy's combat power on Eggpoint Island in the original work was so amazing. It has completely surpassed the 4 emperors. But pure Conqueror's Haki, from Luffy's performance, can also be seen that the strength is not as strong as the Conqueror's Haki roaring Volculi shown in the 5 elders. Luffy can be so strong because the power of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form is too exaggerated. The improvement of Conqueror's Haki is very difficult even for Luffy, who has the aura of the protagonist. Similarly, today's Ace has also encountered this problem. After the Entei incident, Ace's Conqueror's Haki surpassed Red Hair and reached the same, King, level as the Pirate King Gold D. Roger, surpassing the 4 emperors. After that, the enhancement of Ace's Conqueror's Haki almost stagnated. And even with the assistance of heaven-defying, it was impossible to enhance Conqueror's Haki. Even Ace had some speculations. Although Haki can grow infinitely in theory, in reality, just like the human body, it actually has its limits. The strength of Conqueror's Haki may have its limits. After all, although Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of the owner's ability, it also uses the owner's body as a carrier. The human body is a carbon-based life after all. No matter how much it is perverted, it has its limits. Even Kaido, who has an almost unkillable body of a blue dragon after eating the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, has its limits. After fully developing the power of the devil fruit, it can no longer grow. If the carrier has its limits, then the power used by the carrier may also have its limits. The king level may be the pinnacle of the history of the pirate world. To break through this level of power, new means are needed. For example, like Joy Boy, who fully mastered the power of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form 800 years ago. Completely integrated the three powers of armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and devil fruit to break through the upper limit of the pressure level. Ace also has corresponding means. After developing the power of the Zanhuo style, the limit of the Mera Mera fruit is the sun. With the power of the Mera Mera fruit alone, Ace is enough to break through the upper limit of the king level combat power. However, it is also very difficult to continue to improve the power of the Mera Mera fruit. In the final analysis, the power of the Mera Mera fruit still depends on Ace himself. Advertisement Ace has the power of complete absorption, and the growth of his body is much stronger than Kaido's Azure Dragon body. But as Ace's body becomes stronger and stronger, the nutrition he needs to become stronger is also getting bigger and bigger. Even the nutrition contained in the huge sea kings in the deep sea is somewhat unable to keep up with Ace's needs. For this reason, the Entei pirates have actually begun research on nutrient solution. Kaya is the current research record library. However, Kaya is a doctor, not a researcher. Although he can make some nutrient solution containing a lot of nutrition through the method of proportioning, with the help of the field of comprehension, the current progress is still a little slow. What constrains Kaido and others is the limit of the physical existence. And what constrains Ace's physical growth is the nutrition of the food in this world. The power of this world is not illusory after all, and it needs to follow the basic principle of energy conservation. If you want to get a stronger body, you need more nutrients. This is also one of the reasons why Ace wants to use the field of enlightenment to create a world with unprecedented productivity. Only by creating more energy can one's own power become stronger. But even with the field of enlightenment, it takes time and huge resources to create such a world. And to achieve all this, it is necessary to destroy the world government, which currently controls most of the world's resources, and then replace it. Before this, Ace's physical growth inevitably fell into a certain stagnation. Haki, the body, and the power of the devil fruit have all fallen into a certain stagnation, which also makes Ace want to find a new way to become stronger. Before, Ace put all his energy on improving Nika's power. But now, Ace, who has obtained Haki's absorption power, has a new path. Haki, can it finally be strengthened again? Ace looked at the Yama in his hand, and the arc of his mouth became more and more wanton. An unexpected surprise, an absolutely unexpected big harvest. Now on the battlefield of Wano Kuni, there are 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. After killing them, and then completely absorbing their Haki, I wonder how much my Haki will be able to increase. This war is getting more and more interesting, clang. Ace sheathed Yama and slowly walked towards Wasuke and others. Who are you? Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace, still somewhat immersed in the shock of Ace's Conqueror's Haki just now, and subconsciously murmured. Me? Ace heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I am Portgas D. Ace, a pirate. Ace laughed. It shouldn't be as simple as a pirate. With such a Haki, you can't be an unknown person on the sea. The information here is too close. There is almost no knowledge of the latest news from the outside world. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace and murmured. Mr. Fage, let me introduce you. Tashigi heard this and came to Ace's side, with a touch of pride on her pretty face. Our captain, the admiral of the Yandi pirates fleet. The strongest in the world, the owner of the highest bounty, the man of 5.055 billion Baileys. Zero asking for flowers. Tashigi did not explain Ace's past too much. For a pirate, bounty is the best reflection of his strength. 5 billion Baileys? Kazuki Sukiyaki's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt the moisture in his throat evaporate instantly, and looked at Ace. 5.055 billion Baileys? What was the bounty of Kaido? It is definitely not as high as this terrifying bounty. The strongest man in the world? Isn't a Whitebeard? Has he been replaced by this young man? What happened in the sea outside in these years? Kazuki Sukiyaki felt that his brain stopped thinking. This bounty amount is really too shocking. Just relying on this amount, it can make a big pirate flee in fear. Then why did you come to Wano Kuni? Advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki swallowed his saliva, but felt an extremely sore throat. Subjugation. 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors Big Mom formed a pirate alliance. Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled faintly. Kazuki Sukiyaki's expression completely collapsed, and he looked at Ace in horror. 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors Big Mom, formed a pirate alliance? Why? How could 4 emperors form a pirate alliance? Unless... Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Ace and thought of a terrifying guess. 0. You guessed it right, they formed a pirate alliance just to defend against my subjugation. Kazuki Sukiyaki's thoughts and ideas were completely known in front of Ace, and Ace did not keep him in suspense and smiled. DB. Kazuki Sukiyaki stared at Ace and Tashigi blankly. He really wanted to ask, did Ace only bring 2 people to defeat the 2 emperors? Bulu bulu bulu. At this time, Ace's Den Den Mushi rang. Click. Ace smiled. Kurozumi Orochi, that waste, ate a pretty good mythical beast devil fruit for nothing. The snake fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form. Kurozumi Orochi was seriously injured and was fleeing? Admiral, Onigashima is flying towards Wano-kuni under Kaido's ability. Violet's voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Mr. Yishao and Mr. Kuzan are really amazing. Violet Lin Yu said. Click, how are the others? Ace raised his lips slightly and smiled faintly. Ace smiled at Den Den Mushi. Are they here? Thunder, the power of fruit is really overbearing. Ace picked up the phone. Kazuki Sukiyaki's brain was completely frozen at this time. What happened? The war has begun. Violet's words made Ace laugh. Ace's observation Haki, who had seen Onigashima, laughed out loud. Ace threw the demon to Tashigi. Although it is inferior to the top mythical beast devil fruits such as Azure Dragon, Suzaku, and White Tiger, it is also a top devil fruit. Kurozumi Orochi, who has been seriously injured by Nami, is fleeing under the cover of his subordinates. If Kaido and the Beast's pirates hadn't intervened, Nami alone would have been enough to destroy Wano-kuni. As a result, in the hands of Kurozumi Orochi, even Kazuki Oden, the idiot naked dancer, couldn't beat him. Nami and the others also let go for this reason. Guillaume's White Tiger form ability can be used as long as there is a famous sword within range. I understand your thoughts. You want to exchange Yanmo for Chu Shui? Okay. Wano-kuni has been turned upside down. Anyway, Wano-kuni is his territory in the future, and these famous swords are the same wherever they are. Kurozumi Orochi's deployment has completely collapsed? Got it, let Nashao and the others solve it quickly, the war is coming. Got it, stack. Tashigi. Tashigi didn't say much about this. He put Yanmo on his waist and put Chu Shui in the box. In his beautiful eyes, the fighting spirit began to surge. Not to mention Nami, who is now able to fight the 4 emperors head-on. Chapter 240. The 2 emperors arrive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wano-kuni General, Kurozumi Orochi's residence, has now completely turned to ashes. Kurozumi Orochi couldn't even maintain the ability of the snake fruit mythical beast Yamata Orochi form at this time, and looked at the figure above that seemed to be the incarnation of thunder with horror. At this moment, after joining forces with Kaido and becoming the dictator of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi, who usually showed off his power, was now extremely embarrassed. There were burnt marks all over his body. But, damn it, this woman, why is she here? Looking at the figure above that seemed to be the incarnation of thunder, Kurozumi Orochi's pupils were full of fear. He knows this woman. During the Entei incident, she teamed up with Pluton, Silver Rayleigh and Dark Ranger Yishao to capture Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru alive. In Logia, she is also one of the most invincible abilities, the Thunder Fruit ability user. A senior officer of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet. A bounty of 2 billion berries, Little Thief Cat, Nami. Wano-kuni was blocked by Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido, completely cutting off information from the outside world. But this does not mean that Kurozumi Orochi has no way to learn about the outside world. During the Entei incident, Kurozumi Orochi also watched the live broadcast that shocked the world. Little Thief Cat, Nami was the only senior officer of the Entei Pirates at that time with admiral-level combat power. But the situation at that time was obvious. Little Thief Cat relied too much on Thunder Fruit ability, Haki and other powers, and was very weak. But now, what is going on? This woman's power. Kurozumi looked at the figure of Nami who turned into thunder above, and the fear in his eyes could not be expressed in words. Completely, it is not a level of power. What he ate was the devil fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form. This devil fruit gave him the ability to have 8 heads, each with its own thoughts, and each head represents a life. In other words, if you want to kill him, you can only destroy all 8 of his heads. Although in terms of combat, his devil fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form is much weaker than Kaido's fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. But in terms of survival, his ability is not inferior. But at this time, only 3 of his 8 heads were left in a short time. The attack power of that terrifying thunder was too terrifying. His power did not even have the slightest ability to fight back in front of this woman. This power is definitely not just the power of thunder fruit. That violent power is simply thinking of a possibility. The fear in Kurozumi Orochi's pupils is about to overflow. You are really good at running, but the game is over. Nami looked at Kurozumi Orochi and raised her red lips slightly. Before arriving at Wano-kuni, Nami and her friends knew that Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi had colluded to cause the tragic situation in Wano-kuni. And in the early days of landing in Wano-kuni, the tragic situation she saw from the people of Wano-kuni also made Nami extremely angry. To kill a scum like Kurozumi Orochi, Nami would not show any mercy at all. Spare me. Spare my life. Yandee's target is Kaido, right? We can cooperate with each other? Kurozumi Orochi looked at the thunder roaring on Nami and screamed in fear. Facing a thunder fruit ability user whose power is far superior to hers, wanting to escape is simply a joke. In this world, perhaps only the sparkling fruit user, Kizaru, can escape from the hands of the thunder fruit user. After all, in terms of pure speed, sparkling fruit is still slightly stronger than thunder fruit. But if others do not have the power to match the thunder fruit user, then facing the thunder fruit user's pursuit, they can only wait for death. Even if he has 8 lives because of the snake fruit mythical beast Yamada no Orochi, he will still end up the same. Thunder fruit, as the most perfect devil fruit ability that combines speed and power, is too buggy in battle. As long as the power is not as strong as the Thunderfruit user, then under the Thunderfruit's ability, it can only be played to death, and there is no means of counterattack at all. Only when you really face it, you can understand why Thunderfruit is called one of the devil fruits with invincible abilities even in Logia. Advertisement facing such an opponent, especially this woman, there is also an even more terrifying man behind her. The strongest man in the world today, the man who is above the 4 emperors, the man who commands the strongest pirate group in the world today. Emperor Portgas d'Ace. Kurozumi Orochi felt cold all over just thinking of this name. He already knew about Doflamingo. That terrifying man didn't even make a move, but only sent 2 of his officers to destroy Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. And, Kurozumi Orochi also knew that the man wanted to attack Kaido. Not only that, Kurozumi Orochi also knew that Kaido and the Big Mom pirates formed a pirate alliance. But what he didn't expect was why the Entei pirates wanted to attack Kaido, and didn't go directly to Onigashima, but came to Wano Kuni. As for the Entei pirates, the possibility that they didn't know where Kaido was absolutely zero. After the Entei incident, didn't Aren know? The thunder fruit ability of the woman in front of him could amplify observation Haki, allowing the Entei pirates to perfectly capture all battlefield information. The Entei pirates must know where Kaido and the Big Mom pirates are. The Entei pirates have been heading for Wano Kuni since the beginning. Facing the Entei pirates, no, let alone the Entei pirates, just facing the big cadre of the Entei pirates fleet in front of him, he had no power to resist. Kurozumi Orochi guessed that the reason why the Entei pirates came directly to Wano Kuni was probably the same as Kaido, the war madman. For Wanokuna's war resources, sea stone, but Wanokuna's precious resources, can also play a huge role in war. Moreover, Wano Kuni can also make many famous swords and weapons. After the Yandi incident, the strong men on the sea all understood that although the Yandi incident had come to an end, there would be another battle between the Yandi pirates and the world government in the future. Yandi's ambition is definitely not satisfied by becoming a man who is above the 4 emperors. Even the Pirate King is not taken seriously by Yandi. Yandi's goal is the world. In this case, it is normal to regard Wanokuna's strategic resources as his own. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi was also a little annoyed. Why didn't he think about this earlier? Otherwise, he would not be able to enjoy himself in Wano Kuni now, but should be with Kaido and others to ensure his own safety. But things have already happened, and it is useless to be annoyed. Besides, it's just cooperation with Kaido, cooperation with Yandi, because it is cooperation. He, Kurozumi Orochi, can help Kaido build a war factory and help Kaido seal off Wano Kuni. He can also help Yandi build a war factory and help Yandi manage Wano Kuni. As long as he can survive and enjoy Wano Kuni, it doesn't matter who he cooperates with. Are you done? Nami's expression gradually turned cold. After that, you can go to hell. Are you worthy of cooperating with our captain? Nami's words made Kurozumi Snake's face change greatly. Wait, 200 million volts, King Cobra. Nami's cold shout immediately interrupted Kurozumi Snake's begging for mercy. Squeak. Boom. The violent thunder instantly turned into a terrifying king snake that would choose its prey. The king snake was completely transformed by thunder, and its sharp fangs were even more terrifying than Kurozumi Snake's Yamada no Orochi form. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the king snake turned into a raikage and bit Kurozumi Snake mercilessly. Little girl, don't be so arrogant. At this time, a roar came from the sky. Roar. Advertisement in the surprised eyes of Kurozumi Snake, a huge dragon head slowly emerged from the clouds. The huge body of the Azure Dragon blocked Nami's Thunder King Snake. So that's it came from above the clouds? Conqueror's Haki, my observation Haki is isolated. Nami looked at Kaido who suddenly appeared, and thought to herself. Although her observation Haki can cover the scope of a country because of Thunder Fruit. But since it is amplified by Thunder Fruit ability, it means that the amplified observation Haki will consume both Haki and her physical strength. The amount of physical strength consumed depends on how large a range Nami wants to cover with observation Haki. The wider the coverage, the more amazing the physical strength consumed. So Nami also concentrated all the observation Haki on the Ghost Island controlled by Kaido with the Flame Cloud. There is a Flame Cloud created by Kaido with the Devil Fruit ability, so there is also Kaido's breath. As a result, Kaido himself got ahead and came from the clouds. In the clouds, observation Haki needs to consume more physical strength to extend, so Nami hadn't noticed it before. And Violet, who was watching here with the power of the Staring Fruit, was weak. As long as Kaido covered his whole body with Conqueror's Haki, Violet's Devil Fruit ability would not be able to find Kaido at all. Demon Fruit power, when facing an enemy whose Haki is much stronger than itself, can only exert very limited power. At this time, Kaido also collided with the 200 million volt King Cobra performed by Nami. Sizzle. Boom. What? As soon as Kaido came into contact with Nami's power, his face suddenly changed. This is not just the power of Thunder Fruit. There are other powers entangled in it. This is Conqueror's Haki. Sizzle. Boom. Kaido's eyes flashed with thick purple-black, and the next moment, purple-black violent lightning burst out instantly. And then was Kaido controlled it, wrapped around the dragon's head, and blasted the Thunder King snake in front of him into the sky. Boom. The Thunder King snake that was blown away exploded in the clouds. Thunder Fruit, mixed with the violent power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, was released instantly. Large tracts of clouds collapsed instantly under this violent power and disappeared above the atmosphere. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that you actually mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Kaido looked at Nami with a serious look at this time. This woman's Conqueror's Haki is naturally not as good as Kaido's. But the power of Thunder Fruit and Conqueror's Haki-tangle was a little beyond his expectations. Such power is worthy of his serious treatment. Sure enough, it's Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Kurozumi Orochi was behind Kaido. When he heard the name, his pupils shrank again. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt incredible after knowing it. Are the guys in the Entei Pirates monsters? Entei is fine, how come the little thief cat also mastered the Conqueror's Haki-tangle? At this time, Kurozumi Orochi had a bad premonition in his heart. The little thief cat suddenly possessed the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, reaching the level that could compete with Kaido's level of fighting. Then, what about the other officers of the Entei Pirates? Also, the former Admiral of Headquarters, Kuzan, who has just joined the Entei Pirates, and the Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. These are all extremely terrifying combat power. Why'd I feel that even if Kaido and the Big Mom Pirates join forces, it is still very dangerous to face the Entei Pirates? 3.9. Cold sweat has begun to appear on Kurozumi Orochi's forehead. There are still many things you don't know, Kaido. Nami waved the weather stick in her hand in a circle, looking at Kaido confidently. She is finally able to face the world's top combat power. Ace. Nami's fighting spirit began to boil. Your appearance has somewhat broken the original combat power balance. Before the Entei arrives, I will get rid of you first. Linlin. Kaido roared at the ghost island that was floating in the distance. Kaido doesn't care about dignity. Winning the war is what he needs to do. Nami's combat power is completely beyond his original expectations. An admiral-level threshold combat power suddenly became a 4-star combat power. The impact on the entire war is subversive. Although I don't know why Yandi is not here, it's just right. Before Yandi arrives, let Yandi pirates lose an important combat power. Mama, mama. A nauseating laugh sounded. Charlotte. Linlin, stepping on Homie's Zeus at this time, holding the giant sword transformed by Homie's Napoleon, came towards Nami. What a surprising Yandi pirates, but it's over, mama, mama. Charlotte. Linlin's eyes were full of bloodshot, and she opened her bloody mouth. The giant sword in her hand swung fiercely at Nami, who, clang. The next moment, an invisible terrifying gale suddenly blew over, and the giant sword in Charlotte. Linlin's hand was suddenly blocked. Roar. A tiger roar made Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin look over, and then their faces turned ugly. Chapter 241. The balance of power is broken. The leaders of the Entei Pirates. Swoosh. A metallic gust of wind with the ultimate killing aura collided with the Homie's Napoleon in Charlotte Linlin's hand. The next moment, boom. The violent airflow set off waves of terrifying fluctuations, causing the earth to tremble violently. The terrifying energy fluctuations terrified Kurozumi the snake. What happened again? Roar. Then came a terrifying tiger roar that seemed to be able to shatter the world. When Kaido and Charlotte Linlin heard this terrifying tiger roar, their faces changed and they rushed towards the source. Roar. I saw a huge white tiger that was no less than Kaido's blue dragon body, stepping on the gust of wind with a killing aura. This gust of wind could actually lift the huge body of the white tiger like Kaido's flame cloud, and roared from a distance. Phantom Beast. The moment Kurozumi the snake saw this huge white tiger, his pupils shrank suddenly. Ordinary Zone definitely don't have such a huge body. And the foot stepped on the murderous wind, which was exactly the same as Kaido's fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. Such ability can only be possessed by rare mythical beast devil fruit. And looking at this appearance, this mythical beast. Kurozumi Orochi's forehead began to sweat countless times. Tiger fruit mythical beast white tiger form, who are you? Kaido looked at the white tiger. As a user of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, he instinctively understood what kind of devil fruit the person was. Kaido looked at the white tiger and spoke. In this world, there are 4 top-level mythical beast devil fruits, second only to the legendary human fruit mythical beast Nika form. His fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form is one of them. In addition to being able to give the ability user an almost unkillable azure dragon body, it can also give the ability user the ability to control natural elements. In terms of comprehensive O1 power, among the top 4 devil fruits, the fish fruit mythical beast azure dragon form is the strongest. The other known one is the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form owned by the Entei Pirates Cadre, Firebird, Lackey. However, compared to the fish fruit mythical beast azure dragon form he ate, the power of the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku fruit is more inclined to the mysterious aspect. In terms of direct combat power increase, it is generally weaker than his fish fruit mythical beast Azure Dragon form. What appeared now was the third of the 4 top-level devil fruits, the tiger fruit phantom beast white tiger form. Although in terms of comprehensive strength, the fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form he ate was the strongest of the 4 top-level devil fruits. Because it can give the ability user the power to control natural elements, allowing the ability user to use natural elements to fight, and the means of fighting are more abundant. But in terms of pure attack power, the tiger fruit phantom beast white tiger form in front of him is the strongest. It is said that among the devil fruits, the attack power is the strongest, and it can be compared with the lava fruit, the top attack form devil fruit ability. It actually appeared in Wano Kuni, tiger fruit phantom beast white tiger form? A devil fruit ability with the strongest attack power of the devil fruits? No wonder this strange wind makes my hands sting. Charlotte. Lin looked at the white tiger that had come in front of them, and her terrifying huge eyes were full of bloodshot. She opened her bloody mouth and licked her lips. Kaido's fish fruit, mythical beast species, Azure Dragon form was what she had obtained in the face of God. Charlotte. Lin knew very well how powerful this top-level devil fruit was. As long as you eat it and develop it to the point of awakening, you can become the Admiral of Headquarters with the pure devil fruit ability. And the devil fruit ability in front of her, which is said to have the strongest attack power, is even more incredible. Although Haki is not very strong, and does not have the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, the attack actually made her hand feel a slight tingling. It is indeed a devil fruit ability with an attack power even higher than the fish fruit, mythical beast species, Azure Dragon form that Kaido ate. Buzz. Hearing Kaido's roar, the white tiger's body shape also changed rapidly. Soon, it turned into an upright humanoid white tiger, and its sharp claws turned into tiger hands similar to human shapes, holding the famous sword Kinpira in the tiger hands. Kinpila. It's you. Kaido knew who the person was the moment he saw the weapon. Advertisement: former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Candidate, Momosagi Gion. Although not Admiral of Headquarters, but as an Admiral Candidate, and the only female Admiral Candidate, Gion's sword is still known to the world. Gion, Captain of the 6th Division of the Entei Pirates Fleet, I am here. Gion's mouth curled up slightly, and he placed Kinpila horizontally in front of him. Entei, that guy, what he said at the beginning was really true. Did he even get the tiger fruit mythical beast white tiger form? Kaido's eyes began to become solemn. After the Entei incident, he, Whitebeard, and Red Hair all participated in the banquet held by Entei. And at that banquet, a small episode also happened. There was an unknown person named Marshall. Teach in Whitebeard. His bloodline seemed to have some problems, and he was noticed by Entei. And Entei also disclosed one of his special abilities, which can directly attract precious devil fruit. That's how the bird fruit phantom beast Suzaku form came from. But when Entei used his special ability to help Marshall Teach attract the devil fruit ability, it seemed that something unexpected happened and nothing was attracted. So Kaido also drew in his mind about the ability that Entei disclosed at that time. But now it seems that the problem is not with Entei, but with Marshall Teach, or the devil fruit attracted by Entei. Looking at Gion, Kaido's expression was also very solemn. Surprisingly, another top-level phantom beast devil fruit fell into Entei's hands. This is a bit troublesome. Not to mention the little thief cat, Nami, even he felt a little tricky with her combat power. Gion, who ate the tiger fruit mythical beast white tiger form, judging from his performance just now, although he can't reach their level, he is also an admiral level combat power. Admiral level combat power is not cabbage, even the 4 emperors must be taken seriously. Even his right hand, the strongest flame disaster Jin under his command, can't reach this level, it can only be said to be infinitely close. Even if he goes all out, it will take some time to defeat the admiral level combat power. Such a powerful combat power can completely break the balance of the battlefield. Damn. There is a big problem with the estimation of the combat power of the Entei pirates. How could the Entei pirates become so strong? Kaido's eyes were extremely solemn. Originally, he had planned to use the Beast's pirates and the advantage of the Big Mom pirates' core strength to contain the cadres of the Entei pirates. After all, in his original calculation, although there were admiral-level fighters in the Entei pirates, there were no 4 emperors. As long as they were not 4 emperors, Jin and the others would be able to contain them. And he would join forces with Lin to get rid of the Entei. The original plan was very good. But now, the strength of the little thief cat exceeded his expectations. Not only that, but a new admiral-level fighter, Gion, has appeared. Add to that the confirmed admiral-level combat power, Pluton, Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, smiled, and the former admiral of headquarters, Aokiji, praised. Now, even Kaido felt his scalp tingling. The Entei pirates are a little too strong. If these people are concentrated, plus the monster Entei, it will be a big trouble. It is necessary to make the Entei pirates lose a few combat power first. Just like what Entei did to Marine in the Entei incident. Lin, go all out and get rid of them, Kaido roared. Buzz. In his eyes, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki began to boil. At this moment, 4 emperors Kaido will not hold back. It is necessary to get rid of the little thief cat and Gion before the monster Entei comes. Otherwise, they will be in big trouble. Mama, leave it to me. Charlotte Linlin's eyes also began to fill with the purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki. Usually, Charlotte Linlin is like a tyrant who only knows how to eat sweets and give birth to children. But Charlotte Linlin is not an absolute fool. Advertisement. She also understands that at this time, the balance of power between their Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates Pirate Alliance and the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet has begun to be somewhat unbalanced. Although the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet has very few cadres compared to their Pirate Alliance. The Entei Pirates Grand Fleet's high-end combat power is really amazing. Before the Entei arrives and starts the final battle, some must be dealt with first. Otherwise, they may be the ones to lose. At this time, Charlotte Linlin did not hold back. The Soul Fruit's ability was fully activated, and Homie's Zeus under his feet turned into a pitch-black thundercloud, glowing with terrifying lightning. The Homie's Prometheus on the top of her head turned into a burning flame and merged with Charlotte Linlin's hair. Charlotte Linlin suddenly became a monster with thunderclouds under her feet, a sun burning on her head, a Homie's giant sword in her hand, and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around her body. 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin's fighting state. Mama, so scary. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, looked at Charlotte Linlin and sweat appeared on her forehead. How long has it been since I last saw Mama in this state? Katakuri, who was standing next to her, had a solemn expression. The war hasn't started yet, Charlotte Linlin opened her bloody mouth. Swoosh, under Charlotte Linlin's expression changed drastically. Haki, devil fruit abilities, all started to work, ready to fight with all their strength at any time. Although he was reluctant to admit it, in this level of battle, his combat power was really not enough. If he didn't fight hard from the beginning, he would probably be defeated in an instant. Her attack was completely at a disadvantage. How terrible are the Entei pirates? Buzz. Big perfume femur. At this time, the red light representing ultimate observation Haki suddenly flashed in Katakuri's eyes. The appearance of 2 cadres from the Yandi pirates' large fleet made the 220 emperors ready to fight with all their might. This is the gold content of the 4 emperors on the sea. White Tiger, strong wind. Katakuri was alert while secretly accumulating strength. The violent black and purple lightning suddenly appeared in the air, completely entangled on the pair of slender jade legs. If they collided directly, it would be extremely fast. As the 3 strongest admirals of the naval headquarters in history, in addition to Akainu, who possessed the strongest attack power devil fruit ability, Lava Fruit. Gion also shouted, and the golden pira in his hand was wrapped with armament Haki and White Tiger strong wind, and together with Hancock's attack, it went towards Charlotte Linlin. The famous and powerful officers of the Entei Pirates fleet have not appeared yet. Then, the huge body flew backwards. Katakuri's face suddenly changed. Boom. Swoosh. Hancock shouted, and the power of the sweet fruit and the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement fully exploded. Die, little girl, except for the little thief and the former Marine Admiral candidate. This attack, even if the Admiral of Headquarters did not dodge and took it directly, would be seriously injured. Boom. Aokiji and Kizaru also used the characteristics of Devil Fruit to fight with the 4 emperors. Don't think that you can provoke Saihou just because you have eaten a powerful devil fruit, little girl. A tall figure turned a chic arc in the air. That's. I want to see what's so great about the 4 emperors. The most important thing is that there is no trace of the legendary man. Charlotte Linlin opened her bloody mouth and blasted towards Gion with the terrifying attack of Conqueror's Haki. It was really the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement that the 4 emperors had fully mastered, which was too powerful. Advertisement Chapter 242, Fighting Hard, Boom. The terrifying airflow raged wildly in the atmosphere. Under the impact of this terrible force, the atmosphere was shattered. Under the unconfident eyes of the Charlotte family members and the horrified gaze of the Kurozumi snake. 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was at a disadvantage in this direct collision of forces. The huge body flew backwards. Mama, Homie's Zeus screamed and hurriedly caught up with Charlotte Linlin to help her relieve the force. Mama, the Charlotte family members on the Ghost Island screamed in fear as they watched Charlotte Linlin being knocked away head-on. Mama was actually hit head-on. Mama just now did not hold back at all, using the power of the Soul Fruit and the power of Conqueror's Haki. After Mama became 4 emperors, they never saw Mama launch such a terrifying attack again. As a result, she was actually hit head-on. BM. Katakuri looked at the tall figure that appeared, and his forehead was also cold. Pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Katakuri's eyes twitched slightly. Of course, Katanen was no stranger to this former 7 warlords of the sea, who was known as the Pirate Queen, and had the most beautiful woman in the sea. After Doflamingo was eliminated by 2 cadres of the Entei Pirates, Kuzan and Ichisho, and Dress Rosa announced that she would join the Entei Pirates. Amazon. Lily, who was in the Com Belt, also announced that she would join the Entei Pirates. The Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, also withdrew from Shichibukai and joined the Entei Pirates. As the de facto second in command of the 4 Emperors Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri naturally knew this information. It was not surprising that Boa Hancock appeared here. But what Katakuri found unbelievable was why Boa Hancock's power would reach this level. The 7 warlords of the sea, as one of the 3 major forces on the sea, along with the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors. Although the 7 warlords of the sea was the weakest among the 3 major forces in the past, and its role was only world government, in order to use the name of the 7 great pirates to intimidate other pirates on the sea. At most, it is only to assist the naval headquarters in fighting against the 4 emperors. But in the final analysis, the power of the 7 warlords of the sea is still very strong. Before the rise of the Entei pirates, there was no organization stronger than the 7 warlords of the sea except the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters. As the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri is very clear about the combat power of the 7 warlords of the sea. The strongest of the 7 warlords of the sea is undoubtedly the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. He is so strong that he can even fight head-on with the 4 emperors' red hair. In the second echelon, there are Doflamingo with Conqueror's Haki and Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, but in terms of the strength of the two, Doflamingo actually has a certain advantage. But even Doflamingo would be defeated instantly when encountering 4 emperors. Even the second echelon of Shichibukai, the gap between their strength and that of the 4 emperors who have fully mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement is too huge. But what is the situation now? The power displayed by Boa Hancock, although not as strong as Mama, is also above that of Gion, who has eaten the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form and possesses the strength of an admiral. The two of them work together to knock Mama, who is using her full strength, head-on. The power entangled in Boa Hancock's attack is. Katakuri's forehead began to sweat. Conqueror's Haki entanglement. The pirate queen, Boa Hancock, has actually mastered this power. Advertisement Kaido looked at Hancock who appeared, and Kakuzu's eyes began to twitch. Another one. Another guy who can use Conqueror's Haki-tangle. When did the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle become a common thing? On this sea, before the awakening of the Entei pirates, there were only a handful of people who could fully master the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Doflamingo, that guy, has been on the sea for so many years and has become the emperor of the underground world, but he can't master the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Even his daughter, Yamato, who is as talented as him, has just begun to master the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. There is still a long way to go before she can fully master it. What's the result now? Not only the little thief, but also the pirate queen has mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. The original pirate queen's strength can only be regarded as the same level as Doflamingo, and there is still a distance from Jin. But now, the pirate queen who has mastered Conqueror's Haki-tangle is completely different in strength. Although it has not reached the level as terrifying as the little thief, it is no problem to reach the level of Kuzan and Kizaru. Damn. Another admiral-level combat power appeared, and it is such a troublesome admiral-level combat power. Kaido's scalp really began to numb at this time. You know, although the admiral-level combat power cannot be compared with the 4 emperors, even the top admirals like Kuzan and Kizaru will be defeated in the end. The Conqueror's Haki entanglement fully mastered by the 4 emperors is completely incomparable to other powers. But just like Kaido, who is confident that he and Charlotte, Lin can defeat the Entei with 4 emperors. 2 admiral-level combat powers can also defeat the 4 emperors when they cooperate with each other. Of course, the admiral-level combat power here is not the kind that has just entered the admiral-level threshold, but the top kind like Kuzan and Kizaru. And now, Boa Hancock has demonstrated this kind of power. In addition, although Gion has just entered the admiral level, he relies on the cat fruit, the strongest attack power among the mythical beasts. The mythical beasts. White tiger form. Gion's attack power is no less than that of a top admiral. When the two work together, Lin will be at a disadvantage. Although Lin has a natural physical defense that is even more exaggerated than his Azure Dragon body, defense is only defense, which can only ensure that Lin is not injured. If he wants to defeat the Pirate Queen and Gion together, then there is no need to think about it. And what he has to face is the more troublesome and more powerful Thunder Fruit ability user, Little Thief Cat. Although his combat power is definitely above Little Thief Cat, the characteristics of Thunder Fruit are destined. Even if he can defeat Little Thief Cat, it will take a long time. Now, the original idea of defeating some of the important forces of the Entei pirates before the Entei arrived was completely hopeless. The key point is, how come the forces of the Entei pirates are more exaggerated than each other? The Little Thief who was originally expected to have only admiral-level combat power actually mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement, and with the power of Thunderfruit, he could even fight him and Lin head-on. Gion also has admiral-level combat power. Boa Hancock has the same top admiral combat power as Kuzan. These 3 extremely powerful forces were completely beyond their expectations. Among the cadres of the Entei pirates, the original top combat power. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, former admiral of headquarters Aokiji Kuzan, Dark Ranger, Yishao. But none of them appeared. Just these 3 people made him and Lin have to use all their strength and fell into a tough battle. If Rayleigh, Kuzan, and Yishao also rushed to the battlefield, Kaido's scalp was about to explode. What made Kaido even more terrified was that the strength of the 3 cadres, Little Thief Cat, Pirate Queen, and Gion, suddenly increased to this level. Advertisement. Then what about the cadres under the Entei who were not considered important combat forces by him? Phoenix, Lackey, Desert Princess, Vivi, Devil's Child, Nico Robin, Black Rose, Nochigo, Fallen Doctor, Kaya, Silent Swordsman, Tashigi, Monster Princess, Perona, Angel, Konus, Ship Spirit, Mary. The names of the cadres of the Entei pirates appeared in Kaido's mind one by one. Let's not talk about Monster Princess, Perona and Angel, Konus. The devil fruit abilities of these two people are not combat type. What about the others? Will there be a few more admiral level combat forces? Especially, Phoenix, Lackey and Desert Princess, Vivi. One of these two people has the bird fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, which is as famous as the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form he ate, and the other has the powerful Logia devil fruit, sand fruit, which is definitely in the second echelon in Logia. In the Entei event, he had already awakened the devil fruit ability. It was only because the Desert Princess's Haki was not strong at that time that she was unable to join the core battle circle. But now, the little thief cat has the combat power to fight him and Linlin head-on, Gion has the admiral level combat power, and the pirate queen has the top admiral level combat power. If these two people also have the admiral level combat power, even a strong person like Kaido began to sweat on his forehead at this time. Why does he feel that even without Entei, the alliance of their beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates, plus the power of Kurozumi Orochi, seems to be unable to defeat the Entei pirates? What kind of hell joke is this? After the Entei incident, how could the Entei pirates become so powerful in such a short time? This is not counting the monster Entei. Kaido's eyes began to turn blood red. This can't go on. If it goes on like this, it will definitely be a disastrous defeat. The situation has deteriorated to the ultimate, and we can only fight desperately. #DFL. Kaido roared, opened his bloody mouth, and the terrifying energy began to gather. The next moment, the terrifying energy gathered in his mouth burst out instantly. Hot breath. Swoosh. The violent dragon's breath formed a beam of light and began to attack indiscriminately. Boom. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Nami's pupils shrank suddenly, and the next moment, she turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared on the spot. Don't even think about running away, Kaido roared, and the energy of his mouth and hands continued to gather. At this moment, Kaido completely ignored the consumption of physical strength and started a crazy attack. Although the thunder fruit ability of the little thief cat is amazingly fast, he is better in terms of observation Haki. Although the thunder fruit ability can amplify observation Haki, it is through the radio waves of the thunder fruit ability to spread observation Haki, so that the observation Haki of the ability user, Zhao, S, has an extremely terrifying coverage range. But in terms of strength, there is no qualitative improvement. To put it bluntly, the thunder fruit ability is just a diffuser for observation Haki, using radio waves to help observation Haki spread its range. But it is impossible to make the observation Haki of the ability user directly change from the ordinary level to the ultimate level that can see the future for a short time. Besides, Kaido can control natural elements and use the power of thunder to strengthen himself, making his speed reach a terrifying level. Although it is not as good as the thunder fruit that directly transforms into thunder, the gap is not that huge. And this small disadvantage in speed can be completely compensated by his stronger observation Haki. Jin, cover the attack. Limit their movement trajectory. Kaido roared again, and the hot breath in his mouth continued to spew out. Yes, Admiral. The first of the three disasters, the flame disaster Jin, also flew from the Ghost Island to the mid-air. His eyes also turned blood red. Jin understood that at this time, they, the beast's pirates, had been forced into a dead end. The Flame Emperor had not arrived yet, and the combat power displayed by these three cadres alone made Jin tremble with fear. There was no time for a tentative attack, and he had to fight to the death. Swish. The power of the Lunaria tribe was not reserved at all, and the flames wrapped around the saber. Fire Dragon Emperor Yun. Jin roared, and countless flames gathered into fire dragons, covering the entire battlefield. Countless fire dragons compressed the movement trajectories of Nami, Hancock and Gion, forcing them to take Kaido's attack. The next moment, countless musical notes appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 243. Admirals are everywhere. White hot. Swish. 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 Countless flames gathered into fire dragons, covering the entire battlefield. The big boss of Beast's pirates, the leader of the three disasters, the actual second in command of Beast's pirates, the vice captain, Flame Disaster Jin, attacked with all his strength. As a survivor of the Lunaria tribe, Jin can produce flames on his body and use them to attack. The Fire Dragon King is the strongest large-scale attack launched by Jin using his own blood and his own strength. Of course, such an attack is completely threatening to the three girls, Gion, Nami and Hancock, who are the weakest at the Admiral level. You only need to use the Haki and Devil Fruit abilities to break it. But Jin launched such an attack not to hurt the three girls, but to compress the battlefield's activity space and create attack opportunities for Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin. Although Flame Disaster Jin is not an Admiral-level combat power, as the vice captain of Beast's pirates, Flame Disaster Jin's power is infinitely close to Admiral-level combat power. Facing the desperate attack of Flame Disaster Jin, although the three women will not be threatened, they still need weak Haki and Devil Fruit abilities to fight back. As long as they fight back, they will be slightly slow in action. And Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin want this moment of delay. For the top combat power like the Four Emperors, they only need a delay in action to seize the gap and launch a fatal attack. Although Nami can fight with the Four Emperors, Nami relies more on the characteristics of Thunder Fruit. As a Devil Fruit with a speed second only to Sparkling Fruit and an attack power second only to Lava Fruit, and can also launch long-range attacks. Nami's current fighting style is more inclined to a long-range fire calendar. Using the speed of Thunderfruit, constantly adjusting the position of the enemy, so that you can safely release the ability of Thunderfruit. Coupled with the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, Nami is fully capable of fighting the four emperors head-on. In the final analysis, Nami's current Conqueror's Haki is still far inferior to Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin. If they really fight head-on, Nami will not be able to defeat Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin. And Gion only has Admiral-level combat power, Hancock only has top-level Admiral combat power. Gion and Hancock can only fight against the four emperors head-on with their combined strength. But now, with the Fire Dragon Emperor of Flame Disasterjin, combined with Kaido's heat, Hancock and Gion cannot join together and can only fight separately. In this case, if Hancock encounters Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin, he can still use the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement to fight for a short time. And Gion, who only relies on the power of the Cat Fruit Phantom Beast White Tiger form to have Admiral-level combat power, will probably be defeated very quickly. Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin thought exactly like that. Their target was the weakest Gion. Little girl, you were so arrogant just now. Charlotte. Linlin stepped on Homie's Zeus and quickly approached Gion. At this time, Charlotte. Linlin's horrible eyes were full of bloodshot, and nauseating saliva kept dripping from her bloody mouth. At this time, Charlotte. Linlin was completely furious. As the only woman among the four emperors, she was actually repelled by two little girls. Although Charlotte. Linlin has been obsessed with having children and tea parties since becoming a four emperor, and her mood is very unstable and she has cravings. As a four emperor, Naoto is extremely proud. Such a shame can only be washed away with blood. Just when Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin thought they were about to succeed. A wonderful piece of music suddenly sounded. In such a noisy battlefield, this music that suddenly came to mind was completely unaffected by the noise. Then, one after another, wonderful notes appeared on the battlefield. Buzz. These wonderful notes wrapped around Nami, Hancock and Gion, emitting strange power. Affected by these notes, Nami, Hancock and Gion's speed, strength and spirit all increased greatly in a short period of time. Hancock let out a low cry, and his delicate body perfectly avoided the attacks of the Fire Dragon King and the Heat Breath, and quickly came to Gion's side, launching an attack that was more fierce and terrifying than before. AFDE, squeak, boom. Nami swung the weather stick in her hand violently, accompanied by a terrifying thunder, and lightning flashed around Nami. 300 million volts, 10,000 snakes. Nami shouted delicately, and lightning flashed all over her body. Aft, aft, aft. Countless thunders turned into thundersnakes, sticking out terrifying fangs. Turned into rakeage, with terrifying thunder, colliding with the fire dragon created by the Cinder Fire Dragon King. In front of the Thunder Fruit with the power of the Vocal Fruit, Jin's Fire Dragon King was no match at all, and the attack network was torn apart in an instant. Without Jin's large-scale attack, facing Nami, whose speed was no less than Sparkling Fruit after the power of the Vocal Fruit, Kaido could only roar but had no way to deal with it. Advertisement, Angel Conus, the user of the Vocal Fruit. Kaido looked at the distance unhappily, where a beautiful figure was playing the harp in her hand, creating one wonderful note after another. The control ability is even better than that of the Encouragement Fruit, the user of the Vocal Fruit. Damn. The Entei Pirates really have some extremely troublesome abilities. Quinn. Jack. Go kill her. Kaido roared in the direction of Onigashima. With the power of the Vocal Fruit, the battle here is completely deadlocked. In a short period of time, he and Charlotte, Linlin can't get rid of the three little thieves. However, facing the Vocal Fruit users who are not good at frontal combat, the cadres under their command can play a role. It's Lousy's turn. Jack picked up the machete and jumped down from the Ghost Island. Ha ha ha, the enemy's head is mine. Quinn laughed exaggeratedly, doing some weird dance moves that made people laugh and cry, and he jumped down from the Ghost Island. Katakuri, kill her. At this time, Charlotte, Linlin also roared. After being blessed by the Vocal Fruit, the joint attack of Gion and Hancock became more sharp and completely suppressed her. Although Hancock and Gion could not hurt her because of the advantage of Conqueror's Haki and the physical defense of Steel Balloon. Her physical strength was rapidly consumed. The most important thing is that Charlotte Linlin was very crazy after being beaten away by these two little girls again and again. Are you going to let me join the battlefield now? Katakuri's eyes were calm. At this moment, he understood that Mama was completely furious because of the attack of the Pirate Queen and Gion, and she didn't care about the situation on the battlefield at all. Now, none of the powerful cadres of the Entei Pirates showed up. In this situation, is it really a good thing to blindly invest in combat power? Katakuri's eyes were a little hazy. But on the battlefield, even if there are objections to Mama's command, it must be strictly followed. Katakuri exerted force with his legs, jumped down from the Ghost Island, and killed in the direction of Conus. Don't even think about using the power of Thunderfruit to rescue. Kaido roared at Nami, who was covered in lightning. Conqueror's Haki roared crazily. The black and purple lightning formed, so Nami could only use Conqueror's Haki to fight back. The roar of Conqueror's Haki can greatly interfere with the power of Devil Fruit. The only thing that can fight against the roar of Conqueror's Haki is the roar of Conqueror's Haki. In this case, Nami has lost the time to turn into thunder and rescue Conus in the first place. Little girl, don't think that I won't do it just because you were cute, go to hell. At this time, Quinn and Jack were not far from Conus. Quinn laughed strangely and attacked Conus. Damn, is it a step slower? Jack was a little unwilling to see Quinn take the first step. But although they are all three disasters, Jack has the lowest status among the three disasters. Moreover, Jack was somewhat afraid of Quinn because of Quinn's methods, so he could only watch Quinn take the initiative and grab the first credit. But Jack, category behind Quinn, had a bad premonition at this moment. In his eyes, the red light representing ultimate observation Haki suddenly lit up. The next moment, Katakori's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly retreated to the back. Crack. An air door suddenly opened in front of Conus. The next moment, boom. The terrifying sandstorm turned into a terrifying desert knife, slashing towards Quinn and Jack. What? Quinn and Jack's pupils shrank, and they quickly began to defend. But the next moment, puff, a terrifying scar appeared on Quinn's chest. Advertisement, Brother Quinn. Jack's eyes were full of bloodshot. Damn it, tyrant, Haki can't stop it. Feeling the moisture in his body being quickly absorbed through the wound, Quinn's pupils shrank violently. His Haki couldn't resist this attack. In the Entei pirates, the cadre who can launch sand attacks. If you want to hurt Conus, ask me first, huh? The sandstorm quickly condensed in front of Conus and turned into a beautiful figure with blue hair. Sand fruit ability user, Desert Princess, Schengen. Looking at the figure that appeared, Katakori's eyes were full of haze. Kacha. A beautiful figure carrying a sophisticated sniper rifle appeared beside Vivi as the airgate closed. Black Rose, Nokiko. Katakori's eyes twitched slightly. The number of cadres in the Entei pirates has increased again. 703. So strong, Katakori looked at Vivi with a solemn look. Even Quinn couldn't resist the attack and was injured instantly. The strength of the Desert Princess, another one. Kaido gritted his teeth, his scalp was completely numb at this moment. Only a strong man of that level could easily injure Quinn to this extent. The Desert Princess can already be called an Admiral-level combat power. Another, an Admiral-level combat power, still, the extremely troublesome Logia, and the Vocal Fruit. With such an Admiral-level combat power, Quinn, Jack, and Katakori may only be able to contain it. After all, their strength is not as strong as Jin. Damn it, when did Admiral-level combat power really become cabbage? One or two of the Entei pirates are all Admiral-level combat power. Kaido thought about the unprecedented powerful fighting force of the Entei pirates, and felt that his head was about to explode. He didn't understand that Jin had followed him to fight for so many years, but he couldn't become an Admiral-level fighting force. But these young people in the Entei pirates, one by one, all had Admiral-level fighting experience. Is this Entei's method? Thinking back to that terrible man, Kaido's eyes were gloomy. The pirate alliance of their beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates has reached the most critical moment. Kaido is very clear about the current situation. There is a huge deviation in the pre-calculation of the fighting force of the Entei pirates. The current situation is that once the Entei pirates are assembled, I am afraid that the pirate alliance of their beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates will quickly collapse. Just like the naval headquarters in the Entei incident. At this time, there can be no hesitation, no casualties and follow-up, and only desperate efforts. All members of the beasts pirates, carry out the encirclement and suppression. Kaido roared, intending to push all his troops forward. Linlin. You should know the current situation. Kaido looked at Charlotte. Linlin on the side. Parasparrow. All hands attack. Charlotte. Linlin looked at her eldest son. Yes, Mama. Parasparrow heard the order, although sweating coldly, but also responded. With the cadres of the Charlotte family, they immediately jumped off the Ghost Island and joined the battlefield. The war was completely heated. Chapter 244, Black Flash. Kill them. Charlotte Parasparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and the user of the licking fruit, pointed at Vivi, Nokiko, and Conus and shouted while sticking out his long tongue that made people uncomfortable. Behind Parasparrow were many Big Mom Pirates officers. Big Mom Pirates is a special pirate group led by Charlotte Linlin and maintained by the blood relationship of Charlotte Linlin's children. In the Big Mom Pirates, except for a few, the rest of the officers are Charlotte Linlin's children. And those who inherited Charlotte Linlin's genes, although none of them inherited Charlotte Linlin's natural monster physique, but overall, they're very strong. Although except for Katakori, the rest of the officers have very few strengths that can even reach the level of Admiral candidates, but there are still many officers who have reached the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. When facing Vivi, whose strength is only at the threshold of Admiral, many middle-class fighters joined forces, and with Katakori, Quinn, and Jack, as long as they were willing to pay the price, they could defeat Vivi with human wave tactics. Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates were planning to do this at this time. Without calculating the price to be paid, they must reduce the important combat power of the Entei Pirates before more powerful cadres of the Entei Pirates appear. Otherwise, judging from the current situation, once the Entei Pirates are assembled, their Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates Pirate Alliance may not be their opponents at all. Swish, swish, swish. The Charlotte family also has a lot of demon fruit power. So for a while, the momentum created was also very strong. Facing such a powerful attack, Vivi's pretty face was slightly condensed. Ha! Vivi shouted in a low voice, and the ability of sand fruit was fully activated. Buzz. The surrounding land, with Vivi as the core, collapsed rapidly and turned into rolling sand. At this moment, even the trees decayed quickly, and then strangely turned into a sandstorm. Everything around Vivi was decaying and turning into sand. Sand fruit, awakening, sandstorm. Vivi raised her pretty face and shouted. The ability of sand fruit and armament Haki, which she had cultivated in Amazon Lily, fully erupted at this moment. The terrifying power turned most of the battlefield into sandstorm weather. Be careful. Use Haki to protect yourself, and never let your skin touch the sand. Katakori's eyes condensed, and he said to his brother and children in a hurry. This is the horror of Logia Admiral level combat power. Although Logia ability users do not have an advantage in the highest end combat power competition. But in a large-scale war, Logia users are at the top of the 3 devil fruits. After awakening, Logia users can easily change the climate of a place, and can even permanently change the climate of an island. At this time, the climate here has permanently turned into a sandstorm climate, and this terrifying sandstorm climate can be perfectly controlled by Vivi. As long as the enemy is in this sandstorm climate, they will be attacked indiscriminately. Although Vivi's armament Haki is not enough to cover the entire battlefield. But the ability of sand fruit alone is enough to deal with all enemies except Katakori and Quinn. Even Jack, one of the 3 calamities, cannot withstand the sand fruit ability launched by Vivi at this time. The Logia demon fruit power of the Admiral level is called a natural disaster. Ha! Katakori's eyes turned red when he saw his brothers and sisters trapped in the sandstorm. His observation Haki was enough to penetrate the sand fruit ability and feel the current state of his brothers and sisters. Although his brothers and sisters have not encountered a fatal crisis at this time, their Haki and physical strength are being consumed rapidly. If this continues, when their Haki and physical strength are exhausted, they will be devoured by the sand fruit ability. Katakori didn't expect it at this time. The sand fruit ability amplified by the vocal fruit ability is so strong. According to common sense, although the vocal fruit ability can enhance combat power, it is to directly enhance the physical strength, spirit and speed of the target person. The strength of the devil fruit ability cannot be amplified. But the current situation is completely beyond their expectations. The ability of the vocal fruit of the angel, Conus, can actually directly enhance the ability of the devil fruit. Why would such a buggy ability appear in the sea? Could it be that it is the power of Entei again? As for the Entei event, Entei himself was able to exert a power that exceeded the limit of the devil fruit itself. All the strong people in the world know this. Could it be that the vocal fruit at this time was also amplified by Entei in a similar way? Katakori's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't have much time to pursue the truth of the matter. Ha! Katakori's eyes suddenly condensed. The next moment. Boom! Conqueror's Haki was exerted with all his strength without any reservation. Advertisement. Although Katakori's Conqueror's Haki cannot perform entanglement attacks. But the large-scale release of Conqueror's Haki can more or less suppress some of the devil fruit's abilities. After Katakori released Conqueror's Haki, the sandstorm climate created by the fruit paused slightly. Although it was still extremely terrifying, it also gave the Charlotte family members in the sandstorm climate a chance to breathe. The strong ones among the Charlotte family cadres all burst out the devil fruit ability and armament Haki, and rushed out of the sandstorm climate created by the sand fruit with their weaker brothers and sisters. Conqueror's Haki, damn it. Seeing this situation, Vivi was also a dark silver tooth. When facing people without Conqueror's Haki, the owner of Conqueror's Haki is at an absolute advantage even if the strength is exactly the same. Even if Conqueror's Haki cannot be used to directly carry out entanglement attacks, as long as Conqueror's Haki is released with all its strength, it can still restrict the devil fruit ability and the enemy's movements to a certain extent. And the only one who can fight against Conqueror's Haki is Conqueror's Haki. Vivi, who has not yet awakened Conqueror's Haki, faced with Katakori's Conqueror's Haki released regardless of physical and mental strength, could only let the Charlotte family members who had been trapped in her sandstorm escape for a while. After all, her strength at this time is just barely at the threshold of Admiral level. If it was Nami's strength, all these people would die here. It is worthy of being called the most powerful masterpiece of the Charlotte family, the vice-captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Sonalot Katakori. But Vivi's red lips slowly curled up. Bang! Just as the Charlotte family cadres were still immersed in the joy of escaping the sandstorm, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A flower of blood bloomed on Katakori's abdomen. Brother! Many Charlotte family cadres exclaimed when they saw Katakori being shot. What a pity, I was aiming at your heart. As expected of a guy who has practiced observation Haki to ultimate, even if his physical strength and Haki have been consumed so much, he still managed to avoid my fatal blow. Nokiko looked at Quinn, who was already blocking Katakori, with some regret. Who? Katakori knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his eyes full of haze. Black Rose, Nokiko. What a terrible sniping ability, what a strong Haki. Black Rose's strength is definitely above the middle of the naval headquarters. Even if it is combined with the ability of the Dordor fruit, the threat it poses may not be less than that of the Admiral candidate. Damn, another unexpectedly powerful combat force. The price of wrong intelligence is really too high. Katakori covered his abdomen with a haze in his eyes. Hey, kid, stand up quickly, don't tell me that you can't survive this injury. At this time, Quinn has completed the voice change of the Devil Fruit ability and turned into a huge Brachiosaurus. Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Brachiosaurus form. Although it is not as powerful as the mythical beast species, it is also much rarer than the general zone. 0. This Devil Fruit also brings Quinn extremely terrifying vitality. In addition, Quinn has transformed himself into a cyborg. The injuries he suffered are not enough to cause him to lose his ability to move. Huh. Katakori's eyes twitched slightly, and he slowly stood up while holding his abdomen. Although Katakori did not eat Zone, he did not get the terrible recovery ability after Zone awakened. Advertisement, but as the strongest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Katakori's physical fitness is also monster level. As long as it is not a fatal injury, he can still move with only abdominal injuries. Join hands, otherwise it will be difficult to approach them. Katakori's eyes were hazy. He alone could not pass through the sandstorm climate created by the Desert Princess. Roar. Annoying sandstorm. At this time, Jack turned into a huge mammoth, with his huge nose constantly waving, resisting the power of sand fruit. Mammoth Fruit Ancient Species Mammoth Form. The 3 disasters of Beasts Pirates are all rare ancient species demon fruit power. Okay, kill these little girls. Quinn was also full of anger at this time. After all, he is also the big boss of Beasts Pirates, 3 of 3. He has been on the sea for many years and has a great reputation. As a result, now, he is so embarrassed by a few little girls. O-face is something that every strong man in this sea values very much. Although Quinn is a Frankenstein, he also values face very much. It is necessary to kill these little girls. Jack, use your ability to open a gap. Quinn roared. Although Jack's strength is not as strong as his, the ancient species of the elephant fruit mammoth form can be said to be thick-skinned and huge in size. Using such an ability to break the sandstorm climate is perfect. Understood, Brother Quinn. Jack roared, waving his giant elephant trunk and began to stir the storm. Dare to look down on Lousy. Who do you think Lousy is? At this time, Jack's eyes were also bloodshot and he roared continuously. In the battle just now, Brother Quinn and Katakori of the Big Mom Pirates were all given special attention. As a result, he, one of the 3 disasters, the drought, did not receive special attention. Completely, he was underestimated by those little girls. Just a few little girls dared to look down on him, Jack the Drow. Roar. Jack roared, while using his huge elephant trunk to break the sandstorm, and rushed towards the direction of Vivi and the other 3 girls. Although Jack's performance in the original work can be called the shame of the 3 disasters, it is because the opponent Jack chose is too different. In fact, Jack's strength is definitely not weak. The mammoth covered with Haki rushed at full speed, and its power was also extremely amazing. Behind Jack's huge body, Katakori and Quinn quickly followed. Be trampled into meat paste by Lousy. Looking at Vivi, Nokigo and Konus who were close at hand, Jack roared. 11 at this time, Katakori felt something was wrong. The Desert Princess, as a sand fruit user, can easily turn into sand and leave. And, Angel, and, Black Rose, can also use the Black Rose, Dor fruit to leave here. Although the Desert Princess is powerful, Haki is not that powerful after all. If it really comes to close combat, the Desert Princess with Logia ability will be at a disadvantage when facing 2 ancient species. Buzz. The red light representing ultimate observation Haki suddenly lit up in Katakori's eyes. A-hole. Get out of the way. The next moment, Katakori roared at Jack. What? Jack paused slightly when he heard Katakori's roar. At the same time, the beast instinct brought by the ancient species also made Jack feel that something was wrong. Immediately, he prepared to stop. Swoosh, but it was too late. The next moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Black flash. Boom. Me, chapter 245. Real man Kaji, drastic change. Swoosh. When Jack's huge mammoth body was about to crash into Vivi, Najigo and Konus, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the mammoth's huge body. The beautiful figure's right hand hit Jack fiercely. With this blow, the beautiful figure's body trembled terribly, and the muscles even began to deform, making bursts of muscle-tearing sounds. The bones all over the body also made a sound like breaking, which was horrifying. Under this blow, the beautiful figure's bones, muscles, and even internal organs began to collapse. With this collapse, a terrible force surged from the torn muscles, broken bones, and shattered internal organs, all dripping into the non. After that, the armament Haki of the whole body was also entangled in this terrifying energy. With the sharp push of Qianying's right hand, the violent energy roared out instantly. The golden hair fluttered in the wind with Qianying's movements and the violent energy, which was extremely beautiful. But this beautiful appearance, in Jack's eyes, was like the arrival of Shinigami. Black flash, boom, puff. With Kaya's cry, the terrifying energy instantly exploded on Jack's mammoth body. The instant tearing of muscles, bones, and internal organs, the eruption of terrifying energy, mixed with the powerful armament Haki attack. The lethality at this moment was even higher than the white tiger gale of Dion. Countless blood, from Jack's mouth kept spraying out, and his eyes, which were originally extremely fierce, had now completely turned white. Boom. The huge mammoth body, 250, fell heavily, without a sound. Jack. Quinn looked at Jack, who fell down instantly and completely lost consciousness, and shouted in shock. The doctor of the Entei pirates, falling Dr. Kaya. Looking at the figure that appeared, Katanen felt his scalp tingling at this moment. Why? How could it be so strong? With one blow, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters in Beast's pirates, lost consciousness instantly. If it weren't for the terrible vitality brought by the ancient devil fruit, I'm afraid he would have died under this blow. Such an attack power is definitely a terrible attack that can only be performed by Admiral-level combat power. It's not even an ordinary Admiral-level combat power like Black Arm, Zephyr, but a terrible attack that can only be performed by top-level Admiral combat power like Kizaru and Kuzan. Another one, Admiral-level combat power. Katakuri's scalp was completely numb when he saw Kaya standing with Vivi. One Admiral-level combat power could still be effective in siege. Facing 2 Admiral-level combat powers together, the 4 Emperors had to temporarily avoid the edge. Not to mention, the Desert Princess was Logia's Admiral-level combat power. Although they had many people, they could hardly see any chance of winning. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire battlefield was filled with yellow spots of light. These dazzling spots of light quickly spread and merged into the body of Hancock, Nami, and Gion. The physical strength, as well as the injuries suffered from the collision with the 2 4 Emperors, Kaido, Charlotte, Linlin, were quickly recovered. Paramecia, the healing fruit ability, awakened. Crack, crack. As for Kaya's body, after countless yellow dots merged, the previously torn muscles, broken bones, and shattered internal organs were instantly restored. However, the slight sweat on the forehead still proved that Kaya had to pay a considerable price to perform this move. For Kaya, whose healing fruit power has been awakened, the most troublesome thing about the Black Flash move is not the damage to muscles, bones, and internal organs. Because the awakened healing fruit power can allow Kaya to obtain a recovery power that is even more terrible than the awakening of Zone Demon fruit power. But the acquisition of power is not without reason. The muscles, bones, and even internal organs are instantly torn and broken, and the huge pain brought about will cause a great burden on Kaya's spirit. Once the pain Kaya endures exceeds the maximum value Kaya can bear, Kaya will fall into a coma. At present, the limit of Kaya's ability to use Black Flash is 3 times. Before these 3 Black Flash attacks are completed, Kaya is an Admiral-level combat power that is more terrible than Gion. So that's it. Using the power of the healing fruit and medical technology, you can forcibly break the shackles of the body. You have to pay the price of breaking all the muscles, bones, and internal organs to make a desperate attack? The terrible woman, the fallen doctor, observation Haki permeated, and the secret of Kaya's Black Flash could not be hidden from Katakuri, who had already practiced observation Haki to ultimate and could see the future for a short time. But even if you have to pay such a price, Admiral-level combat power is Admiral-level combat power. Besides, being able to untie the shackles of the body, bypassing the body's self-protection mechanism, and forcibly stimulating the full strength of the body. This kind of thing, the 4 Emperors can't do. Only the fallen doctor, with superb medical skills, can fight in this way. Katakuri looked solemn. That blow must not be beaten. Jack's elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form, it can be said that even among the rare ancient species, the defense enhancement it brings to the ability user is the top. In this case, Jack was hit to the point of death. If he had been hit head-on by this attack, he would have died on the spot. This attack power is already higher than that of the Desert Princess. At least facing the attack of the Desert Princess, he would not be killed in one blow. Fallen Doctor, I don't like this name. I prefer others to call me Black Flash, Kaya. Advertisement. Kaya lifted up her golden hair and raised her red lips slightly. The name of this move, Black Flash, was given to her by Ace. Only the name of the move given to her by Ace is qualified to be her title. Black Flash, a terrible move, Katakuri said secretly. Damn. Another one. Another troublesome guy. Kaido roared as he watched Jack fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Another Admiral-level combat power. Admiral-level combat power is really a cabbage in the Entei pirates. Just the ones who have appeared now include the Pirate Empress, Gion, the Desert Princess and the Fallen Doctor. Little Thief Cat has a terrifying battle record that can fight him and Linlin head-on. In addition, there are Pluton, Rayleigh, Dark Ranger, Yishao, and Aokiji, Kuzan who have not yet appeared. Even if we don't count Entei himself, there are 8 known Admiral-level combatants in the Entei Pirates fleet. This combat power is even higher than that of the Rocks Pirates. These cadres alone are enough to suppress the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates Pirate Alliance. If Entei himself is added, I'm afraid that the 4 Emperors Pirates may not be the opponent of the Entei Pirates fleet even if they join forces. What's worse is that the Devil Fruit ability of the Fallen Doctor is extremely troublesome. After the Healing Fruit awakens, the entire battlefield becomes a healing field. Within the range of the awakening of the Healing Fruit, the members of the Entei Pirates can infinitely recover from injuries and even physical strength. Coupled with the increase in the power of the Vocal Fruit, the combat power of the Entei Pirates will be raised to a higher level. The current battle situation is completely deadlocked even if Rayleigh, Kuzan, and Yishao, who were originally powerful combat forces, have not appeared yet. How to break the situation? Kaido really felt his scalp tingling at this time, even a little powerless. Who would have thought that the original calculation of the combat power of the Entei Pirates would have such a huge deviation? Originally, Kaido expected the battle situation to be a 50-50 win-lose relationship. At most, the Entei pirates had a slight advantage because of the monster Entei. But the battlefields of Wano-kuni and Onigashima are their home ground, which is enough to wipe out this advantage. But who could have expected that Entei did not even appear, and even the 3 cadres of the Entei pirates' large fleet, who were regarded as the biggest threat by them before the war. Rayleigh, Kuzan, and Hishao did not appear. The battle situation was out of control. Now it seems that the Beast's pirates, the Big Mom pirates, are not evenly matched against the perfect Entei pirates. It is clearly 100 to 10. They are not pirates of the same level at all. Ah, are you still struggling? Beast's pirates? The Charlotte family members who have escaped from the influence of the sand fruit are about to activate the devil fruit ability to support Katakuri, but the sound that followed made their scalps explode. You are. Katakuri turned his head sharply, his pupils constricted. Run. Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 generals, the cake minister, the cake fruit ability user, looked at Aokiji who appeared and roared at her brothers and sisters. Holding a long sword, she slashed at Kuzan, and the next moment, swish, snap, snap. The ability of the frozen fruit instantly shattered Cracker's Haki and devil fruit abilities. Cracker kept swinging, but his whole body was completely frozen by the frozen fruit ability. Cracker, the last of the 3 generals and the only female, the squeezing fruit ability user, Juice Minister, Charlotte Smoothie, saw Cracker being frozen in an instant, and her eyes were red. Buzz. Paramecia, the squeezing fruit ability was activated quickly. The water originally extracted by the ability and stored in the body instantly made the body and weapons huge. In this state, Smoothie can exert power close to that of the giants. Go to hell. Smoothie roared, armament Haki. The squeezing fruit ability was fully activated, and the sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. K. A terrifying gravity suddenly descended. Smoothie's huge body suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Her Haki was instantly defeated by the powerful gravity. No matter how Smoothie struggled, she could not escape from this gravity field. Advertisement, but, damn, this ability is. Smoothie's eyes were bloodshot, biting her lips, her face full of resentment. Sister Smoothie, Brother Cracker. Looking at Smoothie and Cracker who were defeated in an instant, many Charlotte family cadres screamed in fear. The 3 generals have always been the strongest cadres of the Charlotte family. Minister of Flower, Charlotte Katakuri, needless to say, is known as the strongest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and is the actual second in command of the Big Mom pirates. And the bounties of Smoothie and Cracker are both over 800 million. Unexpectedly, they were killed so easily in a second? Don't struggle, Charlotte family. Tap, tap. A middle-aged man holding a cane knife and closing his eyes slowly walked over. Aokiji, Kuzan, Dark Ranger, smiled. Seeing the 2 people coming, Katakuri began to tremble all over. The fighting power of these 2 people is not comparable to that of Desert Princess, Vivi, and Black Flash, Kaya. When these 2 people work together, even Mama will not be their opponent. If Mama is not there, these 2 people will be enough to wipe out the Charlotte family. They are completely not opponents of the same level. But, Katakuri swung the weapon in his hand violently and rushed towards Kuzan and Yishao. Bang. 1.3. Facing Kuzan and Aokiji at the same time, Katakuri, who has not even reached the threshold of Admiral level, can't even hold on for a second. The weapon in his hand, crack, crack, and as the ability of frozen fruit was activated, Katakuri's body was also frozen. Why are you rushing up? Katakuri, you should not be such a stupid man. Kuzan looked at Katakuri and said lightly. Facing the combination of him and Yishao, Katakuri was simply looking for death. The moment he and Yishao arrived, the battle here was over. 11 at this time, Katakuri's scarf fluttered with the wind, revealing the fangs and exaggerated mouth that had been hidden under Katakuri's scarf. At any time, I must protect my younger brothers and the others. Even if I can't protect them, at least I must die before them. Kataku's exaggerated mouth showed an exaggerated smile that made people feel a little scared, and laughed out loud. Brother. When Brûlé heard Kataku's words, she burst into tears. Brother Katakuri. Some other members of the Charlotte family who had never seen Katakuri's appearance and were a little scared also cried at this moment. So that's it, a man who makes people admire, but it's a pity. Kuzan looked at Katakuri and said calmly. The next moment, amid Katakuri's loud laughter, the power of frozen fruit completely overwhelmed Katakuri. Katakuri. Boom. The next moment, a drastic change occurred. Chapter 246. The Crazy 4 Emperors, Domination of the Sea. Katakuri. A piercing voice with extreme anger suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. A terrifying aura began to spread across the battlefield. The people of the Entei pirates looked at the source of the piercing voice with extremely solemn eyes. 4 Emperors, Charlotte. Linlin, Charlotte. Linlin was in a very bad state at this time, and she exuded an extremely ominous aura. Ah, a natural monster, Big Mom Linlin. Kuzan's face was extremely solemn at this time, half of his body turned into ice, and he exhaled the ultimate freezing air from his mouth. His body was surrounded by a pitch-black airflow. The frozen fruit ability, Armament Haki, was fully released at this moment. What is this? Yishao on the side also had a solemn expression. The staff knife in his hand was across his body, Armament Haki, the ability of the fruit was ready to go. How dare you, Charlotte? Linlin's pair of terrifying eyes could no longer show any human emotions. Charlotte. Linlin's feelings for the many children she gave birth to were very unstable. When facing children under 10 years old, Charlotte, Linlin sometimes showed the ultimate maternal love. But when the children grow up, this kind of maternal love will completely disappear. If any children disobey her, they will even be destroyed by Linlin herself. But this does not mean that Charlotte, Linlin would be indifferent when her children were knocked down one by one. On the contrary, these children are important materials for Charlotte, Linlin to build the 10,000 kingdoms. Yes, materials, children are materials for Charlotte, Linlin. Charlotte. Linlin's dream is to build a dream country with all races in the world, and for this, Charlotte, Linlin is willing to pay any price. Many of her children are of special races. After she takes a fancy to a race, she will have a child with the person of that race, so that Charlotte, Linlin's 10,000 kingdoms will have this race. It is not an exaggeration to say that these children of Charlotte, Linlin are the materials for her to build the 10,000 kingdoms. And now, these important materials of hers are being destroyed by the Entei pirates. She spent so many years and so much effort to give birth to these children of multiple races, and they are being wiped out by the Entei pirates. Once these children are lost, Charlotte, Linlin's dream of building the 10,000 kingdoms in the future may be completely shattered. Under this stimulation, Charlotte, Linlin went crazy. Then, Charlotte, Linlin let out a piercing scream. Unlike a human scream, it instantly spread throughout the battlefield. What is this? Nami wrapped Conqueror's haki around her body, but it was still difficult to completely block the piercing scream. The people of the Entei pirates, as well as the remaining cadres of the Charlotte family, the Beast's pirates, Kurozumi Orochi and his subordinates, all showed some discomfort. The weak, under this strange sound, the eardrums ruptured instantly, and then they fainted in pain. Old woman, are you running wild? Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin, and some cold sweat flowed down his forehead. This is not the roar of Conqueror's haki, nor is it the ability of the devil fruit. But Linlin's special physique, when she is extremely angry and loses her mind, she makes a terrifying strange sound. As a companion who has been on the ship of the Rocks pirates, Charlotte Linlin is the most clear about how terrifying she is. In terms of talent, except for the alien Yandy, Charlotte, Linlin is the most terrifying monster in the history of this sea. A natural monster, her physique is naturally stronger than any other creature. Even the fantasy beast species, even his blue dragon body, cannot compare with Charlotte, Linlin's monster physique. To say that Kaido is the strongest creature is because Linlin later immersed himself in having children, building the world, and holding tea parties. Even though her talent was squandered like this, Charlotte, Linlin still became a 4 emperors. It is conceivable how terrible this talent is. Advertisement. Although Linlin's strength is currently at the bottom level among the 4 emperors. That is when Linlin is in normal state. After Linlin is furious, especially when she is about to lose her mind, Linlin's destructive power will reach the most terrifying moment. A natural destroyer. It describes the state of Linlin after she loses her mind. In this state, even Kaido has to avoid Linlin. Ah! A piercing scream sounded again. Charlotte, Linlin threw away the homie's Napoleon in her hand, waved her fists, and started to smash. Boom! 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 The terrifying sound of sonic booms continued to explode as Charlotte, Linlin's fists smashed. The terrifying energy continued to explode in the atmosphere. Don't be hit, Gion. Hancock's pretty face was solemn, and he used the power of Conqueror's haki entanglement to constantly deal with Charlotte, Linlin. Such terrible destructive power. Is this the strength of 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin after going berserk? Understood. Gion also looked solemn. Her attack power, because of the ability of the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, is the best among all the mythical beasts. Although her strength is just above the threshold of the admiral level, in terms of pure attack power, she is comparable to Kuzan and others. But at the same time, defense and physical strength are Gion's weaknesses. Her cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form has not yet been awakened. With her defense, if she is attacked by the now violent Charlotte, Linlin was hit head-on, and she would be seriously injured if not killed. Fortunately, her speed was not slow. The white tiger gale wrapped around Gion, making her speed extremely fast. The white tiger gale can not only be used for attack, but also increase the speed of the ability user. The white tiger gale can allow the ability user to obtain the speed and terrifying attack power of the best fantasy beast species. Perfect combat ability. This is the cat fruit fantasy beast species white tiger form, which is known as the strongest attack ability among the fantasy beast species. However, in front of Charlotte, Linlin in her completely runaway form, Gion and Hancock still fell into a hard battle. Their attacks could not penetrate Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon at this time, but Charlotte, Linlin's attacks could cause fatal damage to them. In this case, they could only keep avoiding her sharp edge. Damn it. Nami saw Gion and Hancock fall into a hard battle in an instant, and her eyebrows were dazed. Shish. Boom. Nami's body was completely turned into thunder. Thunder 8 trigrams. A roar sounded. Kaido's figure, stimulated by the thunder element, instantly came in front of Nami, and the mace in his hand, wrapped with thunder elements and Conqueror's haki, smashed down fiercely. Nami could only stop the elementalization immediately, and the Thunder Fruit ability and Conqueror's Haki wrapped, burst out with all her strength. Boom! The terrifying wave exploded instantly. The earth seemed to be earthquake, and began to tear like a spiderweb. Swish! Boom! A lightning flash accompanied by a huge thunder appeared not far from Kaido, and then turned into a beautiful figure. Fighting with me, do you still want to be distracted? Kaido laughed wantonly. A wisp of blood flowed down the corner of Nami's mouth, and Nami looked at Kaido with an extremely solemn face. Logia, it is true that it can be elementalized, and it can even be elementalized in advance to avoid the enemy's Haki attack. In this case, the enemy's Haki attack is actually hitting the air. Advertisement, but facing the large-scale Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack, even if the early elementalization is completed, it will still be seriously injured. The disadvantage of Logia is that it cannot bring terrifying physique and recovery to the ability user like the mythical beast species. Buzz. Fortunately, looking at Kaya's healing field. Countless yellow dots merged into Nami's body to help her heal. Don't even think about it, Kaido roared. With rich combat experience, how could he allow Nami to recover smoothly? In the case of injury, Nami's speed was also affected. And Kaido, who can control the thunder element to strengthen muscles, although his speed is slightly inferior to Thunderfruit. But at this time Nami's speed is also affected by the injury. In this case, the original speed gap is almost wiped out. And once fighting Kaido, a monster, head-on, Nami is no match at all. After all, the physical fitness, martial arts, and Conqueror's Haki of both sides are not small. Although Nami can fight with 4 emperors, it is because of the characteristics of Thunderfruit that she can attack from a distance. Under the full-strength Conqueror's Haki of the 4 emperors, everyone wanted to stop it but couldn't. Charlotte. Linlin let out a piercing scream and threw it at Kuzan, who was blocking her. The 3 powers of Frozen Fruit ability, Armament Haki, and the Iron Fist inherited from Garp, are now fully gathered on Kuzan's fists. The 2 sides quickly fought together. White Tiger Wind, slash. Gion also shouted, controlling the White Tiger Wind and the Haki of the 497th armor color, wrapping them around the sword in his hand. Then, he swung the sword in his hand violently, and a special White Tiger Wind slash quickly slashed towards Charlotte. Linlin. Roar, facing the joint attack of the 3, Charlotte. Linlin did not retreat at all. Boom, sizzle. A blood mark was scratched on Charlotte. Linlin's steel balloon. What a monster, such an attack can't completely break the defense. Gion looked at the blood mark on Charlotte. Linlin's body, and his eyes twitched slightly. In this case, only a blood mark was left, and no real blood appeared. Is such a defense really something that humans can achieve? This is the 4 emperors, Charlotte. Linlin, haven't you read the information? Kuzan on the side was very calm. I'm not an admiral, I can't see all the information about the 4 emperors. Gion replied. Facing the 4 emperors is what the admirals of headquarters need to do. Only the admirals of headquarters can fully know the top secret information about the 4 emperors. After all, even if they are admiral candidates, they can withstand the full strength attack of the 4 emperors, and knowing the information about the 4 emperors is useless. However, the attack by this guy did restore some of Charlotte. Linlin's sanity. Hey, old woman, give them a big one. Kaido ignored the risk of injury, forced Nami and Yishao back, and came to Charlotte. Linlin. Kaido's voice contained the power of Conqueror's Haki's roar, which made Charlotte. Linlin completely sober. Oh, interesting, let's do it. 1. Charlotte. Linlin raised the broadsword in her hand and Kaido's mace at the same time. The power of the 4 emperors merged together at this moment, and then suddenly exploded. Besides, Kaido is the strongest among the 4 emperors. Charlotte. Linlin stretched out her hand and Homie's Napoleon returned to her wounded. Be careful. Swish, Kuzan, with a smile, abandoned the remaining members of the Charlotte family and the cadres of the Beast's pirates, and appeared in front of Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin. Bang. A violent black and purple energy ball swept towards everyone with an unmatched terrifying posture. The observation Haki practiced to the ultimate smile and roared. Seeing this, Hancock also wrapped the Conqueror's Haki, the ability of the sweet fruit, around his legs and joined the battlefield. But Charlotte. Linlin just kept screaming and punching. The battle there was enough for Vivi and the others at this time. I can't let you destroy so recklessly. The double Conqueror's Haki roared wildly in the atmosphere. Boom. Clang. Ice gloves, blood kept flowing from the corners of Kuzan's mouth. The 4 emperors went completely crazy. If they were not stopped, it was unknown what the situation would become. 4 emperors. I'll teach you a lesson. Fighting head-on with the crazy Charlotte. Linlin, Kuzan's strength is still a little lacking. Charlotte. Linlin's eyes were bloodshot, and her scary mouth raised a chilling smile. The next moment, Kaido's mace and Charlotte. Linlin's broadsword collided violently. Perfume femur. Buzz. This is the confidence that Kuzan can face Sakazuki's lava fruit head-on even with the frozen fruit, which has poor attack ability. Kuzan's face turned cold. Once they fight in close combat, Nami is no match for the veteran 4 emperors. Chapter 247. Nika is coming. Everyone assemble. Boom. Sizzle. 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 A huge and terrifying energy wave descended on the battlefield in an unrivaled manner. The surface of the huge elliptical energy wave was covered with a thick black-purple film that was so thick that it was suffocating. The extremely violent black-purple lightning intertwined together to form this terrifying film that had almost turned into black-purple ink. This was the Conqueror's Haki entanglement of 2-4 emperors with all their strength, and the terrifying power released by the giant clan, Elbaf's strongest spear, the power of the sea tyrant. And in this attack, Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido did not hold back at all. Conqueror's Haki entanglement, martial arts, was brought to the ultimate at this moment. The terrifying energy wave formed is even more terrifying than the sea hegemony in the original work. In the history of this sea, the strongest known level is the King level battle record. The Pirate King goal. D. Roger at his peak, Whitebeard at his peak, Edward, Newgate. And the absolute overlord of that era, Rox, D. Zebek, are all King level combat power. But although the King level combat power is strong, it is not at the level that the 4 emperors today cannot compete with it. Since the Pirate King goal, D. Roger opened the Great Pirate Era with his own death, the pirate power can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. The overall combat power and power of the 4 emperors today also exceed Roger's era. This is a recognized fact. Otherwise, the world government would not have risked burying huge hidden dangers and forcibly formed the 7 warlords of the sea, and together with the naval headquarters, joined the 4 warlords as the main trend in the former sea. The 4 emperors were able to reign in the New World in the Great Pirate Era with an emperor-like attitude because of their terrifying strength and power. Just as the 2 just like the top admiral-class fighters, such as Kuzan and Kizaru, can defeat a 4 emperor when they join forces. 2 4 emperors can defeat Roger at that level. This is when they attack separately and their powers cannot be completely integrated. And now, 2 4 emperors, Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, use the Elbaf Spear and the Sea Domination as a medium to almost perfectly integrate their powers. This attack power is far beyond the peak level of Roger and Whitebeard. Even if Kuzan is at this level, he will be killed immediately if he takes this blow. This is troublesome. Kuzan's forehead was sweating. There is no time to dodge, so he can only go ahead? Yishao's forehead was also sweating. Under this level of attack, even if he cultivated the observation Haki to ultimate, it would not be able to play any role. With the 2 Conquerors Haki entangled by the 4 emperors, no observation Haki could still play a role. With the observation Haki completely ineffective, it is simply impossible to find a suitable retreat route in such a short time. Instead of blindly dodging and risking being defeated, it is better to work together to block this attack. Block for a moment, and I can activate the power of the door-to-door fruit. Noki said loudly, "Don't think about leaving, Black Rose." Quinn gritted his teeth, and together with the remaining Beasts Pirates cadres and the participating Charlotte family cadres, risked being Sand the risk of fruit being seriously injured entangled Nokigo. In the distance, Flame Disaster Jin also transformed into the Dragon fruit, ancient species, Pteranodon and joined the battlefield. Flame Disaster Jin's strength is infinitely close to Admiral, and among all the vice-captains of the 4 Emperors Pirates, he is second only to Ben Beckman. It can almost be said that Flame Disaster Jin is the first person below the Admiral level in this sea. With Flame Disaster Jin's combat power, even if facing Vivi who has just entered the Admiral level, he can fight and will not be defeated in a short time. And Kaya, when not using Black Flash, is not as strong as Jin. In addition to Quinn and others, for a while, Vivi, Kaya and Nokigo were also caught in a tough fight. The main target of Jin, Quinn and others was Nokigo. The power of the door fruit must be restricted. As long as the Entei pirates take this blow, even if no one is killed, several people will be seriously injured. Before the Entei pirates arrive and start the final war, if they lose some important combat power, the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates will have some hope of turning the tables. This can almost be said to be the last chance for the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. I still have the power of the door fruit here. Seeing Nokigo being restricted, Hancock immediately said, taking out a talisman bag from his arms. Don't even think about it, Lin. Roar. The red color representing observation Haki flashed in Kaido's eyes, and then he roared. Charlotte. Lin also opened her terrifying bloody mouth and roared. Double. Conqueror's Haki's roar. Advertisement. Boom. The violent wind continued to spread. Under the wind formed by the roar of Conqueror's Haki, the light spot containing the demon factor of the gate fruit taken out by Hancock from the talisman bag kept flickering for a while and could not be activated. The roar of the Conqueror's Haki of the 2-4 emperors, any ability of the devil fruit will be invalid in a short time. Kuzan smiled. Gion, Nami. Hancock looked at the terrifying black and purple energy wave that had arrived in front of him. His face was extremely solemn. Kaido came prepared, knowing that they could use the power of Ace to use the abilities of other devil fruits. The ability of the gate fruit was completely blocked. It seemed that there was no choice to take this blow. 5 Admiral level and above combat power faced the fusion skills of 2-4 emperors. Everyone, fight hard. Nami took a slight step forward and stood in front of everyone. Her whole body turned into a terrifying thunder, and Conqueror's Haki began to boil. Nami is the second in command of the Yandi pirates. Understood, Vice Captain. Kuzan exhaled a breath of ultimate freezing air. His fists turned into black ice gloves, boom. Hancock followed closely behind. Conqueror's Haki suddenly boiled, entangled in the power of the sweet fruit. The Vice Captain's order is also absolute. I will serve as the first line. He smiled and said in a deep voice, Armament Haki, the power of the heavy fruit began to activate. Roar. Gion let out a tiger roar, and the white tiger wind began to boil. Go. What are the 4 emperors? We are the cadres of the future king of the world. Nami raised her pretty face and looked at the attack at hand. Her pretty face was full of determination and she shouted. Who? Everyone roared, and all their strength burst out completely. And the black and purple energy wave in front of them, suddenly Coral Boy. Buzz. For a moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. The next moment, boom. The violent fluctuations swept across the entire Wano-kuni core area. The terrifying energy tore the earth to pieces, and terrifying cracks appeared in the middle of heaven and earth. Under this terrifying fluctuation, even the combat power of Jin and Quinn fled madly, avoiding the aftermath of this energy. And at the center of the energy explosion, under the gathering of countless energies, an exaggerated mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, which made people feel terrified. Nami. Kaya looked at the terrifying fluctuations that erupted in the energy center and the exaggerated mushroom cloud that slowly rose into the sky, and she was immediately anxious. In such a terrible collision, even if her healing fruit ability was awakened, she could not intervene and had no idea of the situation inside. Nami, but her first friend. Among all the girls, Kaya, Vivi, and Nami have the best relationship. Hancock is also Ace's woman. After getting along with her, Hancock is not as domineering as she was when they first met. The mask is only used to protect her and her sisters. Kaya also has a good relationship with Hancock. Mr. Yishao and Mr. Kuzan are also important fighters of Ace. Now, there is no idea what is going on there. Wee's eyes suddenly turned red. Black Flash. With a roar, Kaya used the strongest move again, Black Flash. Damn it. Get out of the way. Facing this terrifying move, even Jin's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared. Don't think about escaping. B***************. D. At this time, Vivi and Nokigo's eyes were also red. Nami and others didn't know what was going on. It was because of these people's obstruction that Nokigo couldn't use the power of the door-to-door fruit. Go to hell. Vivi's beautiful eyes were completely red at this moment, and the power of sand fruit ushered in a super explosion. Advertisement: the terrifying power made Jin and others unable to escape for a while. Bang. 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 The sniper rifle in Noki's hand kept firing. She was slightly weaker, but Noki didn't want to kill the enemy at this moment, but used sniping to block the actions of Jin and others, creating opportunities for Kaya's attack. Go to hell. Kaya's angelic face was full of rage at this moment, and her right hand suddenly moved forward. Black Flash. Puff. Jin and Quinn, under the blockade of Vivi and Noki, could only collide head-on with Kaya's Black Flash. At the moment of the collision, blood kept spurting out of Jin and Quinn's mouths. The terrifying power of Black Flash was not something that the two could block head-on. Even Jin, the Flame Disaster, who was the first person under the Admiral level of combat power on the sea. Who? The ability of the healing fruit quickly recovered Kaya's injuries. Kaya's forehead was covered with cold sweat at this moment, and her angelic face looked a little haggard. After using Black Flash twice in a row, Kaya was almost at her limit. But Kaya couldn't fall down at this moment, she had to use the power of the healing fruit to heal. Kaya raised her pretty face stubbornly and looked in the direction of the mushroom cloud. Well done, back to ya. At this time, a familiar voice in the mushroom cloud made Kaya, Vivi, and Noki Gao's pretty faces bloom with surprise. And Kaido's face was extremely gloomy. Huh. A terrifying gust of wind blew up instantly, and the mushroom cloud and dust in the energy center were blown away instantly, revealing the situation inside. Seeing the figure wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, Kaido looked extremely ugly. Using Nika's power, he launched an incredible force to isolate the remaining energy fluctuations from them. They felt the terrifying energy coming at them the first time they came into contact. Nami and Hancock were able to use the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Kaido, Linlin, it's been a long time since we last met. Another chuckle, the black and purple Conqueror's Haki flashed majestically. So they were not injured at the first time, but if it continued, injuries were inevitable. Looking at Ace, Kaido roared. But at this moment, Ace rushed here through the power of the door fruit. Kuzan wiped the sweat from his forehead and scratched his head. Ah, it's really thrilling, Captain. Looking at this figure, the girls exclaimed in surprise. What made people feel even more incredible was that the entire atmosphere there seemed to have become a folding shield, blocking everyone in front of them. Ace, damn, it seems like we are in a dead end. Entei pirates, all members, arrived. Nika. The power to create things out of nothing and fight at will. Emperor, Jin and Quinn were also knocked down. Fortunately, the 5 Admiral-level fighters took the attack this time. It's time to change people, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, let me tell you how big this world is. Ace raised his head and looked at Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin, revealing a smile of Haki's master. Rayleigh, Kuzan and Yishao were ready to direct most of the energy to themselves. You two, get up. Ace Haki's words made Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin's expressions freeze. Ace looked at Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin, and a huge arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You took good care of my crew, Kaido, Charlotte, Linlin. I saw a slender figure standing in front of Nami and others, and an air door stood there in the atmosphere. Chapter 248. Ace's new form, you two, come together. Seeing the extremely happy Ace walking in front of the Entei pirates, Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin's faces quickly darkened. Ace's meaning was very clear, he wanted to fight against the two of them alone. Although the situation at this time was almost deadlocked, the Entei pirates only needed all the cadres to take action to defeat the pirate alliance composed of their Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. Their original estimate of the strength of the Entei pirates' large fleet had a huge deviation, and the lack of intelligence made them pay an extremely heavy price. The failure of the pirate alliance composed of their Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates was inevitable. But this does not mean that Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin can tolerate their dignity being trampled on. Seeing Ace who was going to fight against the two of them alone, Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin's eyes were extremely gloomy. This kid actually dared to look down on them, although their original plan was for the two of them to work together, Ace battle. But that was when they took the initiative to attack Ace. And now the situation is that this B************** D doesn't take them seriously at all. He took the initiative to fight with them alone when he was in absolute initiative. They're the four emperors who reign in the new world like emperors. No one in this sea has ever looked down on them to this extent. This is a humiliation to them. The strong have dignity, and for Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin who reign in the new world like emperors, dignity is more important than anything else. You are so courageous, Emperor Yan. Kaido laughed in anger, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Boy, I will make you regret saying this. Charlotte. Linlin's terrifying eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and her mouth was open, like a beast that was ready to eat anyone. Fight if you want. You said too much. Ace laughed loudly, and the heavy and terrifying black and purple in his eyes flashed suddenly. Boom. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki exploded instantly, forming a series of violent gusts of wind that swept across the world. Under this violent gust of wind, even Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin could not escape for a moment, and looked at Ace with an ugly face. Conqueror's Haki roared. This guy's Haki has turned into a fly again. Kaido looked ugly, and wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his body to resist the roar of Ace's Conqueror's Haki. Mama, Charlotte. Linlin's three homies, Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, were almost blown away by the violent gust of wind formed by the roar of Conqueror's Haki, and they screamed continuously. Homies is a special anthropomorphic creature with wisdom created by Charlotte, Linlin using the power of the soul fruit. Since they were created with the power of the devil fruit, they would temporarily lose the power to resist under the roar of Conqueror's Haki. What's more, these homies were facing the roar of Conqueror's Haki, the most Haki man on the sea of this era. The terrifying power almost made the soul fruit power on them ineffective. Once the soul fruit power completely failed, they would also return to the soul state. These three highest level homies were created by Charlotte Linlin using her own soul. If the soul fruit power completely failed, they would become Charlotte Linlin's soul and return to Charlotte Linlin's body. And in the future, even if Charlotte Linlin uses the soul fruit to create new homies, they will not be themselves. For them, it is no less than death. So Zeus, Prometheus and Napoleon kept calling for help from Charlotte Linlin. But now, under the violent wind of Ace's Conqueror's Haki, even Charlotte Linlin herself could not move for a short time. How could she have the extra strength to help the three homies? In despair, Prometheus and Napoleon disappeared with a crisp sound. At this moment, the soul fruit ability covering them was completely defeated by the roar of Ace's Conqueror's Haki. Prometheus and Napoleon turned into identical illusory light bodies, which were part of Charlotte Linlin's soul. Advertisement. Prometheus, Napoleon. Zeus looked at the disappearing Prometheus and Napoleon in horror. For them, homies, turning back into soul bodies means death. Dead. Prometheus and Napoleon, dead, died under the roar of that terrifying man, Yandee's Conqueror's Haki. At this time, it was still in the violent wind formed by the roar of Yandee's Conqueror's Haki, which means that it might die in the next moment. Such a situation made Zeus scream repeatedly, and his anthropomorphic eyes were full of fear. Come here. Ace looked at Zeus, and his mouth curled up slightly. The next moment, Ace controlled the violent wind formed by the roar of Conqueror's Haki, and blew Zeus into Nami's hand amid Zeus's screams. Thundercloud? Seeing Zeus in her hand, Nami's beautiful eyes lit up. In the previous battle, Nami noticed Zeus. After Zeus turned into a thundercloud, the thunder released was extremely strong, much stronger than the thundercloud that Nami awakened and transformed with the thunder fruit ability. If she could use this Zeus as a medium and use the thunder fruit ability, her strength would be greatly improved. What are you going to do? Zeus looked at Nami in horror. At this time, Zeus, affected by the violent wind formed by the roar of Ace Conqueror's Haki, has become much smaller, and can be caught by Nami. Nami is a thunder fruit user and the incarnation of thunder. For homie Zeus, who is a thundercloud and was created by Charlotte Linlin with her soul and the power of the soul fruit, being caught by the incarnation of thunder is not a wonderful thing. Nami, do you like this gift for you? Ace took back Conqueror's Haki and raised his mouth slightly. Zeus is not weak, and he is a thundercloud himself, which can be used as a medium for the thunder fruit. With Zeus as a medium, the power of Nami Thunderfruit can be greatly increased. It just happens to be a gift to Nami. If it weren't for getting Zeus, Ace would not waste Haki and launch the roar of Conqueror's Haki. I like it, Zeus. You will be my slave from now on. Nami said in surprise at first, looking at Ace with a smile. Then turned her head and looked at Zeus with an extremely scary expression. The Conqueror's haki all over her body seemed to have turned golden at this moment, making people feel a chill in their spine. Zeus looked at Nami in horror. Good, so scary. Yes, he will die, but if he betrays his mother, he will also die. Zeus feels that his life has reached a dead end, it doesn't want to die. Don't worry, Charlotte. Linlin will not exist in this sea from today onwards. Just be my slave and I will let you live, because it is a thundercloud. Nami's perception of Zeus is unexpectedly good after the Thunder Fruit's ability of radio waves amplification of observation haki. Nami's observation haki can clearly perceive Zeus's emotions and state. Afterwards, Nami raised the weather stick and created a small thunder bubble. Woo! Zeus looked at the bubble containing thunder elements, his eyes lit up, and he instinctively ate the bubble in one bite. Good, delicious. Zeus widened his eyes and said intoxicatedly. What a hard life it had lived before. How about being my slave? There will be countless thunderclouds to eat. Nami's red lips curled slightly. Yeah, I want to eat more. Zeus nodded fiercely. Zeus. At this time, the roar of Ace's Conqueror's haki, the violent wind formed by it, gradually dissipated. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were blazing with fire, staring at Zeus and roaring. Mama. Zeus was instinctively afraid when he heard Charlotte Linlin's roar, and looked at Charlotte Linlin in horror. Don't be afraid, come in here. Nami grabbed Zeus and stuffed him into the weather stick. The ability of the soul fruit is a good thing. Ace looked at Charlotte Linlin with blazing eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Advertisement, boring tricks, Entei. If you want to fight, come on. Looking at Ace who wasted haki and took away Charlotte Linlin's homies before the battle, Kaido's eyes were red. How much does this be *************************** He despised them. He actually wasted Conqueror's haki so wantonly to please a woman. Swoosh. Faced with Kaido's roar, Ace did not respond immediately. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around him roared crazily. The ability of the meatball fruit. Several slightly red bubbles were ejected from the bodies of the women. Kaido looked at Ace's actions with a gloomy face. Jack was killed in front of him, and the devil fruit ability was taken away. Monster. Then, they quickly merged into the bodies of Kaya, Hancock, Nami, and Gion. Ace raised his right hand and gave the elephant fruit, the ancient species, the mammoth form to Gion. Kaido made an angry sound. It's really a bit messy, Kaya. However, they did not plan to fight Ace immediately at this time. The ability of the meatball fruit, the pain ejected. Using Black Flash twice in a row, the burden it brought to Kaya was really too terrifying. Ace looked at Kaya lovingly. Instead, he raised his right hand and several light spots appeared in the atmosphere. Among them, the bubble ejected by Kaya was the most exaggerated, with a diameter of several meters. At the moment when the bubble was ejected, Kaya's slightly frowned eyebrows also relaxed. Then, you will bear it. Ace raised his hand. Jack, who had lost consciousness, appeared at Ace's feet. The pain caused by the meatball fruit will not disappear for no reason. If no one bears it, then these pains will eventually return to the body of the person who was ejected. Jack, who has lost consciousness, should play his last role. Swish. Ace raised his hand, and all these slightly red bubbles merged into Jack's body. The next moment, puff, invincible blood flowers burst from Jack's body. Jack, who was already seriously injured and unconscious, could not bear so much pain at the same time. The last breath of life that was hanging on by the ancient species of the elephant fruit mammoth form also disappeared quickly at this moment. Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters, died. Buzz. Ace put a banana in the palm of his hand and activated the power of the enlightenment field. The demon factor of the elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form that was dissipating in Jack's body was quickly captured, and the banana in his hand quickly changed. It turned into a special fruit with two sharp tusks. Elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. As an ancient species, the power of this devil fruit is not weak. It is much stronger than the average zone. It is perfect for equipping the devil fruit corps under his command. Gion, take it. As the captain of the devil fruit corps of the Entei pirates, this devil fruit was naturally kept by Gion. The cadres of the Entei pirates have all arrived. At this time, Ace does not even need to take action. These cadres are enough to defeat them. Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin cursed in their hearts at the same time. Kaya smiled brightly when she heard this. Gion quickly took it and kept it. At this time, Kaido was completely furious, but her beautiful eyes were full of determination. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin saw Ace's ability for the first time with her own eyes, and her cheeks twitched slightly. Not far away, Kaido's eyes were extremely gloomy. Entei, for Ace, she can bear any pain. Ace looked at Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin, and the corner of his mouth curled up, the arc of haki. Since this man is arrogant and wants to fight them alone, let this man pay the price for his arrogance. Come on, let me show you my new form. The power around him began to boil. Although it was not the first time he saw it, every time he saw that this man could use all the devil fruit abilities so wantonly, he felt incredible and his scalp tingled. Bang! Chapter 249. Ace's highest point, Sun God form. Swoosh. Whoosh. Boom. As soon as Ace finished speaking, everyone in the Entei pirates left the battlefield immediately. Vivi turned into sand, Nami turned into thunder, and Gion used the white tiger wind to accelerate. The rest of the people also immediately performed physical skills and stayed away from this battlefield. In an instant, there were only Ace, Kaido and Master Linlin in this battlefield. Huh? Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin, as 4 emperors, are not fools. On the road to becoming 4 emperors, even Charlotte, Linlin, who was immersed in giving birth and holding tea parties, had gone through countless battles, and her combat instincts were extremely sharp. Many cadres of the Entei pirates are the top in the sea, and even the strongest cadres are extremely difficult for them to face. As a result, as soon as Entei finished speaking, they immediately left the battlefield at the fastest speed. It can be imagined that Entei's words at this time are not exaggerated. And the power is likely to exceed that of the Andy event. Kaido's face was extremely solemn, staring at Ace. He had personally experienced how strong this man was during the Andy event. That special mode, the last blow of the Kanghuo style North Heaven and Earth Ashes, he collided head-on with it. However, at that time, there were also 5 elders who shared some of the power. Although the 5 elders at that time used their immortality more to deal with the power of Kanghuo style North Heaven and Earth Ashes, they almost did not fight back. But as long as they were within the attack range of that terrifying move, some of the power was diverted. In addition, Kanghuo style North Heaven and Earth Ashes also caused a huge cavity to form in the Sabaody archipelago, which also diverted some of the power. The power he actually resisted was not the full force of that move. But his right horn was still broken in that time of the Minister of the Stone Child. If he had to bear all the power of that terrifying move alone, then the injury he suffered would probably not only be the broken right horn. The horror of the Kanghuo Shi is not limited to this. Yan Di can transform the terrifying high temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius into a flame feather robe and wear it on his body. No one can get close to him. And the Kanghuo Shi Nanhuo 10 trillion death burial formation, which can summon the undead killed by him, is also like the work of a god. In Kaido's opinion, the terrible power of Kanghuo Shi should not exist in this world. But now, is there a power more terrible than Kanghuo Shi? Huh? Ace did not let Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin wait for long and slowly closed his eyes. His breathing gradually became stable and a mysterious wave began to boil from Ace's body. Bang! 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 The beating of the heart seemed to be concrete at this moment, resounding in everyone's mind. Ace's heartbeat is coming. Ace's, the highest point. Nami looked at Ace, pursed her red lips, and her beautiful eyes were full of expectation. Huh! Ace's heart suddenly changed horribly, and the sound of his heartbeat became extremely strange, as if it was making strange roars, burning, bursting, and breaking. The next moment, Ace opened his eyes. Here it comes. The highest point. Ace laughed loudly, and the breath of his whole body began to roar wildly. Huh! Ace's body began to change, and the whole person seemed to turn into flames and began to burn. The clothes also turned into flame feathers. This is not the residual fire style, which directly turns the external flames into flame feathers and wears them on the body, but directly transforms clothes, which are not natural elements, into flame feathers. In the end, even Ace's eyebrows and hair turned into the red color of the flame. The red hair fluttered in the wind, bringing up waves of terrifying high temperatures. A wisp of red ribbon like flame cloud appeared behind Ace and wrapped around the back of Ace's arm. Sizzle. Boom. The next moment, the Conqueror's Haki exploded, forming a violent black and purple lightning, and roared wildly in the atmosphere with Ace's loud laughter. The earth was instantly torn apart by this violent black and purple lightning, and then began to burn in the face of waves of strange fluctuations. Even the white clouds in the sky turned into flame clouds at this moment, and the terrifying high temperature began to boil. Nika remnant fire style sun god form. Ace raised his head and looked at Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin, with a Haki smile on his lips. Advertisement at this moment, Ace's pupils turned red. Looking closely, it seemed that he had really turned into the sun, as if he was burning. Based on the evolutionary power of the Mera Mera fruit and the flame body of Zanhuo Shi, the power of Nika was completely released. The Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, Zanhuo Shi, the flame body of the Mera Mera fruit, and the power of Nika were perfectly integrated. If Nika's posture after the awakening of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form was that of a god, then Ace's current form is the true fire god form, or the sun god form. Not Nika's title of sun god, which represents hope, but a body that has turned into a real sun, a genuine sun god form. It is also Ace's current, strongest form, Nika, Zanhuo Shi, sun god form. Asterisk. Hancock in the distance looked at Ace's truly sun-like gorgeous posture, his beautiful eyes became a heart shape, and he looked at Ace obsessively. Indeed, it's so beautiful. Vivi pursed her red lips, and her beautiful eyes also looked at Ace's posture, a little blurred. The beautiful eyes of the women also looked at Ace obsessively. Incredible power, the real sun god. Rayleigh was full of emotion. He had been to the final island and knew the secret of Joy Boy. However, now Ace can truly be called the sun god. The sun god form really makes people feel that they are facing a real god. Looking at Ace, Kaido's forehead began to sweat. Joy Boy. No, not Joy Boy, the sun god form. This is. Kaido's eyes were full of disbelief. Joy Boy. This name has long become Kaido's obsession. The legendary liberation fighter, the sun god Nika, Joy Boy. Kaido always believed that the person who defeated him was Joy Boy. Ace has the power of Nika, and he has known it in Sabaody Archipelago. But at that time, Kaido's feelings were still not strong. After all, at that time, the terrible power displayed by Ace was almost all the power of Mera fruit, and had almost nothing to do with the legendary Nika. But this moment is different. Like flames, burning hair, clothes, the body of the god of fire, eyes like the sun. This is not what the Logia devil fruit can do, the power of Nika. Only the power of Nika can do this. Nika Zanwoshi sun god form. Is this the strongest form of the man Entei? So strong? Really so strong. Emperor Entei, who is facing this state, feels a suffocating force. Kaido's eyes are full of disbelief. Lin, prepare to fight. Kaido suddenly smiled, with an exaggerated arc at the corner of his mouth. In life, it is also a blessing to be able to fight such an opponent. At this time, Charlotte. Lin did not say much nonsense. Conqueror's haki began to boil. Her intuition made her feel the danger of ultimate. Entei in this posture gave her a fatal and terrible pressure. Come on, Entei. Kaido roared. Conqueror's haki wrapped around the mace. Huh, Kaido, Charlotte. Lin, pupils suddenly shrank. Ace, who was still far away the moment before, raised his fist the next moment and appeared in front of them. In the pupils of the two people, they could only vaguely see Ace's red eyes shining like the sun. Boom. The two fists hit Kaido and Charlotte, Lin's bodies heavily. The parts of the bodies of the two people that were hit actually burned with terrifying flames. Advertisement. The Conqueror's haki wrapped around their bodies was actually pierced. Huh. Boom. Kaido and Charlotte. Lin turned into two meteors, with exaggerated red tail flames, and hit the distant mountains heavily. Huh. The terrifying flames burned where the two fell, bringing bursts of suffocating high temperatures. The next moment, bang, two figures slowly stood up from the terrifying flames. Puff. Cough cough. Kaido and Charlotte. Lin coughed violently at the same time, spitting out a mouthful of burning blood. Huh. What was unbelievable was that the blood of the two people strangely burned as soon as it fell to the ground. Nika. Is this the power of Nika? Kaido covered the part that was hit, his eyes full of disbelief. Assimilated. The parts of him and Charlotte, Lin that were hit were assimilated into flames. Even Conqueror's haki couldn't stop this assimilation. Kaido looked at Ace with horror in his eyes. Conqueror's haki is the strongest power in this sea. Conqueror's haki reaches ultimate, and can even suppress the power of devil fruit. The roar of Conqueror's haki can completely limit the power of devil fruit in a short period of time. If armament haki is just a kind of power that allows the person who possesses it to have the power to deal with devil fruit, and the winner is determined by whether haki is strong or devil fruit is the strongest, without restraint, then Conqueror's haki, as the power of the king, has an effect that surpasses devil fruit power and armament haki in battle, but now, neither he nor Charlotte. Lin's Conqueror's haki can stop Ace from assimilating their bodies into flames. Kaido understood the reason the moment he was hit. This man's body naturally contains Conqueror's haki and even armament haki. That is to say, this man does not need to use it deliberately. Every punch naturally contains the fusion power of Mera fruit, Nika, Conqueror's haki, and armament haki. And this man's Conqueror's haki is better than his and Charlotte, Lin's. What's more, this man also incorporates the power of armament haki into his attack. You know, even if they have fully mastered Conqueror's haki entanglement, they can only choose one of armament haki and Conqueror's haki to attack. And the power of Conqueror's haki is much stronger than armament haki. So their attacks are all using Conqueror's haki entanglement. But this man can use Conqueror's haki and armament haki at the same time. Not to mention, this man's Conqueror's haki is stronger than his and Charlotte, Lin's. Plus it has been integrated with armament haki. Their Conqueror's haki was naturally pierced by this man's haki. What a terrible attack. The hit part was actually directly transformed into flames, even the internal organs were turned into flames and then burned. If he didn't have the body of a blue dragon, Charlotte, Lin would have a monster-like physique, and I'm afraid she would be seriously injured by a single blow. This man's power is definitely beyond Rocks, Roger and others. It has reached a whole new level. Is this the power of the sun god form? Kaido gritted his teeth and used the recovery power he gained after awakening the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form to recover from his injuries. Even the bones and internal organs were transformed into flames, causing terrible damage, and even Kaido couldn't bear it. Ahem. Puff. Charlotte Lin, who was standing by, spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes completely bloodshot. Injured, she was actually injured, and it was such a serious injury. One strike directly pierced through her steel balloon. Emperor Yan. Charlotte Lin made a series of piercing and strange cries. Oh, Ace looked at the runaway Charlotte Lin, and a smile appeared on his lips. Huh. The next moment, Ace's figure moved again. Chapter 250. The most ridiculous ability, turning the battlefield into a game. Ah, Charlotte. Lin's piercing scream resounded throughout the battlefield. The piercing and terrifying volume made the Entei pirates, who had already retreated far away, frown, wrap Haki around their hands, cover their ears, and look at Charlotte Linlin with a very solemn expression. This only female among the 4 emperors, a natural monster, went berserk again. It has long been heard that Big Mom among the 4 emperors is a natural destroyer and suffers from an incomprehensible food addiction. As long as she can't eat the food she wants, she will go berserk, even killing her own children and destroying her own territory. This battle really showed how unstable the mental state of this 4 emperors is. She is simply a psychopath. But unlike other psychopaths, although Charlotte Linlin lost her mind after going crazy, her strength became even more terrifying. At least, they can only avoid such attacks. However, seeing Charlotte Linlin, who was injured and went berserk again, the Entei pirates were not worried at all. Because the one fighting her now was Ace, so noisy. Ace's figure seemed to appear out of thin air, and appeared above the mad Charlotte Linlin. Ace looked at Charlotte Linlin, and a Haki laugh slowly came out of the corner of his mouth. Shut up. 14%. Ace stretched out his hand and a burning mouthpiece appeared out of thin air. Nika. Creation out of thin air. 847. Ace threw his right hand violently, and the burning mouthpiece directly locked Charlotte Linlin's big mouth that kept screaming weirdly. Dift. Woo. Charlotte Linlin's scream stopped abruptly. The burning muzzle sealed her big mouth tightly. Even under the effect of the muzzle, Charlotte Linlin's mouth seemed to be assimilated into flames and began to burn. Charlotte Linlin instinctively tried to take off the muzzle with both hands, but as soon as she touched it, her palms ignited with terrible flames. Old woman. You idiot, don't touch the attack of Emperor Yan with your body. Kaido roared, and the mace in his hand smashed Charlotte Linlin's hands. Then, the attack wrapped with Conqueror's Haki slammed into Charlotte Linlin's muzzle. Bang! And the muzzle on Charlotte Linlin's mouth disappeared the moment Kaido hit it. Just like the creation out of thin air that appeared inexplicably in this world, now it also strangely dissipated in this world. After such a heavy blow, Charlotte Linlin began to see stars and staggered. Linlin. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** causing any harm to Entei, he knocked the old woman unconscious first. Creating things out of thin air, omnipotent fighting ability. Is this the power of Nika? What is this, exaggerated power? Ha ha ha, interesting. Ace laughed at Charlotte. Linlin, who was hit by Kaido and saw stars. Don't be so arrogant, Entei, Kaido growled angrily. Then the ability of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form was fully activated. And the already huge body turned into a white light. The next moment, the blue dragon body that seemed to cover the sky and the earth appeared in the atmosphere. Roar. Bad wind. Advertisement. Kaido roared and opened his bloody mouth. Whoo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless wind elements were controlled by Kaido, forming terrifying wind blades that blasted towards Ace. Hey. Ace looked at the countless wind blades coming towards him and grabbed the ground with his right hand. The next moment, the ground was actually grabbed by Ace and turned into a huge burning shield in front of Ace. Boom. 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 Countless wind blades blasted on the ground that had turned into a burning shield, and the terrifying attack that could cut off the mountaintop disappeared in an instant. What an exaggerated ability. Damn it. Kaido cursed as he watched his attack being resolved. Faced with such a weird and exaggerated ability, there was no way to know what kind of attack method Yan D would use next. Observation Haki was also completely ineffective against Yan D at this moment. His observation Haki could not penetrate Yan D's current form at all, and could not predict the man's next move. Old woman, wake up, we're going to fight. Kaido roared with Conqueror's Haki, which sobered up Charlotte. Linlin, who was seeing stars. My head is so dizzy. Charlotte. Linlin covered her head. Kaido's attack, although powerful, could not penetrate Charlotte. Linlin's steel balloon with one blow, so Charlotte. Linlin's face was not hurt by Kaido's attack, but Kaido's terrible power hit Charlotte. Linlin's face, causing a violent vibration that made Charlotte Linlin's brain dizzy. Charlotte. Linlin's brain is not like a steel balloon on the surface. Under this degree of shock, the dizziness cannot be eliminated for a while. Damn it, useless old woman. Seeing that Charlotte. Linlin was useless for a while, Kaido cursed secretly, and at the same time, he felt very uncomfortable because it was his attack that caused Charlotte. Linlin to be dizzy at this time. But who could have known that Yan D's attack at this time would be so strange and exaggerated? The means of creating things out of thin air are now at his fingertips. Although the scene is not as exaggerated as the pure Kanhuo style in Yan D's big event. But although Kanhuo style is strong, it is essentially the power of energy. But now Yan D's attack can no longer be evaluated by the power of energy. The seemingly insignificant attack is extremely deadly. And, what a fast speed. While Kaido was accumulating power, he looked at Ace with a serious face. When he was attacked by this man for the first time, he didn't see clearly why this man suddenly appeared in front of them. And this time, with preparation, he finally saw some traces. When this man launches an attack, the ground he is on will turn into flames, and then launch this man out like a jet platform. Under that terrifying power, This man's speed is even more exaggerated than the speed of his body strengthened by thunder. In terms of speed, it can be compared with the fastest devil fruit, sparkling fruit. No weaknesses. No way to start. A cold sweat appeared on Kaido's forehead. After so many years of roaming the sea, this is the first time Kaido has encountered such a helpless scene. This man's fighting method completely turns the battle into a game for him alone. And in this game, they are just controlled game characters. The initiative of the battle, and even the rules of the battle, are firmly in the hands of this man. Is this the highest point of this man, Nika Zanhuo Sun God form? Such a fighting method can really be called a god. It seems that you also understand that you can't be my opponent at all, Ling. Ace's observation Haki can clearly sense Kaido's emotions at this time. Ace's mouth is slightly pouted, and he looks at Kaido with a faint smile. Not an opponent? I don't understand. Kaido heard the words, and his bloody mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth. Who? Boom. Kaido's huge blue dragon body rotated rapidly, and the flame element was controlled by Kaido and covered his body. The next moment, Kaido's blue dragon body has turned into a huge fire. Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido roared. The Fire Dragon Torch formed by controlling the flame element is Kaido's strongest form. In this form, all objects that touch Kaido's body will be burned to ashes. Of course, this is the situation when facing other people. Facing a Yandi who can control tens of thousands of degrees of high-temperature flames and has a Nika flame body, Kaido is not so arrogant that this move can compete with this man. What Kaido wanted was to use the fire element he controlled to block the man's ability. That kind of transformation ability was too terrifying. As long as he was hit by this man's attack, even his internal organs and bones would turn into flames, and then cause serious damage to his body. Advertisement: such an attack would seriously damage even his Azure Dragon body if it was hit several times head-on. Although the Fire Dragon Torch formed by the fire element he controlled at this time was definitely not as good as the flame of the Flame Emperor. But after all, the body wrapped in flames could deal with the strange transformation attack of the Flame Emperor more effectively than the Azure Dragon body. And most importantly, he didn't have a more powerful move than the Fire Dragon Torch. This was also his strongest form. Lin, wake up quickly and use all your strength, otherwise we will all die here. Kaido roared, looking at Charlotte. Lin. At this time, the combat power of the Flame Emperor was obviously much stronger than that in the Sabaody archipelago. Such strength has surpassed the former Rox and Roger at his peak. Facing such an opponent, even if he was at full strength, he couldn't hold on for long. After all, the biggest support for him to dare to commit suicide in the past and face multiple powerful enemies at the same time, the almost immortal Azure Dragon body, is simply useless in front of this man. The attack that can directly penetrate the Azure Dragon body makes his almost immortal Azure Dragon body only able to exert the powerful recovery power after the awakening of the mythical beast species. If this man really lets go, Kaido estimates that he can't last 10 moves. It is necessary to join forces with Lin to have a chance. And, only by attacking with full force at the beginning can we find hope in the cracks. After all, even those 5 elders with immortal characteristics will not do such a stupid thing to compete with Yan Di for endurance. As the strongest devil fruit ability in history, Yan Di is also the Mera fruit ability user of Logia. It is a bit exaggerated to describe his physical strength as infinite. But fighting for a few days and nights is as easy as breathing. Fighting a procrastinating war with this man is simply courting death. So, only from the beginning, we must fight desperately, and there is a glimmer of hope. Kaido, stop ordering me around. Charlotte Linlin's dizziness has improved a lot at this time, but she still cursed. Then, she looked at Ace with red eyes. Little devil, you actually hurt me so much, I will kill you. Charlotte Linlin roared. Right fist suddenly raised. Buzz. The power of the soul fruit was quickly activated. Charlotte Linlin's soul actually appeared in substance and completed the cutting. Part of Charlotte Linlin's soul, under the power of the soul fruit, was reintegrated into Napoleon's hat. Just now, Ace's Conqueror's Haki roared, but only blew away the soul fruit power on Napoleon, and did not destroy Napoleon's body. At this time, this pirate hat changed after Charlotte Linlin's soul was integrated. Eyes appeared on the pirate hat, which was extremely strange. Mama. The newly born Napoleon called out subconsciously. Emperor sword. Charlotte. Linlin roared, and Napoleon turned into a giant sword. Come on, Emperor Yan, taste the full power of both of us. Kaido roared. Conqueror's Haki began to roar and boil. All Conqueror's Haki hit Kaido's head, which was the strongest part after Kaido transformed into a blue dragon body. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido roared, and the huge flaming body, with a terrifying tail flame, crashed into Ace. Using the blue dragon body in the form of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon as a weapon, and the combination of the power of the elemental power given to the ability user, plus the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, shoot his body like a weapon. All the power is fully released in this attack. This is Kaido's strongest attack. Waiwo. Charlotte. Linlin also roared. The Emperor's sword in her hand slashed down fiercely. Conqueror's Haki entangled. The ability of the soul fruit was completely integrated into this minister. The terrifying shockwave, with the black and purple lightning powerlock of Conqueror's Haki, rushed towards Ace. Do you know why I waited for you for so long? Ace watched the two launch the strongest attack, and a curve slowly crossed the corner of his mouth. His red eyes, like the sun, suddenly burned. Chapter 251. Incarnation of Stars, The Fall of Two Emperors. Ace looked at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you know why I wait for you to be ready before I attack? Ace's words made Kaido, who was in the form of a fire dragon and was sprinting, shrink his pupils. Yes. Why would Entei wait for them to be ready for the strongest attack before attacking? Kaido still remembers the strategy and control of the battle situation of this man in the Entei event. The former marshal of Naval Headquarters, who obtained the wisdom and spirit of Buddha from the human fruit mythical beast Buddha form, and the resourceful general, Buddha Sengoku, who was known as the Ultimate Man, was defeated in the Battle of Wits with this man. And the man who was known as one of the most intelligent people in this sea, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, also became his use. Even more, Naval Headquarters itself became a pawn of this man, forcing the five elders to give in. It can be said that in the Yan Di event, Naval Headquarters, World Government, and even their four emperors were completely within Yan Di's calculations. And Naval Headquarters and World Government did not play their due strength in that war. Before the Yan Di event, Yan Di pirates were far from the current strength. At that time, Yan Di was the only one in Yan Di pirates who could be considered as the top combat force. At best, he was just a little thief, but the little thief at that time could only be said to have barely stepped into the threshold of admiral-level combat power. Relying solely on the power of Thunderfruit, the Haki it possessed was almost useless in the fight between the top combat forces. Although in that war, the Dark Ranger smiled and the Pluton Silver rarely joined, which greatly improved the combat power of the Entei pirates. But you have to know that in that war, Naval Headquarters put all its combat power into it. 3 admirals came out together. Marine Marshal Sengoku personally fought. Later, the 5 elders directly joined the battlefield. In fact, the world government and Naval Headquarters had an absolute advantage in the combat power comparison between the two sides. But even such a strength comparison was twisted by Entei's wrist. Naval Headquarters was defeated head-on by Entei and completely defeated. The world government had to give in and terminated Buster Call 11 unprecedentedly. Absolute justice was broken by Entei. The calculations and strategies step by step, Kaido still has some heart development when he thinks of it. It can be said that this man's wisdom and skills are the strongest in this sea. Once the war started, this man would never let the enemy use all his strength comfortably, but would completely fall into his rhythm. It was hard to imagine that this man would wait for him and Linlin to use their strongest attack when he had an absolute advantage just now. Could it be that he had fallen into this man's trap again? Kaido had bad thoughts constantly in his mind, but in the current situation, the arrow was on the string and there was no turning back. Gnashing his teeth, Kaido roared again, squeezing out his potential to the fullest. Under this situation, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki actually became a little stronger. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ace laughed, and his red eyes began to burn like a real sun. Looking at Kaido, whose Conqueror's Haki had slightly strengthened under terrible pressure, there was also some satisfaction in his eyes. As the power of the king, Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened through exercise like Armament Haki and Observation Haki. If you want to make Conqueror's Haki stronger, you can only improve the owner's capacity and spirit in the process of fighting one battle after another or conquering nature, so as to make Conqueror's Haki stronger. Among these ways, the best way to improve Conqueror's Haki is to challenge a Conqueror's Haki owner who is stronger than you. If Conqueror's Haki owners fight, if they win, they will step on the opponent's corpse to become a stronger Conqueror's Haki. And if they lose, they will become the dust of history. From the fact that when Conqueror's Haki owners encounter other Conqueror's Haki owners, Conqueror's Haki will instinctively explode. Judging from the collision of Conqueror's Haki, the growth of Conqueror's Haki is more like a kind of GU breeding. There is only one overlord who can become the highest throne of an era. Other Conqueror's Haki owners are the nourishment of this overlord of the era. This is even more true for Ace, who has obtained Haki absorption from the famous sword, Yanmo. Other Conqueror's Haki owners are the best nourishment for Ace. And the reason why it has been delayed for so long and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have used their strongest moves is to squeeze out their last potential and improve their Conqueror's Haki as much as possible, and then absorb their Conqueror's Haki. As for whether the two will cause trouble to Ace after squeezing out their last potential and becoming stronger? Of course, it will not. Ace's red eyes suddenly flashed the scarlet of Ultimate. Ace has already seen the future, Ultimate, Observation Haki. Everything is under Ace's control. Advertisement, let's end it. Ace's eyes were red, like real stars, and began to burn. I admire your fighting ability, Kaido, B. Ace looked at Kaido, his eyes became real stars, his eyes were like torches, and it was frightening. Your way of doing things is unforgivable. Wano-kuni has only tragedy under your rule. The people can't even eat, and they can only be forced to use polluted water to fill their stomachs and then die miserably. Although your fighting power is strong, I won't say anything to let you be used by me. Your existence hinders the progress of this world. Hinders the progress of a world where everyone can eat and everyone can have a banquet, that I want to create. So, die. Ace Haki shouted. The behavior of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is not recognized by Ace. It is also not recognized by the values of the cadres gathered by Ace. So, although Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have strong combat power, they may play a very critical role in the future war. But Ace will not feel sorry for them, but will only give them death. Ace's words made Kaido's face change again and again. And Charlotte. Linlin's face was even more hideous. Yandy, this B*******************, looked down on her completely. It seemed that Kaido was the only one in his eyes. Don't joke. Little ghost. Die, Charlotte Linlin screamed hideously. At this time, Charlotte, Linlin's attack and Kaido, who turned into a fire dragon, had come to Ace. Die under my highest point, Kaido, fall back on Linlin. Ace's mouth curled up slightly and laughed. The red eyes, like stars, really burned like real stars at this moment. Big flame ring. Ace shouted. Huh, the next moment, Ace's body began to change, which made Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin's pupils shrink and their faces full of horror. Huh. Ace's whole body began to burn like the eyes that turned into stars at this moment. Then the body suddenly grew, it turned into a raging flame. Then, these terrifying flames gathered madly with Ace's original position as the center point. The terrifying energy instantly melted Charlotte, Linlin's strongest slash. Kaido also stopped with a look of horror. It was not that he wanted to stop, but that terrifying energy stopped him. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. The next moment, boom, a star, a real star rose again and again. The terrifying energy made time and space begin to burn. Based on the power of Mera Mera fruit remnant fire, it is fused with Nika, and it turns anything into a reality. Exclusive, imagination. Add the fused Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki. Ace's Nika Zanwashiki, the strongest move of the sun god form. Using the body of flame Nika, he turned into a star. Incarnation. The sun. At this moment, two suns appeared in the sky above Wano Kuni. Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin looked at the scene in front of them in horror. What did they see? Yandy turned into the sun. Under this terrifying energy, everything in the world was burning. Including them. Who? Advertisement Kaido, Charlotte, Linlin, their bodies were burning with terrifying flames. With each rotation of the sun incarnated by Ace, the terrifying flames on the two people became more and more luxuriant. And their flesh, bones, internal organs, everything began to burn in this rotation. And this burning terrifying flame cannot be extinguished at all. The special ability of Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form that can control natural elements is completely ineffective at this moment. At this time, the burning flame has already surpassed nature. Ah! Charlotte Linlin screamed madly. Her steel balloon, which had never been broken by anyone, was burning madly at this moment. She was a natural monster. Even Kaido's blue dragon body was injured by Kazuki Oden, leaving 2 indelible cross-cutting marks. And she had never been injured, and no one could break her steel balloon. But the burning at this moment brought her severe pain, which made Charlotte Linlin unable to bear it at all, and she could only scream madly. And Kaido was much calmer. Although his face was distorted due to the burning of flesh, bones, and even internal organs, he did not scream in pain, maintaining the dignity of one of the strongest people in this sea. Unbelievable, Yandy, your methods are really unheard of. Kaido's mouth pulled out a slightly hideous smile because of the severe pain. I believe what you said, although you have the power of Nika, you are not Han-Yi Boy. Kaido laughed loudly and looked at Ace with a calm look in his eyes. You, stronger than Joey Boy, more incredible, it's worth dying in your hands. So that's it, Yandy, aren't you curious why I have to wait for you to attack with all your strength and waste so much effort? No devil fruit power can help the power user absorb Haki. How could such a thing be possible? Kaido laughed continuously, and his body was still burning. They are two incompatible things at all, Haki and devil fruit, although Haki can be entangled with devil fruit power and perform amplified attacks. Afterwards, together with Charlotte, Linlin, they were burned alive by the burning flames. 4 emperors. Kaido laughed again and again. This is the answer. As Ace's words fell, a magical wave flowed into Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin's bodies. Unbelievable. This is simply more terrifying than any bloodline. Even if Yandy's Haki is stronger than his, it is impossible for such a power to appear out of thin air. 4 emperors. Even in the long history, even Joy Boy, even 800 years ago, the 20 kings of the world government could not have such power. It can actually directly devour and absorb other people's Haki and use it for itself. From the fact that armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki can penetrate devil fruit power and hurt the body of the power user, it can be seen that Madara, even the power of Nika, is impossible. At this moment, Kaido looked at the star incarnated by Ace, and there seemed to be some enlightenment in his eyes. The Conqueror's Haki of the 4 emperors, who stood at the top of the sea, was swallowed by the Entei. That is to say, this power belongs to Yandy himself. And Haki, of course, can't do such a thing. Ace's voice came from the inside of the star. This is definitely not the power of devil fruit. Devil fruit definitely does not have such power. This is a power that does not belong to this world. Buzz. No, impossible. There's absolutely no such power in this sea. It is not a devil fruit ability, nor is it Haki. Even the dark fruit, which is known as the most evil power in history, is impossible. Admiral of the Beasts Pirates. Kaido of the Beasts. Death. captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte, Linlin. Then, the black-purple lightning representing Conqueror's Haki, the pitch-black airflow representing armament Haki, and even the 650 red and slightly illusory ripples representing observation Haki, were continuously stripped from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's bodies, and then their marks were burned alive under the burning of the flames. Then, these black-purple lightning, pitch-black airflow, and red and slightly illusory ripples all poured into the star incarnated by Ace. Then, they were swallowed up. You absorbed our blessings? Kaido felt that the Haki in his body had completely disappeared, and looked at the star incarnated by Ace in front of him in horror, swallowing up all the Haki of the two of them. Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, observation Haki. Kaido, who has cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate in this sea, has already stood at the top of this sea in terms of control over Haki. Chapter 252, Two Devil Fruits got, Sabo, brothers reunited. Above Wano-kuni, two suns shined against each other. One of the suns kept rotating, emitting terrifying high temperatures. Under this high temperature, it seemed that even the world could be evaporated. Under this high temperature, the two former sea overlords, four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, Charlotte, Linlin, were wiped out from this world. $. The sun, which emitted an astonishingly high temperature, stopped rotating, and its originally expanded volume began to shrink. Gradually, this star that was enough to melt the four emperors alive returned to human form. Ace released the power of the Nika Zanhuo sun god form, and the color of his clothes, eyes, hair, and eyebrows also returned from red to normal black. The ribbon-like flame cloud behind him also slowly dissipated. As the power of the Nika Zanhuo sun god form dissipated, Ace also exhaled heavily. Although the power of Nika Zanka sun god form is strong, the consumption of physical strength and Haki is too great. Especially Haki, compared to Ace's Zanka sun god form, plus the devil fruit ability combined with Nika's power. Ace's Haki has reached the king level, but compared with such a powerful devil fruit ability, it is still much weaker. Every attack of Nika Zanka sun god form is extremely powerful because every attack naturally combines armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Mera fruit ability Zanka sun god form, and Nika's power. But at the same time, because of such a powerful force, as a price, every attack consumes Ace's physical strength and Haki. Especially the strongest move in Ace's Nika Zanka sun god form, the body transformation into a star, consumes a huge amount of energy. Ace's physical strength can also be blessed by transforming natural elements through the Mera fruit awakening. But Haki cannot be restored through the devil fruit ability. Whether it is Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, or observation Haki, recovery requires not only physical strength, but also spirit. In the original work, when Luffy's Haki is exhausted, he needs to fall into a static state to recover, that is, to recover his spirit and then his Haki. Therefore, in a battle, the upper limit of the Haki usage of the strong is fixed. Once Haki is exhausted, it will be sluggish, even if the Logia Devil Fruit is transformed into nature and physical recovery is not possible. Because the activation of the Logia Devil Fruit awakening also requires the consumption of the spirit of the ability user. This time, using the strongest power of Nika Zanhuo-style sun god form, the body turned into a star to kill Kaido and Charlotte Linlin at once, and the consumption of Ace is huge. The move of turning into a star and burning the enemy alive, to put it bluntly, is to use the power of Nika Zanhuo style to continuously assimilate the enemy's body into flames. When all the enemy's bones, flesh, internal organs, everything is assimilated into flames, they will naturally disappear between this world, too. In this process, how much Ace consumes depends on the strength of the enemy. To assimilate 4 emperors and burn them between heaven and earth, and 4 emperors who are proud of their physical strength, the consumption is simply outrageous. At this time, Ace has experienced a little bit. The emptiness and weakness after Luffy Haki and physical strength are exhausted in the original work are really not a very pleasant experience. Of course, this ability of Ace will not consume Ace's own life. But in the same way, compared with the astonishing consumption, the harvest this time is also huge. In Ace's eyes, the thick black and purple to the ultimate flashed. Kaido, as well as Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's Haki, observation Haki, and armament Haki were all absorbed by himself. However, this absorption process is not as simple as 1 + 1. After all, this Haki belongs to Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido personally. If Ace really wants to take all of their Haki, then I'm afraid Ace himself will have big problems. Just like the famous sword, Yanmo, this sword can only absorb the user's Haki temporarily and then release it. The sword itself cannot store Haki. Ace's heaven-defying comprehension has enhanced this ability of the famous sword, Yanmo. It can absorb the Haki of the killed enemy and then use it for itself. However, when Ace used his Haki absorption ability to absorb Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's Haki, he also found a problem with this absorption. After all, this is the power of others, which contains the imprints of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. If it is to be integrated with one's own Haki, it may make one's own Haki become mixed. Although it will become powerful for a while, it is not cost-effective in the long run. But fortunately, Ace has the power of Nika and the power of Mera fruit Zanhuo Shi. Under the power of Nika Zanhuo Shi sun god form, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's personal imprints were burned out alive. In other words, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's Haki, under the burning power of Nika Zanhuo's Shingod form, became ownerless Haki, and was then absorbed by Ace without risk. Of course, to become risk-free Haki, there is naturally a price to pay, that is, Kaido and Charlotte. Linlin's Haki also dissipated a lot as Nika Zanhuo's Shingod form burned out their personal marks. However, Ace would not leave any hidden dangers in his body, and decisively chose this method. However, it was the Haki of 2-4 Emperors after all. Even if a part of it was lost, the remaining Haki absorbed by Ace was still considerable. Haki, increased by 30%? Ace used heaven-defying comprehension to evaluate the strength of his own Haki, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ace's Haki is already king level, standing at the top of history. Even the Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard, Haki in his prime period was on par with Ace. At this level, it was increased by 30% at one time, which is a big gain. Ace's eyes also flashed with satisfaction. Then, Ace looked at the place where Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin disappeared and threw the 2 fruits out. Buzz. Advertisement under the effect of the field of understanding, the demon factor that was rapidly dissipating and trying to go to the sea was quickly captured. Gulu. Gulu. The demon factor entered the 2 fruits and changed rapidly. After a while, 2 devil fruits with strange patterns on the surface appeared. Ace stretched out his hand and Conqueror's Haki caught the 2 devil fruits in Ace's hand. Soul fruit and Ace looked at the 2 devil fruits in his hand, and focused his eyes on a devil fruit that was green and covered with scales with strange patterns on the surface. Fish fruit, mythical beast species, azure dragon form. Ace looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and the arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger. This is the real top devil fruit ability. In the bird fruit, mythical beast species, Suzaku form, the cat fruit, mythical beast species, white tiger form, the turtle fruit, mythical beast species, black tortoise form. Among these 4 top-level mythical beast-type devil fruits, the comprehensive ability is well-deserved to be ranked first. It is no exaggeration to say that among the precious mythical beast-type devil fruit abilities, the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form is the strongest mythical beast-type devil fruit ability, second only to the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Having one more powerful devil fruit ability is a great help even for the current Entei pirates. Ace. At this time, the Entei pirates saw that the battle was over and came to Ace. Is it over? It's amazing. Rayleigh looked at Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin who had disappeared, and looked at the 2 devil fruits in Ace's hand, with a face full of emotion. One person wiped out 2 peak 4 Emperors. Such power is completely impossible for Roger and Whitebeard at their peak. Ace's current combat power is probably only comparable to that of Chi-Yi, the legendary liberation fighter and the last user of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form 800 years ago. This really opened my eyes, Captain. Kuzan was also full of emotion, with shock still in his eyes. Ace's current strongest form, Nika Zanhuo Sun God form, was cultivated in Amazon Lily after the Andy incident. Kuzan had never seen Ace's strongest form before. Especially the scene of turning into the sun, which made Kuzan feel extremely shocked. Turning into the sun is no longer something that humans can do. This is a miracle. Did they all get rid of it? Ace looked at everyone and smiled. Well, it's all solved. Beasts pirates, all the cadres of the Big Mom pirates have been captured and are waiting for the Admiral's decision. Nami said with a smile after hearing this. As the second in command of the Yandy pirates, the person who reports the battle situation to Ace is naturally her. But at the end, Nami looked at Ace with a playful face. Hearing this, Ace also stroked Nami's long orange hair and smiled warmly. Nami, even though she has become a strong man who can fight against the 4 Emperors head-on, is still her lovely navigator. But why don't you let us get rid of Kurozumi Snake, Ace? Vivi asked curiously. Kurozumi Snake, in the previous confrontation, secretly left the battlefield. Ace also asked them to deliberately let it go, because I'm waiting for someone to show up. Ace's mouth curled up slightly and looked into the distance. Advertisement, how long are you going to hide, you guy? In Ace's eyes, the scarlet color representing observation Haki flashed suddenly. In that direction, there is a breath that Ace will never forget. Ace shouted while a happy smile from the bottom of his heart appeared on the corner of his mouth. Really, I don't want to give you a surprise. A voice sounded slowly. In which direction did the Entei pirates look? Their observation Haki had already detected the breath of Kurozumi Orochi in that direction. However, there was another breath that was extremely strange. And laughed. Long time no see, Sabo, my brother. Looking at the familiar face, Ace punched Sabo on the shoulder. The figure's mouth raised a huge arc, and he spoke slowly. Afterwards, Ace and Sabo laughed together. Long time no see, Ace. Being hugged by Ace, Sabo's tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. Sabo, brothers, today, many years later, reunited. Not to mention Sabo and Luffy, brothers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for themselves. The most unforgettable thing in a person's life is the time of childhood and brothers. Sabo covered his shoulder and twitched his mouth. Ace looked at the familiar figure in front of him and laughed. Meeting again after many years, even Ace was very excited. But looking at Ace's performance, it seemed like an acquaintance? Dia. Ace hugged Sabo tightly. After Ace and Sabo separated, Ace looked at Sabo's tear marks on his face, and Sabo looked at the tears in Ace's eyes. Well, finally, I see you again, brother. The next moment, Ace disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Sabo. The laughter shook the sky. Is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army now? In the eyes of everyone, a figure, holding the unconscious Kurozumi Orochi, whose face was still filled with fear, slowly walked over. Tap. Ta. Laughing unscrupulously, laughing with tears in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Let you little brat not show up at the beginning. The figure Ace and Luffy's sworn brother. Ace's eyes were full of nostalgia, and tears were in the corners of his eyes. Hiss. It hurts. Ace, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, was in tears at this time. Huh, Sabo, you little brat. Ace looked at Sabo, and the arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger. Chapter 253. Dragon's Show of Goodwill. Sabo's ability. That's what happened. Sabo, Ace sat casually on the ground. Sabo smiled at Ace and told him why he came to govern the country. In the distance, the people of the Entei pirates were cleaning up the mess of Wano Kuni with the people from the Revolutionary Army. After the Entei incident, Marine and world government widely publicized the news that Ace and the Entei pirates were going to attack Kaido through various media channels. In particular, the news that the two four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts Pirates, and Charlotte Linland's Big Mom Pirates had formed an alliance to form a pirate alliance to face the attack of the Entei pirates was also emphasized by the world government. In the past, in order to maintain the balance of the sea, let alone the two four emperors pirates united into a pirate alliance. Even if the two four emperors pirates came into contact, the world government would do its best to prevent the news from leaking. But after the Entei incident, the balance of the sea was completely broken, and even the face of the world government was greatly damaged by Ace. In this situation, even the world government, which controls the world's public opinion, urgently needs new events to divert Tianhai's attention. And the Yandi pirates' large fleet, attacking the pirate alliance formed by the two four emperors pirate groups, is the best event. So Sabo also learned the news, and after learning it, he immediately prepared to go to Wano Kuni. Although he has sufficient confidence in Ace, he is facing a pirate alliance of two four emperors pirate groups after all. And Wano Kuni has always been closed, and information is very scarce. Knowing that Wano Kuni is an important seastone production area, Sabo understands that Ace must take Wano Kuni under his command. Ace, but a man who wants to become the king of the world. Wano Kuni's seastone resources are determined to be obtained. In this case, Sabo's idea is very simple, that is, to go to Wano Kuni first and prepare for Ace. When Sabo was about to go to Wano Kuni alone, he was stopped by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago. However, he did not stop Sabo, but asked Sabo to select some elites from the Revolutionary Army to accompany Sabo. Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, understood after a little thought. Before the Yandi incident, although the Revolutionary Army was regarded as the world's biggest disadvantage by the world government, the Revolutionary Army liberated many countries. But that was because the world government needed to balance the entire ocean, and the countries liberated by the Revolutionary Army were almost not allies of the world government, so the world government did not go all out to deal with the Revolutionary Army. After all, there was the four emperors, a real big trouble on the ocean. With the overall strength of the Revolutionary Army, it was very difficult to deal with the four emperors pirate group, let alone against the entire world government. So if the Revolutionary Army wants to realize its dream, it needs a strong ally. Is there anything more powerful than the Entei pirates on this sea? As the only two superpowers in the world that are opposed to the world government, the Entei pirates can even fight the world government on equal terms. From the fact that Dress Rosa, a member of the world government, broke away from the world government and joined the Entei pirates, and the world government had no reaction to this, it is easy to see the current deterrence of the Entei pirates. Members are considered taboos by the world government. They are an important tool for the world government to control the world. Although their Revolutionary Army has liberated so many countries, if they really dare to take action against the official members of the world government, they will probably be immediately wiped out by the world government. Not to mention, Dress Rosa is one of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. So the only chance for their Revolutionary Army to realize their dream is to form an alliance with the Entei pirates. In addition, the relationship between Sabo and Ace is the best bridge between their Revolutionary Army and the Entei pirates. Although the difference in strength between the two sides meant that the Revolutionary Army would definitely become a vassal of the Yandi pirate fleet. But Yandi's own ideas and declarations also made Dragon very fascinated. Although that goal was incredible, Yandi was a man who created miracles. Only Yandi in this world could accomplish this goal. The most important thing was that his son, Luffy, was also Ace's sworn brother, and from Sabo's mouth. Luffy also wanted to be Ace's right hand and help Ace become the king of the world. His son, the second in command, was a fan of Yandi. And with the current situation in the world, becoming a vassal of Yandi's pirate fleet was almost the only choice. Of course, BGBJ, Dragon had not made up his mind at this time. After all, he had not personally met Ace. So he would not be so careless to entrust his life ideals to Yandi. Advertisement this time, the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet will attack the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, which is a good opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to contact Entei himself. Let Sabo select some elites of the Revolutionary Army and go to Wano Kuni together. First, these elites can observe what kind of person Entei is. After all, Sabo is Ace's sworn brother and his views are too limited. Second, the Revolutionary Army can make certain contributions to the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet to capture Wano Kuni and show goodwill to Entei. And Sabo, after a brief thought, understood what dragon meant and readily agreed. Although the power of the Revolutionary Army cannot be compared with a complete Four Emperors pirates, it is also a strong force. And it also has certain experience in overthrowing the violent rule of local countries, and it will definitely become one of the important forces in Ace's hands. As for whether the Revolutionary Army will successfully become a vassal of the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet, in this regard, Sabo has absolute confidence in Ace. So, after selecting some elites from the Revolutionary Army, Sabo came to Wano Kuni. As soon as they arrived here, Sabo was shocked. After their secret visit, they found that this place had long been violently ruled by Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. Various tragic situations emerged one after another. There were even tragic incidents where they could only laugh no matter how sad they were. Even if their parents died in front of them, they could not cry and could only laugh. Sabo and the people of the Revolutionary Army were furious about this tragic situation. But here, there are two Four Emperors pirate groups, and their strength is not enough to shake this huge force. They can only lurk, do what they can, and wait for the arrival of the Yandi pirates. Of course, although the power of their Revolutionary Army is not enough to act openly, they still did some things. For example, after understanding the cause and effect of the Kurozumi Orochi incident, they contacted some of the old forces of the Kazuki family. These people have been looking for opportunities to restore the previous rule of the Kazuki family. However, Sabo ignored the diehards of the Kazuki family and only found some knowledgeable people who were willing to save the people of Wano Kuni. And he took out some screen recordings of the Yandi event and the bounty order of the Yandi pirates fleet by Marine. In this sea, nothing can more directly reflect the strength of the strong than the bounty. The world's highest bounty, which made Four Emperors Kaido only seek the alliance of another Four Emperors pirates, Big Mom pirates, to dare to compete with it, is the best publicity for Ace and Yandi pirates. Although Wano Kuni is closed, it does not mean that these people know nothing about the outside sea. These people know very well what the highest bounty in the world today represents. This may be their best and last chance. If they miss it, Wano Kuni may never have a future. As for restoring the rule of the Kazuki family, these people are not all fools, so instead of letting the people of Wano Kuni suffer without hope, it is better to rely on the Yandi pirates fleet to save Wano Kuni. So, under the planning of Sabo and the Revolutionary Army, some key positions in Kurozumi Orochi's mansion also fell into the hands of Sabo and the Revolutionary Army. However, just as Sabo and the Revolutionary Army continued to accumulate strength and wait for Ace and others to come, the Yandi pirates fleet descended on Wano Kuni in an unexpected manner. And the combat power shown stunned Sabo and the Revolutionary Army. They only saw a flash of lightning, and then a pretty figure descended directly on Kurozumi Orochi's mansion. This figure has long been famous in the sea. He is the user of Thunderfruit, which is said to be one of the most invincible abilities in nature. The second in command of the Entei pirates, Nami, the little thief. This second in command of the Entei pirates showed amazing strength during the Entei event. Together with Pluton Rayleigh and Dark Ranger Yishao, he captured Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru alive. However, judging from his performance during the Entei event, although Nami's Thunderfruit ability is strong, his Haki is too weak, resulting in his overall strength barely reaching the Admiral level. If it were just Nami alone, he would not be able to break into Kurozumi Orochi's mansion. Kurozumi Orochi has many good players under him. In addition, Kurozumi Orochi is extremely afraid of death. In addition, the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates are on high alert and in a tense atmosphere. Kurozumi Orochi has concentrated almost all of his good players in his mansion, and even reduced his enjoyment activities. With such a lineup, it is not enough to rely on only one person who barely reaches the Admiral level. So, Sabo and the Revolutionary Army elites were ready to take action. But everything that happened next completely shocked Sabo and the Revolutionary Army. Nami, the second in command of the Entei pirates, the little thief Nami, showed overwhelming and terrifying strength. Kurozumi Orochi and his subordinates had no power to fight back and were defeated in an instant. Advertisement: the terrifying Haki that was displayed was clearly the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. And it was perfectly integrated with the power of Thunderfruit, forming a terrifying attack that surpassed Admiral. Only the few people standing at the top of this sea could do such a thing. Four Emperors. This second in command of the Entei pirates has the terrifying strength to fight against four Emperors head-on. Shocking. Terrible. Incredible. Another female warrior with the fighting power of four Emperors appeared on this sea. So, after seeing the defeat of Kurozumi Orochi and his subordinates, Sabo and his subordinates also hid again. Now it would not be of much use for them to take action, so it would be better to hide and do something inside the forces under Kurozumi Orochi. Then, something even more shocking happened to them. The Entei pirates, with their unrivaled power, destroyed all obstacles that stood in their way. Then, the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates pirate alliance also arrived. But even before the Entei arrived, the officers of the Entei pirates alone had already forced the two Four Emperors pirate alliances into a desperate situation. If the Entei was added, wouldn't they be able to face four Emperors pirates at the same time? And then, the Entei arrived, with his unrivaled power, and turned into the sun, burning the two four emperors Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. They take back their previous words, adding Entei's words, the Entei pirates will win even if they face four emperors at the same time. Entei's terrible fighting power has far exceeded the four emperors. It has reached a terrible level that is unique in history. As expected, he is the admiral of the Entei pirates, one of the two superpowers that can stand side by side with the world government on this sea. Although Sabo and the Revolutionary Army did not help much in this war. But in the subsequent clearing of the remaining forces of Kurozumi Orochi and helping the Entei pirates to control Wano Kuni, they played a huge role. The former Wano Kuni masters they have mastered also have a great reputation in Wano Kuni. With their assistance, I believe Wano Kuni will soon be successfully incorporated into the Entei pirates. Well, you are worthy of being my brother, Ace. After understanding what Sabo did, and watching the elites of the Revolutionary Army lead the Wano Kuni masters, quickly master Wano Kuni, and eliminate the influence of Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido. Ace was very satisfied that the Entei pirates were the saviors of Wano Kuni and that Wano Kuni could only have a bright future by joining the Entei pirates. Every profession has its own expertise, and the Revolutionary Army is the best at doing these things. Of course, I am your brother, Sabo grinned and smiled. It has been a long time since I heard Ace's praise. Duh. A green light flew towards Sabo, and he subconsciously caught it. This is. Sabo looked at the devil fruit in his hand with his pupils trembling. Among the mythical beasts, Yi is the top one, standing at the top of many devil fruits. Creating four emperors, Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the world. Fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, chapter 254, Two Stupid Brothers, Yamato. Sabo looked at the devil fruit in his hand and felt his hands were extremely heavy. It was no wonder that Sabo felt this way. This fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form was really too precious. As one of the most powerful abilities among all devil fruits, as long as you eat it and complete the awakening, you will have the top combat power in this sea. And you can get the body of a blue dragon, and strengthen your body to ultimate, which makes it almost impossible to be killed. And as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo knows more about this fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. Because in the God Valley incident that year, the cadres of their Revolutionary Army, the Demon King, Ivankov, and Bartholomew Bear, got the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form and the meatball by chance during the Celestial Dragon's hunting activity. Because of the sudden attack of the Rocks Pirate, in the chaos, they got the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form and the meatball by chance. However, when Ivankov was about to eat the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors who had died in Ace's hands, arrived and was taken away by Ace and handed over to Kaido. The meatball fruit was eaten by Bear, and this bug-level ability also made Bear one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As far as Sabo knows, celestial dragons generally do not eat devil fruits. The meatball fruit and the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form have the same point. In addition to their powerful abilities, they also have the ability to allow the ability users to fly. Therefore, there are also speculations within the Revolutionary Army that these two powerful devil fruit abilities are not only powerful, but also have other important functions. Which is why they are so valued by the world government and the elites of celestial dragons. Such a powerful and potentially very important devil fruit ability, even as Ace's sworn brother, Sabo feels heavy. After all, although the Entei pirates fleet is very powerful, this fish fruit, mythical beast species, blue dragon form can easily create a top-level combat force. Let alone, even if it can't reach Kaido's level of strength, it is almost certain to surpass Kuzan, Yishao and the others. Such a powerful combat force is very important even for Ace. Sabo, after all, has been separated from Ace for so many years, and is still the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Although Sabo's ambition has never changed after recovering his memory, he wants to become Ace's helper and help Ace become the king of the world. But as soon as they met, he received such a great gift, and Sabo felt a little unworthy. After all, he has not made any major contributions to Ace. Idiot, eat it quickly, aren't you going to be my right hand? You probably don't know Luffy's ability yet, right? The strongest devil fruit ability, human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form. The Nika power in my hand is what I got from Luffy. Ace's ability to listen to the voices of all things, plus the absorption of Kaido, Charlotte Linlin's observation Haki, Ace can clearly perceive Sabo's thoughts. Looking at Sabo, Ace laughed and scolded. Ace understands Sabo's character. Sabo now feels that this devil fruit is a bit heavy. In addition to the fact that they have been separated for many years, the most important reason is that it has not made any important contributions to him. However, Ace gave this devil fruit to Sabo for his own considerations. The girls of the Entei pirates all have devil fruit abilities that suit them. The rest of the cadres, except Rayleigh, also have demon fruit power. There is no candidate in the current Entei pirates fleet that is suitable for eating the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. The strength of the devil fruit ability itself is a decisive factor, but the strength of the ability user is the key. If a person with insufficient potential eats a powerful devil fruit and cannot awaken it, then it is meaningless to talk about the power of the devil fruit. And Sabo can be said to be the most suitable candidate for the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. Sabo's strength is mainly reflected in his high-level physical skills, and his armament Haki is also very powerful. And Sabo's physical skills are all related to dragons, such as the Dragon Claw Fist. In the original work, after Sabo ate the Mara fruit, he integrated the flame of the Mara fruit into the Dragon Claw Fist, and his strength was greatly enhanced. But the Mara fruit is a Logia devil fruit after all, and its direct enhancement of physical skills is not even as good as the powerful Zone devil fruit ability. Not to mention the ability of this top-level mythical beast devil fruit. Sabo's physical strength and even armament Haki will usher in a qualitative improvement because of the ability of this top-level mythical beast devil fruit. Moreover, the Mara fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, after awakening, can give the ability user the ability to manipulate elements, allowing Sabo, like Kaido, to control fire to perform enhanced attacks. In the original work, Sabo had admiral-level combat power after eating the Mara fruit. After eating this Mara fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, although Sabo will be slightly weaker than Kaido at his peak because he does not have the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Advertisement, but he can still fight the four emperors head-on for a short time. Ace has full confidence in his brothers. As for Sabo's own position, just like what Ace said to Sabo. Sabo will always be the king of his right hand. Will people not believe in their right hand? Human fruit mythical beast Nika form? The ability of the legendary liberation fighter? This is the first time Sabo has heard this news, and his face is full of shock. For the legendary liberation fighter, the sun god Nika, as the second in command of the revolutionary army, Sabo was naturally very clear. It turned out that what their brother, Luffy, ate was not a rubber fruit, but the ability of the sun god Nika, the human real phantom beast species moon card form? Sabo knew that Ace had the power of Nika. After the thriller bark, when the bear returned to the revolutionary army, he brought back this information. After recovering his memory, Sabo was shocked and felt strange. Ace, who was obviously a Mara fruit ability user, why did he still have the power of Nika? It turned out that this power was obtained from their brother, Luffy. In other words, Luffy is the card? Sabo's mouth curled up a smile, happy for his brother. After so many years in the revolutionary army, he became the second in command of the revolutionary army. Although Sabo's strength was far inferior to Ace, he also had the level of admiral candidate. Sabo also knew very well how big the gap was between a powerful devil fruit ability and a very ordinary devil fruit ability. A powerful devil fruit ability, even with pure devil fruit ability, can allow the ability user to have admiral level combat power. For example, Nami, the second in command of the Entei pirates under Ace, was able to have admiral level combat power with the thunder fruit ability during the Entei event. And the slightly weaker devil fruit ability, even if it is developed to awaken, plus a strong Haki, still cannot be among the admiral level combat power. For example, Doflamingo, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, who had Conqueror's Haki, awakened string fruit and died at the hands of 2 Entei pirates' Grand Fleet cadres. If the devil fruit ability is even weaker, then the strength enhancement of the ability user is even more pitiful. Luffy, who ate the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, which is said to be the strongest devil fruit, will definitely achieve unlimited success in the future. As the second in command of the revolutionary army, Sabo also knows a lot of secrets about devil fruit. Powerful devil fruit, especially powerful mythical beast devil fruit, all have their own will. They will choose their own masters. Obviously, the one chosen by Nika is his stupid brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Sabo is also sincerely happy that his worrying stupid brother ate such a powerful devil fruit. Then, Sabo looked at the character fruit in his hand mythical beast blue dragon form. Luffy, you also want to be your right hand, Ace. I won't lose either. Sabo looked at Ace, and a huge arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Please give me flowers. If he wants to become Ace's power, he needs the power of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. The next moment, crack, Sabo bit down the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form heavily. It really lives up to its reputation. Sabo's cheeks twitched, and he stuck out his tongue with a constipated expression. Ace laughed at this. The only person in the world who could eat devil fruit without any expression, like eating ordinary fruit, was their stupid brother, Luffy. Swoosh. The next moment, Sabo's body turned into a white light and expanded rapidly. Roar. Advertisement: a huge blue dragon with facial features completely like Sabo was swimming freely in the clouds in the sky, with many flame clouds wrapped around his body. It was this flame cloud that allowed the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form ability user to have the ability to fly. The power of the devil fruit depends on the ability of the ability user. In fact, there is no such thing as the devil fruit ability being developed. The limits of the power of the devil fruit are fixed, and the power possessed by the devil fruit ability is also fixed. As long as the ability holder who eats the devil fruit is strong, he can exert most of the power of the devil fruit from the moment he eats it. And for a strong person like Sabo, who has reached the level of admiral candidate, even if he eats this top-level mythical beast devil fruit ability. 0. Just like Gion who ate the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, he can naturally transform into a beast and a human beast. What Sabo needs to do next is to get familiar with the power of this top-level mythical beast devil fruit and use it skillfully. Then, complete the awakening. Swoosh. After getting familiar with the power of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, Sabo also returned to human form. It's really an incredible power. Sabo looked at his hands, his face full of emotion. As expected, it is the ability of the top-level mythical beast Devil Fruit. As soon as he ate it, he was able to gain such amazing power. With this power, my original promise may also be realized. I want to be an important helper for you to become the king of the world, and become your right hand, Ace. Sabo looked up at Ace, and his mouth opened a curve. Of course, I have always believed in it. Ace, while smiling, took out a letter from his arms. X. The moment Sabo saw the letter, his whole body trembled. The letter you gave me at the beginning, you stupid brother. Ace looked at Sabo's wet eyes, and Sabo, who was trembling all over, walked to Sabo and rubbed his short golden hair vigorously. Become my strength, Sabo. Ace laughed, yeah. Sabo, covering his eyes, tears kept pouring down. Ace, always carrying the letter he left for Ace close to him. After that, the Entei pirates, together with the elites of the Revolutionary Army, began to work on the reconstruction of Wano-kuni Order. The main force of this project was also handed over to the Revolutionary Army with rich experience. The Revolutionary Army, which had liberated many countries, had rich experience in this regard. The people of Wano-kuni also welcomed the Entei pirates who saved them without any surprise. The people's thoughts were very simple. Whoever could make them live a good life, they would support them. Not to mention, there were also good players of the Kazuki family who called on them to join the Entei pirates. And just when everything was going smoothly, Ace came to a prison. Dit. In the somewhat gloomy prison, Ace's footsteps sounded slowly, and he walked to a locked room. Clang. The sound of iron chains kept ringing. Yamato. Ace looked at the locked figure inside, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This person was the daughter of 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, who had died in his hands. Yamato Million. Chapter 255. The Real Sinner, the Fruit of Time. Walla. In the prison, a tall figure was chained, with special shackles on both hands. The figure had long white hair with gradient colors, from white to green and then blue from the top of the head to the ends of the hair. The police hair was naturally hanging down to the chest with a middle part. There was a pair of red devil horns on the top of the head. The hair behind the head was tied into a ponytail with 2 orange hairpins. There were gold earrings on both ears. It was Kaido's daughter. The user of the dog fruit, the mythical beast, and the great mouth true god form, began to master the powerful combat power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. Yamato. Huh? Yamato heard the movement, raised his head and looked at Ace. Who are you? Yamato's eyes condensed, and there was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato inherited Kaido's bloodline, and awakened Conqueror's Haki early, and began to master the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle. In addition to the dog fruit, the rare devil fruit, which she ate, the mythical beast, the great mouth true god form. Although due to the devil fruit ability, it is not as good as the top devil fruit. And she has not fully mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, her strength is far inferior to her father, Kaido of the Beasts. But because of the domineering Conqueror's Haki-tangle, in terms of attack power alone, it is also at the level of Admiral. Portgas. Ace, the one who killed your father. Ace walked in front of Yamato, sat down cross-legged, looked at Yamato's handsome face with a heroic spirit and smiled faintly. Killed, my father? Yamato's pupils shrank. T? The next moment. Boom. Chi. Yamato clenched his right hand, and a mace that was a little different from Kaido appeared in Yamato's hand. Kaido's mace was thick and had spikes, while Yamato's mace was slender, with round protrusions on the spikes. The next moment, black and purple lightning flashed wildly, wrapping around the mace. However, compared with Kaido and Charlotte, Lin, the 4 emperors, the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Yamato's mace seemed a little thin, and the thickness was much less. Yamato only had a preliminary grasp of the power of Conqueror's Haki wrapping, and did not fully grasp it. But even so, the preliminary grasp of the power of Conqueror's Haki wrapping made Zyrani have a terrible attack history that was not inferior to Admiral. Swoosh. Chi. The mace with a slightly frivolous Conqueror's Haki hit Ace hard. Buzz. Boom. What? Yamato's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at the scene in front of her with horror. Buzz. A finger, an index finger wrapped with a heavy Conqueror's Haki that was so heavy that it was suffocating, blocked the mace that Yamato was swinging with all her strength. Ace's index finger and Yamato's mace collided in the air, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made the prison shake violently. And this mace, which was powerful enough to collide with Admiral, could not move forward in front of Ace's index finger. Conqueror's Haki is stronger than that guy. Yamato's face was full of shock. Yamato has always been at odds with her father Kaido, and even had a quarrel with Kaido. Yamato knew Kaido's strength best. Her current life strength has grown in the process of constantly challenging Kaido. Including the beginning of mastering the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, it was also realized in the battle with Kaido. From this point of view, Kaido is worthy of being called Guy Teacher by Blue Star. In terms of teaching others Haki, he is absolutely the best in the entire pirate world. After Yamato began to master the power of Conqueror's Haki-tangle, in terms of pure attack power, even Kaido had to use some real skills. Therefore, Yamato is very clear about the strength of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The man in front of her, Conqueror's Haki, is stronger than her father, Kaido, who she doesn't want to admit. No, not just stronger. It's a qualitative difference. It's even greater than the gap between her and Kaido. Is there a strong man who is so much stronger than her father in this sea? Portgas d'Ace. Advertisement killed her father, Kaido, who she doesn't want to admit. Yamato's expression suddenly became a little dazed. Because she and Kaido didn't get along, Kaido imprisoned Yamato here and put on shackles that would explode if she left Onigashima. Before the battle with Ace, Kaido even imprisoned Yamato in this prison to prevent any accidents. Although Yamato's combat power is amazing, if she goes to war with Entei, it is uncertain who Kaido's daughter will swing her mace at. When going to war with Entei, Kaido is very smart and knows that the first thing to do is not to make mistakes. With the power and wisdom of Entei, if there is a problem within their beast's pirates, they may be caught in this loophole and give them a fatal blow. Of course, these calculations, when they encounter Ace and the Entei pirates, under the crushing power now, they are instantly wiped out and have no use. Wisdom and strategy can only be brought into play when the strength of both sides is relatively equal. Just like the ancient wars on Blue Star, an excellent commander can defeat a larger force with a smaller one, defeating an army several times larger than his own. But if the army is 100 times larger than his own, then any strategy will be useless. You killed him, for what? Yamato looked at Ace in a trance. Although Yamato had been imprisoned on Ghost Island by Kaido since childhood because of her disagreement with Kaido, and because of the shackles on her hands, she could not leave here. Which led to Yamato being somewhat ignorant of the outside world. But this does not mean that Yamato is a fool. Although she was imprisoned here, her observation Haki could still be released normally. In the outside world, many familiar auras disappeared. And what appeared were many powerful and unfamiliar auras. In addition, the person in front of him, Portgas d'Ace, showed a strength that was absolutely superior to her father, Kaido, who was unwilling to admit. What he said must be true. At this time, Yamato's beautiful face was also a little confused. Although she didn't acknowledge her father and even challenged Kaido many times, hoping to defeat Kaido, Kaido was her father after all. Yamato was a little dazed when she suddenly heard the news that Kaido was killed. After all, Yamato has not met Ace like in the original book and untied the knot in her heart, and she is not completely clear about her own path. What? Do you want revenge on me? Ace looked at Yamato with a sharp gaze. Revenge? I'm not your opponent, and what that guy did cannot be forgiven. Yamato raised his head and looked at Ace, saying, grand filial piety, words. Is that so? Then, do you want to join my pirate group? Ace looked at Yamato, raised his lips slightly, and stretched out his hand towards Yamato. At this time, looking at Ace's outstretched right hand and listening to Ace's words, even the thick-skinned Yamato had a face full of. This guy just killed her father and then invited her to join his pirate group? Yamato was also a little confused at this time. Why, isn't your ambition to make Wano-kuni better? Wano-kuni is now my territory. If you want to work for Wano-kuni, it's only natural for you to join my army. Ace raised his lips and smiled. Wano-kuni, your army? What about the Kazuki family? Yamato's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Ace fiercely. The Kazuki family? It's a thing of the past. I saved Wano-kuni, and the people of Wano-kuni chose me, Portgas d'Ace. The arc of Ace's mouth became bigger and bigger, and finally, it turned into a loud laugh. Kazuki family? Kazuki Odin, the naked dancer, the self-touched idiot, was a joke in Ace's eyes. Kazuki Odin could obviously use the power of the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates. With the help of these two strongest pirate groups at the time, Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi were simply a joke. At that time Whitebeard, however, is at the peak, at the same king level as Roger, the pirate king. The two major pirate groups do not even need to attack at the same time, only one of them is needed to sweep away the conspiracy of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. At that time, Kaido did not have the strength of the peak 4 emperors later, and the beast's pirates were far less powerful than the 4 emperors' pirates later. As a result, because of Kazuki Odin's self-touching, the people of the entire country were put in danger and suffered for so many years. The biggest murderer of Wano-kuna's suffering is not Kaido or Kurozumi Orochi at all, but Kazuki Odin, the idiot. An incompetent general will tire out the whole army, and an incompetent king will bring disaster to the country and the people. This is the truth proved by countless bloody histories on Blue Star. Advertisement however, Ace, don't blame Yamato for having this idea. To put it bluntly, Yamato is just an ordinary girl, and because she has been on Onigashima for many years and has no contact with the outside world, she has no idea how vast this sea is, and she doesn't know that there are real strong people on this sea. What is Yamato right? And Ace is going to correct Yamato's thinking, Yamato's expression changed and she looked at Ace. Her thinking has gone through so many years, and it is not something that can be changed in such a short time. But Ace naturally has a way. Go and feel the current Wano-kuni. $. Ace waved his right hand, and a ball of light emerged. It contained the power of Thunder Fruit, Buzz. Ace applied the power of Thunder Fruit to Yamato's observation Haki, allowing Yamato's observation Haki to cover the entire Wano-kuni. The emotions of many people in Wano-kuni began to be sensed by Yamato. Do you feel it? Wano-kuna's changes, do you feel the despair and sadness in the farthest place? That's my subordinates, who haven't completely taken over there. And the place full of hope and vitality is where the flag of my Entei pirates has been planted. They can have enough food, clean water, can hold banquets, can laugh. Yamato was affected by Ace's Conqueror's 5.5 Haki, his head suddenly dripped, and his forehead was full of sweat. Go and feel it, Yamato, and tell me your answer when you come back. Feel it carefully, Yamato. But it can only travel through the future, not the past, which is the limitation of this devil fruit ability. Boom. Really? Do you really think that the idiot Kazuki Oden's behavior is right, Yamato? After her death, this devil fruit ability also disappeared from this world, and no one knew where it was in the sea. What is this? Although Yamato was completely suppressed, he still had difficulty opening his mouth to refute. Yamato raised his head, and there were still some shackles in his mind. Ace's eyes suddenly condensed, and Conqueror's Haki suddenly erupted. The ability of the time fruit wrapped Yamato and made Yamato disappear on the spot. Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, and slowly took out a strange devil fruit from his arms. Ace looked at the silent Yamato, and his mouth curled up slightly. As a monarch, he only relies on his own touch and ignores the people of Wano. And then used the field of understanding to strengthen and exert the ability of the time fruit. The future has infinite possibilities, but the past cannot be changed. After a long time, Yamato slowly opened his eyes. The devil fruit ability that Kazuki Oden's wife, Kazuki, ate when she was young. Ace waved his hand violently, and used the ability of the meatball fruit to eject part of the demon factor of the time fruit. But Ace used the field of understanding to attract this devil fruit ability from the depths of the sea. Even the devil fruit ability follows this basic principle. This devil fruit has the ability to travel through the time dimension. Ace looked at Yamato and smiled. Buzz, no need to debate, I will let you feel it yourself. Paramecia time fruit. Nonsense. How could Kazuki Oden be the one who caused the disaster? Under Ace's deliberate relaxation of suppression, Yamato raised his head with difficulty and looked at the devil fruit in Ace's hand. With confusion, relief, trance, and at a loss. But, the Kazuki family can also do this kind of thing. Wano at that time. But Ace has the field of understanding. The one who caused Wano-kuna's disaster for so many years was not your father Kaido, nor Kurozumi Orochi, but Kazuki Oden. Chapter 256. Space Fruit, Creating Space and Time. Buzz. The light of the time fruit enveloped Yamato, causing Yamato to disappear on the spot. Ace watched Yamato disappear on the spot, his eyes flickering. The ability of the time fruit is to allow the ability user to have the ability to travel through time. To teleport the ability user himself or others through time. And it can only teleport to the future in one direction. Changing the past is something that the time fruit cannot do. From this point of view, the ability of the time fruit is really average. After all, the combat increase of this devil fruit ability to the ability user can be said to be equal to 0. And it does not have the key ability to change the past. It is just to teleport the ability user or others to the future, unless you know the original plot like Ace. Otherwise, this ability is almost useless, it is just a gamble on the possibility of the future. However, this devil fruit ability is completely different in Ace's hands. Perception field. Ace's eyes glowed with strange light, and he exerted the power of the perception field to the maximum. So that's how it is. Traveling to the past is so difficult and requires so much energy. Ace felt his energy draining away quickly and his eyes fixed. Changing the past is a forbidden power. The dimension of time is always moving forward and cannot go back. Traveling to the past may trigger a series of chain reactions and cause huge changes. The stronger the person is, the more energy he needs to consume to travel through time. Because it may have a subversive impact on the world. For example, with Ace's current strength, if he goes back to the past, it is conceivable how much impact it can have on the present of the world. This impact is so great that Ace cannot teleport himself with his current strength. But I expected it. Ace's eyes flashed with an amazing red light. This is the observation Haki that absorbed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and grew into the strongest observation Haki in the history of this sea. Combined with the power of the time fruit, Ace can already see the relatively distant future. The current situation has long been known to Ace. Ace's goal is not to change the past. Changing the past is of no benefit to Ace. Ace is not a saint who wastes his power to help people in the past. Ace's goal is to let Yamato understand what is right and how stupid Kazuki Oden is. Ace wants to use the time fruit to create a past similar to a parallel time and space. Then he and Yamato will go to that world similar to a parallel time and space together, and Ace wants to let Yamato know what is the right way to do it. Come on, devil fruit. Ace's eyes flickered wildly. To do this, a time fruit alone cannot do it. Buzz. The next moment, as the power of the enlightenment field extended, a devil fruit, wrapped by Nika's power, slowly emerged from the gap in space. Space fruit. Looking at this devil fruit, Ace's mouth curled up. Paramecia, space fruit. The superior devil fruit ability of the door fruit and the teleport fruit. Compared to the time fruit, which has almost no help in combat power, this space fruit is relatively good. First of all, the space fruit allows the ability user to hide in the gap in space. This is an optimized version of the door fruit. Because it is a gap to enter space, it does not need to open the door like the door fruit, and the speed will be faster. Similarly, the space fruit can also teleport in space like the teleport fruit. The most important reason that makes the space fruit a superior fruit to the teleport fruit and the door fruit is that the space fruit ability can disrupt the fluctuation of space. That is to say, in front of the space fruit ability user, the teleport fruit ability user cannot teleport, including the transferability of the op-op fruit, which is also invalid. Although the door fruit ability user can open the door, because the space is disturbed, once entering, it is unknown where it will lead to. What is the ability of the upper devil fruit? It is the absolute suppression of the lower devil fruit. The ability of the space fruit has absolute suppression power on any devil fruit ability of the space system. In Ace's hands, the space fruit has other functions. To create a world similar to a parallel world, the time fruit alone cannot do it. Advertisement because the power of space is also needed. The time fruit, plus the space fruit, plus Ace's enlightenment field, can create a world similar to the parallel time and space in the past. Of course, no matter what happens in that world, it will not have any impact on the real world. Because there is no impact, the physical strength consumed will also be greatly reduced, at least with Ace's current strength, it can afford it. Time and space, shuttle. Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and the enlightenment field wrapped the demon factor of the time fruit and the demon factor of the space fruit at the same time. Then, the demon factors of the two devil fruits were activated at the same time. Buzz. Ace's figure disappeared on the spot. Hey, Yamato. Ace slowly stepped out of the gap in time and space, looking at Yamato who was still in a confused state, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What is this place? Yamato looked at Ace's appearance, with a look of horror on her face. This is Wano-kuni. But it's not the current Wano-kuni, but the Wano-kuni in her memory that has not been slapped by her father, Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. With the power of the time fruit and the space fruit, I will take you back to the past. Ace looked at Yamato with a look of horror on his face and smiled faintly. The past? That Kazuki Oden? Yamato's pupils shrank sharply. Of course, he's not dead yet, Ace nodded in confirmation. However, the Kazuki Oden in this time and space is not the same person as the original Kazuki Oden. Facing your father, Kaido, and the invasion of Kurozumi Orochi, what Kazuki Oden chose to do in the past, you are also one of the witnesses, and what happened to Wano-kuni later, you are also very clear, there is no need to demonstrate it again, I want to show you another possibility. Ace looked at Yamato and smiled. Another possibility? Yamato murmured. Buzz. Ace didn't say much, and took out a Den Mushi from his arms. The power of the enlightenment field completely wrapped the Den Mushi. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu. The signal of the Den Mushi quickly extended. During the Yan D event, Ace could use the enlightenment field to transmit the signal of the Den Mushi to the whole world. Today, Ace is more powerful than the Yan D event. Today, Ace can accurately link the signal of Den Mushi with the telephone signal of the person Ace wants to contact. Click. Who are you? A deep voice came. Gold D. Roger. Ace smiled faintly. Ace's words made Yamato's pupils shrink. The dead pirate king Gold D. Roger? Is this time and space really Wano-kuni 28 years ago? To be able to do such a thing, what incredible power. To be able to use the abilities of two devil fruits that do not belong to him at the same time and then teleport them to the past 28 years ago? Yamato looked at Ace in horror. What happened now has broken her cognition. No wonder even her desperately strong father died in the hands of this man. This man is simply not a human, ha 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 ha, I don't even have the qualifications to hang up this phone signal. A man who can do this is definitely not an unknown person in this sea. What do you want to talk to me about? Roger laughed loudly, full of hockey and unrestrainedness. In the sea of this era, Roger is the freest man. Kazuki Oden is in trouble. Are you, Roger Pirates, going to help him? Ace heard this without any nonsense and smiled lightly. Trouble? Oden? Roger's eyes suddenly condensed. Kazuki Oden's ability to interpret the historical text played a decisive role in their ability to reach the final island. It can be said that without Kazuki Oden, their Roger Pirates would not be able to find the location of the final island at all. Ace then did not waste any words and presented the crisis encountered by Wano-kuni, as well as the troubles and desperate situations encountered by Kazuki Oden. How about it? Are you going to Wano-kuni? After Ace finished speaking, he looked at the silent Den Mushi and smiled lightly. Ha ha ha. Of course. Kazuki Oden, that B***************** D, chose to take it all on his own when faced with this kind of thing. What a dishonest guy. When Lousy kills Kaido, I must give him a blow. Roger laughed. Then, wait for you to come. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Wait a minute. At this time, Roger's voice suddenly became hurried. Advertisement, can you tell me your name? Roger's tone became a little strange. Portgas D. Ace. Ace said lightly without hiding anything. D. Click. Before Roger finished speaking, Ace hung up the phone. With Ace's current level of strength, there would be no secrets about himself. He is timid and cowardly, just a coward. A true king naturally has the capacity of a king. However, for Roger in this parallel time and space world created by the power of the time fruit and the space fruit, Ace was not interested in explaining the fate to him. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Ace dialed another signal without any pause. Click. Gulalalala. As soon as the Den Mushi was connected, Whitebeard's iconic laughter came. But at this time, Whitebeard was at his peak, and his strength was the same as Roger's, reaching the king level. And at this time, Whitebeard was called the strongest man in the world. That is to say, even if Roger became the Pirate King, the strong men on the sea of this era also believed that Whitebeard's strength was stronger than 05 Bgia. At his peak, Whitebeard, who could use Haki and Shock Fruit with all his strength, was really too terrifying. Of course, in terms of strength, Whitebeard and Roger are far from being comparable to Ace today. Ace's mouth corners raised an inexplicable arc. Unlike his other sons, Kazuki Oden was regarded as a brother by Whitebeard. Click. After all, he had also seen this guy's beard. Whitebeard's brotherly love for Kazuki Oden was not affected by the silk ball. I'm looking for you about Kazuki Oden. Whitebeard's roar shook the sea there. What? Are you going to help Kazuki Oden? You can actually force me to answer the Den Den Mushi. Is there a man like you in this sea? This man's Haki. It's better than his and Roger's. Although Roger later took Kazuki Oden away because Kazuki Oden could interpret the historical text. That's nonsense. That idiot guy, but he's my family. The faint Haki actually made him feel a little choked. Even through the Den Den Mushi, Whitebeard could feel how terrible the strength of the man opposite him was. Whitebeard frowned. Oden, what happened to that guy? Ace, who has absorbed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin Haki, is confident that he can win even if Roger and Whitebeard join forces. After Whitebeard finished laughing, he said in a deep voice, his tone was also very serious. Well, I am quite familiar with him. Ace smiled lightly. When did such a terrible guy appear in the sea? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. It's just that it was Whitebeard in the original time and space. From your tone, you are familiar with me. Ace didn't say much and went straight to the point. The Den Den Mushi was hung up, and Ace looked at Yamato, who was a little stunned. Let's wait and see, Ace said with a faint smile. At his peak, Whitebeard, as the strongest man in this sea, observation Haki was also extremely powerful. If you don't come, he will die. What do you want to talk to me about? Ace didn't say anything after hearing this and also told everything that happened here. Whitebeard frowned slightly, and he suddenly used unknown means to force him to contact him. Ace said lightly. Ace smiled lightly. Whitebeard had already regarded Kazuki Oden as a family member. Chapter 257. Ace's Combination Punch. Hoo, sizzle, sizzle. On a cliff in Wano, the scorching flames were roasting tempting sea fish. This is the grilled fish condiment made by my chef. Come and have a taste. Ace sprinkled the condiment in his hand evenly on the grilled fish and laughed at Yamato, who was swallowing his saliva. With the help of the field of understanding, Lackey's cooking skills can be said to have grown into the best chef on the sea. Any cooking method is used by Lackey to perfection, and any ingredients can be processed by Lackey into delicious food. Under Lackey's cooking skills, Ace's taste has long been spoiled. Even if he wants to act alone, he will bring all kinds of condiments specially made by Lackey in advance. These condiments have long been mixed by Lackey in a specific proportion. Ace only needs to cook the ingredients and add these condiments to complete the cooking. Well, the taste is still a little worse, but it's unacceptable. I really miss Lackey's cooking. Ace took a bite of the grilled fish and sighed. After all, the difference between the flavors of the seasonings prepared in advance and those added step by step according to the heat is huge. And the heat is very important in cooking. Although Ace has the field of understanding, he is not completely unable to control the heat. But compared with Lackey, the gap is still too huge. But in the wild, this taste is also very good. Woo woo woo. Yamato on the side was eating with a bulging mouth. She has never eaten such a delicious grilled fish. After hearing Ace's sigh, Yamato's eyes suddenly widened. And, is there any dish that is more delicious than this grilled fish? This grilled fish made her feel that life is so good. Is there any dish that is more delicious than this grilled fish? What? Do you want to try it? Ace looked at Yamato's expression, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled faintly. Yamato's current performance was not beyond Ace's expectations at all. As long as it is a carbon-based creature, it is powerless to resist delicious food, especially irresistible food. Eating is the first desire of carbon-based creatures. Not to mention, Yamato has been imprisoned on Onigashima by Kaido for many years and has never eaten any delicious food. Yamato nodded vigorously, and then his face suddenly changed. You, don't try to bribe me with food. After swallowing the grilled fish in his mouth, Yamato said loudly. But while speaking, Yamato also swallowed hard, looking unconvincing. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I don't plan to bribe you with any food. Soon, you will see what the correct result is. Ace looked at Yamato and laughed. Yamato was also silent after hearing this. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates have already rushed to Wano under the call of this man in the name of Kazuki Oden. The two strongest pirate groups on the sea of this era face the Beast's pirates, who have not yet become the Four Emperors pirates, and the power of Kurozumi Orochi. What will be the result? Even if Yamato is a bit thick-skinned, she can easily draw a conclusion. With your strength, you can easily do this, right? Why do you have to? Yamato looked at Ace and bit her lip. In her heart, she actually had the answer, but Yamato was unwilling to believe that answer at this time. We are just spectators who come here to see the results that should have happened in this world. Advertisement instead of using my power to actively change him. What I want to show you is that Kazuki Oden could have done it, but because of his selfish self-righteousness and idiotic style. The tragedy of Wano was caused. I will let you understand that the biggest murderer of all the tragedies in Wano Kuni is Kazuki Oden. The reason why your father Kaido dared to attack Wano Kuni after knowing the relationship between Kazuki Oden, Whitebeard, and Roger is because your father Kaido knows what kind of idiot Kazuki Oden is. Ace looked at Yamato, his eyes flashing with heavy black and purple, and said lightly. Kaido looks like a drunkard and a war madman, but he is actually very wise and has a deep understanding of human nature. Kaido pushed Kazuki Oden into a desperate situation step by step because he knew what kind of idiot Kazuki Oden was and knew that this idiot would not ask Whitebeard and Roger for help even if he went to dance naked. Kazuki Oden was also turned into a target of public condemnation by most Wano Kuni citizens. It must be said that there are few people as stupid as Kazuki Oden in this sea. Yamato's face changed again and again. Ace made 2 phone calls in the name of Kazuki Oden and asked the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates to rush to Wano Kuni. What if Kazuki Oden himself did it? Even if Kazuki Oden did not have the ability of Ace to find Roger and Whitebeard directly by phone. But if he found that the situation in Wano Kuni was not right, he could go out to sea again and ask for help from the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. With the help of the 2 major pirate groups, the Beast's pirates, who had not yet become the 4 Emperor's pirates, had no ability to resist at all. In other words, as long as Kazuki Oden wanted, he could solve the crisis of Wano Kuni, but he chose the worst approach? Could it be that the heroic Kazuki Oden she had always believed in was really an idiot and a fool? At this time, Yamato's face changed again. The wrong values established since childhood are not so easy to change. But the facts are already in front of Yamato. No matter how Yamato thinks, the objective facts cannot be changed. Don't worry, you will see the results soon. Ace looked at Yamato and smiled lightly. Yamato's potential is indeed very high, even higher than Hancock's potential. Inherited from Kaido's bloodline, Conqueror's Haki, plus the ability of the mythical beast devil fruit eaten by Yamato, the dog fruit mythical beast big mouth god form. Although not as good as the top mythical beasts, the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form. It is definitely in the second tier among the mythical beasts. This dog fruit mythical beast big mouth god form can give the ability user the ability to wrap around cold air and control it. This cold air, compared to the cold air of the frozen fruit, cannot be compared in terms of control range. After all, the frozen fruit is a Logia devil fruit, and its main ability is to freeze everything and control the situation. But in terms of single target attack, the cold air wrapped by the dog fruit mythical beast great god form is not inferior at all. In addition, after the awakening of the mythical beast species, the ability user has a stronger physique. In a head-on fight, the dog fruit mythical beast great god form is even more sharp than the frozen fruit. And Yamato's Conqueror's Haki inherited from Kaido has begun to master the power of entanglement. As long as Ace's understanding field is used for assistance, he will soon be able to fully master it. The fully mastered dog fruit mythical beast great god form, the fully mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement power. Plus Yamato's already strong physique. Even if Yamato's combat power is not as good as Kaido at his peak, it can be compared with Charlotte, Linlin. It will also be a powerful combat power at the level of 4 Emperors. A powerful combat power at the level of 4 Emperors is worth Ace's effort. Yamato was a little silent. Then, let's get ready. Ace's observation Haki, which was amplified by the Thunderfruit, has an amazing range of perception. Ace has sensed that 2 pirate groups are approaching Wano Kuni from different directions. Roger pirates. Whitebeard pirates. Buzz. Ace wrapped the demon factor of the staring fruit with the field of understanding. Advertisement, Nika. Create everything. Ace smiled faintly, stretched out his right hand, and slashed the atmosphere in front of him. In an instant, a part of the atmosphere in front of him was cut off and turned into an atmospheric screen. Then, the demon factor of the staring fruit was integrated into the atmospheric screen. Buzz. The next moment, the weather screen began to flicker. Roger pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi, Kazuki Oden. All appeared on the atmospheric screen in front of him. What? I said, we are just spectators, just watch here. Ace looked at the stunned Yamato. Ace took out a bottle of Lackey's wine and laughed. Nika, the power to create everything, is really useful. One is that although Roger and Whitebeard's observation Haki is strong, it has not been enhanced by the Thunderfruit, if they want to cover a country. Yamato had no choice but to sit cross-legged, eating the grilled fish, staring at the screen nervously. Ace will not waste any time in this world. Ace held the grilled fish in his hand and placed the wine beside him, lying leisurely, smiling faintly. Even if they practice observation Haki to ultimate and can see the future for a short time, it is impossible. These remarks may be acceptable to those who do not know what the future of Wano Kuni will be like, but to Yamato and Ace, who know how miserable the future of Wano Kuni will be, they are simply idiots to the extreme. No, they can no longer be described as idiots, they are simply criminals who caused the tragedy of Wano Kuni. Okay, you have seen the correct solution. Promise of money. Ace looked at Yamato, who was in a trance, and smiled faintly. Yamato wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Ace. Don't worry, what you are going to see is not over yet. Ace interrupted Yamato. Huh? And what song? Yamato looked at Ace blankly. Of course it is a comparison. Let's see what the future of Wano Kuni will be like after the crisis of Wano Kuni is resolved and Kazuki Oden, the idiot, becomes the general of Wano Kuni. Let's take a look at the time and space we are in, under the command of my Yandi pirates. What will the future of Wano Kuni be like? Then, tell me your choice. Buzz, then I'm going back too. In addition, Ace still has the space fruit in his hand. Unless Ace shows up, no one in this sea can grasp Ace's whereabouts. Ace's eyes were like torches. Then, the space fruit ability and the time fruit ability were activated at the same time. Go. In the final analysis, this is just a parallel world created by Ace using the time fruit ability, the space fruit ability, and the power of the field of understanding. Ace disappeared in this time and space. That is naturally impossible. The ability of the time fruit was activated, sending Yamato to the future of this time and space. Ace looked at the atmosphere screen in front of him, waved his hand, and the time and space screen closed. Wano Kuni's crisis was quickly resolved in front of the two most powerful pirate groups of this era. It's impossible for Kazuki Oden, that idiot, to govern a country. As for Kurozumi Orochi, he is as ridiculous as a jumping clown. Such a direct comparison will completely change Yamato's wrong values. The Beast's pirates, who have not yet become the Four Emperors pirates, have no room to fight back in front of the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. And Ace doesn't need an idiot under his command. Similarly, Ace has mastered the power of observation killed ultimate, which is one level stronger than Roger and Whitebeard. As for whether Ace and his friends will be detected by Roger and Whitebeard's observation Haki, watch quietly. The result was no surprise. The power of disrupting space can distort the space where Ace is. Even if he does not enter the space gap, no one can see Ace. In addition, Ace's Haki has reached the strongest level in history. After the crisis was resolved, Kazuki Oden even staged a clown-like performance, making some self-touching remarks in front of Roger and Whitebeard. In front of Ace's observation kill, even Roger and Whitebeard's observation Haki can't sense the existence of Ace and Yamato at all. What happened here has nothing to do with the original world. If he still can't change, it means that Yamato is also a real idiot. Chapter 258, Turtle Fruit, Mythical Beast Species, Black Tortoise Form. Wano Kuni, in prison. Ace sat cross-legged in the prison where Yamato was imprisoned, and the fluctuations of the field of enlightenment permeated his body. The demon factors of the time fruit and the space fruit floated in front of Ace, and the light of the field of enlightenment was bright, completely enveloping it, exerting a power beyond its devil fruit ability itself. Buzz. The next moment, the demon factors of the time fruit and the space fruit shone brightly, and the two demon factors intertwined together to emit amazing light. Crack. A crack in time and space suddenly opened in the weather. Yamato's figure slowly appeared from that time and space. How is it? Did you see the future Wano Kuni, under the rule of Kazuki Oden, the idiot? Ace looked at Yamato, who came out of the crack in time and space, and smiled faintly. Even if Kazuki Oden became the general of Wano Kuni with the help of Roger and Whitebeard and founded Wano Kuni, what would happen? Soon after, Roger would still use his life to start the Great Pirate Era. Even men like Roger and Whitebeard could not stop the trend of the times, and could only go with the flow. Not to mention a mere Kazuki Oden. That idiot was incapable of protecting the resource-rich Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni, however, had important seastone resources, which were extremely valuable strategic resources even for Marine and even the world government. Wano Kuni was a much more valuable strategic country than Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. The reason why the world government did not dare to invade Wano Kuni and take Wano Kuni's strategic resources into its arms was because Kaido of the Beasts, who was one of the Four Emperors, was there. Compared with the huge losses caused by a Four Emperors group going to war, Wano Kuni's seastone resources seemed less important. But Kazuki Oden, what kind of clown is that? His wisdom and ability are not even qualified to match his own strength. Besides, his strength is far from the level of Four Emperors. Even if he reaches the Admiral level, it is very reluctant. Such combat power is very good on the sea, but in front of the giant world government, it is just an ant-like clown. If Kazuki Oden did not start the Wano Kuni kingdom, relying on the natural barrier that is more terrible than Amazon Lily, Wano Kuni might be able to hold on until the moment when Luffy went to sea in the original work. But once the kingdom is founded, it will only accelerate the demise of Wano Kuni 267 and the Kazuki family. Becoming the 7 warlords of the sea is the best result. But with Kazuki Oden's clown personality, it is impossible for him to become a Shichibukai. In other words, it is a foregone conclusion that Wano Kuni will become the target of the world government in the future. As for the reason? That's too simple. Kazuki Oden is a member of the crew of One Piece Roger. In addition, he can read ancient texts, interpret historical texts, and help Roger's pirate group reach the final island, Raftel. This crime is enough for the world government to launch a large-scale attack on Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni is not a member of the world government. The world government can launch wars at will. Even Buster Call and Wano Kuni under Kazuki Oden's rule has no power to resist the world government. Not to mention the world government, even the Wano Kuni under the command of Naval Headquarters Kazuki Oden has no power to resist. One incompetent general will kill the whole army. The king is incompetent and the country will be destroyed. Ace does not need to follow Yamato to the future similar to the parallel time and space world to see, and can imagine the ending of Wano Kuni under Kazuki Oden's command in the future. After Roger's death, the disbandment of Roger's pirate group is basically the end of Wano Kuni. As expected by Ace, Yamato from the future similar to the parallel time and space world remains silent. Don't rush to tell me your conclusion. Next, go and see what the future of Wano Kuni will be like under the rule of my Yandi pirates. Ace looked at the silent Yamato, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The devil factor of the space fruit slowly fell, leaving only the devil factor of the time fruit, flickering in the air. Before, it was necessary to construct a past similar to the parallel time and space, so the power of the time fruit and the space fruit, two devil fruits. Only by constructing a time and space can we construct a past similar to the parallel time and space. And to travel to the future of the real world, the power of the time fruit alone can do it. Advertisement: this is the ability of the time fruit, which gives the ability to the ability user. Not to mention, there is also Ace's understanding field. Go and see, Yamato, and then tell me your answer. Ace smiled lightly. Buzz. The power of the time fruit wrapped Yamato and made Yamato disappear on the spot. Travel to the future. Ace closed his eyes. In the atmosphere, part of the demonic factors of the time fruit also traveled to the future with the disappearance of Yamato. Only when part of the demonic factors of the time fruit under the effect of the field of understanding traveled to the future with Yamato. Can Ace bring Yamato back to the original time and space without going to the future? As for taking a look at the future, Ace has no interest. The reason why the time fruit cannot travel to the past but can only travel to the future is because the future has infinite possibilities. The past cannot be changed, and the future has infinite possibilities. This theorem was considered the truth even before Ace traveled to Blue Star, which did not have the ability of the devil fruit. Even if you travel to a future, it is just a possibility of the future. The future still has countless possibilities. What Ace needs to do is to create his own future. After a long time, ripples of the ability of the time fruit appeared in the atmosphere. Yamato's figure traveled through the gap in time and returned to the present time and space. How is it? Yamato. Ace looked at Yamato, who was shocked, and raised his lips slightly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yamato looked at Ace, his lips trembling a little, and was about to say something, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Ace. I am not interested in what happens in the future. No matter what you see in the future I want to create will be countless times more exciting than the future you see. Ace looked at Yamato and laughed. Yamato looked at Ace and was in a trance. What a haughty and confident man. At this time, Yamato's mind has changed greatly because he has seen the past, present, and future. In particular, he saw the future of Wano Kuni under the rule of the Entei pirates. Yamato is no longer the naive person who blindly worshipped Kazuki Oden's so-called Bushido spirit because of his shallow knowledge since childhood. Yamato's understanding of this world has reached a new level. I am willing to join. Ace, can you take me to that vast ocean? Yamato stretched out his right hand, looked at Ace, and said expectantly. Welcome to join. Ace laughed and held Yamato's hand. The Entei pirates have added another important warrior. In the days to come, improving the environment of Wano Kuni and reshaping the new order of Wano Kuni have become the top priority. However, with Ace, who can use the power of all devil fruit abilities with the help of the enlightenment field, the environment of Wano Kuni is also being purified rapidly. CAFC. For the polluted environment, the purification power of the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form plays an extremely important role. In a sense, the flame of Suzaku is not a flame in nature at all. The power of purification is the real power of the Suzaku flame. Under the effect of the enlightenment field, the fields and water sources that were originally polluted by Kaido's war factory are being purified crazily. And the cadres of the Revolutionary Army will naturally not give up this best propaganda opportunity, in cooperation with some former Kazuki family members who have completely surrendered to the Entei pirates. The correctness of the rule of the Entei pirates and their vision for the future are being promoted crazily. The needs of the people are actually very simple. Whoever can make them live a good life, they will follow. Under such a combination of punches, soon, countless pirate flags of the Entei pirates were flying all over Wano Kuni. What Kazuki family, in the hearts of Wano Kuni people, is a thing of the past. Now, it is the Entei pirates who allow them to have enough food and clean water. It is that great man, Entei. Advertisement. Moreover, more than 20 years ago, under Kaido's plan and Kazuki Oden's idiotic clowning behavior, the Kazuki family has become a target of public criticism in the eyes of many Wano Kuni people. The reason why the Kazuki family was able to restore its rule and reputation in the original work later. The most important thing is Luffy's power. And Luffy has no intention of ruling Wano Kuni, which allows the Kazuki family to restore its rule over Wano Kuni. So everything is very logical. Wano Kuni's resources and order are recovering rapidly. Wano Kuni has also officially become the third country under the Entei pirates after Amazon Lily and Dress Rosa. And Amazon Lily and Dress Rosa are also developing step by step. Wano Kuni has been isolated for many years, so the shipbuilders are almost extinct. So Amazon Lily, the shipbuilder of Dress Rosa, cooperated with Ace's space fruit ability to send seastone resources. One after another, warships that are larger than the latest seastone foreign ships of naval headquarters, like dumplings, are constantly going to sea. The power of the Yandi pirates fleet is developing rapidly. How about it? Z, do you want to join my pirate group? Ace looked at Zephyr and Ain on the opposite side and smiled lightly. Behind him, Kuzan and Gion stood quietly on both sides of Ace, quietly looking at Zephyr and Ain. Kuzan and Gion were both students of Zephyr. I joined. I saw different possibilities in you. If you don't mind my old age and weakness. Ace heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled up. At the same time, they also know that this is also the last chance that Ace gives to Zephyr and Ain. The field of understanding completely envelops the demonic factors in Sabo, Lackey, and Gion. And Ace will use the power of these three devil fruits to guide the turtle fruit mythical beast Xuanwu form. A smile appeared at the corner of Ace's mouth, and the came fruit, mythical beast species, black tortoise form, the devil fruit encyclopedia, only has a simple sentence about this top-level mythical beast species devil fruit, which is that it can. Zephyr's combat power is too weak now. Wano-kuni, on the coast. Kuzan and Gion were also very moved by this. There is no doubt that among the main cadres of the Entei pirates, all of whom have the appropriate devil fruit, only Zephyr is the most suitable for this devil fruit. Kuzan and Gion behind him also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zephyr and smiled. Restore the ability user to his peak. They also want to know Zephyr's choice. But at the same time, if Teacher Zephyr still failed Ace's good intentions, then the two of them will send Teacher Zephyr off for the last time. In terms of armament Haki alone, Zephyr is definitely not weaker than Garp. This opportunity is still because of the two of them. Ace gave Zephyr an Ain. But Zephyr's potential at his peak is not weak at all. Ace looked at Zephyr, and a smile appeared on his lips. It's time for me to fulfill my promise. I'll give you the came fruit, mythical beast species, black tortoise form. Behind him, Zephyr, Gion, Lackey, Sabo, stood in order. Ace already has 3 of the 4 top-level devil fruits, which are second only to the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Without eating any devil fruit and without Conqueror's Haki. Turtle fruit mythical beast Xuanwu form. Ace stood on the coast. Buzz. He became the admiral of headquarters with just armament Haki and physical skills. A devil fruit with a surface like a tortoise shell and strange patterns on it slowly emerges from the deep sea. Ace looked at Sabo, Lackey and Gion and smiled faintly. Otherwise, Zephyr, who is old and weak, and whose strength only reached the threshold of Admiral in his peak period, and whose strength is only about that of Admiral candidate now, is not worthy of Ace's attention at all. Let me contribute to your great cause. Let's start. Zephyr took a deep breath, looked at Ace, and said in a deep voice, Is 12T Chapter 259. Luffy goes to sea. You call the wills of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form, and the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, and the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form are attracted. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, which looks like a tortoise shell with strange patterns on it, Ace's mouth curled up slightly. Ace already knew this result. Observation Haki, after absorbing Charlotte. Lin and Kaido's observation Haki. The future that Ace can now see is already relatively far away. In addition, the ability of the time fruit and the field of understanding allow the ability of the time fruit to amplify the observation Haki. This result allows Ace to see a relatively far future. Powerful devil fruits, especially the mythical beast devil fruits, all contain their own wills. Among the mythical beast devil fruits, the most powerful one is undoubtedly the human fruit mythical beast Nika form eaten by Ace's younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Under this devil fruit are the 4 top-level devil fruits of the mythical beast species. Fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form, bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form, cat fruit mythical beast species white tiger form, and turtle fruit mythical beast species black tortoise form. At the same time, there are some connections between the wills contained in these 4 top-level devil fruits of the mythical beast species. When Ace helped Gion to obtain the cat fruit mythical beast species white tiger form, the Suzaku will contained in the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form that Lackey Aid played a great role. After getting Kaido's fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, Ace already has 3 of the 4 top-level mythical beast devil fruits. Using the field of understanding, he called out the Azure Dragon Will, White Tiger Will and Suzaku will contained in these 3 top-level mythical beast devil fruits together. The turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form, which has some connection with the wills in these 3 top-level mythical beast devil fruits, was naturally attracted. I see. Ace took the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form in his hand, and the ability of the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form naturally emerged in Ace's mind. Ace looked at the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form in his hand, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. No wonder the devil fruit illustration book only has a simple sentence about the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form, which can restore the ability user to the peak. After eating this turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form. First, the ability user will obtain a mythical beast body, black tortoise body, which is as powerful as the Azure Dragon body, the Suzaku body, and the White Tiger body. The black tortoise body, in terms of defense alone, is at the top of all the mythical beast devil fruits. Even the Azure Dragon body, which is almost indestructible, cannot be compared with the black tortoise body in terms of defense. Second, the most important ability of the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form is that the mythical beast devil fruit ability will give the ability user a special ability after awakening. Such as the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, which can give the ability user the ability to control natural elements. And the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, which can give the ability user the exclusive image power of Nika, and the ability to create things out of thin air and fight as he pleases. After the turtle fruit mythical beast Xuanwu form awakens, the special ability given to the ability holder is the ability to travel between the netherworld. Xuanwu is actually called Xuanming, and is dominated by water. And this water is not the water in nature. After all, demon fruit power is hated by the mother of nature, the sea. No demon fruit power can use seawater to fight. This water is the water in the underworld, called Hades water. This dark water is similar to the ability of the Yellow Springs fruit, the cold air coming from the Yellow Springs. First of all, this dark water is very heavy. This weight exceeds any object in nature. The heavy dark water can crush the attacker to death. Secondly, this dark water is also very cold. Although it is in the form of water, it is comparable to the ice in the Yellow Springs. And it is in a flowing form, which can quickly freeze every cell of the attacked person, which is more terrible than simple cold air. And the ability user can naturally restore youth and reach the peak of his or her own ability by gaining the ability to travel through the netherworld. Of course, this has no effect on the lifespan of the ability user, but only prolongs the youth time of the ability user. In Ace's opinion, this ability is somewhat similar to the cold bloodline in Dragon Ball. The lifespan of Saiyans is not outrageous, but because they are a fighting nation, the Saiyans' youth period will be particularly long. For example, if a person eats the turtle fruit mythical beast species black tortoise form, his lifespan is 100 years. Then his youth can last until he is 99 years old, and in the last year of his life, he will age rapidly and then die. Advertisement: it is worthy of being the top-level mythical beast species devil fruit, which is as famous as the fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form, the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form, and the cat fruit mythical beast species white tiger form. Such a special ability is well deserved. Eat it, Zone. Ace looked at Zephyr, with a slight smile on his face. After introducing the ability of the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form, he handed the devil fruit in his hand to Zephyr. Huh. Seeing this top-level mythical beast devil fruit, even a calm Zephyr felt his breathing become heavier. Although Zephyr has always been the chief instructor of the naval headquarters, he has always required marine commanders not to rely too much on devil fruit. For example, Kizaru and Borsellino are the three disciples that Zephyr dislikes the most. One is because Kizaru is too lazy, and the other is because Kizaru relies too much on the ability of the devil fruit and sparkling fruit he eats. In Zephyr's view, over-reliance on the power of devil fruit is putting the cart before the horse. But Zephyr also knows very well that a powerful devil fruit can give the person who eats it extremely powerful power. The top-level devil fruit, as long as it is awakened, even if it does not rely on Haki, only relying on the simple devil fruit ability, can have admiral-level combat power. And this turtle fruit in front of him, mythical beast type, black tortoise form, is in the next category. As long as you fully master it and complete the awakening, you can become the top combat power in this sea. What's more, this devil fruit can also restore or prolong the youth of the person who eats it. When he was at his peak, he had admiral-level combat power with simple physical skills and armament Haki. But as he aged and weakened, his strength was greatly reduced by physical skills and armament Haki, and he no longer had admiral-level combat power. And his body also had some diseases. Even in battle, he might get sick and need to take medicine immediately. But as long as he eats this devil fruit, all of this will not be a problem. His old and broken body can also be revitalized for his dream. Crack. Thinking of this, Zephyr no longer hesitated, took the devil fruit from Ace's hand, and bit it. Swish. Buzz. After Zephyr ate it, his body turned into a white light and expanded rapidly. In the light, a huge fantasy beast, comparable to Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, fell heavily to the ground. The black giant turtle, like the ruler of the underworld, the most eye-catching thing is the tail behind it, which is a terrifying black snake. A combination of turtle and snake, a fantasy beast that can travel through the underworld, Xuanwu. Buzz. After feeling the changes in his body, Zephyr quickly recovered into a human form. Looking at Zephyr who had recovered his human form, Gion and Kuzan in the distance, their pupils shrank and they stared at Zephyr in a daze. I saw that Zephyr, who was already old and weak, had completely changed at this time. With youthful purple hair, shiny skin, and strong muscles. Zephyr looked just like when he was at his peak when he became the Admiral of Headquarters. Zephyr, don't call me by that name anymore. I am now the captain of the 7th Division of the Entei Pirates, Z. Zephyr, no, Z, looked at Gion and Kuzan, two former students, and laughed out loud. Looking at the spirited Z, Kuzan and Gion both smiled. Zero, please give me flowers. Ain even covered his red lips with tears in his eyes. Ace looked at Zephyr, and the corners of his mouth also curled up. Zephyr, at his peak, could become an admiral-level fighter with armament Haki and taijutsu. Now, he has eaten the top-level devil fruit, the turtle fruit, devil fruit, Genbu form. Advertisement: although his future combat power ceiling is limited by the lack of Conqueror's Haki and cannot reach the peak Kaido level. It is just around the corner to reach Kuzan's combat power or even surpass it. And with the Genbu body, the defense that stands at the top of all devil fruits, he can do it even in a head-on battle with the 4 emperors. At least, it is almost no problem to hold back one of the 4 emperors. The Entei Pirates fleet has gained another powerful fighter. And Ace also values Zephyr's ability to teach students. Almost all the strong men in the naval headquarters were taught by Zephyr. Zephyr's ability to teach students is beyond doubt. And with the help of the field of comprehension, Zephyr's ability to teach students can also be qualitatively improved. The forces under Ace, especially Amazon Lily and Wano, are in great need of a good instructor. With Zephyr as an instructor, I believe that the biggest shortcoming of the Yandy pirates, the lack of core combat power, should be able to be made up soon. After all, the final battle with the world government is about to begin. In a large-scale decisive battle, Ace's power must of course be reserved for the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the most mysterious, I Am. Ace will not be careless against the world government, which has stood for 800 years. Similarly, Ace's power, including the power of Conqueror's Haki and Mera fruit, cannot be used to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Therefore, it is necessary to cultivate a combat force of the same scale to fight against the world government and the huge army of the naval headquarters. The decisive battle will be soon. Ace raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the scarlet light representing ultimate observation Haki, combined with the power of the time fruit, kept flashing, and the future was constantly seen by Ace. Ace had already chosen the opportunity for the decisive battle. That is, when his younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, came to him. Spring went and autumn came, and soon, more than a year had passed. East Blue, Windmill Village, everyone, I'm going to see. A boy wearing a straw hat, grinning all the time, looking a little silly, sat on a simple boat, waving his arms at the people of Windmill Village. Luffy. Become a big pirate. The people of Windmill Village looked at Luffy and laughed out loud. We have a super big pirate in Windmill Village. You have to become a big pirate like your brother, to make us more straightforward. A busybody laughed loudly. Shut up, it's fine if there's a big bad guy, but there's another one. Do I want to live as the village chief? The village chief of Windmill Village still had a stiff face and said something that other villagers didn't care about at all. The other villagers looked at the stiff village chief and raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of their mouths. This old man is just stubborn. When Ace became a big pirate, he was obviously drunk with joy. Of course, I'm the man who wants to be the pirate king. Luffy looked at the people in Windmill Village and grinned. Hey, Luffy, if you see Ace, don't forget to tell him that we miss him too. The villager said loudly. Oh, don't worry. Luffy pressed his straw hat and grinned. Then, Luffy slid the oars and headed towards the sea. Finally out to sea. Ace, wait for me. I've become very strong. Luffy looked at the sea in the distance and grinned brilliantly. First, I need to gather my companions. I want 10 people, and I also need a pirate flag. Luffy, with a yearning smile on his face, headed towards the sea. Monkey D. Luffy, go out to sea. Chapter 260. A new ocean structure, it's finally here. Wano. At this time, Wano has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. First of all, the policy of isolation has long been abolished. The complex sea area that was originally difficult for even marine warships to reach has also been intervened by terrible human means. At least, ships from the outside world can pass normally. Of course, this natural barrier has not disappeared, but has been hidden by humans. Once it is launched, Wano will become a war fortress that the outside world cannot enter at all. The traditional costumes of Wano in the past have also been completely replaced by normal costumes. Under Kaido's rule, the situation where people could only eat and even drink clean water has completely become a thing of the past. Now Wano has been greatly enriched in material, and people can hold banquets several times a week. Compared with the past days, it is a world of difference. On the outskirts of Wano, the most conspicuous thing is the countless shipyards. A sea monster that is larger than the most advanced seastone foreign ship in marine is manufactured by these shipyards and is constantly going to sea. All over Wano territorial waters. The Wano port, which used to be closed to the outside world and almost no one could come to, now has a constant stream of ships passing by. Wano, under the rule of Kaido, has become a weapons processing factory. And now, the quality of Wano weapons has been known throughout the world for more than a year. In particular, Wano can also export seastone, a very important resource on this sea, which makes Wano famous. 483, however, Wano has always been very strict in controlling the export of seastone. The main exported weapons are knives made by Wano. Wano knife makers are the best in the world. Countless famous knives are made by Wano knife makers. Although the exported weapons are not as good as those famous knives, they have crushed the weapons from the outside world. There are also various guns and ammunition, artillery, shells. In Wano, as long as you have money, you can buy any weapons. What is even more eye-catching is that on these sea monsters and in every corner of Wano, countless flags of the Yandy pirates are flying freely in the wind. It is these flags that make the public security here even better than that of the member countries of the world government. No pirate or bounty hunter dares to make trouble here. Looking at the pirate flags with Haki skull patterns wrapped in flames, his eyes are full of awe. This is the sea overlord who killed 4 emperors, the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The current situation on the sea has changed dramatically from the past. Before the rise of the Entei pirates, the sea was dominated by 3 major forces, maintaining the balance of the sea. 4 emperors, naval headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea. The three major forces jointly restrained each other, and the sea was calm on the surface for many years. After the Entei incident, the Entei pirates rose rapidly and became another superpower on the sea that was superior to the four emperors' pirates and could confront the world government head-on. Although the situation on the sea has changed, at least the naval headquarters, 4 emperors, and 7 warlords of the sea, the top 3 major forces on the sea, still exist. But after the Entei pirates wiped out the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the situation on the sea changed dramatically. 2 of the 4 emperors fell at once, and in this era, in addition to the original 4 emperors and the Entei pirates, no other pirate group was qualified to be called the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors pattern completely collapsed. Only 2 emperors, red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, stood in the second half of the Grand Line, New World. And the strongest man in the world, the absolute overlord of this era. The legendary man, Entei, advertisement for this man, the title of 4 emperors is not worthy at all. No one calls Entei the 4 emperors, but calls Entei the absolute emperor sitting in the sky on the sea. The current pirate field pattern on the sea is called 2 emperors and 1 emperor. And in the past year or so, the Entei pirates fleet has also made up for the last shortcoming, that is, the lack of sphere of influence. The vast sea area that was originally ruled by the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates is now ruled by the Entei pirates. Countless Entei pirates' pirate flags are flying in the New World. The Entei pirates' sphere of influence is now even more terrifying than the combined spheres of influence of the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. What is even more frightening is that the Entei pirates seem to have reached some agreements with the Revolutionary Army. Originally, the Revolutionary Army's actions were in the dark due to its lack of combat power, and the countries it liberated were all non-world government member countries. But now, the Revolutionary Army's actions are more frequent, and the actions of liberating countries are happening frequently. Even the royal families of the world government member countries have been overthrown. Among them, there is the shadow of the Entei pirates. And these liberated countries, without exception, have all hung the flags of the Entei pirates. And they have to contribute a lot of resources and manpower to the Entei pirates every year. However, despite this, the people of these countries cheered and regarded the flag of the Yandi pirates as their faith. No way. Because even if they have to contribute a lot of resources and manpower, their lives are still countless times better than before with the help of the Yandi pirates. The Yandi pirates can make the original resources exert hundreds of % of their power. Countless new technologies have made the lives of the people under the rule of the Yandi pirates present a step-by-step prosperity and wealth. In the countries under the command of the Yandi pirates, the people can definitely have enough food, and the original factors such as street children have completely disappeared. New buildings and new routes have sprung up, and the appearance of all the countries under the command of the Yandi pirates has been completely renewed. And the people also have extra money to hold banquets. In this case, the people will only worry whether the resources and personnel provided to the Yandi pirates are too few. There are even many times when the Yandi pirates recruited manpower, and there were incidents of people scrambling for quotas. The Entei pirates have become a force that can compete with the world government in terms of both military power and influence, and have become one of the 2 poles of the world, an absolute superpower on the sea. As for the expansion and development of the Entei pirates, and even their involvement in the liberation of the country by the Revolutionary Army, the world government has been somewhat silent. Although the agents of the naval headquarters and the world government sometimes intervene, they have suffered heavy losses after several times. Because the naval headquarters and the world government have already made a budget for combat power, when the combat power is invested and arrives in the country where the Revolutionary Army is active, the cadres of the Entei pirates who were not there will suddenly come, causing naval headquarters and the world government to suffer heavy losses. The world government and the naval headquarters are also very unprepared for this. Because the Entei pirates have that man. The man who can use all the devil fruit abilities, the strongest demon fruit power in the history of the sea. Entei, Portgas, Dace, and judging from these collisions, the devil fruit ability that made the Entei pirates leaders descend is no longer the Door fruit ability. It is the superior devil fruit ability of the Door fruit, the space fruit. With this devil fruit ability, plus the incredible power of the Entei, the leaders of the Entei pirates may appear in any corner of the sea at any time. After several times, the world government and naval headquarters also gave up direct intervention. They could only let the Revolutionary Army and the Entei pirates act. They also need to accumulate strength to complete the last battle. Let's talk about the last 7 warlords of the sea among the 3 major forces. The 7 warlords of the sea today no longer need to convene a world summit to abolish it as in the original work. Because the 7 warlords of the sea system has been completely abolished under the hands of the Entei. In the past year or so, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight, Moria, publicly withdrew from Shichibukai and joined the Tan pirates. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight, Jinbei, also withdrew from Shichibukai and joined the Entei pirates. In addition, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, now the top cadre of the Entei pirates, is said to be as powerful as the former 4 emperors, Big Mom's, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. 3 of the original 7 warlords of the sea have joined the emperor. Advertisement in addition to the 2 Shichibukai killed by Entei, Sand Crocodile, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. Shichibukai, now, even with the later joining of Whitebeard too, there are only 3 people left. Even if the world government wants to make up for the gap in Shichibukai, it is impossible to do it in a short period of time. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, one of the 3 major forces, is now in name only. The forces in this sea have been completely reshuffled. Although the pirate world is a structure of 2 emperors and 1 king, everyone knows that there is only 1 overlord in the pirate world. And that is the Entei. The Entei can easily destroy the pirate alliance of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Now the 2-4 emperors pirates can also be easily destroyed as long as the Entei wants. The real structure of this sea is 2 major camps, 2 major superpowers. The Entei pirates' large fleet, world government, opposing each other, preparing for the final war. The current calm is just the last period of calm before the outbreak. When the 2 superpowers are fully prepared and the war begins, the sea will completely run away. And in the end, there will only be 1 overlord who rules the world. Wano-kuni, a gorgeous room. How is it? Are you satisfied with my arrangement for your Charlotte family? Katakuri. Ace looked at the atmospheric screen in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thank you for your arrangement. The Charlotte family will become your absolute power, Admiral. On the atmospheric screen, it was Charlotte Katakuri, the current controller of the Charlotte family. The background was the original base camp of the Big Mom pirates, Cake Island. After the war, Ace also used means to bring Katakuri and the remaining cadres of the Charlotte family under his command. These members of the Charlotte family originally had no feelings for Charlotte Linlin. After all, Charlotte Linlin simply treated them as tools. Katakuri's dream is to protect his brothers and sisters, and Ace gave Katakuri this opportunity. Katakuri, naturally, will firmly grasp it, but the development of things is still beyond Katakuri's expectations. The Admiral actually let their Charlotte family return to Cake Island and take over Mama's territory. Although some of the Charlotte family cadres stayed in Wano-kuni, Katakuri was still impressed by their trust and generosity. Compared with the Admiral, Mama was simply a lunatic with no generosity and frequent bulimia. Although Katakuri was not as 100% loyal as other important cadres of the Entei pirates, after all, in Katakuri's heart, his brothers and sisters must be the first, but as long as Ace gave him a task, Katakuri could complete it perfectly. For Ace, Katakuri in this state was enough. For the king, it was naturally good for his subordinates to be 100% loyal, but it was also useful for Katakuri to have a subordinate with the ultimate weakness. Very good, continue to complete the task I taught you. Ace smiled lightly. Keep working hard. Beside Ace, Charlotte Smoothie raised her lips. Ah, Admiral, I'll take my leave. Katakuri was relieved to see his sister who was very energetic and happy in Wano-kuni, and nodded respectfully. Click. The atmospheric screen disappeared. Ace, there's news. Just then, Sabo suddenly ran over with a big laugh, holding a bounty in his hand. Huh? Ace's eyes lit up, and he took the bounty in Shibo's hand. Then, the corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Straw Hat Boy, Monkey. D. Luffy. Bounty. 35 million Baileys. Are you finally here? Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy's familiar smile, and the corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Chapter 261. Yimyu's True Face. Supreme Council. Are you finally here? Luffy. Ace looked at the bounty order for his younger brother, Luffy, and his lips curled up slightly. Ha ha ha, the first bounty on Luffy is 35 million berries, which is not bad. Sabo was in a good mood when he saw the bounty order for Luffy. Among the 3 brothers, Ace, needless to say, was the one who dominated absolutely. And Ace had been a super genius since he was a child. The reason why he and Luffy's strength grew so fast was because of Ace's training. Although his talent could not be compared with the monster like Ace, it was still pretty good. Only the youngest Luffy had the worst talent. It could not even be said to be bad, but he could be said to be a fool. Even at the beginning of training, he could not even master the body transformed by the devil fruit, and often failed to attack the enemy. As a result, he tied himself to the ground with his rubber body. But no matter what, Luffy was also his younger brother. Similarly, Sabo also had more care for his clumsy younger brother. Now this stupid younger brother has also fulfilled the promise of the 3 brothers, successfully went to sea, and was rewarded with 35 million Baileys for the first time. This bounty can be said to be a very high bounty in East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea. But for Luffy, Sabo still has enough confidence, not only because he knows that what Luffy ate is the strongest devil fruit, the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, but also because Luffy is his and Ace's younger brother. Of course, Luffy is my younger brother. Ace looked at Luffy's bounty order, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You 2 go and give this thing to Luffy. Ace turned his head and looked at the corner of the room. A light spot was raised by Ace's hand, then we set off. A chuckle sounded. Then, the atmosphere began to distort, and a space gap appeared in the weather. 27 beautiful figures immediately entered the space gap. Then, the atmosphere fell into calm. I'm really looking forward to it, Luffy. When you come to me, it will be the final war. Ace walked to the French window and looked at the changed Wano-kuni with a deep arc on his lips. In his eyes, the red color representing the ultimate observation Haki and the power of the time fruit complement each other, constantly exploring the future. So that's it, is this your true face? Ace frowned suddenly, and then his eyes flashed suddenly. Taking Luffy's departure as an opportunity, Ace used the observation Haki and the ability of the time fruit to see part of the true face of the real ruler of Pangu City. At least, Ace saw the appearance of Aime's ability. Sure enough, he is also a monster, or a demon. Ace, are you talking about painting? Sabo's pupils trembled suddenly. As Ace's younger brother and now one of Ace's right hands, Sabo also knows a lot about the truth of the world government. Knowing that the Uranus of ancient weapon is in the hands of the world government. And knowing that above the five elders, the highest power holder of the world government, there is a mysterious figure at the highest point of Pangu City. Named, I Am Saint. Interesting, so interesting, a pentagram, so that's it. I am. Is this your ability? Should I say you are the sheep fruit mythical beast Baphomet form? Or the goat devil itself, the legendary devil, Baphomet? Ace's eyes flashed ultimate red, and he laughed out loud. Ace saw the true face of Aime's ability, goat monster. The legendary devil, Baphomet. This monster has a goat's head, a human's torso, a deer's lower body, and a scorpion's tail. There is a burning flame at the top of the tail, emitting green light, and a pair of broken bats behind it. And the most notable feature is that there is a signature pentagram pattern on Baphom's forehead. In Ace's mind, he has recalled the information about I Am in the original book when he traveled through time. I Am is at the top of the five elders and is the highest in the world. The five elders are all monsters. Gyuki, Izuna 10, Fengshi, Sandworm, and Magu. Advertisement: these five are all powerful monsters. And those who can command these monsters are naturally more powerful. Goats, demons. Goat demons have always been the representatives of demons in the Western world's values. Even Satan will be transformed into a goat. It can be said that in the Western value system, goats are the symbol of demons. As the representative of demons, as a goat demon, it is reasonable for him to rule the five elders and other monsters. And the existence of the Knights of God has also become interesting. Ace's mouth curled up slightly, thinking about the Western religious system of Blue Star. Under the Western Pope, there's the Knights Templar who represent the power of the Pope. And this powerful Knights Templar is regarded as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh by believers of other religions. Then, a long list of charges against the Knights Templar came into being. In the process of trying the Knights Templar, the most important accusation is that the Knights Templar believe in heresy, worship idols, and perform mysterious rituals. And the result of the trial is that the so-called idol worshipped by these Knights Templar members is Bavmi. Interesting, everything is right. Ace's mouth curled up. Then, Ace recalled the only time in the original book that Yimu took action when he traveled through time. In the original book, Sabo went to Pangu City and was pierced through the body by Yimu's tail, which was transformed into a monster. It also perfectly matched the characteristics of Bavmi. Bavmi has a unique scorpion tail and is extremely powerful. In the original work, Sabo was pierced by the scorpion tail of Im, who was transformed into Baphomet. The most characteristic feature of Baphomet is the burning pentagram on his forehead. No wonder a burning pentagram magic circle appeared when the five elders teleported. This is simply one of the abilities of Baphomet that Im possesses. Everything is perfectly matched. The true face of Im's ability is the legendary devil, Baphomet. However, Ace has not yet confirmed whether Im and the five elders have eaten the mythical beast devil fruit, or whether they themselves are devils and monsters. However, Ace still has time to confirm this. After confirming the true face of Im's ability, Ace can also make more preparations for the final decisive battle. However, Ace's brows also frowned slightly. Although he saw the true face of Im's ability, he still didn't see Im's appearance. However, Ace had a feeling that Im's appearance seemed familiar. Could it be that he had seen that face before? Ace frowned slightly. Then, he stopped worrying about it. He already knew the true face of Im's ability. Sooner or later, he would know Im's appearance. Baphomet? The legendary demon? So that's it. Is this the true face of Im's ability? Sabo on the side was also shocked. Sabo also knew the name of Baphomet. That is the legendary demon. There are even rumors that Baphomet represents the devil Satan, combined with the true face of the five elders who have the highest power. God of Science Defense. Jagalucia Satan. Yuki, God of Environment. Marcus Moshe, Azumadan. God of Law. Topman Vokuli. Fengshi, God of Agriculture. Shepherd 10 Pit, Sandworm. God of Finance. Isambaren V Nasujiro, Horsebone. Finally, it is the King of World Government, I Am, who is above the five elders. The legendary goat demon, Baphomet. It's simply hell at the top of the world. Sabo muttered with cold sweat on his forehead. Hell? It happens that my flames burn hell. Ace Haki laughed and walked outside. Notify all cadres to assemble. Ace laughed out loud. Got it. Sabo looked at Ace walking towards the conference hall, and a smile appeared on his lips. That's right. What about hell? Ace's flames can evaporate even hell. Bavmi? It will only be the dead soul in Ace's hands? Advertisement then, Sabo took a step and followed Ace. Meeting room. After the Wano-kuni War, Wano-kuni was built into the headquarters of the Entei Pirates because of its geographical characteristics and the ability to produce important strategic resources, seastone. Countless buildings also rose from the ground. As the headquarters of the Entei Pirates, there is a palace in the core of Wano-kuni. The scope and luxury are no less than the Pangu City of the world government. It is called the Flame Domain. The core area of the Flame Domain is where Ace himself and the cadres of the Entei Pirates live. The rest of the cadres of the Entei pirates live on the periphery of the flame domain. At the junction of the core area and the periphery of the flame domain, there is a huge conference hall. This conference hall is no less than the world government's Pangu City, the conference hall of the World Summit convened by the government. Here, only Ace is qualified to initiate a meeting, called the Yan D Conference. Similarly, the Yan D Conference is also divided into the Supreme Conference and the Core Conference. The so-called Supreme Conference is to convene the heads of all countries under the Yan D pirates to gather here for a meeting. Of course, this kind of meeting only conveys one will, that is, Ace's will. After the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates were all included in the sphere of influence, the Yan D Supreme Conference was also held once. What was conveyed was the new system and new regulations that the countries under the Yan D pirates should follow, as well as the resources, money, and manpower that need to be contributed to the Yan D pirates on a regular basis. And this time, it was the Yan D Core Conference. This meeting will only convene important cadres of the Yan D pirates' Grand Fleet, TN Ace's latest instructions. In the conference room, the cadres of the Yan D pirate fleet sat on both sides of the conference room. There was even a special seat for giants in the conference room, which was extremely majestic. At the highest point of the conference room was an empty throne. These powerful cadres who were famous in the sea and even made naval headquarters helpless were holding their breath waiting for the arrival of the highest person. Click. The heavy door was slowly opened. Ace's words made all the officers of the Yan D pirates fleet go to the field nightmare. From the subsequent development, the bloodline of the Lunaria clan may have some other uses. And, Perona's adoptive father, Moonlight, Moria, who is now his woman, is also here. Also, Pangu City, the king of world government, the true face of Aime's ability. And Jinbei has also joined his team. Yamato, like Gion, is a member of the main group of the Entei pirates, and is now the captain of the TN division of the Entei pirates Grand Fleet. Agenda. Final battle. Ace glanced around the conference hall, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ace propped up his chin, looked at everyone, and smiled faintly. The cadres who were famous in the sea looked at Ace and said respectfully. The 10th division is composed of the elite of the Beast's pirates. In addition, there is the current leader of the Charlotte family, the captain of the 9th division of the Entei pirates, Charlotte, Katakuri. Now, let's start the meeting. Yes, Admiral, Ace will not leave hidden dangers for his subordinates and kill them all. Of course, the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates are not included in this list. They have all been killed by Ace and their devil fruit abilities have been taken away. Also, the author has already predicted Aime's true face, you can look forward to it. Wow. There are also some new faces here. P.S. Based on the existing information, the author also predicted a wave of Aime's abilities. Let's see if the author can predict successfully in the end. The 9th division is composed of members of the Charlotte family. However, the bloodline of the flame disaster Jin was preserved by Ace using the ability of the meatball fruit. In public, they were not only Ace's women, but also the 1,000 commanders of the Yan D pirate fleet. Admiral. The 2 giant captains of the 4th division of the Entei pirates. All the 740 people in the conference room stood up solemnly and saluted the door. Sit down. 11. The reason why the core meeting of the Entei pirates Grand Fleet was held so smoothly was naturally because of Ace's space fruit ability. Ace walked to the highest throne and sat down slowly. With this ability, even Katakuri, who was just on Cake Island, could immediately come to Wano Kuni to participate in the meeting. Everyone sat down politely after hearing this, waiting for Ace's order. Blue Ogre, Dory and Red Ghost, Brogy, have also arrived. In addition to the cadres of the Entei pirates who were here during the Wano Kuni War. The 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates are not like Katakuri and others, who are all die-hard fans of Kaido. Even Kaya, Vivi and others were the same. Chapter 262. Pluton's Trace. Changes in Logue Town. Wano Kuni, Conference Hall. There is such amazing news, really. Moria's current strength has also recovered to the level of Admiral Candidate. Although the strength of the current Yan D pirates fleet is average, it is also a good combat force. In addition to Perona's relationship, Moria's seat is at the end of the Yan D pirates fleet, before Dory and Brogy. Although Moria was smiling at this time, there was cold sweat on his forehead. Unexpectedly, the king of the world government turned out to be such an identity. The incarnation of Satan, Baphomet. Add to that the 5 elders with the highest power, it is really a hell at the top of the world. What? Are you scared? Moria. Ace looked at Moria and teased with a slight smile on his lips. At this time, Moria's bloated figure that had not been exercised for many years has returned to its peak state again. Although Moria has also used the field of S*X to practice for more than a year. But after decades of decadence, Moria has been able to return to his peak in a short time. Moria has also worked hard in the past few years. Because of his daughter Perona, and because Ace helped Moria get revenge and killed Kaido, Moria's loyalty is beyond doubt. So Ace now has a good impression of this guy. Who is afraid? I will be the vanguard when the time comes. When Moria heard Ace's words, especially when his daughter Perona looked over, he immediately straightened his chest and said proudly. Now, he also ate the devil fruit again. Moria ate the dragon fruit of flame disaster Jin, the ancient species, the toothless pterosaur form, and completed the awakening of the devil fruit with the help of the field of understanding. With Moria's own talent and the assistance of the field of understanding, plus the ability of this rare ancient species devil fruit, Moriya's strength is no worse than that of Flame Disaster Jin. Forget it, with your current strength, I'm afraid you will become the first cadre of my Entei pirates to die. Ace looked at Moriya and laughed. Since the Entei pirates set sail, under the leadership of Ace, they have been invincible, and no one has suffered casualties. With Moriya's current combat power, which is the same as that of the former Flame Disaster Jin, although he is also a figure on the sea. If he really becomes the pioneer of the crusade against the world government, he may really become the first cadre to die in battle since the establishment of the Entei pirates. Why, he won't die in battle, Admiral, you have the ability of the space fruit, and you can save him immediately. Moriya's face turned a little green when he heard this, and he said embarrassedly. Moriya daddy, stop talking, it's embarrassing. Perona blushed when she heard Moriya's words. She thought that Moriya daddy was going to show his courage. But he was planning to be saved by Ace with the ability of the space fruit. Although Ace would definitely not let Moriya daddy die in battle with the current relationship between him and Ace. But it was indeed a bit embarrassing to make such remarks at the core meeting. Hearing her daughter's words, Moriya was immediately embarrassed and looked at Perona flatteringly with an awkward smile on her face. Ha ha ha. Seeing Moriya's expression, everyone burst into laughter. The originally serious atmosphere was diluted. Even Moriya dared to be the vanguard in the face of IM, so what should they be afraid of? They are the cadres of the Entei pirates fleet, the strongest man in the world, under the command of the Entei. What can the incarnation of Satan, Baphomet, do? The man behind them can now even control the underworld. Not to mention the incarnation of Satan, they are not afraid of Satan himself. Okay, everyone get ready, the war will start soon. Ace raised his mouth slightly and raised his voice. Yes, Admiral. The cadres of the Entei pirates fleet immediately stood up and said in unison. Then, the cadres of the Entei pirates fleet slowly left the conference room. Outside the conference room, several space gaps formed by the ability of space fruits slowly opened. Advertisement, Smokey, I'm leaving then. Katakuri looked at his sister, raised his lips, and said slowly. He had Ace's order and needed to return to Cake Island to prepare for the war. Well, come on, brother. Our Charlotte family joined the Entei pirates relatively late. This is the most important moment for our family. Even if our family's strength is not superior to other squadrons of the Entei pirates. But at least, we have to show our family's loyalty to Ace. Smokey looked at Katakuri and said slowly. The other squads of the Entei pirates, especially the top squads, are so powerful that they are outrageous. In their Charlotte family, apart from Katakuri, there is no other strong man who can decide the outcome of the battle. They can only put all their hopes on brother Katakuri. Don't worry, even if it's not for the family, I will be loyal to the Admiral in this war. His kindness to me is not too great, Katakuri looked at Smokey and said in a deep voice. In his eyes, the heavy purple-black color representing Conqueror's Haki flashed crazily. That's right, today, Katakuri, with the help of the field of comprehension, has mastered the strongest power in this sea, Conqueror's Haki entanglement. After mastering Conqueror's Haki entanglement, Katakuri's combat power is no longer comparable to that of the original. The special Paramecia devil that Katakuri ate fruit, Mochi Mochi fruit, although it does not enhance direct combat power much, but with the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, it can play a great change in battle and has good strength. Today's Katakuri, although he is not as good as the four emperors due to the restriction of devil fruit, Haki. But his strength is definitely at the same level as Kuzan. Even relying on the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, the strongest attack power is higher than Kuzan, Yishao and others. The power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement is really too overbearing. And it is the Admiral who made him so powerful now. The Admiral did not treat the Charlotte family differently because they surrendered after being defeated. On the contrary, he not only let the Charlotte family return to Cake Island, but also helped them to improve their combat power. There is a light ball in the field of enlightenment on Cake Island. He is so powerful now because of that light ball in the field of enlightenment. The Admiral treats him and then the Charlotte family has been very kind to them. Katakuri will repay the kindness. How can he not repay such a great kindness? As for the death of Mama at the hands of the Admiral, this is not hatred at all for the Charlotte family. All family members know that Mama only uses them as tools. And if you anger Mama, you will be killed mercilessly by Mama, even your soul will be extracted. In addition, Mama occasionally suffers from bulimia and destroys everything. Some of their brothers and sisters were seriously injured or even died because of this. The members of their Charlotte family were also trembling under the rule of Mama, fearing that Mama would suck out their souls one day. Katakuri was also very angry about Mama's treatment of brothers and sisters. And even had the idea of rebelling against Mama. Now, since joining the Entei pirates, this trembling mental state has disappeared. As long as he completes the tasks assigned by the Admiral, he can be said to be extremely free. In this case, Mama's killing is a good thing for the members of the Charlotte family. Ha ha ha, brother Katakuri, then I'll set off too. After hearing Katakuri's words, Jinbei also laughed in front of the space gap created by another space fruit ability. Jinbei also admired men like Katakuri. Now Jinbei is the captain of the 11th Division of the Entei Pirates. The 11th Division is a special underwater division, composed of strong fishmen. And has good strength in the seabed. Now Jinbei has to go back to the Fishman Island to complete the task given by Ace, and bring Shirahoshi back to Wano. The war is about to begin, and Shirahoshi, who has the power of Poseidon, will naturally follow Ace. And Ace also got Paramesh's shrinking fruit, which can change Shirahoshi to human height, and can also restore Shirahoshi's original height. Today, after Ace and Whitebeard negotiated, the Fishman Island also handed over the control to the Entei pirates. After all, for Whitebeard, letting the Fishman Island fly the flag of the Whitebeard pirates is just to protect the Fishman Island. Now because of Shirahoshi, in the face of the final war, the Fishman Island will never be able to stay out of it, and it will definitely follow the Entei pirates to participate in the war. Before the war, with the protection of the Entei pirates, there is no need to worry about the safety of Fisherman Island. Therefore, after negotiations, the Fishman Island has now withdrawn from the membership of the world government and become a country under the command of the Entei pirates. Then, see you before the war, Jinbei. Katakuri looked at Jinbei and smiled. Then, Katakuri and Jinbei disappeared into the gap in space. At this time, in the conference room, only Ace and the girls of the Entei pirates were there. Vivi, is Alabasta okay? Ace looked at Vivi and smiled. Because of the ability of the space fruit, Vivi can also travel freely between Alabasta and Wano-kuni. Advertisement. Although because of Ace, Vivi spends most of her time in Wano-kuni, by Ace's side. But occasionally, Vivi will go back to Alabasta to visit her father. Vivi, who just came from Alabasta. It's fine. With your power, Ace, the problem of water shortage in Alabasta has been completely solved. We are also preparing for the final war, Vivi said with a smile. Although Alabasta has not officially left the world government and become a country under the command of the Entei pirates, in fact, it is already a country under the command of the Entei pirates. Ace gave such an order because Alabasta is very special. The former queens of Alabasta, Lily and I.M., should have a very close relationship. Before the preparations were completed, Ace did not want to start the final battle with the world government in advance. So he did not let Cobra publicly withdraw from the membership of the world government. Of course, the senior officials of Alabasta have already pledged allegiance to the Entei pirates. How is the investigation of that matter going? The queen of 800 years ago, Lily. Ace looked at Vivi, his eyes fixed. The news about that ancestor seems to have been erased by some mysterious force. And only a few pieces of information can be found sporadically. Ace said. Vivi said a little disappointed. Vivi asked with concern. Since you are the brother of that man, I will never allow a big trouble like you to continue to move forward. Yundi's younger brother. Oh, what's wrong, Ace? Because Smoker knew another identity of Straw Hat Boy. Time passed. And only Uranus is still in the hands of the world government. Nothing. Yamato, have you found the trace of Pluton? Under this kind of desperate practice and fighting, Smoker's strength and achievements also increased rapidly. Now, he has become Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Smoker roared at Luffy, who fell to the ground in a mess. Ace waved his hand and looked at Yamato. Really? Ace smiled when he heard this. Before crossing here, Ace knew this information from the original book. Smoker's shoulder strap now shows the rank of Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, is buried in Wano-kuni. If Pluton is obtained, then he will have 2 of the 3 ancient weapons in his hands. Soon, a big thing happened in Logue Town, East Blue. But then, Ace subconsciously frowned slightly. But one thing is certain, that is, the appearance of that queen seems to be quite similar to me. There is a clue. Ace's eyes suddenly lit up. This time, he heard that Straw Hat Boy was going from Logue Town to Grand Line, so he came from Naval Headquarters to capture Straw Hat Boy. Straw Hat Boy, don't even think about going to Grand Line. After experiencing the great stimulation of Ace, Smoker practiced like crazy and fought with pirates at sea. Let's go and find Pluton. There were even many times when he almost died. Vivi continued. That was the man who made him feel powerless. Why does it feel like he missed some key information? Yamato looked at Ace, her red lips slightly raised. And Yamato's main task now is to search for Pluton's trace. Chapter 263. Ace is going to give it to you, Straw Hat Boy. Smoker looked at Luffy, who was in a bit of a mess in the distance, but he didn't dare to be careless at all, and roared. The reason why Smoker, who has now become the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, is so serious is that this fledgling pirate has a brother who makes the whole world tremble. The man who makes Smoker, who has become the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, feel deeply powerless just by thinking back. No, not to mention him, even the entire Naval Headquarters will fall into deep powerlessness in front of that man. The strongest man in the world. The strongest demon fruit power in history. The man who can evaporate the world with fire. The commander who can compete with the world government, one of the 2 major forces on the sea. The admiral of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Entei, Portgas de Ace. The terrifying degree of that man now is countless times more terrifying than when he defeated the Naval Headquarters head-on. In the War of Wano-kuni, Naval Headquarters actually had preparations. Naval Headquarters' 3 admirals, Kizaru, Shaton, and Green Bull, all came out. And also activated the weapon known as the strongest human, Seraph. Naval Headquarters and World Government originally planned to wait until the battle between the Entei Pirates and the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates ended. And then they would appear and reap the fruits of the battle after the fierce battle was over. After all, there are 2 complete 4 Emperor's pirate groups. And there are 2 monsters, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Facing such a pirate alliance, even if the Entei pirates are strong, they will have to lose a layer of skin, right? However, the development of the matter was completely beyond the expectations of the naval headquarters and the world government. 4 Emperor's pirate groups, they were defeated in a crushing manner without any resistance. Charlotte. Lin, Guy's name. These 2 emperors who reigned over the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, were easily killed by the Entei even if they joined forces. Kizaru, Green Bull, and T-Pig were scared away before they could make a move. In this war, the Entei pirates won a complete victory, just like the previous Entei event, and they suffered almost no losses. In this case, even with the help of the Seraphs, they would only end up annihilated if they rushed forward. At that time, the 453 that went to Wano were not only these 3 admirals, but also some naval headquarters vice admirals and rear admirals, and Smoker was one of them. Smoker personally experienced the scene in Marine's despair at that time. Later, Ace's sworn brother was also announced. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, turned out to be Ace's sworn brother. Moreover, after eating the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form taken from Kaido, he jumped to become the top combat force in this sea. Even the current admiral of headquarters, only Kizaru is qualified to fight him, but in terms of absolute strength, even the old Admiral Kizaru is not Sabo's opponent. Today, Sabo is called Dragon King. Sabo, commanding the Revolutionary Army, he set off a series of violent events all over the world. Behind all those big events, there's the shadow of that man, Shi. And the Straw Hat Boy in front of him is Entei and another sworn brother of the Dragon King. Although the current Straw Hat Boy is pretty good in the weak East Blue. But the strength and potential he has shown are far less terrible than Entei. Nor as dazzling as Sabo, but Smoker dare not be careless about this. To be recognized by the terrible man Entei and become his sworn brother. The Straw Hat Boy must have some terrible things that others don't know. So after learning that Straw Hat Boy was about to go to Grand Line from Logetown, Smoker immediately rushed to Logetown from naval headquarters. It is necessary to grow up with Straw Hat Boy and get rid of this hidden danger of justice. Who? Damn, such a strong guy, no attack can hit him. Is this what Luffy said, Logia demon fruit power? Beside Luffy, the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate Hunter, Roa, Zoro, and Blackfoot, Sanji, also looked at Smoker breathlessly. Zoro and Sanji today have not learned armament Haki yet. Facing Logia's Smoker, they are simply helpless, and in the Straw Hat Pirates today, only Luffy knows armament Haki, Shed. Luffy can use armament Haki thanks to Ace's teaching. But even though he can use armament Haki, Luffy is no match for Smoker at present. After all, Ace had not yet gained the realm of enlightenment, and he only helped Luffy and Sabo grow through continuous actual combat. Luffy's talent as a child can only be described as horrible. Not to mention compared with Ace, even compared with Sabo, he is far inferior. So he is no match for Smoker, who has now become the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. But, damn it, the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters actually appeared here. The news that Luffy is Ace's younger brother has been exposed, and he will definitely be hunted by a bunch of powerful Marines in the future. What should I do? What should I do? Advertisement. In the distance, Usopp watched Luffy and the other 2 being defeated, and he was immediately anxious. The process of Usopp getting on Luffy's ship was very simple. After learning from Ace that Luffy was Ace's younger brother, Usopp, who aimed to help Ace and become a real man on the sea, had been waiting for Luffy's arrival since Ace left. Although Usopp's strength is much stronger than the original work because of Ace, he can only play soy sauce in the distance when facing an opponent of Smoker's level. My brother, Ace. Hey, I want to be Ace's right hand, the man of One Piece. How can I fall here? Luffy stood up, looked at Smoker in the distance, panted heavily, and took an offensive posture. Becoming the right hand of that man? It's as troublesome as your other sworn brother. Dragon King, Sabo, who has become one of Ace's right hands, is also your brother, Straw Hat Boy. Smoker looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice. Hearing Smoker's words, Luffy's pupils shrank violently. Sabo? Sabo, still alive? Luffy stared at Smoker in a daze, then shouted. Sure enough, Ace really wouldn't lie to him, Sabo really is still alive. So you didn't know, but it doesn't matter, you won't have the chance to see them again. Smoker said in a deep voice. Smoke Fruit's ability was activated, turning the battlefield into a white smoke area. Your voyage is over, Smoker roared. How can I fall here? I still have to see Ace, Sabo, and Shanks. Luffy yelled. Let's end it. Boom. Just as Smoker yelled, a terrifying thunder roared. Boom. The sky above Logue Town was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and all the clouds turned into terrifying thunderclouds. Countless lightning flashes turned into violent lightning snakes, running wildly between the thunderclouds, and magical waves emanated from the thunderclouds. The white battlefield created by Smoker with the ability of Smoke Fruit disappeared instantly under the influence of this magical wave. Smoker looked at this familiar scene, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Looking at the terrifying lightning snakes scattered among the thunderclouds, sweat began to drip on his forehead. There is only one person who can do this in this sea. Usopp, you are still the same. A light laugh sounded, causing Usopp's eyes to widen in the distance. Buzz. The atmosphere was slightly distorted, and two figures slowly emerged from the gap in the space. Nah, am I? Usopp's eyes widened when he saw one of the figures, and he exclaimed. It was in the village of Zailuobu that Ace used the field of understanding to let Usopp create the weather stick. That is. And Zoro's attention at this time was completely attracted by the other person next to Nami. A familiar face, with a very extraordinary sword. Gu Yi? Zoro looked at the figure in disbelief. Yes, it's the second in command of the Entei pirates, the little thief, Nami, with a bounty of 3.5 billion Baileys. The Marines of Logue Town who followed Smoker to encircle the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the one who appeared. Nami screamed in fear. After the Wano Kuni incident, Nami's bounty soared. And in the past year or so, Nami's several actions have also shown the world that Nami, as the second in command of the Entei pirates, is as powerful as the four emperors. 3.5 billion Baileys, that is Nami's current bounty. Advertisement: she is truly the second in command of the Entei pirates. And, there is also a bounty of 850 million Baileys, the cadre of the Entei pirates, silent swordsman, Tashigi. Seeing the figure next to Nami, the other Marines also screamed. Why would the cadre of the Entei pirates, who is famous in the sea, appear in East Blue? And the second in command of the Entei pirates, the Marine colonel currently stationed in Logue Town, looked at Nami and Voss Town in fear. These two, even Marine Admiral, all have to stay away from him. This is not a terrifying pirate they can deal with. Hey, are you kidding? 3.5 billion berries? When Sanji heard the amount, he didn't care to marvel at the beauty of Nami and Tashigi. His pupils shrank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In East Blue, 20 million berries are considered a big pirate. 3.5 billion berries, what kind of monster is this? Tashigi. Next to Sanji, Zoro frowned when he heard Tashigi's name. Isn't it, Kui? Just, look like? No wonder, Kuina died in front of him. Excuse me, is your sword Wado Ichimonji? Ace, did you get it? Just as Zoro was lost in his memories, Tashigi suddenly asked. Without even looking at Smoker, who fell to the ground and was seriously injured, Nami looked at Luffy and smiled. Luffy heard the titles of Nami and Tashigi and immediately understood and shouted. Seeing Smoker, who had no power to fight back, was defeated so easily. The next moment, a terrifying knife mark appeared on Smoker's chest and blood spurted out. Luffy has a poor memory, but the name of Ace's pirate group, the Entei Pirates, is deeply engraved in his mind. Tashigi sighed lightly, and then her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. Nami looked at Luffy and said slowly. Zoro's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yes, Ace asked us to give you something. Are you Ace's crew members? That's right, it's Wado Ichimonji. In the midst of killing in silence, this is the cadre of the Entei Pirates. Is it the silent swordsman, Tashigi? This man's swordsmanship. Tashigi's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw the famous sword. This is what Ace wants to give you, monkey, D. Luffy. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then looked at the sword in his hand with some complexity. Nami looked at Luffy and said slowly, this sword carries his promise to Kuina. Puff. Seeing Smoker's instant defeat, the Marine Colonel of Logue Town cried out in horror. Do I need you to show mercy? Don't look down on me, Voss Flag? Tashigi, let's do business first. It is indeed one of the 21 great swords, the Wado Ichimonji. Smoker roared. Don't look down on me. Woski. At this time, Smoker on the side suddenly exploded and rushed towards Tashigi and Nami with a roar. Clang. Yan Mo immediately drew his sword, and Shikimog's Seastone Senju blocked it. If you want to continue, Colonel Smoker, I will not show mercy. This world was terribly quiet. Is that so? Tashigi's figure suddenly disappeared. Sanji, Zoro and Usopp were stunned. Tashigi looked at Smoker and said in a deep voice. He will use this sword to become the world's greatest swordsman. Let his name be heard by Kuina even in heaven. Chapter 264. Luffy Nika. Awakening. Buzz. A mysterious light flew out from Nami's hand and arrived in front of Luffy. This power is Ace's. Luffy's eyes widened when he saw the ball of light in front of him. Although he hadn't seen it for several years, Luffy immediately felt the extremely familiar power from it. Although Luffy, Sabo, and Ace are three brothers, Luffy obviously has a deeper relationship with Ace. After all, Sabo disappeared shortly after they became sworn brothers. Although the relationship between the three brothers was not affected by this, but became deeper, humans are creatures with delicate emotions after all. The longer they get along, the closer they will be. For Luffy, everything about Ace is familiar to the bone. Luffy has never seen his parents since he was a child, and was thrown into the Dayton house by Garp. From childhood until Ace went to sea, Luffy has been with Ace. Ace is the same. Take it, this is the power Ace gave you, called the Enlightenment Lightball. Ace said that he will wait for you in the new world. Don't let Ace down, monkey. D. Luffy. Nami looked at Luffy and said with a serious look. This Enlightenment Lightball is not the kind that Ace gave to Katakuri and other countries under his command. Ace can make that kind of lightball at will, and he only needs to replenish the power of Nika regularly to activate it. But the one given to Luffy is completely different. Even Ace took nearly a year to make it. The so-called enlightenment light ball is actually the power to materialize Ace's enlightenment field based on the creation of things out of thin air in the power of Nika. Within the power range of this enlightenment light ball, those affected will get a huge improvement in enlightenment. The effect of the enlightenment light ball depends on how much Nika power Ace puts in it. And Nika power, like Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, requires a lot of physical strength to activate after being obtained by the ability user. Even because the power of Nika can naturally integrate Haki, it also requires a lot of mental strength. And this enlightenment light ball, Ace has incorporated a huge amount of Nika power, and even needs time to recover. It took nearly a year to create it. Although Ace is a Logia user and can use the power of Mera Fruit Awakening to restore physical strength. But the physical transformation of Logia Awakening also requires a lot of mental energy. And the large amount of mental energy consumption can only be slowly repaired over time. In addition, Ace also has to be wary of the world government's backup plan NIM. After all, Ace at that time knew nothing about IM's ability. If he exhausted his physical and mental strength every time and entered a coma, who knows whether the world government NIM would find out through inexplicable means and then take some action. Therefore, during the process of Ace's creation, more than half of his physical and mental strength will be retained. And then it will be manufactured again after recovery is completed. Therefore, it took nearly a year. This is the first time that Nami has seen Ace exert his Nika power so hard. Even against Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte, Lin, 2-4 Emperors, Ace doesn't have such a huge consumption. So, although Nami knows that Monkey D. Luffy is Ace's beloved stupid brother, she still has to tell Monkey D. Luffy solemnly, don't let Ace down. Ace, you've been watching me. Luffy looked at the light ball in front of him, his mouth opened wide, a smile that was a little silly, but extremely brilliant. Of course, I am Ace's younger brother. I want to be Ace's right hand and become the man of the Pirate King? Luffy grinned and grabbed the light ball in front of him. Boom. Boom. The moment Luffy grabbed the enlightenment light ball, Luffy's heartbeat began to beat with a mysterious rhythm. And the enlightenment light ball, like a naked heart, also began to beat with a mysterious rhythm. Then, Luffy's heartbeat and the enlightenment light ball's rhythm completely overlapped. Something is coming out. Luffy slapped his chest and roared. Buzz. The next moment, in the unbelievable eyes of Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, under the gaze of Nami and Tashigi with their pupils shrinking, Luffy's body began to change. As if dyed, Luffy's body began to turn white. Clothes, hair, eyebrows, all turned white, and behind Luffy, a white ribbon that looked like it was burning slowly emerged, representing the white flame cloud of the awakening of Nika power. This is Card. Tashigi looked at Luffy in this state, with red lips. Monkey D. Luffy's state was exactly the same as when Ace killed Kaido and Charlotte, Lin. That Nika Zanhuo sun god form, it's just that Monkey D. Luffy's transformed color was white, while Ace's transformed color was the red color representing fire. Advertisement. So that's why you spend so much effort to help Monkey D. Luffy awaken the Devil Fruit ability, Ace. Nami pursed her red lips and understood. Ace's younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy, ate the strongest Devil Fruit. 800 years ago, the ability of the Liberation Warriors, the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Nami and the others all knew this news. Even Ace's Nika power was obtained from his younger brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Although Ace's Nika power now completely belongs to Ace, and has nothing to do with the human fruit mythical beast Nika form in Monkey D. Luffy's body. However, with Ace's ability, he can turn his own Nika power into a light ball of enlightenment by creating something out of thin air. Then, using the Nika power in the light ball of enlightenment as a trigger, he can guide the human fruit mythical beast Nika form in Luffy's body out. Let this human fruit mythical beast Nika form, which has been immersed for 800 years, regain its power. This is, why did Ace, with his current strength, take nearly a year to create this enlightenment field? This is. Luffy looked at his own changes in disbelief, and felt that there were many more ways of fighting in his mind as if instinctively. As if as long as he wanted, there was nothing he couldn't do. Luffy, how do you feel? At this time, a very familiar voice sounded in the weather. Ace? Luffy looked up suddenly. Buzz. The atmosphere fluctuated, and an atmospheric screen slowly appeared. Ace looked at his stupid brother, Luffy, who had transformed into Nika's posture, and his mouth curled up slightly. Ace, it's really you, what's wrong with my posture? Luffy looked at Ace in surprise, and then asked loudly. Well, you'll know when you get to me. Ace looked at Luffy, who had transformed into Nika, but didn't laugh like in the original story, and a smile appeared on his lips. Devil Fruit, especially the powerful Devil Fruit, especially the mythical beast Devil Fruit, all contain their own will. And the human fruit mythical beast Nika form is even more special. With its own will, it even made the world government's 800 years of searching useless. In the original story, Luffy awakened the human fruit mythical beast Nika form when he was beaten to death by Kaido. At that time, Luffy must have been dead, because even observation Haki couldn't hear any sound from Luffy. The heartbeat disappeared. Then, the human fruit mythical beast Nika form awakened, and the power of Nika turned into a drum of liberation, becoming Luffy's new heartbeat. Luffy also completed his resurrection with the power of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. However, this awakening method was too deeply influenced by the will of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Ace suspected that the reason why Luffy kept laughing in the battle after awakening was probably because he was too deeply influenced by the will of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Although Luffy's usual performance was still that stupid Luffy. As his younger brother, Ace would not let Luffy have any hidden dangers. Although Joy Boy died, he left a lot of tricks. Who knows what unknown secrets there are in the power of Nika. After all, the Nika in his body already belongs to him completely, and it is completely different from the power of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form in Luffy. So Ace also has to be on guard against Joy Boy. Luffy is his stupid brother, not some shitty Joy Boy. So with the help of the Enlightenment Field, Ace also strengthened the power of Nika to ensure that there would be no accidents when Luffy awakens. Now it seems that the effect is still good, at least Luffy will not be unable to control himself and laugh continuously. To you? I will, Luffy nodded and said in a true way. Well, this power is still too early for you. What you need to do is to strengthen yourself and then use this power freely. Ace pointed at Luffy's Nika and then his expression condensed. Buzz. The Enlightenment light ball flickered slightly, then stopped beating, and Luffy also returned to its original state. Luffy's current strength cannot support the Nika state. After all power needs to be supported by the body and spirit of the ability user. The reason why Luffy was able to become Nika just now was because of the support of the Enlightenment light ball. Without this power support, Luffy naturally cannot maintain the Nika state. I know. Luffy nodded. Advertisement Luffy always believed in Ace's words. Also, long time no see, Usopp. Ace looked at the three people around Luffy, raised his lips slightly and said to Usopp. Ah, Ace, it's been a long time no see. Usopp was a little excited, but thinking of Ace's current status and reputation, he was also a little nervous, so he behaved a little restrained. Ah, you have also grown into a man on the sea, Usopp. Ace looked at Usopp, a smile appeared on his lips, and he laughed. Ha, ha ha ha, of course. I am a legendary pirate with 80,000 subordinates, Captain Usopp. Hearing Ace's words, Usopp immediately understood that although Ace had become a world-famous pirate, he was still the Ace he met in Shilaw village. Immediately showed his true nature and laughed. Isn't it 8,000? How did it become 80,000? Ace said with a smile. Isn't it said that you have 100,000 subordinates, Ace? I have to make some progress too. Usopp scratched his hair embarrassedly. Ha ha ha. Ace laughed immediately after hearing this. Hey, it's really Entei, Portgas, D-Ace. The super pirate who can fight the world government head-on. Luffy, as this man's brother, Sanji was shocked. Ah. Zoro also looked solemn. Nanoroa, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. My stupid brother must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? From now on, I'll ask you to bear with me. Ace looked at Zoro, Sanji and Usopp, his mouth slightly raised, and politely asked. No, 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 Zoro and Sanji both waved their hands mechanically. Feng Di. He actually asked them to take care of Luffy so politely? Is this still the Superman who can fight the world government head-on and make the world government helpless? Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, their expressions were stern. My brother is so outstanding, why is Luffy like this? My partner must be the strongest. Luffy looked at Ace and smiled. Ah, I believe it. Then, set sail, Luffy. Ace laughed. Oh, Nami. Ace said lightly. Nami smiled. Nami's red lips slightly lifted, and then her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. Nami's red lips slightly raised, looking at Luffy. Boom. Luffy said loudly. Nami, clear the obstacles for my brother to set sail. Conqueror's Haki instantly exploded. Then, set sail, Luffy. No, you have to call me sister-in-law. Not to mention the Marines of Logtown, even if the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters came, they couldn't move freely. Then, you set off, Luffy. This is the second in command of the Entei Pirates, Nami's Conqueror's Haki. All the Marines who were still at a loss in the distance instantly rolled their eyes and fainted. Nami smiled. Yes, sister-in-law. Seeing Nami's smile, Luffy shuddered unconsciously. And Nami's smile made him even happier. Understood. Chapter 265, Jewelry Bonnie, 3 Nikas. Have you set sail yet, Luffy? On the atmospheric screen, Ace looked at the Straw Hat Pirates going away, and his lips curled up slightly. I'm really looking forward to the moment when you come to me. Ace's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. With their own enlightenment light balls, Luffy and his group will grow faster. Completely, and can cover the 2 years of training time or even be stronger. When Luffy arrives at Wano Kuni, he must have been able to fully master Nika's power. At that time, it will be the time for a decisive battle with the world government. But, you didn't meet Luffy? Dragon. Ace looked at a rooftop in the distance and smiled. Nami and Tashigi had already noticed the abnormality there. Especially Nami. With Nami's current strength, plus the Thunderfruit's ability to increase observation haki, the only people who can avoid Nami's observation haki on this sea are Ace, who has mastered the observation kill, and the red-haired Shanks. Who? A gust of wind whistled past, and a figure appeared. A rough face, a tattoo on half of his face, and the ability to master the wind. It was Luffy's father, Garp's son, Mon. D. Dragon is regarded as the second most dangerous criminal in the world by the world government. As for the most dangerous criminal, this title naturally belongs to Ace now. There's no need for this. I am just a stranger to Luffy. Dragon looked at the Straw Hat Pirates going away, and a smile appeared on his lips. Really, you don't think I don't know about you secretly spying on Luffy, do you? Dragon. 50. Ace smiled strangely, looking at this hypocritical man. Cough. Dragon was exposed on the spot, and he coughed awkwardly. I found out that you have a bad personality. Dragon looked at Ace helplessly. In the past year or so, Dragon also went to Wano and met with Ace. No one knows what Dragon talked about with Ace, but after this meeting, the Revolutionary Army and the Entei Pirates have carried out in-depth cooperation. No, it is better to say that the Revolutionary Army has become a force under the Entei Pirates. Now, in the movement of the Revolutionary Army to liberate the country, there is the shadow of the Entei Pirates every time. Therefore, the world government and the naval headquarters have no way to deal with the actions of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the current actions of the Revolutionary Army have not touched their fundamental interests. In this case, if they go to war with the Entei Pirates, it will do more harm than good to the world government. Because they also need to prepare for the final war. With the time fruit and the ability of observation Haki, Ace's grasp of the world government's heart can be said to have reached the ultimate. Making the world government feel uncomfortable, but not letting the government went to war with him immediately. In the frequent contacts, Dragon and Ace gradually became familiar with each other, so they would occasionally joke with each other. Isn't my personality always like this? But you are always so awkward. Ace looked at Dragon and smiled faintly. Well, I still have the task you assigned me. The liberation of that country has come to an end. Being repeatedly dug up by Ace, Dragon also had to save face and immediately used the task to prevaricate. After liberating this country, you can shrink your strength, Dragon. Through the atmospheric screen, Ace looked at Dragon, put away his joking smile, and said slowly. Are you ready to go to war, Admiral? Drag's face became serious when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice. When it comes to business, Drag also calls Ace the Admiral, which is very formal. It also expresses Drag's determination to follow Ace's ideas. Well, with this country, we already have enough war resources. After that, we just need to transform these war resources into war weapons and prepare for the final decisive battle. Ace supported his chin, looked at Drag, and said slowly. I understand, I will make arrangements when I go back. Drag also said in a deep voice when he heard this. Well, I am looking forward to the performance of your Revolutionary Army. Ace looked at Drag and said with a smile, then, he turned off the atmospheric screen. Then, we will say goodbye, Chief Tarog. Nami looked at Dragon and said slowly. Behind him, two space gaps formed by the space fruit ability slowly opened. Drag looked at Nami and Tashigi and nodded. Advertisement, buzz. Nami and Tashigi disappeared into the space gap and returned to Wano. The Admiral's ability has become stronger again. Looking at the disappearing Nami and Tashigi, Dragon said with emotion. With such mysterious ability, it is no wonder that even the world government is unwilling to go to war with the Admiral easily. The strongest demon fruit power in history, or the ability user who can use all devil fruits, the comprehensive ability is really too terrifying. Swish. By the way, this thing is for you. At this moment, the originally closed space gap opened, and a ball of light swept out of it and appeared in Dragon's hand. This is the ability of the meatball fruit? Looking at the light ball in his hand, Tarog looked suspicious. The next moment, Dorag slowly put the light ball containing the devil factor of the meatball fruit close to his forehead. Buzz. The ability of the meatball fruit was activated, and the information contained in it poured into Dorag's mind. It turned out to be this ability. Dorag suddenly opened his eyes full of shock. The information contained in the ability of the meatball fruit is about the king of the world government. The incarnation of the devil, Bafumi, the king of the world government named I Am, actually has such an ability? However, this kind of secret can be known in advance, which is really amazing. Dorag was very moved. In terms of intelligence, it is not afraid of knowing how terrible the world government is. The unknown is the most terrible thing. Now that the ability of the king of the world government, I Am, has been revealed, Tarog has more confidence. The government has secrets, and their Yandi pirates fleet is not bad either. The Admiral, however, is the person with the most secrets he has ever seen. The corners of Dragon's mouth slightly raised, and then the figure disappeared in the strong wind. Wano. Buzz. With the distortion of space, the figures of Nami and Tashigi slowly walked out from the gap in space. Thank you for your hard work, Nami, Waski. Ace looked at Nami and Tashigi, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's not hard for me, but Tashigi. Nami looked at Tashigi and smiled. I have already made up my mind to swing my sword at everyone for Ace. Even my former colleagues, Tashigi said with a firm look. Tashigi has also changed a lot in the past year. First of all, Tashigi's ability of the transparent fruit has also been awakened. Once the ability is activated, Inski can create a transparent space. In this transparent space, all of Tashigi's actions can be truly silent. Even observation Haki, who can see the future for a short time, can hardly accurately capture Tashigi's actions. He is a true silent swordsman. No, it should be said that he is a great swordsman. That's right. Tashigi's swordsmanship realm has been promoted to the ranks of great swordsman, and Yan Mo is also changing towards a black sword. Tashigi's bounty has reached 850 million Baileys. She is the great swordsman in this sea, second only to Hawkeye in reputation. Her strength is also absolutely at the admiral level. The more important change is that Tashigi has become Ace's woman, so she is a little charming in her heroic spirit. I have never doubted your determination. Just do this. Fighting is not the goal. After completely destroying the world government, these elites in the marine will also be my people. Ace looked at Tashigi and smiled lightly. Haki was incomparable in his words. Nami and Tashigi looked at Ace with little stars in their beautiful eyes. Okay, you guys go and rest first. I'll go see that little girl. Ace looked at Nami and Tashigi and smiled. Yeah. Nami and Tashigi nodded and walked out of the room. Ace came to a room and looked at the beautiful woman who was a little cramped in the room. Sorry for the wait, Jewelry Bonnie. Looking at this beautiful woman, Ace's mouth curled up slightly and smiled. This woman is the daughter adopted by Bear, Paramecia, the user of the Sway Sway fruit, Jewelry Bonnie, asterisk. Seeing Ace coming, Bonnie felt a little embarrassed. Although she is usually carefree, the man in front of her is a man who can clash with the world government. One of the two major superpowers in the world, the admiral of the Entei pirate fleet, the undisputed only overlord of the pirate world, Entei, Portgas. Ace, facing such a man, even Bonnie felt a little embarrassed. Especially, she still wanted to ask about her father. Did Bear ask you to come? Ace looked at Bonnie and smiled. Just call me Ace, I really admire that man. Don't be so embarrassed in front of me. Bonnie was interrupted by Ace before he finished speaking. Hearing Ace's words, Bonnie also showed a proud smile on his face. It is a supreme honor for any man on the sea to have his father recognized by the man in front of him. Advertisement. Well, Ace. Bonnie looked at the smile on Ace's face that was as warm as the sun, and his heart was also warmed, revealing a bright smile. Well, since you are here, it means that the bear's life has also come to an end. After Ace sat down, he said without hesitation. Before, Bonnie had to receive treatment from the world government because of the jade scale disease. And because of this, the bear had a huge weakness, and he used the price of being transformed into a living weapon in exchange for Bonnie's chance to be treated. Now, the treatment is over, and after a year of custody, Bonnie also went out to sea and became a pirate. But it is different from the route in the original book, because the moment she went out to sea, her father's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Father, using the power of the meatball fruit, told her to go find Emperor Yan. So, she came to Wano-kuni. Ace, can you save your father? Hearing Ace's words, Bonnie's eyes suddenly turned red. Don't worry, the bear won't die, I have already made preparations for the backup. Ace looked at Bonnie, patted her shoulder, and said gently. Thank you, Ace. What kind of hardship? I'm not afraid of it. The Sway Sway fruit's ability can actually turn into what you imagine with the move of distorting the future. The disguise of the Sway Sway fruit power must have been seen through by this man at once. Hearing this, Bonnie couldn't hold back any longer and cried with her hands covering her cheeks. After crying for a while, Bonnie looked at Ace a little embarrassed. The current appearance is a disguise created by Bonnie using the power of the Sway Sway fruit. Looking at Bonnie, Ace also smiled. It doesn't matter, I know everything about you. Is it the Sway Sway fruit? It's really a magical devil fruit that can be 0.95. Everyone in this sea knew that as long as this man said something, nothing would be impossible to achieve. Don't look at Bonnie now as a beautiful woman, in fact, Bonnie is only 9 years old. Really? Great. Really, so great. Well, Ace, is there anything I can do? Although I'm weak, I also want to help you. In addition, Kuma is still not safe, so Bonnie naturally wanted to show her own value. There is indeed something you need to do, come with me. After understanding the truth about Luffy and his ability, Bonnie saw Nika in Luffy, so she could use her imagination to transform herself into Nika's form. Ace said with a smile. Bonnie said seriously. Hearing this, Bonnie's pretty face suddenly blushed. Bonnie was extremely grateful to Ace for saving her father, Kuma. With the blessing of the field of understanding, Bonnie will definitely become a decisive battle in the future. But also the man who could use all the devil fruit powers and was called the strongest demon fruit power in history. After all, she was just a child. Ace continued with a smile. But it's your freedom to choose what you want to look like, don't feel burdened. Bonnie looked at Ace and said sincerely. Bonnie had no doubts about what Ace said. Looking at Bonnie's eyes, there was also some pity. Come with me, Bonnie, but it might be a bit hard. Ace looked at Bonnie and said with emotion. She just remembered that this man was not only the strongest man in the world. And you are not weak, the Sway Sway fruit is really a bug ability. And Ace didn't say anything, but just stroked Bonnie's little head and silently comforted her. Then he followed Ace out of the room. In other words, Bonnie is also a person who can use Nika's power. Chapter 266. Yimyu's appearance. It's you. In the adventure of the Straw Hat Pirates, and in Ace's preparation for the final battle, time flies by. Soon, nearly 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, Ace's main energy has been placed on the training of Bonnie. The improvement of many cadres of the Entei pirates in terms of strength has reached a limit. Even with the help of the field of comprehension, the speed of improvement is extremely slow. With the full help of Ace, Bonnie's ability of the Sway Sway fruit is awakened, and he can complete the Nika form through the ability of the Sway Sway fruit to simulate the future. However, because Bonnie does not have Conqueror's Haki, his combat power is not as exaggerated as Luffy in the original work. Relying on the strong ability of Nika and the weirdness of Yamato, he can also fight head-on with the four emperors. The Entei Pirates' large fleet has gained another top combat power. As for the girls, Nami's Conqueror's Haki has improved a lot. You should know that in the original work, when Nami had not awakened Conqueror's Haki, she could cause great damage to Luffy and others in a rage. After Conqueror's Haki awakened, Nami immediately mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement. You should know that even Ace, who relied on heaven-defying enlightenment, first awakened Conqueror's Haki and then mastered Conqueror's Haki. In terms of Conqueror's Haki, Nami's qualifications are the best in the sea. Now that nearly 2 years have passed, coupled with the role of enlightenment, Nami's Conqueror's Haki has also been upgraded to the level of Kaido at his peak. In addition, the combat power is improved, which is not inferior to the Thunder Fruit of the Fish Fruit mythical beast type and Blue Dragon form. With the assistance of Zeus, Nami's combat power is even stronger than Kaido at his peak. Zeus is the highest level homies created by the Soul Fruit, and his combat power is already very strong. With the Thunder Fruit, it is a perfect match, and the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. At the same time, Ace also knows the importance of Zeus to Nami's combat power improvement. So he directly uses the Field of Understanding to help Zeus improve. This is how Nami's combat experience is not as rich as Kaido's at the beginning, but her combat experience is worse than Kaido's. And Yamato has also fully mastered Conqueror's Haki, although it is not as good as the top Devil Fruit due to the ability of Devil Fruit. His combat power has reached the level of being able to fight against the four emperors. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki has also improved dramatically. Hancock has the title of Pirate Queen. With the blood of 9 Snake Island in the field of comprehension, the improvement of Haki is amazing. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki is no worse than Charlotte Linling's at the beginning. And the ability of the sweet fruit in Hancock's hands is no less than Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit. Hancock's current combat power has completely reached the level of Charlotte Linlin at the beginning. It's just that his defense is not as good as Charlotte Linlin, who was born with a steel balloon. As for Devil Fruit, all members of the Entei Pirates fleet have completed their awakening. After Lackey awakened to the Bird Fruit, the mythical beast, the Suzaku form, his combat power reached a new level. Although Lackey does not have Conqueror's Haki, the Suzaku flame is a terrible flame that can burn even Haki. Completely, the dog and Conqueror's Haki are entangled in a fight. Although in terms of combat power, it is still not as good as the Emperor who has fully mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement. But it is stronger than Kuzan, Yishao and others, and the combat power is infinitely close to the four emperors. Zephyr, now Z, has also awakened the Turtle Fruit, mythical beast, and Black Tortoise form, and his combat power has reached the same level as Lackey. Even because of the combat experience of Penultimate and the stronger armament Haki, Zephyr's combat power is stronger than Lackey. Zephyr's armament Haki is already extremely strong, not inferior to Garp at all. At the peak of his career, Zephyr, relying only on armament Haki and martial arts, was promoted to Admiral of Headquarters without taking any Devil Fruit abilities. Even if he is the bottom admiral, he is still a Marine Admiral. You know, Doflamingo awakened Conqueror's Haki, and also awakened the String Fruit ability, which is not weak. Even so, he did not have Admiral-level combat power. It is conceivable how strong Zephyr was in armament Haki at his peak, and he is worthy of the name Black Arm. And now, relying on the Turtle Fruit, mythical beast, and Black Tortoise form, Zephyr has recovered to his peak, and with the help of the Field of Enlightenment, Zephyr's armament Haki has become even stronger. It can be said that in terms of pure armament Haki, Zephyr has already stood at the top in this sea. Only Ace, who has absorbed Charlotte Linlin and Kaido Haki, can suppress Zephyr in terms of armament Haki. In this case, even if Zephyr does not have Conqueror's Haki, it is enough to fight the four emperors head-on. Gion's combat power has also been greatly improved. The Cat fruit, the mythical beast species, and the White Tiger form have awakened, and all the famous swords of Wano Kuni can be absorbed by Gion and transformed into White Tiger Wind. In addition, in recent years, the top swordsmiths of Wano Kuni have been gathered by Ace, and under the effect of the Field of Enlightenment, they have made all their efforts to create famous swords. You know, in Wano Kuni, many large 21-level knives were created. But that was without the help of the Field of Understanding. Of course, the knife makers who created large 21-level knives were the strongest knife makers in Wano Kuni's history. Now these top knife makers in Wano Kuni are definitely not comparable to the strongest knife makers in history. In addition, to create a famous knife of the level of large 21-level knives, it also requires opportunities, which are hard to come by. Advertisement, so it is impossible to create large 21-level knives in batches. However, the chance of creating a famous knife of the level of good and fast knife is much greater. In recent years, these top Wano Kuni swordsmiths have made a total of 15 famous swords of the level of Liang Kuei Dao. And with the opportunity that cannot be sought, 2 famous swords of the level of Dakuai Dao 21 have also been made. Of course, these top Wano Kuni swordsmiths, with the help of the Field of Understanding, naturally cannot only make these swords in recent years. They have also made many swords that are not as good as Liang Kuei Dao. These swords have also been sold all over the world. Although not as good as Liang Kuei Dao is still a famous sword, there are only 5,000 in the whole sea. And there are only a dozen Liang Kuei Dao that appear at the same time in the sea. The sword second only to Liang Kuei Dao is also an absolutely top-level sword on the sea. It is also these swords sold that have made the Wano Kuni Wu Kingdom famous today. With 15 newly created single swords of the good sword level and 2 large swords. Plus the famous swords that Gion already had, and Enma in Tashigi's hands, the large swords that now belong to the Entei pirates, but are still kept at Kazuki Sukiyaki, the 21 Gong Shisui, Aim no Habakiri, and second-generation Kidetsu. And in these years, 7 more good swords have been collected. Gion has 7 large swords that can be transformed into White Tiger Gale. The number of good swords has reached 23. The White Tiger winds generated by these famous swords are used to attack with all their strength. Their terrifying attack power is not inferior to Kaido at his peak. It's just that their endurance is not as good as Kaido's. After all, Gion's terrifying combat power is also due to the metal energy generated by the famous swords. And the metal energy of the famous swords also needs to be nurtured. If used excessively, the famous swords will break. In a short period of time, Gion's strongest attack can only be launched 3 times. But even so, Gion's usual combat power is slightly stronger than Kuzan. With a smile. Gion, relying on the White Tiger winds generated by all the famous swords, has an attack power comparable to Kaido at his peak within 3 attacks. The Entei pirates' combat power has been greatly enhanced again. However, among the officers of the Entei pirates, the one who has improved the most is not Nami and others, but Vivi. Vivi has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and has completely mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Vivi's combat talent is the lowest among all the girls. When she ate the sand fruit, she couldn't even control the power of the sand fruit by herself. It was only with the help of Ace's understanding that she was able to control the power of the sand fruit. In terms of the training of armament Haki and observation Haki, Vivi's improvement is also the lowest among all the girls. It can be said that Vivi has no combat talent to reach the admiral level. She relies on the sand fruit, which is not weak in Logia, and the full help of Ace's understanding field. But after Vivi awakened Conqueror's Haki, Dokiri is different. Vivi's Conqueror's Haki talent is not inferior to Nami at all. Such a terrible talent is completely different from the previous Vivi. Although Vivi's Conqueror's Haki is not as good as Nami, it has reached the level of Hancock, that is, Charlotte Linlin at the time. Coupled with the sand fruit that is not weaker than the soul fruit, Vivi's combat power can completely reach the level of Charlotte Linlin. She can be said to be the one with the greatest improvement among all the girls. With the great improvement of Vivi's strength, Ace used the time fruit to assist observation Haki and saw some secrets. Aim's true face has been looming in front of Ace, and he only needs an opportunity to see through it completely. And now, this opportunity has come. Ace, how are you going to practice today? In a laboratory, Bonnie looked at Ace with a bright smile. These days are one of the happiest times for Bonnie. She was only so happy when she was with her father, Shang. The relationship between Bonnie and Ace has become very good. Bonnie is also very attached to Ace. The conversations on weekdays are also very natural and happy. No practice today. Today, give your father, Shang, a new life. Ace touched Bonnie's little head lovingly and smiled. Bonnie is only 11 years old now. Advertisement Ace also doted on this little girl. 490 Father. Bonnie heard this, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her eyes turned red. Finally, can I see my father again? Lackey, let's start. Ace took out a ball of light. This is the ability of the bear's meatball fruit. There is some bear consciousness in it, is rebirth from the ashes. Vivi. A figure appeared in the laboratory. Ace's eyes narrowed. But the power of the field of understanding can make this ability of rebirth from the ashes be used for others. Suzaku. Reborn from the ashes. Lackey shouted, and the flame of Suzaku shone brightly, gradually forming a burning egg. Father. Cause and effect fruit, activate. Under the full coverage of the field of understanding, Lackey also activated the ability of the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form. Buzz. The special ability given to the user by the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form. Bear. Rebirth from the ashes. The fire of Suzaku completely enveloped the bear's consciousness, and then began to burn fiercely. Bang. Bonnie looked at the figure and couldn't help but shouted with tears in her eyes. Lackey, she has become Ace's woman, and returned from the flames of Suzaku, and the combat power will become stronger. Huh. Even if the user of Suzaku's ability dies in battle, as long as he still has physical strength and spirit, he can activate the ability of the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form. And this ability can only be used by the user of the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form himself under normal circumstances. And Ace even covered Vivi with the power of the fruit of years and the fruit of karma at the same time. The next moment, the huge Suzaku egg shattered, because Ace had seen some blurry images before. Yes, Ace. So that's it. That familiar feeling in the picture I saw, it turned out to be like this. Lackey nodded, her pretty face solemn. Lily, sway fruit, activate. Ace looked at the egg of bear's rebirth from the ashes and waved his hand fiercely. Ace. I saw Yimu's appearance. Yimu, is this your true appearance? The ability of the sway fruit and the ability of the cause and effect fruit obtained over the years are activated at the same time. Lackey's pretty face now reveals maturity and wildness. For the user of the bird fruit mythical beast species Suzaku form, after dying in battle, her battle has just begun. Chapter 267. The Truth About the Immortality Surgery, 4 Emperors, Luffy. So this is your true appearance. I am, Nefert. Lily, or should I call her, one of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. The Queen of Alabasta, Nefert. D. Lily. A flash of ultimate red flashed in Ace's eyes. Through the observation Haki blessed by the time fruit. And the year's fruit and the cause and effect fruit, acting on Bear and Vivi at the same time. Finally, the last veil of Im's true face was revealed. Ace was extremely familiar with Im's appearance, which was exactly the same as Vivi. And there was only one person with this appearance. And that was the Queen of Alabasta, Fate D. Lily 800 years ago. No wonder, when Ace saw, through Im's ability, although he failed to see Im's appearance. He inexplicably felt that Im's appearance might be familiar to him. It is no wonder that after obtaining the sway fruit and the karma fruit and strengthening them with the perception field, I intuitively felt that Vivi was also an indispensable key factor in seeing, through Im's appearance. In the original work, I am, the king of world government, cared so much about Vivi, which made sense. It turned out that I am was Naifid D. Lily, who looked like Vivi, but you are not Nafid D. Lily, I am. Ace's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Im's true face was finally known by Ace. I am, known as I am Saint, is undoubtedly a man. In celestial dragons, men are called saints and women are called palaces. Nafid D. Lily, the correct name should be Lily Guan. In addition, there is a D in Lily's name. I am also said that it was because of Lily's mistake that the historical text was leaked to all parts of the world, which buried a great hidden danger. So I am only has the appearance of Nephite D. Lily, but not Lily. In Ace's eyes, the power of the time fruit, the year's fruit, and the cause and effect fruit acted simultaneously, assisting Ace's observation Haki to see everything about I am. Im's true identity is, he used the op fruit to perform an immortality surgery, and his soul was placed in the body of Nephite D. Lily. He was one of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. And the reason why Im's soul was placed in the body of Nephite D. Lily is, naturally, the person who performed the immortality surgery on I am with the op fruit was the Queen of Alabasta 800 years ago. The former op fruit ability user, Nephite D. Lily. Interesting, really interesting. Ace's eyes flashed red light and the power of the devil fruit crazily. So the truth of the immortality surgery is like this. The soul of the person who has undergone the immortality surgery will enter the body of the op fruit user who has undergone the immortality surgery. After the op fruit ability is fully awakened, the body transformed by the op fruit will achieve the so-called immortality. Ace felt strange about the immortality surgery. The ability of the devil fruit is only effective for the user itself. Just like Aokiji's frozen fruit, it can only freeze the enemy into ice, but it is absolutely impossible to transform the enemy into ice. Even the strongest among the devil fruits is the most incredible. It can even create things out of thin air and has imagination. It can be said that whatever you want can be achieved. Luffy's human fruit mythical beast Nika form can only transform the place where the enemy and Nika power come into contact into rubber at the moment of attack, causing terrible injuries that can be called real damage, but it cannot transform others into rubber permanently. How can the op fruit's ability user turn the body of another person into an immortal body through immortality surgery? It turns out that this immortality surgery, in terms of the physical aspect, is not performed on others at all, but on the op fruit's ability user himself. Then, the soul of another person is incorporated into the body of the op fruit's ability user who has undergone the immortality surgery. This is also why the op fruit's ability user will die after completing this immortality surgery. The soul has been replaced, and the cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest, achieving immortality. However, this kind of immortality is really boring, and you have to change a body. Ace was originally interested in the immortality surgery. After all, the pursuit of immortality by humans has not changed since ancient times. But this kind of alternative immortality, Ace is not interested. Ace already knew about the op fruit ability and the truth about the immortality surgery. But Ace also knew some more interesting things besides Im's appearance and the truth about the immortality surgery. So that's why Cobra said that Nafid D. Lily never returned to Alabasta, and Lily's brother was the later ruler of Alabasta. No wonder the palace where I am lived in Pangu City had such a layout. It turned out that Nafid D. Lily and I am had such a relationship. Ace's mouth curled up inexplicably. The real relationship between Nafid D. Lily and I am is that they are lovers. In Pangu City, the palace where I am lives is filled with flowers, which is basically a wedding celebration. There should be the wedding scene prepared by I am for Nafid D. Lily. However, Nafid D. Lily has died because of the immortality surgery performed on I am, so the wedding naturally cannot be completed. I am has also been living in the wedding scene prepared for Nafid D. Lily. Combined with I am, who held a photo of Vivi in the original book and said that he needed Vivi. This guy, wouldn't he want to use Vivi to revive Nafid D. Lily? Advertisement Ace's eyes twitched, feeling absurd, but also feeling very likely. After all, the daily civilian manga seems to be this routine until the end. Although I don't know how I am will revive Nafid D. Lily, but how could Ace let him disobey? Besides, I am was the guy that Ace wanted to get rid of completely. At this moment, Im's true identity has been completely exposed to Ace. 800 years ago, one of the 20 kings who created the world government, and Nephite D. Lily, who was also one of the 20 kings, were lovers. Nephite D. Lily used Op fruit to perform immortality surgery, and his soul entered Nephite D. Lily to achieve alternative immortality. I am the user of the Bath killing ability. As for the 5 elders, it should not be the immortality surgery that has survived to this day. The immortality surgery cannot make a person's body immortal. Combined with the appearance of the 5 elders, they were teleported by the pentagram magic circle of Im's Bath killing ability. I am afraid that the 5 elders can survive to this day and make their bodies immortal, which should be based on Im's Bath killing ability. The incarnation of Satan. Let the 5 elders who are affected by the ability, it is reasonable for elders to have immortal bodies. However, if this is how they gain immortality, then there is no need to worry too much about it. Abilities are always based on the physical and mental strength of the person with the ability. To activate the ability, the physical and mental strength of the ability user must be consumed. Even if IM had undergone the immortality surgery, his physical and mental strength could not be endless. To maintain the immortality of the 5 elders at the same time, the physical and mental strength required must be extremely amazing. As long as it is an ability under the power of the devil fruit, Ace is not afraid of it now. The unknown is tricky, but as long as there is an answer, that person will eventually find a way to solve it. Ace, who thought about IM and the 5 elders in the same way, looked at the bear who was holding Bonnie who was crying. At this time, Bonnie had lifted the ability of the sway fruit and returned to her true appearance. A cute 11-year-old girl. Congratulations, bear, you have a new life. Ace looked at the bear, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is all your kindness, Ace. No, Tibby. The bear comforted Bonnie for a while, stood up, and looked at Ace with deep gratitude in his eyes. Ace's kindness to him was so great, not only did he help Bonnie, but he also gave him a new life. Such kindness can only be repaid with absolute loyalty. Why are you talking about this? Go and have a good rest first, and then eat it. Ace took out a devil fruit that looked like a bear's paw pad. Pawball fruit. The bear was also a little surprised when he saw this familiar devil fruit. Your original body has been transformed into a pacifist. The ability of the pawball fruit would not disappear, but would remain in your body. However, the moment you lost consciousness, I controlled the Nika power left in your body to activate it. And ejected your consciousness in the pawball fruit. Now your original body no longer has the ability of the pawball fruit. Ace looked at the bear and smiled. Ace would not leave the bug level ability of the meatball fruit in the hands of the world government. Although the meatball fruit in the hands of the world government cannot play such an exaggerated effect as in Ace's hands, it is also very good to be able to take it back and let the new bear eat it. The bear with the meatball fruit is also a powerful force. The bear has mastered the meatball fruit to the ultimate level and is the most suitable candidate to use the ability of the meatball fruit. In addition, many cadres of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet already have their own devil fruit. Advertisement: this meatball fruit is best eaten by the bear. The bear looked at Ace and ate the meatball fruit in one bite. Only by gaining powerful power can he repay Ace's kindness. Gurgle. Gurgle. 2 familiar pads grew out on the palm of the bear's hand again. Feeling the familiar ability of the meatball fruit in his body, the bear also had a little smile on his face. Snap. At this moment, Ice suddenly snapped his fingers. The lights in the lab suddenly went out. Gotcha. Just when Shang and Bonnie were feeling a little strange, the door of the lab opened. Happy birthday, Bonnie. The girls of the Entei Pirates came in one after another. Nami walked in front, surrounding a special birthday cake. Woo! Bonnie covered her mouth, tears streaming down her beautiful eyes. Your wish is to celebrate Bonnie's birthday, right, Shang? Your consciousness has already told me, but you should say happy birthday to Bonnie yourself. Ace looked at Shang. At this time, the real man in the pirate world had already burst into tears, and his broad body was shaking constantly. Bonnie, this is a belated blessing. Happy birthday to 10 years old. Shang took the birthday cake, looked at Bonnie, Li Dahao, who was crying, smiled with tears, and pulled an exaggerated smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Bonnie looked at Shang with tears in her eyes and hugged her father. Ace, thank you. At the same time, this sentence flashed through Bonnie and Shang's mind. And Ace and the people of the Entei Pirates all looked at Shang and Bonnie with smiles. Time passed slowly. With the adventure of the Straw Hat Pirates, entering the Grand Line in the New World, the name of the Straw Hat Boy also boiled in the sea. Bounty of 3 billion Baileys. In order to suppress Ace's reputation, the world government re-promoted the title of 4 emperors and listed the Straw Hat Boy and Entei as 4 emperors. After all, what 2 emperors and 1 emperor, 2 superpowers opposing the world government, the title of the Admiral of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet is really embarrassing for the world government. It would be better if Entei was listed as one of the 4 tombs. Today's 4 emperors are, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, former world's strongest man, bounty, 5.046 billion berries, 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Leader of the Red Hair Pirates, bounty, 4.0489 billion berries, 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 3 billion berries, 4 emperors, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey, D. Luffy. And the last one, Admiral of the Entei Pirates, the world's strongest man, the world's most Haki man. The strongest demon fruit power in history, Bounty, 5.85 billion berries. 4 emperors, Entei, Portgas, D. Ace, and Luffy, finally, came to Ace. Chapter 268. 3 brothers gather together, off the coast of Wano. A small but top-notch pirate ship is sailing towards Wano. On the main sail of the pirate ship, a pirate flag with a skull wearing a straw hat is constantly flying. It is one of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups today, the Pirate Group. Luffy. I can see the outline of Wano. In the observation court of the pirate ship, Usopp held a telescope and shouted to Luffy, who was sitting in the exclusive seat. Usopp at this time has changed a lot from when he first went out to sea. Strong muscles, firm eyes, and increasingly mature appearance. Today's Usopp, with the help of the Enlightenment Lightball, is even stronger than in the original book. Especially observation Haki, which can almost see the future for a short time. Are we finally here? He. Luffy heard the words, and the arc of his mouth became bigger and bigger, revealing a bright smile. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Finally, we arrived at Wano. There are the most important people in Luffy's life. His 2 sworn brothers, Sabo and Ace. Luffy at this time has changed a lot from when he went to sea. Although his muscles are not big, they are sharp and angular, and seem to contain extremely terrifying power. However, there is no scar on Luffy's chest that is marked with the word, in the original book. Luffy has now completely mastered the Conqueror's Haki entanglement, and has completely mastered the awakening of the human fruit, mythical beast, and Nika form, and has mastered the power of Nika. In the Nika state, Luffy's devil fruit power, Conqueror's Haki, and armament Haki are all integrated into his awakened rubber body. In addition, Nika, the most pervert's exclusive imagination, can fight as he wishes in battle, and even has the terrible power of creating things out of thin air. In addition, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Lightball that Ace has spent a lot of effort to create for Luffy, Luffy's current combat power is even greater than that of the time on the Dongan Island. His combat power has surpassed Kaido, who was once at his peak. He has reached the king level. This is why Luffy is still called the 4 Emperors, even though he did not defeat the pirate alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin like in the original work. 880 Luffy's combat power is now only second to Ace. Can I see Ace again? I'm really looking forward to it. Super. Frankie made his signature move and shouted. After Ace left, he had been waiting for Luffy, the younger brother mentioned by Ace, in the Water 7. After seeing Luffy, he immediately asked to get on the ship. Ace was very kind to him. Not only did he save him from Enies lobby, but he also used Pluton's drawings to pay tribute to his teacher, Tom, in Enies lobby. This favor can only be embraced with death. However, Frankie also knew that he was not suitable to join the Entei Pirates. So he placed all his hopes of repaying Ace on Luffy. When Luffy and others arrived at the Water 7, Frankie was curious about how strong Luffy, the younger brother of Ace, the great man, was, so he took the initiative to attack and compete with Luffy. Of course, the result was a miserable defeat. Although Frankie was also inspired by Ace's enlightenment field at that time, he has made more changes to himself in recent years and his strength is much stronger than in the original work. However, Luffy, who arrived at the Water City at that time, was much stronger than the original work at the same time with the help of Ace's enlightenment lightball. There was no need to activate the second or third gear. Just relying on Haki, Frankie was tortured to the point of doubting his life. Because at that time, Luffy, with the help of the enlightenment lightball specially made by Ace for Luffy, had already mastered the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. That enlightenment lightball helped Luffy complete the mastery of the Nika form in advance. Although it was not fully awakened, the rubber body of the Nika form would naturally guide Luffy to use armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Mastering Conqueror's Haki entanglement was a natural thing. So, after being tortured, Frankie hurriedly said that he had received a favor from Ace. And then joined the Straw Hat Pirates and built the Sunny. Now that he is about to see Ace again, who has been very kind to him in the 7 water cities, even Frankie, who calls himself a pervert, is a little excited. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Mr. Ace, I really miss him. My heart is beating with excitement. Although I am just a bunch of bones and have no heart, yo-ho-ho-ho. Advertisement Brook took a sip of coffee, let out his signature laugh, and told his own bone jokes. The skeleton's deep eyes also simulated a nostalgic look. Mr. Ace was also kind to him. He helped him get back the shadow that was taken away by Moria. And told him the news of Laboon. In addition, Mr. Ace asked him to wait for his brother, Luffy. In the Devil's Triangle, Brook was also looking forward to Luffy's arrival. Then, Tianfen joined smoothly. Now, with the help of the Enlightenment Lightball, Brook's Yomi fruit has awakened and can use Yomi cold air to attack. And his progress in Kendo is also amazing, and his strength is very good. Luffy's brother, Entei, Portgas D. Ace, were finally meeting. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their lips. It has been nearly 2 years since they saw the projection of that man in Logue Town that day. In these 2 years, they followed Luffy and sailed all the way here. At the same time, Zoro and Sanji are very grateful to Ace. Because the Enlightenment Lightball that Ace gave to Luffy made them make great progress. Sanji, without Vinsmoke combat suit, awakened the exoskeleton, and because of the enlightenment light ball, the awakened power is even more terrible than the original one. The defense is better than the steel balloon of the dead Charlotte Linlin, and the increase in attack speed is also extremely terrible. In addition, through fighting and with the help of enlightenment light ball, the powerful armament Haki obtained, Sanji's current combat power is absolutely admiral level. And Zoro, with the help of enlightenment light ball, awakened Conqueror's Haki and mastered Conqueror's Haki entanglement power. In addition to the great progress of Kendo under the effect of enlightenment light ball, Zoro's current combat power is stronger than Sanji, infinitely close to the 4 Emperors level. Hey, Luffy's brother, what kind of person is Ace? Chopper, who is one of the few people in the Straw Hat Pirates who has not come into contact with Ace, asked curiously. A man who makes people tremble from the bottom of their hearts whenever they meet him. Zoro said slowly with a smile on his face. Even though his current combat power is infinitely close to the 4 Emperors level, as long as he recalls the brief contact through the atmospheric screen in Logtown that day, Zoro feels from the bottom of his heart how terrifying that man is. The stronger he is, the more he can understand what the name of Entei, Portgas d'Ace means. It means the absolute strongest in this world. The absolute super overlord in the ocean of this era. Well, anyway, except for Luffy, we don't even have the qualifications to compete with that man. Sanji also spread his hands and said with emotion. A super, awesome man. Frankie even used 3 R to describe the strength of Ace in his mind. Yo-ho-ho-ho, a great man. Brook laughed, the most powerful man on the sea. Usopp also shouted, so awesome. Chopper's cute eyes completely turned into stars. Chopper knew how strong Zoro and Sanji were now. Even Admiral of Headquarters, Zoro and Sanji had fought with him and never lost. Even Zoro almost seriously injured Admiral of Headquarters Green Bull, if it weren't for the reinforcement of the Seraph. Zoro could even defeat Admiral of Headquarters Green Bull. Frankie, Brook, and Usopp also admired Luffy's brother so much. They really look forward to meeting Luffy's brother. Ace is a man who wants to become the king of the world. Of course he is extremely powerful. Luffy grinned. His eyes became brighter as he watched Wano Kuni approaching. Now he can finally fulfill his promise. He wants to be one of Ace's right hands. Oh, and that legendary doctor, Black Flash, Kaya, can we meet her too? I want her autograph. Chopper looked very yearning. Now she is the top leader of the Yandi Pirates fleet. The name of Black Flash, Kaya is well known in the sea. Compared with the strength of Black Flash, Kaya, who can be called Admiral of Headquarters. The most famous thing about this top leader is her medical skills. Advertisement: she is recognized as the #1 doctor in the sea today. Chopper, as a doctor, is also a fan of Kaya. Miss Kaya is very kind, and will definitely give you an autograph. Usopp laughed. Although Usopp did not have contact with Kaya as in the original work. The only thing he knew about Kaya was the news spread by the villagers. And the one time Ace met her before going to sea. But even at that first meeting, Usopp could tell that Miss Kaya had a very kind personality. So this forehead-to-forehead hit him, equivalent to a fusion of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Yeah, Luffy just smiled after being beaten by Sabo. Ace and Sabo also laughed, Chopper said excitedly. Luffy, in order to get there as quickly as possible, even used Nika's rubber body. In his eyes, the red light of observation Haki and the amplification waves of Thunderfruit ability flashed. Idiot, didn't Ace tell you I was still alive? Amazing. Wano Kuni. Even Sabo, who had already mastered the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, and possessed the blue dragon form, felt extremely painful when caught off guard. 2. Luffy laughed. Ace looked at Sabo, who was also excited, and smiled. Ace. Sabo. I missed you guys so much. Sabo nodded excitedly. Finally, are we there? Luffy. Rubbing his painful forehead, he yelled at Luffy. And Ace had already dodged Luffy's reckless actions, and smiled at Luffy and Sabo. While the Straw Hat Pirates were playing, Wano Kuni arrived. In front of Ace's observation Haki with the amplification of Thunderfruit ability. At this time, Luffy and others were at the port of Wano Kuni, led by a special person, heading towards the core area of Wano Kuni. Everything here was built by Lord Ace. The waiter who led Luffy and others heard this, his eyes full of admiration and excitement. Awesome, Ace. So many banquets, so lively. Luffy grinned and kept laughing. Luffy, like Ace, loves banquets the most. And now in Wano Kuni, everyone can afford to hold a banquet. Wherever you go, there are people holding happy banquets. Such a scene also makes Luffy yearn for it. We are almost there. There is the core area of Wano Kuni, the base of the Flame Emperor Pirates. The waiter pointed to the building complex in front, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Ace, Sabo, Drew. Before the waiter finished speaking, Luffy had disappeared from the spot, and excitedly rushed towards the 2 figures in the distance. Bang! You idiot! You are still the same after becoming 4 emperors. Sabo was caught off guard and was hit forehead to forehead by Luffy. Not only Wano Kuni, but even the entire sea area is under Ace's control. What they saw and heard along the way completely overturned their cognition. It's really Sabo, you're really still alive. It was just like arriving in a future city. The 3 brothers hugged each other just like they did in Windmill Village. Then, he looked at Ace who had a familiar smile on his face. And Luffy also bared his teeth, looked at Sabo in surprise, and kept pinching various parts of Sabo's body to confirm that Sabo was really alive. After so many years, the three brothers and the King of the End will meet again. Let's go, Sabo, go meet our stupid brother. The three brothers gathered in Wano. Really? That's great. Being pinched by Luffy was unbearable. Sabo simply punched Luffy on the head and yelled. In the core area of Wano, in a luxurious palace, Ace slowly opened his eyes, and a deep smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 269. The Final Battle. The battle begins. After the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Wano, it also represented the countdown to the final battle with the world government. After the Entei Pirates defeated the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the sea, which had entered a period of calm, began to become turbulent at this time. Wano, which had become a world-renowned weapons country, suddenly stopped selling any weapons to the outside world, and Wano, Dress Rosa and other countries under the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet began to prohibit outsiders from entering. The Fishman Island, Alabasta and other world government member countries successively announced their withdrawal from the world government member countries and joined the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet. The resources of the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet were secretly allocated through the ability of the Space Fruit. The strong and powerful forces on the sea have not yet felt it clearly, but the world government, which can use the ability of the Space Fruit as much as Ace, will make much bigger moves. Marine elites and agents from all over the world all began to gather in naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy. War resources were transported to naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy from all member countries of the world government. In this case, the world government and naval headquarters did not even care about the pirates on the sea. But the law and order on the sea not only did not deteriorate, but became the best moment in history. Although many of these pirates were desperate, they were not looking for death. On this sea, although under the intentional manipulation of public opinion by the world government, the pirate world seemed to have returned to the era of the four emperors. Entei, Whitebeard, Straw Hat Boy, Red Hair, the four emperors, like emperors, reigned over the sea. But everyone knew that the four emperors today were just the world government's choice to vigorously promote them in order to save face. In the pirate world, there is only one real overlord, and that is Emperor Yan. That is the absolute overlord on this sea who is capable of fighting the world government on an equal footing. The other veteran overlord is the world government. Now, the two overlords on the sea have made a gesture of decisive battle. Under such circumstances, how can pirates and bounty hunters dare to make trouble on the sea? If these two overlords are angered, it would be as easy as blowing a breath to destroy them. Under such circumstances, ordinary people on the sea feel very calm. Only countless war materials are continuously entering Wano, naval headquarters, and the Holy Land Mariajoy. Wano. Ace brought Luffy and others to a closed room at this time. Ace, where is this place? Luffy asked curiously. This place is specially prepared for you. Ace turned his head and looked at Luffy and others, with a slight smile on his face. Behind Ace, the girls of the Entei Pirates lined up in order. When they heard Ace's words, they smiled. And behind Luffy, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates followed. Sabo stood beside Luffy, with a smile in his eyes. What is it? Is it the meat that can't be eaten? Luffy said in surprise. As he said that, he licked his lips. The delicious food at the banquet held some time ago. Luffy still has endless aftertaste when he thinks about it. Ace's chef is really good. The food he made is even more delicious than Sanji's. Come in and see. Looking at Luffy who looked the same, Ace also smiled. Then, he slowly opened the door. Click, as the heavy door opened, everything inside appeared in front of Luffy and others. Zoro, Sanji and others looked at the huge stone tablets in front of them in shock. The most conspicuous among them were the three huge red stone tablets. The historical text, the three red ones, are the historical texts that are essential for Raftel to go to the final island. There are 4 historical texts, and only by obtaining these 4 historical texts can we know the exact location of the final island. It can be said that it is the certificate for going to the final island. Robin walked to Ace's side, pointed at these historical texts, and her red lips were slightly raised. Signposts, historical texts, the certificate for going to the final island? Luffy and others were shocked. After learning that you went to sea, Ace began to look for these historical texts, and finally got 3 of them not long ago. Sabo looked at Luffy and said slowly, 3? Where is the other one? Zoro heard this and asked in confusion. The last piece is for you to find by yourself, Luffy. I think you should want to find the most critical piece of historical text of the road sign by yourself, and then go to the final island by your own strength, right? Ace looked at Luffy with shining eyes, and smiled with a slight smile on his lips. Advertisement Ace knew Luffy's character very well. If Ace really found all 4 pieces of historical text of the road sign and put them in front of Luffy, maybe this brat would not go to the final island at all. Just like Rayleigh asked Luffy if he wanted to know what was on the final island, but was rejected by Luffy. And in the fanatical action, he got the permanent pointer of the final island, but was crushed by Luffy instead. Ace, you really know me too well. Luffy laughed when he heard this. Zoro, Sanji and others looked at each other and laughed when they heard this. As expected of Luffy's brother, he really knows Luffy too well. They absolutely don't believe that Ace can't get the last landmark historical text. They have also experienced how powerful this man is now. The ability to connect the whole world with the power of devil fruit is incredible. In this case, it is very simple for this man to get something. After helping you become the king of the world, Ace, we will continue the adventure. Find the final landmark historical text and then go to the final island. By then, I will be the pirate king, become the freest man in this sea. Luffy clenched his fists and shouted with a bright smile on his face. Zoro, Sanji and others laughed when they heard it. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Ace looked at Luffy and raised his mouth slightly. Just like Luffy, he must believe that he will become the king of the world. Ace also believes that Luffy can become the pirate king. Okay. Then let's prepare for the battle. Those bastards from the world government. I've wanted to beat them up for a long time. Luffy clenched his fists and yelled, it's not just you who wants to beat them up, Luffy. Ace's right hand is not just you. Sabo raised his lips and looked at Luffy. Let's have a competition to see who is Ace's best right hand. Luffy looked at Sabo and grinned. Ace, on the other hand, looked at his two younger brothers with a smile. Hey, stinky cook. Zoro suddenly called out to Sanji beside him, with a smile on his face. Ah, green bye. Sanji seemed to sense something, and the corners of his mouth also curled up, and he responded. I seem to have seen it. After this battle, I saw Luffy. Zoro looked at Luffy. The arc of his corners became larger and larger. Ah, I saw Luffy. Sanji nodded, and the arc of his mouth became larger and larger. Becoming the appearance of the Pirate King, Luffy's wings, Zoro and Sanji laughed at the same time. Soon, half a month passed, and under the power of the space fruit, the pre-war preparations of the Yandi pirate fleet were completely completed. Wano Kuni Sea. Countless huge warships were lined up in the sea of Wano Kuni. Countless pirate flags of the Yandi pirates were flying freely on these huge warships. In front of this steel torrent, it seemed that everything in the world was nothing. Buzz. The atmosphere suddenly fluctuated, and space cracks slowly twisted and formed. Figures with a shocking momentum stepped out from the space cracks. Many elite members of the Yandi Pirates Grand Fleet saluted these figures. Yandi Pirates Grand Fleet, captains of each squad. Then, after Rayleigh and others took a look around, they stepped out one after another and went to the fleet of their squad. 0. Buzz. Another space crack was formed. The women of the Yandi Pirates stepped out. Advertisement. And finally, in the sky, a figure slowly appeared. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. They're the admirals of the Yandi Pirates Grand Fleet. Yandi. Portgas d Ace. Ace was in the sky, overlooking the assembled Yandi Pirates fleet, and a smile appeared on his lips. Such combat power can only be assembled by their Yandi Pirates fleet. In front of such combat power, naval headquarters is like a chicken and a dog, and will be defeated at the first touch. It's finally about to begin. The smile on Ace's lips became more and more haki. I have been waiting for this moment for 20 years. The goal of becoming the king of the world will soon be realized. Huh. Ace waved his hand violently. The sea twisted, and then, an unprecedented terrifying giant appeared on the sea. The most terrifying thing is the most conspicuous terrifying cannon on this giant. One of the three ancient weapons, Pluto. It is said that a terrifying warship can destroy an island with one shot. This one of the three ancient weapons buried in Wano Kuni was finally obtained by Ace. Swoosh. Ace's figure fell on Pluto, and the girls of the Yandi Pirates also flashed and came to Pluto's deck. Ace. A soft voice came, and a beautiful and suffocating mermaid slowly appeared in the sea. Shirahoshi, you stay with me. Shirahoshi has one of the three ancient weapons in his body. Under the effect of the shrinking fruit, Bakesing can change his body size freely. The space gap created by the fruit of space assisted by the field of understanding, even dark fruit will never escape. Ace looked at Shirahoshi and said softly, this devil fruit, which seems to be naturally opposed to the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, fruit, it is better to stay under the absolute control of your own power. Tap tap. This devil fruit that evaded Ace was finally found by Ace. It contained the most vicious devil fruit ability in history. In the final battle, if this devil fruit is also involved, no one knows whether there will be any accidents. And over the years, with the help of the field of understanding, Shirahoshi has been able to fully master the power of Poseidon. Destination. Holy Land. Mariajoy. Yeah. And the demon factor in it was already incorporated into the realm of enlightenment. Begin the war. At this time, Shirahoshi's body size is about the same as Ace. And because the shrinking fruit was used by Ace, Shirahoshi did not eat it, so Shirahoshi can still live in the sea. Boom. With the shining of Conqueror's Haki, Poseidon's power. The dark fruit, which is known as the most vicious devil fruit ability in history, naturally contains the most vicious will. Three ancient weapons, he has two. As for the dark fruit, it was hidden by Ace in the space gap created by the space fruit. This devil fruit, which was comparable to Nika's power, Ace did not choose to let others eat it to create a powerful fighting force. And, there is also, a dark ball of light flashed in Ace's palm. Then, Ace walked to the front of the deck and looked at the huge fleet of the Yandi pirates. Dark fruit. Then, Ace looked at the huge fleet of the Yandi pirates in the distance. Ace laughed, Conqueror's Haki, roaring madly. Compared with a powerful fighting force, what Ace needs is stability. The top devil fruit has its own will. That is to say, all the sea kings in the sea are now under the control of Ace. The fleet of the Yandi pirates began to move towards the destination. Shirahoshi nodded obediently. Nika's power, including himself, has 3 people. Ace has made all the preparations. Chapter 270. Everyone has their own thoughts. Naval Headquarters, Marine Admiral's office. Ahole, what do you mean by no trace? Akainu sat in the Admiral's position, slammed his fist on the table, and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a slightly ferocious expression. Naval Headquarters 3 Admirals, Kizaru, Green Bull, Pig. It's ridiculous that we can't even find the enemy's trace when the war is about to start. Akainu's face was full of anger and he was furious. After the news of the war with the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet was conveyed, Yan was actively preparing. He must get back the humiliation he suffered in the Entei incident in this decisive battle. However, Akainu is not a fool, after the fight in the Entei incident. Akainu also understood very well that he could never be the opponent of the man Entei. The lava fruit he ate has become the lower-level devil fruit ability after the evolution of the Mera fruit of that man. The restrained relationship between the superior and subordinate devil fruit abilities is very cruel. As long as the relationship between superiors and subordinates is restrained, the restrained ability user will never be able to turn over, unless he completely abandons the lava fruit ability and relies on other powers to fight the man Yandi. But how is that possible? He Akainu is not an idiot. He does not have Conqueror's Haki, the power that can dominate the sea like an emperor, Conqueror's Haki-tangled. He can have the current combat power and can fight head-on with the 4 Emperors level combat power, relying on the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which is known as the Devil Fruit with the strongest attack power, Lava Fruit. The terrible attack power of the Magma, 997. Fruit, which is the best among all devil fruits, allows him to collide head-on with the power of Conqueror's Haki entangled with the 4 Emperors in the future. Without Lava Fruit, his combat power is not even comparable to Green Bull. At best, he is comparable to the weakest of the 3 admirals, Chatten. This is the Yandi during the Yandi incident. The man now has become even more terrifying. Although Akainu has an extreme personality, he is not crazy and does not dream of defeating Yandi and taking revenge. Anyway, the main force against Yandi in this war is not their naval headquarters. Naturally, Yandi has the 5 elders and the Knights of God to deal with him. What Akainu needs to deal with is the officers of the Entei pirate fleet. Although his lava fruit was suppressed miserably in front of the Entei man, even inferior to the most common devil fruit. But in front of other strong men on the sea, his lava fruit is still the one standing at the top, with the strongest attack power among many devil fruit abilities. It can even collide with Conqueror's Haki entanglement super devil fruit ability. In addition, after becoming a marshal these years, because of the pressure from the Entei man, Akainu did not give up training at all, but became even crazier. Now Akainu's combat power is even stronger than in the original work. However, just when Akainu was frantically raising his will to fight to the death with the Entei pirates, the Marine Intelligence Department and the World Government Intelligence Department told him that the Entei pirates had no trace at all. What a joke. The war was about to begin, and we didn't even know where the enemy was. It was a joke. Marshal, you know what happened in Sabo Archipelago. The Entei pirates had the ability of the transparent fruit, which allowed them to pass through all the cordons and enter Sabo Archipelago without anyone noticing. Kizaru looked at the furious Akainu, and after a moment of silence, he still spoke. Although Kizaru didn't want to recall the Sabo Archipelago incident, after all, the tragic defeat and capture under the watchful eyes of the whole world was a painful memory even for Kizaru, who was always lazy to the ultimate, but seeing Sakazuki so angry, he was the only one who could speak out among the people present. Otherwise, if Sakazuki continues to be so furious and loses his mind, and does not make any deployment immediately, the world government will fall behind in the war with the Entei pirates. Although Kizaru seems to be lazy to the ultimate, in fact, in Marine Admiral, Kizaru is the real world government mission machine. Even Akainu is not as good as Kizaru in this respect. In the original work, as long as the world government orders, Kizaru can kill his teacher Zephyr with his own hands, and he can also massacre civilians to complete the mission. He can also kill his former friend, Vegapunk, and Bonnie, who has been with him for many years and has many good memories of growing up, in order to complete the mission. Kizaru is the real world government mission machine. So at this time, looking at Akainu who was furious and forgot about the battle deployment, Kizaru also stood up. Transparent fruit? At the beginning, Sabadi in the archipelago incident, the Entei pirates had only a dozen people and 1 ship. The current Entei pirates fleet has countless warships and more than 10 million people. Under such circumstances, can a transparent fruit completely cover up their tracks? Akainu almost bit the cigar in his mouth to pieces after hearing this. The Entei incident was regarded as the greatest shame in history by the world government and naval headquarters. So naval headquarters and the world government naturally could not call it the Entei incident. Instead, it was called the Sabadi Archipelago incident. This incident can be said to be Akainu's biggest taboo. Now, under Kizaru's narration, Akainu recalled the details of the past, and his facial expression control was suddenly a little bit off. Marshal, don't forget that Entei is the strongest demon fruit power in history. How much trouble has his space fruit power brought us over the years? The space fruit was originally just the superior demon fruit power of the door fruit, teleportation fruit, and other space-related demon fruits. Although it has an absolute restraining effect on the Door fruit, teleportation fruit, and other space-related demon fruit powers. It can only allow the ability user to hide in space, complete teleportation, and have the ability to invalidate other space-related demon fruit powers. But in the hands of Entei, this space fruit can allow the people of the Entei pirate fleet to travel around the world at will. It is not impossible for Entei, who can do this, to use the transparent fruit power to cover up the huge fleet of the Entei pirate fleet. Kizaru said in a deep voice. Advertisement: the powerful demon fruit power is not scary. Even if it is Entei, who had evolved the Mera fruit towards the sun. Because no matter how strong the demon fruit power is, it has its weaknesses. As long as you try your best to target it, you can always limit it a little. But the scary thing is that it is impossible to use all the abilities of devil fruit. Devil fruits have a mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining relationship. There are devil fruits that completely restrain each other, just like superiors and subordinates. But some devil fruit abilities can also make each other's abilities stronger. And Yandi, who can use all the abilities of devil fruit, can stack all the abilities of devil fruit. Cover up the weaknesses of these devil fruit abilities, and bring out the advantages by several 100%. What's even more terrifying is that Yandi can also bring out the power of devil fruit beyond the power of devil fruit itself. Such a man. Kizaru's forehead began to sweat. Just thinking about it, I feel fear from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, Akainu suddenly became silent. He also knew the power of Entei, but what could he do? Over the years, not only their naval headquarters, but also the world government has thought of countless ways to limit the devil fruit ability of Entei. But all of them have failed. The unrestricted devil fruit ability gives Entei's pirate fleet a natural advantage in the war. Devil fruit has both advantages and disadvantages, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is devil fruit. But in the hands of Entei, devil fruit has no disadvantages at all, only advantages. It's simply abnormal. Akainu clenched his fists and hated it secretly. Okay, Sakazuki, don't get angry first. No matter how terrible Entei is, using the power of devil fruit will consume physical strength. Using transparent fruit to cover such a large fleet, even Entei will consume a lot of physical strength. This is not a bad thing for us. And on the sofa in the office, two figures were sitting there. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, known as the brain of the Marine Chief of Staff, Suru. The other person is the former Naval Headquarters Marshal, Naval Headquarters Inspector General, Sengoku. Now Sengoku, because he did not bear the responsibility for the release of all the impelled down prisoners in the original book, although he stepped down from the position of Marine Marshal. But his hair did not turn gray like in the original book. But at this time, Sengoku was also eating senbei, and did not express any opinions on the situation of the war. It was Suru who spoke just now. Suru looked at Sakazuki with a deep look. What we need to do now is to make combat deployment. There's a fleet covered by the transparent fruit ability of the man Entei. We don't know when it will attack, Suru continued. Got it. After hearing what he said, Akainu was still angry, but he knew that this was not the time to lose his temper, and he immediately began to make arrangements. Advertisement: now all the elite marines on the sea have been concentrated in the naval headquarters. And because of the pressure from Entei, after the Sabadi archipelago, the world government's recruitment efforts were actually stronger than in the original. Although Yishao was absorbed into the Entei pirates fleet by Ace, the naval headquarters lost an admiral-level combat force. But the recruitment of the backbone forces was stronger than in the original. Don't be so angry, Crane. And, where did Garp go? Sengoku said unsatisfactorily while eating senbei. Sengoku stood up and walked out of the office. Kern looked at Sengoku, who was eating senbei without caring, and suddenly became angry. Now, the top management of naval headquarters all believed that the Entei pirates were just like the Sabadi archipelago incident, relying on the ability of Entei's transparent fruit to cover their tracks and go to strategic targets. Inspector General is not just idle. Sengoku can also command the middle and senior levels of naval headquarters. Sengoku looked at the furious Crane, his face full of helplessness. Moreover, she had to face the person she least wanted to face. It's just that in the final decision, the one who makes the final decision in naval headquarters is Marine Marshal Akainu. In short, this is the last war. After it's over, we can also live a retired life in April and March. Then, she rubbed her cheeks hard and her eyes became firm. Admiral, we have arrived at the designated location. Why don't you speak, Sengoku? I hope you have good luck, Sakazuki. Suru thought of Gion and sighed heavily. Boom. I was so confident at the beginning, but in the end, everything was played by the wisdom of Entei. Today's Marines have gathered 200,000 elites. They're determined to fight to the death with the Entei pirates fleet. Looking at Akainu and others who were making battle deployment, Crane looked at Sengoku on the side and said in a deep voice. Crane looked at Sengoku, who was leaving, and his cheeks twitched. The two old friends seemed to have their own thoughts in this war. The sea level suddenly exploded. He looked at Crane behind him and Akainu and others who were making battle deployment. Gion. Alas, Sengoku, Garp, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈
D.
But will Entei really let you guess? A light laugh sounded in the dark space. Then go up and give our old friend a little surprise. Ace's Haki laughed loudly. Well, my wisdom was defeated by that man Yan D at the beginning. If I were to make the deployment, I'm afraid it would be another disastrous defeat. Sengoku's mouth curled up an inexplicable smile and left the office. Then, his eyes were extremely complicated, but Tsuru herself did not realize that deep in her eyes, she had begun to waver. Chapter 271. Raid. The Yandi pirate fleet arrives. Damn it, there is still no news. We have no idea where the attack will come from. Have all the warning ships been sent out? In the Naval Headquarters Marshal's office, Akainu looked at the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in front of him and shouted. Yes, Marshal. All patrol ships are dispatched. The waters within 20 nautical miles near the Naval Headquarters are within our absolute detection range. As long as the ships of the Yandi pirates appear, they will be discovered immediately. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in charge of intelligence looked at Akainu with an ugly face and reported immediately with cold sweat on his forehead. Akainu is not the last Naval Headquarters Marshal, Buddha Sengoku. Although Sengoku is also very scary when he gets angry, as an ultimate person who has obtained Buddha-like wisdom and spirit from the human fruit phantom beast great Buddha form, Sengoku is usually very calm. But Akainu is different. Before Akainu became a Marine Marshal and an Admiral of Headquarters, he was the absolute leader of the Hawk faction, and he was also a very extreme Hawk faction in history. Many Marine soldiers felt weak in their legs and feet just by seeing Akainu's face. After becoming Marine Marshal, because he could not fight directly on the front line, coupled with the influence of lava fruit, his temper became even more irritable. All devil fruits, in addition to preventing the ability user from swimming in the sea, will also have certain side effects. For example, Kuzan, who ate frozen fruit, likes to sleep and is very lazy on weekdays. In addition to the influence of the Ohara incident, which made Kuzan perform the so-called lazy justice. The influence of frozen fruit is also an important reason. After eating frozen fruit, in addition to the ability to freeze, the body temperature of the ability user will also decrease on weekdays. Under the lowered body temperature, the frozen fruit ability user will be very lazy and want to sleep. And Akainu's lava fruit will make the ability user's temper become hot. Akainu's temper was not good to begin with, and the influence of lava fruit also made Akainu have the temper and personality he has today. We have sent all of them, but there is still no trace. Could it be that the man's first target is not our naval headquarters? Oh, Akainu frowned and thought secretly. The target of the Entei pirates fleet is actually the world government. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Akainu also understands that the naval headquarters is too vulnerable in front of the current Entei pirates fleet. The two sides are not opponents of the same level at all. And this time it is not just the Entei pirates fleet that came. Entei's younger brother, the Straw Hat Boy who has now become the Four Emperors, and Monkey D. Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, also joined the war. And the Life-Only Army, and it is unknown whether the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates will join the war. Such a situation is completely beyond the ability of the naval headquarters to handle. Therefore, there are two targets that the Yandi pirates can attack. Their naval headquarters and the core location of the world government, the Holy Land, Ryujin. As for why they don't gather their forces together, or simply turn the passive into the active, and attack the Yandi pirates, there is a reason. First of all, if all the troops are concentrated in the naval headquarters, the Holy Land Ryujin will be extremely empty. There are countless secrets there. If there is no place there, facing Yandi who can freely use the power of the space fruit, it is simply a gift. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to put all the troops in the naval headquarters. As for concentrating all the troops of the naval headquarters in the Holy Land Ryujin, first of all, it is above the red line. The fleets of naval headquarters and the world government cannot be deployed at all. Although the world government has known that the Yandi pirates are constantly building warships over the years. But their warships and various weapons have been prepared for hundreds of years. In this case, it is really unwilling to give up the advantage at sea and fight a pure land war with the Yandi pirates fleet. Moreover, the war started in the Holy Land Ryujin, which is the base camp of celestial dragons. Those celestial dragons will never allow the war to start at their doorstep. In that case, who knows how many celestial dragons will die? Ever since the Yandi incident, when he publicly executed 3 celestial dragons in Sabo archipelago. In the eyes of those ordinary celestial dragons, Yandi has become a devil-like existence. Go to war with such a guy at their doorstep? Don't even think about it? Therefore, it is impossible to hoard all the troops in the Holy Land Ryujin and fight against the Yandi pirates fleet. As for taking the initiative to attack and go to the base of the Yandi pirates fleet to seek a decisive battle? 5 elders, it is not without thinking about it, but after analysis, they also chose to give up. Still the most important reason. Yandi. But he is a terrifying man who can use the space fruit and appear in any corner of the world at any time. If they go out in full force and go to the base of Yandi pirates fleet to seek a decisive battle with Yandi pirates fleet. Who knows if Yandi will suddenly use the space fruit ability and appear in Pangu City. It can be said that facing the man who can use all the devil fruit abilities, the world government and naval headquarters are naturally in a passive position. The absolute initiative of the war is in the hands of Yandi. Bang. Those stubborn old guys. Akainu slammed his fist on the table and said angrily. In Akainu's opinion, they should have joined forces. Just because of the celestial dragons, they chose to split their forces into 2 places to resist the Entei pirates fleet. What do those celestial dragons think the Entei pirates fleet is? Do they think they will win 100%? If the war fails, won't those idiot celestial dragons be burned to ashes by the Entei man? The result of splitting up the forces now is that they completely lose the initiative on the battlefield, and can only let the Entei man choose the first target to attack. Advertisement. This feeling of powerlessness makes Akainu very angry. Does it mean that they really choose to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy? It should be impossible. That place is the red line. Even if they have the ability of the transparent fruit, it is impossible to transport the entire fleet there without anyone noticing. As for the ability of the space fruit, the 5 elders have already made calculations. Although Entei is strong, it is impossible to use the space fruit to transfer all the troops of the Entei pirates to the red line. Devil fruit consumes the physical and mental strength of the ability user. Akainu looked grim and kept thinking. In fact, the current situation is that the troops are divided into 2 places. In fact, the world government and the 5 elders are using their naval headquarters as a target, letting the Entei pirates attack, but now, there is no trace of the Entei pirates at all, and there is no sign that they are going to attack the naval headquarters. Where is it? Entei? Akainu's right fist turned into magma, and he looked at the distance with an angry look. Gulu, 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 naval headquarters, port. Countless bubbles suddenly surged on the sea surface, making the marine officers and soldiers on guard there curious. Then, boom! Along with the terrifying waves, dozens of giant ships wrapped in coating rushed out from the bottom of the sea and stood on the sea surface. Yes, it's the Yan-D pirates. Seeing the ship in the front, many naval headquarters officers and soldiers were terrified. Even the naval headquarters vice admiral, when he saw the ship, his legs softened and fell to the ground. The reason is simple, it is because this ship is the main ship of the Entei pirates fleet. Golden Mary. Not only Golden Mary, there are also the main ships of each squad of the Entei pirates fleet, and the Sunny Sunny of the Straw Hat pirates. Enemy attack. 4 emperors, Entei pirates fleet, Straw Hat pirates, attack. The officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters kept shouting with terrified voices. What? Akainu, who noticed the chaos in the square and rushed over immediately, looked extremely ugly. Surprisingly, he came from the bottom of the sea? Damn it. The man Entei did not use any devil fruit ability at all. Instead, he used the coating to attack from marine to the inside of the naval headquarters. And they were totally unprepared for this. I was completely fooled. Everyone in the world knows that Entei has the power to use all the devil fruit abilities. And during the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Entei also used this power to sneak into Sabaody Archipelago quietly. And also used this power to force the 5 elders to compromise. So we naturally thought that this man would use this power to attack us again this time. But in the end, he did not use any devil fruit abilities, but attacked from marine with a coating. I was completely fooled. Entei, the Marines' think tank, Crane, looked at the naval headquarters, which immediately fell into chaos, with an ugly face, and said with gritted teeth. That man's wisdom can no longer be described as human. Accept this fact, Crane. Beside Crane, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Even he, who obtained the wisdom and spirit of Buddha from the human fruit mythical beast Great Buddha form, was defeated by that man in a battle of wits. That man has wisdom beyond that of Buddha. Advertisement. If you fight against that man, don't expect to see any flaws. Or, that man will definitely use the most incredible method to tear the enemy apart completely. He wanted to say something, but looking at the chaotic naval headquarters, he could only be speechless. Tap. Ta. Ta. Under the horrified gaze of all the officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters, a figure slowly walked to the front of the deck. Naval headquarters, this is really my first time here. The figure looked at the marine base in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yes, it's Yan-D, the strongest man in the world, he appeared. Looking at the figure that appeared, even the naval headquarters vice admiral's legs became weak and screamed in fear. The naval headquarters suddenly became more chaotic. Then, let's start the battle. Move the naval headquarters as fast as possible. If necessary, Nami's thunder fruit ability will reach any place on the battlefield at the fastest speed. Miscellaneous soldiers are not worth Ace and Luffy's physical strength and chi. Kizaru and Akainu can still temporarily hold on with their speed and powerful strength. This is also the reason why Ace wants to become the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet and form a huge army. With the entrance of the Entei Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, naval headquarters began to collapse instantly. At this moment, a terrifying slash appeared out of nowhere. On the deck of the Golden Mary, Nami also followed Ace and watched the battle below. The strength of the person who could make Zoro, who was now close to the combat power of 4 emperors, act like this was extremely amazing even if he was caught off guard. Ace stepped on the deck of the Golden Mary, looking at the chaotic naval headquarters. Haki laughed. That is, a complete loss of value. Not to mention the 2 admiral-level fighters Zoro and Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. The admiral-level fighters of the Entei Pirates alone can do multiple people besieging one person. Swish. Especially Chadon, the weakest among them, was seriously injured in a short time of fighting. He could only rely on the recovery ability of the Phantom Beast body after the awakening of the snake fruit Phantom Beast species snake belt form, using the injury to delay time. Not just Ace. After all, their real enemy is the world government. Even the arrival of the 3 admirals and Akainu himself could not stop the collapse. If this continues, I am afraid that in less than an hour, naval headquarters will be completely wiped out from the sea. Oh, are they out? The Knights of God. as the admiral of the Entei Pirates fleet, the absolute overlord of this era and this sea. As the second in command of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, the strongest person under Ace of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, Nami will also be in charge of the Golden Mary. Ace and Luffy's physical strength and haki should be saved for critical moments. Yes, but at critical moments, he still has the demeanor of the four emperors. Then, countless figures jumped off the ship of the Entei Pirates fleet and rushed to the naval headquarters. Facing a mere naval headquarters, it is not worth it for the emperor to personally go down. Now as a four emperors, Luffy still looks unreliable at ordinary times. Ace stood on the deck, watching everything happening below. Although miscellaneous soldiers are easy to clean up, they also need to consume physical strength and haki. The officers of the Entei Pirates fleet responded one after another. Boom! Zoro, who was caught off guard, took the blowhead on and slid back dozens of meters. He raised his head and looked fiercely at the location of the attack. The current naval headquarters is not qualified for Ace to take action. On the Straw Hat Pirates' Sunny, Luffy is also standing on the deck, watching the battle below. Ace looked into the distance, and the corner of his mouth curled up. But Green Bull and Chadon, who are not strong among the admirals, are extremely embarrassed and constantly injured. Chapter 272. Pluton, the power of Pluto. Are you here? The Knights of God? Ace looked at several figures not far away, and his mouth curled up slightly. The figure in the front was the most eye-catching. Hair like a hook, holding a black famous sword, it was one of the world government's full army lines, all members of which were celestial dragons, the Knights of God. And the leader was Feigeland Gerinsheng, who had just launched a slashing attack and repelled Zoro when Zoro was caught off guard. It's really a long-awaited meeting, Yandy, Portgas d Ace. Gerinsheng held the famous sword and looked at Ace on the deck of the Mary from afar, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up a haki arc. In his eyes, the thick black and purple flashed violently. Boom! Squeak! 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 The powerful Conqueror's haki was released instantly, turning into violent black and purple lightning, roaring wildly around Gerinsheng. It is obvious that Gerinsheng has completely mastered the power of Conqueror's haki entanglement. And the strength of his Conqueror's haki also exceeds that of Zoro. From the attack just launched, Gerinsheng's strength is slightly stronger than Zoro, and has truly reached the Four Emperors level. The direction of Conqueror's haki's influence is clearly pointing to the deck of the Golden Mary, in the direction of Ace. But, such combat power. Huh! A pretty figure turned into a gust of wind and sand, flashed to the front of the formation, looking at Gerinsheng from a distance, and slowly raised an arc on her red lips. The next moment, sizzle! Boom! The terrifying Conqueror's haki formed a violent black and purple lightning that instantly illuminated the sky. With Gerinsheng's pupils constricted, he and his Conqueror's haki collided instantly in the atmosphere. Boom! The violent power made the clouds in the sky begin to roll back crazily. Looking up, it was as if a pair of divine hands were tearing the sky apart. The terrifying airflow formed by the collision actually made the chaotic battlefield pause. Even the naval headquarters vice admiral could not stand in front of this terrifying airflow. He could only stabilize his body awkwardly and looked at the two people who were releasing Conqueror's haki and colliding in horror. The sea area around the naval headquarters also raised waves of terrifying sea waves. The torn sky, the shaking sea, and the trembling earth. This is the collision of Conqueror's haki between two true kings who have fully mastered Conqueror's haki entanglement and possess the strength of four emperors. How can I let you face our king? The arc of the pretty figure's mouth is more and more touching. Desert Princesses Vivi. Garland Sheng looked at the figure that appeared, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Then, his expression became extremely solemn, surprisingly, so strong. This senior cadre of the Yandy pirate fleet is not weaker than him at all. Desert Sword. Vivi did not give Garland Sheng time to think about it. He raised his right hand suddenly, and the sand fruit ability was fully activated. A terrifying desert sword made entirely of sand was formed instantly. Conqueror's haki entanglement. Vivi's beautiful eyes condensed again, and the black and purple lightning of Conqueror's haki roared around Vivi, instantly enveloping the desert sword completely. Buzz. The Four Emperors level Conqueror's haki entanglement, combined with the full power of sand fruit, produced a terrible power fluctuation that distorted the surrounding atmosphere. DS. Gerinsheng did not dare to be careless in the face of such an attack. This is a real Four Emperors level attack. Even if he was hit head-on by this attack, he would be seriously injured. The power of Conqueror's haki entanglement, plus the power of the sword, fully unfolded, breaking out a terrifying black and purple slash. Boom! Vivi and Gerinsheng instantly fought together. The power of the Knights of God is indeed good, and it is not beyond my expectation. Ace stood on the deck, looking at the naval headquarters, which had a respite from the defeat after the appearance of the Knights of God, with a twinkling eye. The strongest in the Knights of God is Gerinsheng, who has the power of four emperors. The rest, there are only a few Admiral-level combat forces, and the rest are Admiral candidate combat forces. Advertisement Admiral-level combat forces are not cabbages, but the real peak combat forces in this sea. Even in the Knights of God, not everyone has Admiral-level combat forces. And the Four Emperors-level combat forces are the ceiling of combat forces in the sea of an era. Only by deciding the true Overlord can one break through the Four Emperors-level combat forces and reach the King-level combat forces. And it is obvious that there is no king-level combat experience in the Knights of God. Even the 4 Emperors-level combat forces are only Garen. As for GL and Shang, Vivi's fighting power is enough to fight him head-on. Today's Vivi is genuine, with a 4 Emperors-level combat experience. As expected, these guys have the ability to fly. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, the devil fruit abilities eaten by the members of the Knights of God are diverse. Paramecia, fantasy beast, ancient species. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they all have the ability to fly. Otherwise, the members of the Knights of God would not eat the devil fruit ability. According to the news Ace has received in recent years, this world will eventually sink into the sea. That's why celestial dragons live on the red line and wear bubble covers. Ordinary celestial dragons think that this is to isolate the air they breathe from ordinary people to highlight their so-called identity as the descendants of the noble creator. But in fact, it is a tool to be able to breathe in the sea after the world sinks. As the real elite among celestial dragons, the Knights of God who have the power to judge celestial dragons, they do not wear bubble covers. And most members do not eat devil fruit. If you eat a devil fruit, then this devil fruit must have the ability to fly. For example, in the God Valley incident, the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form and the meatball fruit ability, which were used as prizes for the winners of the God Knights hunting, are all devil fruit abilities with the ability to fly. And if a devil fruit ability does not have the ability to fly, then even if it is a rare Logia or a mythical beast devil fruit, the God Knights will not eat it, but will give it to subordinate organizations such as Marine to improve the combat power of their organizations. However, the God Knights alone are not enough. Ace looked at the battlefield, with a slight smile on his face. Boom. After the God Knights appeared, the cadres of the Entei Pirates Grand Fleet, who had been holding back a little, immediately raised their explosive power to a higher level. The defeat was stopped because of the appearance of the Knights of God, and they ran towards the defeat again. Damn. These monsters. How can they be so strong? Chaton looked extremely ugly, looking at the person fighting with him in front of him. Silent Swordsman, Tashigi, Bounty, 850 million Baileys. Among the cadres of the Yandi Pirates, this person can only be said to be at the bottom of the ranking. But as soon as the battle started, Chaton was completely confused. Is this the cadre at the bottom of the ranking? It is clearly an admiral-level combat power stronger than him. The transparent fruit has awakened, and after it is fully released, even his observation Haki can't capture any of his movements. What's more terrifying is that this person has forged his saber into a black sword. It's clearly a great swordsman, and a great swordsman with a black sword that he has forged. The terrifying slash he issued, even if he transformed into the mythical beast species he ate, the snake fruit mythical beast species snake belt form of the mythical beast body, could not resist this terrifying damage. What's even worse is that he couldn't catch its movements and could only passively take the beating. If this continues, it won't be long before he dies at Tashigi's hands. Damn it, how can the people of the Entei Pirates be so strong? While fighting with Vivi, observation Haki of Garen Sheng also caught the situation on the battlefield. Although he knew that the Entei Pirates were strong, he didn't know how strong they were until the full-scale war. Now, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, plus the Marshal Akainu. And they also transferred Magellan, the warden of the undersea prison and the poison fruit user with admiral-level combat power, to this battlefield. Plus the elites of their Knights of God, all concentrated on this battlefield. According to Garen Sheng and his original prediction, even if they were defeated, they should be on par with them. But the result was that the situation was almost one-sided. If this continued, the weaker admiral-level combat forces, such as Chaton and Green Bull, would not be able to hold on for long and would be killed by the cadres of the Entei Pirates. The admiral-level combat forces possessed by the cadres of the Entei Pirates were far beyond his imagination. What was even more terrifying were the 2 emperors. The Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, and the Entei, Portgas D. Ace, had not yet made a move. This couldn't go on any longer. Advertisement Garen Sheng cursed inwardly and had to make a backup move. Pacifist. Garen Sheng used a desperate slash to temporarily distance himself from Vivi, and then shouted angrily. Pa, pa. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, dozens of huge figures slowly appeared. All of them were bears, and in front of these pacifists were 7 figures that looked a little young. Black wings, burning flames, the appearance of Tien Jiahai. The strongest weapon developed by the world government's strongest scientist, Vegapunk, is the strongest weapon in the world, the Seraph. Backquote, is this the pacifist? Behind Ace and Nami, Bonnie looked at the pacifist, and a trace of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. Bonnie's normal strength can only be said to be average. Bonnie's real strength is to use the ability of the Sway fruit to distort the power of future Nika, and then use it to transform into Nika, so that she has extremely powerful combat power. This power must be used at a critical moment. At this time, it is naturally impossible to let Penny fight on the battlefield. So, Bonnie also stayed with Ace. At this time, Bonnie looked at the pacifist, and her beautiful eyes were full of anger. These war weapons that look like her father are completely weapons made by using her father's body as an experiment. These bastards taste the power of the pacifist. Garen Sheng shouted angrily, I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the sky, a huge and terrifying ship slowly emerged from the atmosphere. So, he killed him cleanly and took away his lion fruit ability. The corner of Crane's mouth was also extremely bitter. Garland Shang roared, and the two famous swords owned by Golden Lion can also improve Gion's combat power. The right hand suddenly had a fishy smell, Garland's pupils. Ace also laughed, and Golden Lion is not someone who can be tamed easily, so Ace will naturally not waste too much energy. This is, buzz. The huge and ferocious cannon made a terrifying noise. But it was obviously too late. The direction pointed by the cannon is exactly the pacifist. The huge cannon that is so terrifying that it cannot be described in words. Actually, use the transparent fruit to hide, Pluton, and the hiding place is not the sea, but the sky. Boom. One of the three ancient weapons, Pluton, Pluto. The pacifists and the seraphim were completely submerged. This allows Pluton, Pluto to float in the air. Such a huge and terrifying ship is floating in the sky above the naval headquarters without anyone noticing. In terms of wits, he was completely crushed. The ability of Lion Fruit is still a pretty good Devil Fruit ability. Although he had made a decision, he was defeated by that man again in the Battle of Wits, which made Sengoku, who had eaten the human fruit mythical beast Buddha form, feel extremely bitter. Who would have thought that the ability of the transparent fruit was not used to hide the whereabouts of the Yandy pirates' fleet, but to cover up Pluton's whereabouts? With the Lion Fruit ability, Pluton floated in the sky, and no matter how hard they thought, they could not think of a single layer. Golden Lion's Lion Fruit ability. Marines, Jouda's brain, Marine Chief of Staff the moment he saw Pluto appear, his pupils shrank sharply, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. As for taming, an old and weak Golden Lion who lost his legs is not of much value to Ace now. Golden Lion was also killed by Ace during his preparations and his Devil Fruit ability was taken away. The transparent fruit concealed not only the traces of Pluton. Damn it, pacifists, all get out of the cold, but also the fluctuations of Pluton before charging a powerful attack. The most frightening thing is the center of the ship. There was a bitterness on the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Advertisement Chapter 273, Remember the fear of being dominated. Boom. The terrifying energy fluctuations instantly submerged all the pacifists and seraphim. The terrifying energy even caused a terrible earthquake in the entire naval headquarters. Spider web-like cracks in the ground continued to spread. Even the naval headquarters building began to collapse under this terrifying spread. In front of this terrifying energy fluctuation, even the naval headquarters vice admiral could only dodge in fear. Once they were caught in the core of the energy fluctuation, let alone the naval headquarters vice admiral. Even the admiral of headquarters would be skinned if they didn't die. This is one of the three ancient weapons, the power of a shot from Pluto. Under this energy fluctuation, the cadres of the Yandy pirates fleet, the three admirals of the naval headquarters and Marine Marshal Akainu, as well as the Knights of God, could only suspend the truce and retreat to a safe area, watching the direction of the energy fluctuation. But the difference is that the officers of the Entei pirates fleet already knew the battle plan, so they evacuated to a safe area in advance and looked at the direction of the energy fluctuations with pride. The Knights of God, the three admirals of the naval headquarters and Akainu, as well as the powerful fighting forces under the world government such as Magellan, were not prepared at all. Although they were not involved in the core area of the energy fluctuations because of the fight with the officers of the Entei pirates fleet, they were also a little embarrassed. And they looked at the direction of the energy fluctuations with a very ugly face. Pacifists, Seraphim, that is a powerful weapon they use to deal with the Entei pirates fleet. Ordinary pacifists can release the laser formed by Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability. Although the single attack ability is insufficient, if 10 or even dozens of pacifists attack together, even admiral-level strongmen have to be careful. And Seraphim, needless to say. The 7 warlords of the sea genes were extracted, and then the body was created using the blood of the Lunaria tribe. Then the green blood developed by Vegapunk allowed the Seraphim to use the power of the Paramecia devil fruit, making these weapons far stronger than ordinary pacifists. 717 can even fight against admiral-level warriors. The Seraphim are the strongest humans created with science and technology. 7 Seraphim. That is 7 powerful forces that can fight against admiral-level warriors. Adding many ordinary pacifists, this is why the world government is confident that it can fight against the Entei pirates fleet by only sending the Knights of God, and the 5 elders do not need to come immediately. After all, the 5 elders are not completely ignorant of the current situation of the Entei pirates fleet, but because Ace can use all the powers of the devil fruit. They still don't know much about the most core preparations for the Entei pirates fleet for this war. In war, intelligence and trump cards are the most important. How could both sides throw out all their trump cards at the beginning of the war? That would leave them no way out or backhands. Once the trump cards are invalid, they will face a tragic defeat. That is why the 5 elders did not come immediately. But who could have known that the combat power of the officers of the Entei pirates grand fleet was far beyond the initial budget of the 5 elders. Even Tashigi, the silent swordsman, who ranked low among the officers of the Entei pirates grand fleet, had practiced to the level of a great swordsman, and even trained the famous sword, Yanma, in his hand into a black sword. You should know that there are only 3 confirmed black swords on the sea now. They are the supreme sword in the hands of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, the black sword, Yo. Wanakuna's national treasure, now in the hands of the Entei pirates, one of the 21 great swords, the black sword, Shisui. And, one of the 5 elders, Izumbaran v Nisujiro, one of the 12 supreme swords, the Black Sword first generation Kitetsu. Even the sword of the former Pirate King Gold D. Roger, one of the 12 supreme swords, Ace. And Whitebeard, Edward Newgate's sword, also one of the supreme swords, Kusukom Kiri, have not been forged into a black sword. And now, there is another black sword on the sea. One of the 12 great swords, the Black Sword, Aedd, Yanma, forged by the silent swordsman, Tashigi. The black sword can make the swordsman's attack more sharp. And using the black sword forged by oneself, the strength bonus to the swordsman is even greater to a terrifying degree. A casual strike, even the most ordinary slash, can exert extremely terrifying power. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye is like this. And Tashigi, who has his own black sword, plus the power of the awakening of the transparent fruit, is now absolutely top-notch even among the admiral-level combat forces. The best proof is that he forced the Admiral of Headquarters to such a point alone. Although Chatten is not strong, he was promoted to Admiral of Headquarters by eating the devil fruit of the snake fruit mythical beast snake belt form. But no matter what, he is also an admiral, and with the help of the world government, Chatten's snake fruit mythical beast snake belt form has been awakened. So although Chatten is not strong, he is much stronger than Zephyr, who became the Admiral of Headquarters only by relying on armament hockey and martial arts. Advertisement, but still, he was extremely embarrassed by Tashigi's Black Blade, Yanmazan. Originally, in the eyes of 5 elders, Tashigi, who ranked very low in the Entei pirates fleet, had such terrible strength. Not to mention the cadres of other Entei pirates fleet. The overall strength of the cadres of the Entei pirates fleet far exceeded the expectations of 5 elders and others. Even if the Knights of God who had been deployed here took action, they could not prevent the defeat of naval headquarters. That's why the pacifists and seraphim were sent out in advance. But then, Pluto suddenly appeared and completely submerged the pacifists and seraphim. This made 5 elders, who used some means to watch the situation of the battlefield from afar, grit his teeth at this moment, and his face was extremely ugly. Entei. That man first used his ability to use all the devil fruit abilities to accomplish several great things. Such as the Sabaody Archipelago incident, using this ability to quietly sneak into Sabaody Archipelago and conduct a public trial of celestial dragons. And then at the end of the Sabaody Archipelago incident, using this ability to force the 5 elders to make concessions. After that, after pushing 2-4 emperors, Kaido and Charlotte, Lin off the throne and taking everything from the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates under his command. He continued to use this ability to deepen their impression of his ability. For example, that man often used the ability of the space fruit to allow the cadres of the Entei pirates to descend to various places in the world. And he also used the ability of the transparent fruit to allow the cadres of the revolutionary army to quietly sneak into various kingdoms. These actions undoubtedly deepened their fear of Entei's ability. Naturally, the 5 elders must be on high alert against Emperor Yan's terrifying ability. In case this man uses this ability to appear in unexpected places and launch attacks. For this reason, their world government has also made many preparations and prepared many backup plans. But who could have known that this man did not use this ability to attack at all, but used the coding to launch a surprise attack from the bottom of the sea? Just when they thought that this man just did not want to consume his physical strength in advance because of the large-scale activation of the devil fruit ability. This man actually used the ability of the transparent fruit and the ability of the lion fruit to completely cover up the traces of Pluto. At the moment when the pacifist and the seraph appeared, Pluto immediately launched a terrible attack. This chain of strategies reminded the 5 elders of the situation during the Sabaody Archipelago incident, when they were controlled by the Flaming Emperor with wisdom, and forced step by step to retreat, and the unprecedented termination of the Buster Call. Damn it! Flaming Emperor, who? I don't know how long it took, the energy fluctuations gradually subsided. But, damn it, the scene that appeared was not the least bit unexpected. Garland Shang watched all this with an ugly face, under the blow of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. They, the important human weapons of the world government, the pacifists, the seraphim, all destroyed. Completely, they were tricked. Looking at the sky, because of the ability of lion fruit, floating in the air, Garland Shang's forehead also had countless cold bead. Buzz. The space beside Ace was slightly distorted. A petite figure slowly appeared from the gap in space. My concubine, am I not dead? One of the seraphim created with Hancock's genes, Snake, looked at everything around him blankly. How? Do you want to follow me? Advertisement Ace looked at Snake, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yes, if you want, my concubine is willing. Looking blankly at Ace, Snake's little face turned red, and then covered her little face and said shyly. It's really strange, why can't I disobey your orders, what is this feeling? Snake covered her red face and twisted her cute body. Nami looked at Snake and moved her red lips, this look is exactly like Hancock. Snake must have never seen Ace, but she fell in love with Ace at once. And Snake was cloned with Hancock's genes. Could it be that Hancock's love for Ace has penetrated into his genes? Nami looked at Snake and her beautiful eyes moved slightly. It seems a bit romantic, is my love for Ace deep in my genes? Nami is also very curious about this. After a while, Nami's red lips suddenly lifted and smiled slightly. At least, Nami is confident that her love for Ace is not inferior to anyone else. But, damn, I was forced to this point at the beginning. Completely different from the comfort of Ace. At this moment, GL and Shang only felt the shame of ultimate. As the leader of the Knights of God, how prominent is his status? Even celestial dragons have the absolute power to judge and execute. And he has always been the best among celestial dragons. Whether in the hunting war of celestial dragons or in the Valley of God incident, he is the absolute leader of the Knights of God. It is because of this that he became the leader of the Knights of God. However, in today's war, it was only a short fight, and he was forced to such a point by that man. Even, that man did not really make a move, but only a few strategies, and forced naval headquarters and their Knights of God to such a point. Even their world government's powerful weapons, the pacifists and seraphim, were completely destroyed because of this. In terms of personal strength, let alone fighting that man, he didn't even touch the second in command of the Entei pirates, the little thief, Nami, and was blocked by the desert princess, Vivi. Shame. This is an absolute shame for him, the leader of the Knights of God. But what's more tragic is that after losing the pacifist and the seraph in the man's strategy, the power in his hands is completely unable to compete with the Entei pirates' fleet. In this battle, it can be said that he, as a leader, has been defeated miserably. Kill them all. Ace looked at the Knights of God, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, and the Marine Marshal Akainu, plus the admiral-level combat power, Magellan, Haki, who were drawn from the undersea prison, and laughed. With this little combat power, if the Entei pirates' fleet attacked with all its strength, it would be defeated quickly. The reason why we hid some of our combat power at the beginning and didn't defeat them immediately was to wipe out the pacifists and seraphim in one fell swoop. The large number of pacifists plus the 6 seraphim who can fight against admiral-level combat power in addition to the S-snakes have too much impact on the war. We must wipe them out in one fell swoop, damn it. Akainu's face was extremely ugly. Boom. At this moment, a familiar magic circle appeared at the naval headquarters. Are you here? 5 elders, and, I am, Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 274. 4 Sacred Beasts, versus 5 Elders, damn it. Akainu's expression was extremely ugly at this moment, and his clenched fists were bulging with veins. He never thought that the naval headquarters would be so easily forced to this point by that man. Akainu knew that he was no match for the man named Entei, and he had already prepared to target other officers of the Entei pirate fleet as the main target. But Akainu never expected that he would be stopped by the former Marine Admiral candidate, Jumping Rabbit Gion, before he even met those officers of the Entei pirate fleet who were famous in the sea. The devil fruit that Gion ate was the same as the devil fruit that Kaido of the Beasts ate, now the Dragon King Sabo. The fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, and the cat fruit mythical beast, which is said to have the strongest attack power among the mythical beasts, is the white plain form. Before this war, Gion, who had joined the Entei pirates, did not take action many times. As for the ability of this devil fruit, which is said to have the strongest offensive power, he, the Marine Marshal, did not know much. After all, even in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there are not many introductions to the abilities of these top devil fruits. So, before this war, Gion was not ranked high among the cadres of the Entei pirates. But after the battle started today, the person who came straight to Akainu was the former admiral candidate, Momoshage Gion. Originally, facing Gion's attack, Akainu still had a slight sneer on his face, ready to clean up this marine traitor for Marine. But who could have known that once they fought, this admiral candidate who had not even been promoted to Marine Admiral, burst out with strength that was no less than him. You know, although there are only 2 words between Admiral candidate and Admiral, and it sounds like there are limited Admiral places, once there is a vacancy, Admiral candidates can be promoted to Admiral. But in fact, the gap between the 2 sides is extremely huge. Admiral candidates are just a kind of affirmation for those who are stronger than the Senior Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. But in the history of Marine, there are very few examples of Admiral candidates being promoted to Admiral. For example, if it weren't for the accident of Entei, which caused the world government to let him eat the very rare mythical beast devil fruit, Chatten might never be promoted to Admiral of Headquarters in his life. Even if he was promoted, he would still be at the bottom among the admirals. And he, Akainu, is a Marine Marshal, a strong man who can fight head-on with the top 4 emperors. When he was an Admiral of Headquarters, he was the strongest Admiral of Headquarters, but in the end, he was evenly matched with Momoshage Gion, who was once an insignificant Admiral candidate in his eyes. The ability of the cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form is to transform the metal in the weapon, or the killing aura, into a special strong wind, which is extremely powerful. Especially when combined with the killing aura produced by the famous swords owned by the Flame Emperor pirates, the power is even more exaggerated than his lava fruit. Although the cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form is known as the #1 attack of the mythical beast. But his lava fruit, in the introduction of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, is the 3rd in attack power among all devil fruits. It is also for this reason that Akainu can fight head-on with the peak 4 emperors without the power of Conqueror's Haki-point entanglement. Under normal circumstances, even if this cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form can use the killing aura of the famous sword to increase its own attack power, there should be an upper limit. All devil the power of fruit has its limits. Even the cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form, which can use external forces to strengthen itself, has its upper limit. The upper limit is that it can never exceed his lava fruit in terms of attack power. Just like his lava fruit, it can never break through the temperature and power of the magma produced by nature. Kuzan's frozen fruit can't break through the natural freezing limit of nature, it's the same. Devil fruits all have their own upper limits, and the reason why this cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form can surpass his lava fruit is only 10 reasons. That is the work of that man, the strongest demon fruit power in history, Entei. The man who could develop the lower devil fruit ability of the lava fruit he ate, the Mera fruit, towards the sun, and turned the Mera fruit into the upper devil fruit ability of his lava fruit. Now, he has even increased the attack power of the cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form eaten by Gion to a level that exceeds his lava fruit. That is why he was stopped by Gion. In the Sabadi archipelago incident, although Akainu was defeated, he at least faced the leader of the Entei pirates, his servant. At that time, the other officers of the Entei pirates' Grand Fleet did not even have the qualifications to fight with Akainu. Advertisement, but how long has it been? Not to mention the Entei who has become the absolute super overlord of this era. He did not even fight against the second in command of the Entei pirates' Grand Fleet and those long-established officers. But was stopped by Gion. How could this not break Akainu's defense? In particular, Marine was once again crushed by the wisdom of the man Entei. Even this crushing was even more thorough than in the original Sabadi archipelago incident. At the beginning, Entei at least entered the game with his body. But today, just a few simple wisdoms almost broke the naval headquarters, which is now led by him. Even the pacifists and seraphim were annihilated. In one fell swoop, naval headquarters lost an enormous amount of battle experience. That was 7 powerful forces that could fight against admiral-level forces. Adding a large number of pacifists, this terrible loss almost distorted Akainu's face. The loss was so tragic, there was no power to resist at all. It was countless times more tragic than the marine led by Sengoku. This cruel fact made Akainu completely unacceptable. Especially when he saw the familiar 5-pointed star magic circle light up at naval headquarters. This was originally the 5 elders who would descend according to the situation after pulling all the forces of the Entei pirates' large fleet off the battlefield. It turned out that they could no longer control the situation and had to choose to descend less than an hour after the war started. There is no doubt that their naval headquarters has been defeated miserably in this war. Such a situation made Akainu's facial expression extremely distorted and hideous. 5 elders. Ace looked at the 5 familiar monster figures that appeared with black flames and lightning, and his mouth curled up slightly. Science Defense God of War, Saint Jago Lucia Satan, Yuki. Environment God of War, Saint Marcus Moshe, Saint Azumadan. Legal God of War, Saint Topman Vokuli, Saint Fengshi. Finance God of War, Saint Isumbaran V. Nasujiro, Saint Matugong. Agricultural God of War, Saint Shepherd Tenpit, Sandworm. Looking at these 5 familiar monster figures, Ace's eyes flickered slightly. Once, in Sabadi Archipelago, after the 5 elders came, even though he had already mastered the Zanhuo style, he used all his strength and wisdom to pull the red hair pirates, whitebeard pirates, and Kaido of the beasts off the battlefield. Even the marines became his bargaining chips. In addition, he was able to use the gate fruit freely and appear at any time and place, forcing the 5 elders to compromise. At that time, he was the only one in the Entei pirates who could fight these monsters. But now, it's completely different. Pa. Ace looked at the monster figure transformed by the 5 elders and clapped his hands. Roar. Kai. Dex. As Ace clapped his hands, the roar of tigers, the roar of dragons, the cry of birds, and the cry of turtles sounded at the same time. 4 mythical beasts, even larger than the 5 elders, appeared in front of Gosei. The user of the fish fruit, the mythical beast species, the azure dragon form, the dragon king, Sabo. The user of the cat fruit, the mythical beast species, the white tiger form, Momosagi, Gion. The user of the bird fruit, the mythical beast species, the Suzaku form, the firebird, Lackey. The user of the turtle fruit, the mythical beast species, the black tortoise form, the black arm, Z. The 4 most powerful mythical beast species, the devil fruit, the 4 sacred beasts, versus the monsters, the 5 elders. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Roar. Advertisement. The 4 most powerful mythical beasts roared terribly at the 5 elders, who looked extremely ugly. A whole, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, damn it. Satan looked at the 4 top-level devil fruits facing them, each of which was more than 10 times their size, and his face was extremely ugly. 1 top-level demon fruit power was already very troublesome. After all, the top fantasy beast species devil fruit, each has its own will. It is extremely difficult to get 1, and to get 4, what a joke. Making the power of the 4 top fantasy beast species devil fruit increase exponentially. Even the 5 elders felt like cursing at this moment. The 4 top-level fantasy beasts devil fruit, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise have combined. Turtle fruit, fantasy beast species, black tortoise form, which allows the ability user to use the dark water from the netherworld. Even if they go to collect them, they will find nothing. And the ability of Azure Dragon to control natural elements can also allow the fish fruit, fantasy beast species, Azure Dragon form ability user to control the special abilities of the other 3 fantasy beasts. There was a connection between these 4 top-level devil fruits. However, because of the outbreak of the Valley of Gods incident, the situation at that time was in chaos. But this situation has never happened in history. Combined with the fact that they have been searching for the human fruit mythical beast species Nika form for 800 years without success, but it was accidentally obtained by a small team. The fish fruit dragon blue dragon form was originally obtained by their world government, and it was used as a prize for the highest hunting score of the Knights of God in the Valley of Gods. If you master the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, it will be an absolute 4 Emperors level combat force. As a result, now this guy has gathered the abilities of the 4 top-level devil fruits. What was even more terrifying was that the 5 elders knew a secret about these 4 top-level devil fruits. A roar roared out from the giant mouth of the Azure Dragon that Sabo transformed into. Although they were powerful and even had the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Cat fruit, fantasy beast species, white tiger form, which allows the ability user to use the killing aura of the weapon and transform it into attack power. Among the fantasy beast species, the most amazing white tiger gangfang. 4 sacred beasts. Unite. After that, their world government never obtained such a level of devil fruit ability again. And then through red hair, this strongest devil fruit has been loved by Straw Hat Boy, Monkey, D. Luffy. Nasu Sholang's weird eyes were also full of bloodshot. And now, they had to face 4 at the same time, but unfortunately, each zone devil fruit contains its will. Not to mention the 4 mythical beast species devil fruit craftsmen who are the top among countless devil fruits. We spent a lot of effort to get a fish fruit dragon vermilion bird form, and finally let Kaido eat it. It can give the ability user the special power to control natural elements. They even suspect that the fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form was deliberately obtained by them. The purpose is to welcome its upcoming master Kaido. In the end, the fish fruit dragon blue dragon form was taken away by Charlotte Lin, who had died in the hands of Entei, and then given to Kaido, who also died in the hands of Entei. You know, any one of these 4 top-level mythical beast species devil fruit can create a top-level admiral-level combat force. Bird fruit, fantasy beast species, Suzaku form, which allows the ability user to use the Suzaku flame that can purify everything. But now, these 4 top-level mythical beast species devil fruit all the fruit powers were acquired by the man named Yan D. The connection was in these 4 top-level devil fruits. Among all fruits, the strongest fish shooting fantasy beast species, Azure Dragon form. They had no way to deal with the 4 top-level devil fruits, which were awakened devil fruits. But now, the cruel reality is in front of them. Chapter 275. Uranus starts, Yim takes action. 4 sacred beasts. Unite. Sabo, who had transformed into a blue dragon-shaped phantom beast, let out a loud roar. After the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form awakened, the power given to Sabo that could control all natural elements was fully activated. The Suzaku-shaped phantom beast body transformed by Lackey was instantly wrapped in the Suzaku flames. The strange flames seemed to purify everything in the world, emitting a terrifying aura. The white tiger-shaped phantom beast body transformed by Gion used all its strength to transform the murderous aura of the famous swords owned by the Yandi pirates into white tiger winds. The white tiger winds, which exuded the ultimate murderous aura, wrapped around the body of the white tiger phantom beast of Gion. The terrifying winds, which were sharp to the ultimate, made the atmosphere seem to be cut, emitting a sharp and piercing sound. The Xuanwu-shaped fantasy beast body that Z transformed into actually opened a door above it. It seemed to be the gate of the underworld from the netherworld. From this gate of the underworld, extremely thick water of the underworld continued to gush out. This was completely dark and strange water. It was the water of the underworld that the turtle fruit mythical beast species Xuanwu form ability user could control after awakening. Not only was it extremely thick, it also exuded the icy experience of Seo Yu's soul. And with Sabo's roar, the ability to control the natural elements of the fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form was fully activated. The Suzaku flame, white tiger strong wind, and Xuanwu water around Lackey, Gion, and Z increased their power. It actually perfectly merged with their fantasy beast bodies. The terrifying power made the 5 elders look extremely ugly. This is the power of 4 top-level devil fruits. Using the strongest of the 4 top-level devil fruits, the fish fruit dragon form, which can control all natural elements, as a link. The special abilities of the other 3 top-level devil fruits, the cat fruit white tiger form, the bird fruit Suzaku form, and the turtle fruit black tortoise form, are unlimited. And the fish fruit dragon form users can also use the power of the white tiger wind, the Suzaku flame, and the black tortoise water to strengthen themselves. The 4 top-level devil fruits, the combined power of the fruits is the strongest moment for the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form, and the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form. This is the most important reason why the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form is undoubtedly the most powerful devil fruit among the 4 top-level devil fruits. Damn. They really know how to use this power. Satan looked at the 4 mighty devil fruits and turned into Gyuki, and his strange eyes were full of anger and solemnity. The secret that the 4 top-level devil fruits can only exert their full power when they work together is only known by very few people in this world. Because this is a secret that is not even recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In addition, it is almost impossible to gather these 4 top-level devil fruits in this sea, and they are obtained by the same force. This secret is naturally unknown to the sea, but what they were facing was a man who could use all the powers of devil fruit, and could even use the power of devil fruit to exceed the power of devil fruit itself, the strongest demon fruit power in history. If that man didn't know how to use the power of these 4 top-level devil fruits, even the 5 stars wouldn't believe it. When these 4 top-level devil fruits appeared at the same time, they felt extremely bad, but they still had a little bit of luck in their hearts. Unfortunately, just like the Sabo archipelago incident, they still couldn't get what they wanted. The power of the 4 top-level devil fruits was fully exerted under the connection of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form of Dragon King Sabo, and the power was even beyond their imagination. If it's one-on-one, the 5 elders are not afraid of Sabo and others. Even because of the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, they have to suppress Sabo and others. Plus they have 5 people, Sabo, Lackey, Gion, and Z, who can't stop them at all. But now, the situation is completely different. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these 4 top-level fantasy beasts, their power is completely unified, and their respective power limits are increased. The current situation is that the 5 of them, even with the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, can't break through the encirclement of these 4 fantasy beasts in a short time. How long has it been? Poseidon looked at the figure on the deck of the Golden Mary not far away. His face was extremely ugly. Advertisement back in Sabo archipelago, this man had to rely on the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, 2 complete 4 Emperors pirates, and 1 4 Emperors to compete with their world government, and that was when their world government did not send out pacifists, Seraphim, and the Knights of God. In the end, they were threatened by this man's key ability to use all the devil fruit abilities and reach any corner of the world with the gate fruit at any time, and they temporarily compromised and chose to cease fire. But what about now? It's only been an hour since the war started. The important human weapons of their world government, pacifists and Seraphim, were all destroyed. The Knights of God, Naval headquarters, and the warden combination of the undersea prison were all defeated. And their 5 elders had to come early, but before the man could make a move, they were blocked by the 4 most powerful mythical beasts under his command. That most terrifying man, Entei, he hasn't made a move yet. Also, the man's younger brother, the user of the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, Straw Hat Boy, Monku D. Luffy, who is also one of the 4 emperors, hasn't made a move yet. The world government has been forced to this point. How could the power of that man's subordinates improve so fast? You don't seem to have a chance to be distracted. Just when the 5 elders looked grim, Sabo's faint laughter made the 5 elders' weird eyes suddenly change. Then, Sabo and his 4 companions launched a full-force attack on the 5 elders. Although the combined power of the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, the cat fruit mythical beast white tiger form, the bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form, and the turtle fruit mythical beast black tortoise form is very powerful. But there is no power in this world that can be obtained without reason. Being powerful to the limit also means that the physical consumption of the 4 of them has reached a terrible level. Although Sabo and his 4 companions have completed the awakening of the devil fruit, as the top-level mythical beast demon fruit power, their physical strength and recovery ability have reached an extremely terrifying level after awakening. Just like Kaido in the original work, facing the round-robin battles, he still stood firm, and his ability to sustain a long-term battle was no worse than that after the awakening of the Logia demon fruit power. And there is also Kaya's healing field, which can provide them with help. But physical strength and energy have their limits after all. Under this high load consumption, Sabo and his team must also cherish every moment of fighting time. Damn it. Break through them. Vokori, Nasujiro, who turned into a horsebone, now turned into a half-beast form. His upper body returned to human form, holding the first-generation Kitetsu, and roared at Vokori, who turned into Fengshi, on the side. There are also strong and weak among the 5 elders. Nasujiro and Vokori are the 2 strongest among the 5. Nasujiro is a swordsman, mastering the first-generation Kitetsu, and the mobility provided by the horsebone makes Nasujiro's combat power extremely terrifying. For swordsmen, even the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, the power of close-range slashing with a knife is the greatest. Although the flying slash is also very powerful and causes a large range of damage, it can cut through mountains. But in a one-on-one situation, it is naturally not as powerful as slashing with a knife directly. The strong men who fight against the swordsman are also very clear about this, so in the fight, they would rather take the swordsman's flying slash than fight with the swordsman in close range. The terrifying mobility brought to Nasujiro by the horsebone can ensure that he can get close to the enemy and use the first-generation Kitetsu to ruthlessly cut the enemy. Moreover, the horsebone can also wrap the special cold air unique to the horsebone around the blade, making his first-generation Kitetsu even more lethal. And Vokori, his Fengshi, is the strongest monster among the 5, the ability itself is the strongest. In addition, Vokori's Conqueror's Haki is also the strongest among the 5. In terms of combat power, it is not inferior to Nasujiro at all. The 2 strongest people among the 5 elders, as the sharp knife among the 5, tried to break through the blockade of Sabo and the other 4. Boom. The four most powerful fantasy beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. And the five great monsters, Yuki, Izuna Tenma, Fengshi, Sandworm, and Horsebone, collided with a bang. A hole, Yandy, advertisement, damn it, are the five elders all held back? Dark Ranger. Yishao. That knife is one of the 12 supreme swords, Gambler's Fireline. Boom. Sure enough, you can't help it, I am. At this moment, the sky began to change drastically. In this kind of war, it is extremely stupid to consume power in advance. Just now, I was taken care of by you. Even the fantasy beasts didn't fully unfold their bodies, but only fought with them in human form. When the cadres of the Yandy pirates fleet fought with them just now, they didn't have such power at all. Clang. Shame. Looking at the unsheathed staff knife in Yishao's hand, Garen's face became even uglier. Galen looked at the figure in the distance with an ugly face. One of the three ancient weapons, Uranus, activate. As a result, they lost all the pacifists and seraphim in the first place. Don't be too arrogant, pirate hunter, do you want to fight me alone? A pair of eyes that seemed to come from hell stared at Garen, revealing a smile like a devil. The pirate hunter and the dark ranger, these two great swordsmen who stood at the top of the sea, joined forces. Even he felt the headache of ultimate. Garen's observation haki spread quickly, and then his face became even uglier. The situation became extremely bad. The cadres of the Yandy pirates' fleet all burst out with combat power far beyond what they had just seen. And they began to besiege the Knights of God and the three admirals of the naval headquarters. From this siege, it can be seen that the Yandy pirates' fleet no longer held back and began to besiege their Knights of God and naval headquarters. They wanted to quickly reduce their combat power. Surprisingly, they were forced to this point. Although he was angry, Garen had no other choice at this time. He could only face the siege of Zoro and Shao. Sure enough, the five elders did not use the immortal body again. Ace stared at the battlefield with a slight smile on his face. After knowing that the immortality of the five elders came from the ability of I Am and Bavamil, Ace no longer took it to heart. Absolute shame. Then, add me. These guys didn't even use their full calendar just now. Galen looked at the five elders blocked by Sabo and the other four, and his face was extremely ugly. A faint voice came, making Garen's face even more embarrassed. Aren't you showing up yet? For a moment, the terrifying energy fluctuations burst out instantly, and no one could break through the blockade of anyone else. Hey, do you have time to look somewhere else? The purpose is probably to draw out their prepared backup step by step. After a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Garen looked at Zoro with an extremely ugly face. Because as long as it is an ability, it will consume Ain's power when it is activated. Zoro exuded his unique ghost spirit. Although the pirate hunter is strong, he is still inferior to him. At this time, Ace raised his head and looked at the sky. Three knives wrapped with Conqueror's haki swung down fiercely, and Lin blocked them with his knives. Chapter 276. Dark Fruit Ability, Activate, Boom. The sky above naval headquarters began to change dramatically. Because of the collision between the five elders and Sabo, the Entei pirates, the Straw Hat pirates, and the three admirals, marshals, and the Knights of God of naval headquarters, the airflow began to roll back, as if the sky was torn apart. And it began to roll violently at this time. The mysterious red energy was constantly rolling in the sky. The red rolling power was similar to thunder and flames, but it did not belong to either of these two natural disasters. This terrifying energy that seemed to be different from any natural energy in this world gave people a power that could destroy everything. One of the three ancient weapons, Uranus. In the original work, it was a terrifying ancient weapon that instantly wiped the kingdom of Lulusha off the map and caused the sea level to rise. Boom. The terrifying energy began to gather above Ace. Oh, Ace raised his eyes and looked at the terrifying energy that could completely destroy an island with one strike. In his eyes, the red color representing ultimate observation haki and the light of the fruit of time flashed suddenly. What a boring trick, I am. Ace looked at the surging red energy, which burst out from the clouds instantly. But the target was not himself, but one of the three ancient weapons, just now destroyed the pacifist and the seraphs, Pluto with one strike. Buzz. But before the attack of Uranus arrived, the huge hull of Pluto was sucked into the space gap with a distortion of space. Luffy. Ace looked at the Uranus that had missed. Uranus's attack continued to hit the naval headquarters. The range naturally included the cadres of the Entei pirates' Grand Fleet and the Senbu of the Straw Hat pirates. But Ace didn't even raise his eyelids, just said lightly. He. Luffy, standing on the deck of the Sunny, showed a bright smile of joy. 07. Boom. 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 Luffy's heart, like the sound of a liberated drum, made a special sound. Along with this sound, Luffy's body began to change rapidly. Clothes, hair, eyebrows, everything about Luffy turned white. Behind him, a flame cloud like a ribbon was wrapped around Luffy. Human fruit mythical beast Nika form, awakened. Swoosh. Luffy disappeared instantly and came to the center of the naval headquarters. Give me, go back. Luffy laughed and grabbed the ground with both hands. The next moment, the ground of naval headquarters began to shake, and it turned into rubber in an instant. Moreover, this was not ordinary rubber, but a special rubber that could integrate Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and the rubber body of the same boat. This kind of rubber can bounce back even the full strength attack of the four emperors. Hey! Luffy exerted force and lifted the ground of naval headquarters that had turned into rubber, forming a huge rubber pad. The next moment, Uranus's attack instantly collided with the huge rubber pad, but then, as if playing, it was bounced away by the huge rubber pad. Then, Uranus's attack fell into the far sea. Boom! The terrifying energy completely exploded at this moment. In the sea, a huge and terrible cavity was formed instantly, and it lasted for a long time. Even the sea, the mother of nature, could not fill it in a short time when facing the ocean cavity caused by this terrible energy. Although this terrible energy fluctuation had been ejected by Luffy to the far sea, it still caused the entire naval headquarters to shake violently. The battle here was also forced to separate temporarily, and everyone looked at the dazzling red energy explosion fluctuation in the distance with a solemn face. Damn it, Nika, Uranus's power can't break through Nika? Advertisement Satan's face was extremely ugly. This most ridiculous ability is simply 10 bugs. This seemingly ridiculous ability that can transform everything according to one's own will and even has the power to create things out of thin air is definitely a nightmare for those who fight with it. It's just like 800 years ago, Shenshi. The other 5 elders also looked extremely ugly. With the protection of Nika's power and the more troublesome power of Entei, it was impossible for Uranus to make contributions to Entei, the Entei pirates, and the Straw Hat pirates. At the beginning, Uranus's target was Pluto. The impact of ancient weapon on war is really too huge. And their world government side, but there is no Nika calendar area that can bounce back the ancient weapon. So the attack of Uranus just now seemed to be aimed at Entei, but the actual target was Pluto. Unfortunately, the observation Haki of Entei was so terrifying that he instantly understood the truth of Uranus's attack and saw the future. Then he instantly used the power of the space fruit to put Pluton into the space gap, making the plan fail. Then, Uranus's attack fell on the cadres of the Entei pirates and the Straw Hat pirates, which was also a helpless move. After all, their important combat forces were also in the melee with these people, and once they suffered losses, the losses would not be weak. But in that situation, it was also a helpless move, and they could only fight desperately. After all, the cadres of the Entei pirates and the Straw Hat pirates had more strong men than their side, and they had already shown signs of exhaustion. If they continued to fight like this, they would be defeated sooner or later. In this case, they might as well fight hard, but unfortunately, even if they fought like this, the man Entei did not give them a chance. Aren't you coming out yet? I am. Ace's eyes were now fixed on a place in the atmosphere, and he laughed angrily. If you don't come out, I'll catch you. Ace's eyes were filled with thick purple-black light, which began to flash wildly. The next moment, boom! The terrifying ultimate Conqueror's Haki exploded instantly. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki instantly tore apart the clouds that had just changed because of Uranus. Even the 5 elders, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, Marine Marshal Akainu, Magellan, and the elites of the Knights of God felt their bodies sink under this terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Damn it! What kind of Conqueror's Haki is this? How could this man's Conqueror's Haki be so strong? Among the 5 elders, Vouchery, who had the strongest Conqueror's Haki, roared. Ever since he overturned 2 4 emperors, Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, and took the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates under his command. The man Entei has never taken action again. But even in Wano Kuni, the world government didn't know what happened in the war that overturned 2 4 emperors' pirate groups. Wano Kuni was already a closed country, and after being ruled by Kaido, it cut off all communication with the outside world and became an island even more closed than Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is an isolated island in the world. In addition, the intrusion of the Entei pirates made that sea area even more impenetrable. So the world government didn't know what happened in that war. But what is certain is that the pirate alliance composed of 2 4 emperors' pirate groups, the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates, suffered an absolute defeat against the Entei pirates. Because with the active Entei pirates on the sea later, in that war, none of the main cadres of the Entei pirates died. That was facing 2 complete 4 emperors' pirate groups. The Entei pirates' Grand Fleet didn't suffer any losses. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates formed a pirate alliance that suffered heavy losses. 4 emperors, Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts were killed. The 3 disasters of the Beasts Pirates and some of the main engineers were all killed. Afterwards, the Beasts Pirates and the elites of the Big Mom Pirates were also conquered by the Entei and incorporated into the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet. After that, as the strongest force on the pirate side of this sea, a super force that could compete with their world government, the admiral of the Entei Pirates' Grand Fleet, Entei himself, never took action again. So since the Sabaody Archipelago incident, they didn't know about the combat power of the Entei himself. But in the eyes of the 5 elders, the combat power of the Entei himself should not have been greatly improved. Advertisement after all, in the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Entei showed a terrifying battle record comparable to the former Pirate King Gull D. Roger and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate in his prime. That was the absolute super king power of an era, the king level power. And the king level power is almost the absolute ceiling of power in this sea. After reaching this power, even if the Pirate King Goal, D. Roger, who conquered the Grand Line and reached the final island, could not make a big breakthrough. Even the former Joy Boy, his own power did not break through this limit. The reason why he is so strong is that the human fruit mythical beast Nika form is too perverted. That is to use the rubber body to integrate Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, devil fruit, and the power of martial arts. It is equivalent to having the strongest devil fruit and integrating more armament Haki than others. This is what makes Joy Boy so powerful, but now, what is the situation? How can the Conqueror's Haki of Entei be so strong? This is definitely far beyond the former Pirate King Goal, D. Roger, and far beyond the peak period of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Could it be that the Haki of Entei has reached a new level that no one has ever reached? The five elders looked at the figure opposite with an extremely ugly expression. Under the roar of this Conqueror's Haki, they could not make any moves in a short time. If you don't come out, I'll claw you out. Ace looked at the remaining pentagram magic circle when the five elders appeared, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Buzz. A pitch-black ball of light floated up. Dig. Then, it was grabbed by Ace. Dark Star. Who? The human fruit mythical beast species, the opposite of Nika form. The most evil ability in history, the dark fruit ability, was fully released by Ace. The terrifying darkness that seemed to be able to devour everything roared out from Ace's body. In just a moment, the sky that was just torn apart turned into darkness. The entire naval headquarters seemed to have fallen into a black hole. And the center of the black hole was the pentagram magic circle that summoned the five elders. Dark fruit. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Looking at the devil fruit ability that looked like a black hole, Poseidon roared. How is it possible? Nika and dark fruit should be opposites. Why did this man get it? Vultuli also roared. But no matter how furious the five elders were, no matter how unbelieving they were, the black hole formed by the dark fruit completely captured the pentagram magic circle. The terrifying dark gravity began to explode. Buzz. A figure was taken out of the pentagram magic circle by the power of the dark fruit. The head of a goat, the torso of a human, the lower body of a deer and the tail of a scorpion. There was a burning flame at the top of the tail, emitting green light, and a pair of broken bat wings behind it. The forehead of the goat monster looked at the iconic 5-star pattern. Befume. I am, Lord I am. The five elders looked at I am. This elder, and the cadres of the Yandi pirates fleet stared at I am's face. I am, very surprised. I am, slowly spoke. Chapter 277, The Era of Emperor Yan. As Ace said, this guy named I am looks like. The women of the Yandi pirate fleet looked at I am, their eyes flickered. Although I am appeared in the form of Baphomet at this moment, the features of his appearance can still be seen between his eyebrows and eyes. That feature is exactly the same as Vivi's. If Ace hadn't told them Im's true face long ago, they would probably be extremely shocked. But now, the women also understand that Im's appearance comes from one of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. And also the ancestor of Vivi's family, Nefert D. Lily. Lord I am. The five elders looked at I am, who was forcibly sucked out of the magic circle by Ace using the dark fruit ability, and their faces suddenly changed. With Lord Im's ability, he could completely control the battlefield in Pangu City. But who would have thought that the most vicious ability in history, dark fruit, which should be completely opposite to the human fruit mythical beast Nika form, was also obtained by Yan D. The ability of dark fruit is the gravity that can swallow everything, even the ability of devil fruit, which can be swallowed, and it can be called the nemesis of all devil fruit abilities. The emergence of dark fruit ability was also completely beyond their expectations. Everything that happened in this war was beyond their expectations. There were too many things. First, Yan D's pirate fleet did not use Yan D's ability to use all devil fruits to cover up, but directly used the coating method to raid from the bottom of the sea. After that, he used the transparent fruit and the power of the lion fruit to cover up the traces of Pluton. At the moment when the pacifists and seraphim appeared, he used the power of Pluton to destroy them all, causing great losses to the combat power of the world government. Then after the five elders came, the four top-level devil fruits of the mythical beast species also appeared at the same time, and with their combined power, they were completely unable to break through the blockade. The attack of Uranus also completely missed, and the power of Pinnacle was completely dissolved. And Yan D raised Conqueror's Haki to an incredible and unheard of level. Now, he directly used the power of the dark fruit to suck Lord Yim out of Pangu City with gravity. It can be said that after the Yan D pirates' large fleet went to war with them, in just over an hour, their world government fell into a huge disadvantage. This war was completely controlled by Yan D, the man. Vivi, on the other hand, stared at I am with her beautiful eyes, and Conqueror's Haki completely wrapped around her body. Vivi was very wary of I am. This was also Ace's advice to her. Vivi obeyed Ace's words. Very surprised. I am looked at Ace, his scarlet eyes were full of indifference, as if he had no human emotions, and said lightly. Why, you seem to know my abilities and true face very well. I am looked at Ace, his scarlet eyes began to flash wildly. Except for the 5 elders, no one knew his true face and abilities. Even the outside world knew almost nothing about his existence. But the man in front of him seemed to know his existence, his abilities, and his true face very well. This made I am very puzzled. I am not interested in answering your curiosity. Ace looked at I am, his mouth curled up and smiled lightly. Aren't you pursuing the truth of the year? Do you know? I am was about to say something, but was completely interrupted by Ace. The truth? Did you get something wrong? Ace interrupted Im's words. The arc of his mouth became more and more haughty, and then he laughed. I have no interest in what happened 800 years ago, nor in what Joy Boy left behind. I just want to be the king of the world, create a brand new history. Advertisement you, the dust of history, can be wiped out. Ace laughed. I see. It seems that there is no need to say anything more. Yim said in a deep voice. The next moment, terrifying energy fluctuations roared out from Im's body. The power of Bavamil and Conqueror's Haki strangely merged together to form black and purple flames and lightning. This power is exactly the same as the black and purple flames and lightning that appeared on the magic circle when the 5 elders were summoned by the magic circle. Like Nika, can you perfectly merge Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and the power of Bavamil? Ace looked at I am and raised his mouth slightly. Sure enough, he was very strong, and his comprehensive combat power had exceeded the scope of the king level. With such combat power, even if Ace went all out, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of I am. But I don't remember that I want to kill you one-on-one, I am. The arc of Ace's mouth corners was getting more and more. Section. Bonnie on the deck of the Golden Mary quickly came to Ace's side. The next moment, the ability of the Sway fruit was fully activated. Analyzing Nika's future power, then, using the distorted future power of the Sway fruit, Nika's power was turned into his own. Bonnie's body began to change. Hair, eyebrows, clothes, everything turned white. Behind him, a white flame cloud like a ribbon was wrapped around Bonnie. It was exactly the same as Luffy's Nika form. Huh, same as me, how interesting. Luffy looked at Bonnie with interest on his face and laughed. Then, Ace's eyes narrowed, and the power of Nika, Mara fruit, was fully activated instantly. KYY, Ace's hair, clothes, eyebrows, everything began to change. However, unlike Luffy and Bonnie, which turned into white representing Nika, Ace's Nika power turned into red because it was based on the flaming body of Mara fruit. Behind him, a red ribbon-like flame cloud was wrapped around Ace. Zanhuo style, sun god form, and Im's scarlet eyes at this time also fluctuated violently. Uranus's, I am pointed his finger at the sky, buzz. The power of Uranus was activated again, but then. The terrifying energy that had gathered suddenly stopped and disappeared. What's going on? Advertisement Im's scarlet eyes were full of bloodshot. The motherfire used as a tool to activate Uranus. Uranus is an egghead, right? Ace's light words made the faces of I am and the 5 elders change dramatically. Motherfire. Why do you know this name? Could it be that you and Vegapunk? Satan looked at Ace, his strange eyes began to shake violently, and he roared. Motherfire is actually a kind of energy. As an ancient weapon, the attack of Uranus is not produced for no reason. Energy is needed to activate it. The Motherfire is an energy device, the eternal fire developed by Vegapunk, which claims to bring endless energy to the world. However, that is just an infinite guess for the future. At present, the role of the Motherfire in the hands of the world government is to serve as the fuel for Uranus. Once the Motherfire fuel has a problem, King Ching. Uranus will naturally be unable to start again, you know, but it's too late. Ace looked at I am, whose scarlet eyes were full of bloodshot, and laughed out loud. Can't retreat, dark fruit. I am looked at the darkness that surrounded him and the 5 elders, his eyes full of bloodshot. In the face of the gravity of the dark fruit, even he couldn't activate his ability and get out of here completely. Kill from the sea. Nasu Shoro roared with the first generation Kitetsu. Boom, boom. At the moment when Nasu Shoro roared, a terrible huge wave rose in the sea. In the huge wave, countless huge sea kings slowly appeared. There were even many huge sea kings with a body length of more than 5,000 meters. Poseidon. Seeing these countless sea kings gathered together to completely block the routes on the sea, Maz's face was extremely ugly. The only one who could do this was Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Your doomsday has come. Ace looked at the 5 elders and I am, with his eyes representing the ultimate observation. The red color of Haki and the power of the time fruit kept flashing. The future of I am and the 5 elders has been controlled by Ace. Die. Ace rushed towards I am first, and Luffy and Bonnie, who were transformed into Nika, followed closely. The outcome was in no doubt. With all his backhands blocked, I am could only rely on his strength to fight against Ace and the other 2. And with Im's strength, he couldn't win even if he fought with Ace. After all, Ace's Conqueror's Haki had already been improved to an unprecedented level. In addition, there is the Mara fruit ability that has evolved towards the sun. Plus, there are the power of Luffy and Bonnie, 2 Nikas. And there is the ability of the dark fruit, which restricts the actions of I am and the 5 elders. And they can't get out of the ultimate darkness at all. The combination of the two strongest devil fruits, which are originally opposites, once they assist each other, the combined power is terrible. Not to mention, there are 3 parts of Nika's power. Even if IM had risked everything, he had no strength to resist. Soon, IM was seriously injured, and IM's soul was ejected from Lily's body by Ace using the power of the meatball fruit. Later, he captured IM with the power of the turtle fruit mythical beast Black Tortoise form. IM's soul was still useful to Ace later. The 5 elders were killed cleanly. Without the power of Bavume, the 5 elders could no longer maintain their immortality. Among the 5 elders without immortality, only Nesujiro and Wokori had reached the 4 emperors level, close to the king level. The other Satan, Mosh and Pit had only the top admiral level. With the combined efforts of Sabo and the other 4, plus Luffy, Bonnie, who had solved IM, and the addition of the 2 Nikas, the battle was a foregone conclusion. The 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were completely wiped out from this world with their roars of unwillingness. On the naval headquarters side, they were also defeated immediately. Akainu, Green Bull, and Titan were killed, and Kizaru surrendered. Then, the former Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku, and the Marine Hero, Monkey, D. Garp stood up and announced that the naval headquarters surrendered after being defeated. The naval headquarters laid down their weapons. The Knights of God were completely strangled by the cadres of the Entei pirates in Garen's unwillingness. The Knights of God, composed entirely of celestial dragons, would not surrender, and Ace would not accept their surrender. Being wiped out from the world was their final fate. In fact, the outcome of this war was doomed from the beginning. Ace, who used the ability to see the future and made all preparations, plus the combat power, far exceeded the Entei pirates of the world government and the Straw Hat pirates. Add the power of 3 Nikas and Dark Fruit, 4 top-level mythical beast species Devil Fruit. Yimu, the 5 elders were completely crushed in terms of combat power. As for the naval headquarters, the deep sea prison and other forces, they were simply vulnerable in front of the Yandi pirate fleet built by Ace. World government, this behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years, collapsed at this moment. The war is completely over. The victory of the war belongs to the Yandi pirate fleet. Belongs to Yandi, Portgas D. Ace. This era, without a doubt, belongs to Yandi, the era. Chapter 278. The Flame Empire, End of Pirate Volume. Time, half a year has passed since the final war. After the world government was completely destroyed by the Yandi pirates, the member states of the world government also withdrew from the world government and joined the Yan Empire. Yes, the Yandi pirates changed its name to the Yan Empire after the victory of the war. Became the only ruling force in the world. The supreme ruler is naturally the most powerful man in the world today. The king of the world, Yandi, Portgas D. Ace, and during the world government period, the Revolutionary Army, which gave the world government a headache, also joined the Yan Empire to make a contribution to the new empire. During the preparations for war between the Yandi pirates and the world government, the Revolutionary Army made a penultimate contribution to the deployment of the Yandi pirates, and incorporated multiple countries into the power of the Yandi pirates. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army is also familiar with assisting the former Yandi pirates cadres, now the Yan Empire's top leaders, to build the order of the new empire. The Revolutionary Army was renamed the Flame Empire Special Operations Department, and was directly commanded by Ace himself. And as Ace's right hand and brother, Sabo naturally became the head of the Flame Empire Special Operations Department. Monkey D. Dragon was the second in command. As for Ace's other brother, Monkey D. Luffy, after the war ended and a grand celebration banquet was held, he continued to search for the last signpost historical text with his companions, and then went to the final island, Raftel. Became the Pirate King. No, it can no longer be called the Pirate King, it should be called, became the freest man on this sea. Because the term pirate has become history. After the world government was completely destroyed and the Flame Empire was established, pirates became a term in history. 4 emperors, Red Hair, Whitebeard, all announced their withdrawal from the stage of the sea. Whitebeard, together with his sons, lived a peaceful old age. Red-haired Shanks attended a grand banquet hosted by Ace, met Luffy, drank until he was unconscious, disbanded the Red Hair Pirates, and disappeared afterwards. Ace did not interfere with Red Hair's choice. Ace used observation Haki and the power of time for 323 to see the future without Red Hair. Since then, the 4 emperors collapsed, Shichibukai collapsed, and the power of the pirates naturally collapsed. Pirates have completely become a term in history. And with Luffy's arrival at Raftel, he became the freest man in the world, and this so-called Great Pirate Era has completely ended. It has completely entered the era of the Flame Empire and the Flame Emperor. Oh, Raftel, is it on the bottom of the sea? It's still moving. No wonder no one can find Raftel's location. And it takes 4 signposts to get Raftel's location. Ace supported his chin and murmured with interest. Ace was not surprised that Raftel was on the bottom of the sea. Although the sea is huge, there is no shortage of capable people in this world. If Raftel is above the sea level, he would have been found even in the most remote corner. After all, there are many people with the ability to fly in this world. If Raftel is above the sea level, he would have been killed by Ace, and Golden Lion, who took the lion fruit, would have found Raftel's location long ago. So Raftel is naturally impossible to be above the sea level. As for Sky Island in the sky, it is also impossible, because if it is on Sky Island, there is no need for 4 road signs at all. To reach the island in the sky, only 3 coordinates are needed. Then Raftel's location is very clear, that is, in the deep sea. And it is still moving, however, Ace doesn't care what is there. Joey Boy is the first pirate in history. Pirates have become a thing of the past in Ace's hands. Do we still need to care about what the first pirate in history left behind? Advertisement, as expected, Vegapunk is the world's #1 scientist. His contribution to the Empire is really not small. Ace looked at the figure in the hall, and his mouth curled up slightly. Your Majesty is too kind. It is all thanks to your Majesty's power that the Empire can develop so fast. The brain fruit ability user is called a scientist with technology that is 500 years ahead of the world. Vegapunk opened his hands and said. The cooperation between Ace and Vegapunk was reached as early as when the Yandi pirates were preparing for war. It is very easy for Ace, who has many abilities such as the space fruit and the transparent fruit, to contact Vegapunk without anyone noticing. Moreover, Ace also knows that Vegapunk has long wanted to expose the secrets of the world government to the world. Developing technology for the world government is also based on this purpose. In addition, Ace is also very clear about who is the traitor among the clones created by Vegapunk using the power of the brain fruit. So it is very easy to cooperate with Vegapunk without the knowledge of the world government. In the final battle, the sudden extinction of the Motherfire and the inability to ignite Uranus were caused by Vegapunk. And now, Vegapunk has also become the chief scientist of the Flame Empire. With the help of Ace's field of enlightenment, Vegapunk's scientific research ability has reached a terrifying level. The technology of the Flame Empire is also rapidly improving. In addition, the whole world is covered by Ace's enlightenment lightball, and the productivity of the Flame Empire has also reached an unprecedented level. The current Yan Empire can really be said to be undergoing a huge change every day, and the speed of development is simply jaw-dropping. How is the moon landing plan going? Ace looked at Vegapunk and smiled. This world is very magical, and there are space pirates. The moon is also different from the blue planet. On the blue planet, the moon can actually be said to be a dead planet. But here, the moon is still alive. The infinite land that Enel, who was killed by Ace, dreamed of is the moon. And in the original work, Enel also reached the infinite land and encountered space pirates. As for space, Ace naturally wants to develop and control it. After all, in the pirate world, resources are limited anyway. Only by developing and controlling the infinite resources in space can the Empire develop better. The resources in space are what Ace is determined to obtain. It's fully prepared, and the rocket can be launched the day after tomorrow. Vegapunk quickly reported the details of the plan. Vegapunk had already developed rockets during the world government era. Now, with the help of Ace's comprehension, it is only natural for them to develop rockets with stronger performance. The details of the moon landing were rehearsed countless times. Vegapunk also had infinite confidence in developing the resources of the infinite Earth and even the endless starry sky. As long as His Majesty had the field of understanding, Vegapunk was confident that he could accomplish anything. Ace encouraged Vegapunk after hearing this. Vegapunk then left and continued to work on the details of the upcoming moon landing. Buzz. The hall suddenly twisted, and the women, led by Nami, walked out of the gap in space. Ace, this is really useful, not worse than your ability. As soon as she came out, Nami jumped into Ace's arms and said with a smile. After all, it is a space channel, Babjay. That uses the ability of the space fruit and the energy of the Motherfire as the starting fuel. The effect will naturally not be bad. Ace looked at the pretty faces of the women and was in a good mood, smiling. The activation of the Devil Fruit ability requires the physical strength and energy of the ability user. Frequent consumption of physical strength and energy to build a space channel is also a considerable consumption for Ace. Therefore, under Ace's order, Vegapunk, with the help of the Field of Enlightenment, also used science and technology to fix the ability of the space fruit. This is not a difficult thing for Vegapunk. After all, during the world government period, Vegapunk used green blood to implant the ability of the Paramecia Devil Fruit into the body of the Seraph. It can be said that Vegapunk has long mastered the ability of the Paramecia Devil Fruit. In particular, with the help of Ace's Field of Enlightenment, this research is naturally very smooth. In addition, there is also a light ball of enlightenment in the fixed device. Only under the effect of the Field of Enlightenment can the ability of the space fruit be used on such a large scale. The energy supplied to the space fruit is provided by the Motherfire, which is said to be able to provide all the energy in the world. Under these various measures, the space channel can be easily constructed without Ace consuming physical strength and energy. Of course, it is currently only used among the top leaders of the Yan Empire. If you want to use it on a large scale, so that every citizen can move through the directional space channel, the huge energy required cannot be fully provided by the current Motherfire. However, with the help of Ace's understanding field, the upgrade of the Motherfire has also been put on the agenda. I believe that soon, everyone in the Yan Empire will be able to use the space channel. At that time, the world will be truly connected by Ace in a special way. This is the one piece created by Ace. Ace, is the starry sky really big? Kaya tilted her head cutely and said yearningly, of course, it's wider than the sea. When the time comes, I will take you to see it together. Ace touched Kaya's little head and said dotingly. Then, it's settled. Advertisement. The girls laughed when they heard it. After laughing and joking with the girls for a while, Ace also walked to the window, looking at the distant starry sky, with a slight smile on his lips. The moon landing plan went very smoothly. Then, the Starry Sky Development Plan was established. The energy of the Starry Sky was continuously developed by the Yan Empire and then transported back to the Yan Empire. The Yan Empire, with this almost unlimited energy supply, realized Ace's original idea. With highly developed productivity, everything is no longer a problem. With no lack of productivity, the material desires of the people are fully satisfied. In this case, spiritual needs become the first priority. And the greatest spiritual need of the Yan Empire people is naturally to make a penultimate contribution to the Yan Empire and receive the commendation of the greatest man in history, His Majesty the Yan Emperor. Ace said, nodding with satisfaction, very good. 10 years later. Vegapunk said seriously, however, after knowing the truth about the immortality surgery, this path has been ruled out by Ace. The power of the space fruit, the time fruit, the turtle fruit phantom beast species black tortoise form, the yellow spring fruit, and the soul fruit is fully stimulated. And the partial soul shuttle with the soul fruit cutting, even if there is any accident, will not have any impact on Ace's body. So, under this positive constant stimulation, the technology of the Yan Empire is also developing rapidly. After all, it is to go to a new world, and Ace naturally cannot go all in to explore without exploration. Ace's goal, of course, is immortality. That is the supreme honor for the people of the Yan Empire. However, to travel through the world, especially the world travel of the soul, the energy required is simply terrifying to the ultimate. Then, let's get started. And the world that Ace has locked on is the Shinigami world. How is the new generation of Motherfire prepared, Vegapunk? At least, it is impossible for Ace himself to complete the energy supply. And through the heaven-defying comprehension, as well as the combination of the time fruit and the space fruit. Ace Haki laughed. Here I come, new world, begin, time and space soul shuttle. The world has been locked. P.S. One Piece volume is finished. Ace, who had already made all the preparations, looked at the device in front of him with a slight smile on his face. Inside this device, there are the power of the space fruit, the time fruit, and the turtle fruit phantom beast species black tortoise form, the yellow spring fruit, and the soul fruit. That's right, Ace is going to perform a separate soul shuttle, and he is still using the soul fruit to perform soul cutting and partial soul shuttle. Ace has mastered the entrances to several other worlds. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the device, Ace's ability in the field of understanding was brought to the ultimate. And Shinigami are beings that can survive for a long time, so it is more appropriate to go to that world to find immortality. That power dimension is still above this world. The Motherfire seed, all the huge and terrifying energy, is transported to the device. Ace looked at Vegapunk and asked, "It has been prepared, Your Majesty. After testing, it can fully meet the predetermined energy needs. And it is also necessary to concentrate the energy of the Starry Sky in the Yan Empire. This is also the reason why Ace will develop the Starry Sky. That's right. This world cannot achieve immortality research in a short period of time, so Ace will go to other worlds to find this goal. Developing a new generation of Motherfire has become the key." Chapter 279. Learn from Yamamoto, Yoruichi and Urahara. The moonlight evenly sprinkled in the quiet courtyard. Rhythmic sounds came from the center of the courtyard. This is an ancient Japanese courtyard. At this time, two men in the house were holding long swords. However, they did not intend to fight desperately. They were holding ordinary wooden swords in their hands. It seemed that they were just sparring. Never look tired when holding a sword, remember, Ace. The speaker was a bald, naked old man with white eyebrows and a silver beard. 2 purple ribbons made his long beard look neat. However, anyone who treated him as an ordinary old man and despised him must have suffered a great loss. His body was covered with scars, as if countless souls had died under his sword. In fact, no one would look down on him. The head of the Godei 13 Shinigami, the oldest and most powerful Shinigami, runs through the entire Seirei. Yamamoto Yanagisai Shigekuni. There can be no distracting thoughts in your head. Seeing Ace's expression, Yamamoto stepped forward. A knife chopped Ace's head. A huge bag swelled up from Ace's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Duf. Ace put his hand on his head. The corner of his mouth twitched. This old man was really cruel. Got it, teacher. Yes, this person is part of the soul that traveled through Ace. However, because it was a partial soul crossing, the main body and the main soul were left in the pirate world. So Ace's abilities also returned to their essence. That is, all the power in the pirate world cannot be used here. This is also a good thing. After all, what Ace wants to pursue is immortality. And a pure soul can make Ace pursue immortality more. However, it is really fate, and Yamamoto Lu Wanzai Shigekuni. Ace looked at the old man in front of him and said secretly. In the pirate world, his first killer was obtained from this old man. I didn't expect that after coming to this world, I would become the disciple of this old man. And, so strong. Ace's eyes flashed with excitement. In the pirate world, no one is his opponent, and in the Shinigami world where the power is higher, there are too many people with powerful power, which makes Ace very excited. Finally, he can fight happily again. You are a genius, so I accepted you as my last disciple. Yamamoto said. Seeing Ace's look, Yamamoto's voice softened a lot. He knelt down and stroked Ace's head, whispering, "You are a genius, but do you know why I keep saying this instead of hiding something from you?" "Alas." Ace replied, "Teacher, you have said it many times. Geniuses need confidence. Geniuses without confidence are even worse than ordinary people." Yamamoto nodded, and he was very satisfied with this young disciple. Ace is a genius, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Yamamoto knew it from the moment he met him. The spiritual power far exceeds that of ordinary people or even most geniuses, knowing that he is just an ordinary kid with a street soul and has not received orthodox training. More importantly, Ace seems to have a soul in his body, making him twice as good at learning, understanding and spiritual power as people of the same level. In other words, Ace takes twice as long as others. It is not correct to say that he can get more with less time. His growth rate exceeds anyone's estimation. So Yamamoto immediately decided to take this child home as a closed-door disciple. He would spend his whole life to train this child as his own. He wanted to see this child become the strongest fortress of Seirei and the most terrible blade. In the past time, Ace's performance made him very satisfied. Of course, there are still some minor flaws that are fatal. If they can be changed, he will be more satisfied. That's right. Genius needs confidence, not arrogance. Seeing Ace's look, Yamamoto continued. Whether you are facing an enemy or a friend, you need to have the confidence to win, and you also need to be afraid of failure. Strategically despise the enemy, strategically value the enemy, I know. Ace pursed his lips. Yamamoto was not angry when he heard the news. He gently patted Ace's forehead with his right hand and said with a smile. It sounds like a set of words, but why is there such a big difference when you do it? Ahem. Hearing this question, Ace's face flushed. Although he tried his best to hide it, anyone could see that he was slapping himself in the face. I'm thinking about something. Keto, right? I just had some new ideas for new keto development. So you interrupted my train of thought, teacher. The enemy doesn't care if you have any discoveries. They have no intention of disturbing you. What they want is the credit of bringing your head back. Seeing that Ace still wanted to speak, Yamamoto stretched out his hand to interrupt his thoughts and continued. A dead genius is not a genius. He is not even qualified to be mourned. Advertisement. Do you know why? Because if you die, you are useless. Although Yamamoto's tone did not change much, the aura he exuded still made Ace's heart tremble. Even his voice was trembling. It's not useless. It is always useful to die on the battlefield. Ace shook his head and did not deny what Yamamoto said just now, but said that his dead genius was not worth mourning at all. Sit up cross-legged and bow your head hard. Please teach me. Because of stupidity, Ace. Yamamoto stroked his beard gently and continued. There should have been a better future. There should be more lives to protect. You are not betraying yourself. You are betraying the lives of many people who may die in future battles. Just because you are stupid, you put the blame on others. You can't even repay those who protect you. Even if you die on the battlefield, it is a huge sin. Each sentence is more severe and shocking than the previous one. It's as if the waves touched him first, and then turned into huge waves. The world immediately spun and you felt lost. This is the awareness that you should have when you are accepted as a disciple by the captain. No matter what my disciples look like, they are very cautious. A hasty death will be their greatest shame. And you, Ace? Yamamoto raised the wooden sword in his hand and hit it hard with a bang. Hesitation felt the ground shaking. He looked up. Yamamoto, who had been squinting, opened his eyes without knowing when. His eyes were shining, as if they would never fade. You can't die, and you won't die. Your future must be brilliant. Yamamoto roared with veins popping out of his neck. Got it, Ace. Got it. Ace straightened up, his mouth slightly raised. I came to this world to become the strongest, to become the immortal. After more than an hour of practice, Yamamoto's kendo training ended today. You can enter the Spiritual Arts Academy tomorrow. Yamamoto said calmly and calmly. Is it okay to suppress the spiritual power? As long as it remains the same, there will be no problem. Hearing Ace's answer, Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. The Spiritual Arts Academy is the only academy in Seirei that specializes in training Shinigami. If you want to become a Shinigami or become a Shinigami in Gode 13, you must study at the Shinrai Academy. Although the rules are superficial, some people with special identities, such as the next generation of the 5 major families, or Yamamoto's close disciples, want to join the 13th team. They do not need to go to the Spiritual Arts Academy. The reason why Ace was allowed to enter school is that he did not want to be special, and on the other hand, it is also a kind of hiding and protection for Ace. He wanted to say a few more words, but the person who ran in from outside made Yamamoto say what he wanted to say. Report to the captain. Shihuan's Yoruichi wants to see you. Oh, Yoruichi? Isn't that little guy here? The messenger was stunned and turned around to look at his side. Isn't the little girl lying on the porch in a white kimono the so-called Shihuan Yi? Your Highness, didn't I tell you to wait outside? Why did you come in without permission? The messenger asked bitterly. It seems that this situation has happened more than once. This little girl is really a headache. The little girl looked at the 2 people in the room innocently, as if she didn't know she was causing trouble. But Ace, who had his back to her, knew that at this moment, her innocent appearance was all acting. Didn't you say he was going out to play tonight? Yoruichi asked timidly, his tone long and pitiful. Zero asked for flowers. I waited for you for a long time, but I didn't see you come out. I thought you fell asleep. Ace couldn't help shuddering when he heard Yoruichi's voice, and goosebumps fell to the ground. So you have a date? Not at all. I think we need to practice again. Advertisement. Ace shook his head quickly. Strictly speaking, he did have a date tonight, but it was Yoruichi's one-sided. He never agreed directly. Before Yamamoto could answer, Yoruichi outside the door began to cry, and while crying, he also complained about Ace's unkindness, like a desperate look of being abandoned. Looking at the farce outside the door, the originally serious Yamamoto smiled, and it was still the kind smile of an old father looking at his daughter-in-law. He hesitated and immediately felt helpless. He covered his forehead and lowered his head awkwardly. Looking at the wooden board on the ground, he thought. Not today, go out with Yoruichi. You can't break your promise, Ben Tianran. Yoruichi laughed when she heard it. However, looking at her still clean little face, her crying just now was just empty words. As long as you don't forget that tomorrow is the entrance ceremony of Spiritual Arts Academy, don't be late. Yamamoto nodded and replied. He stood up and walked towards the inner room. No need for you to send me. Yamamoto's words were really not sent to the sky, but to the opponent. Now there is no excuse, what can he do? Oh, Ace thought about it and found that there was no way. With a helpless sigh, Ace slowly turned around. Oh, you are here, Yoruichi, Ace said with a smile, trying to eliminate the embarrassment of trying to escape just now. But Yoruichi smiled and pointed in the direction behind him, then turned and left without saying a word. The message is clear, come out and talk. What if we don't? It's not that Ace didn't think about going back to the room to rest, but if he did, the ending might be bad. So, don't think too much. Just follow it. Just walked out of Yamamoto's house, Yoruichi, who was walking in front, turned around instantly and kicked Ace in the face. Chatting is equal to playing, this is basic common sense, at least for Yoruichi. Ace naturally knows it. Ace put his right palm in front of him to block Yoruichi's attack. He grabbed the other's foot and said. How can a girl be so violent? Learn from others. Before Ace finished speaking, he was hit in the face by Yoruichi's method. Dust flew, and with a loud bang, he flew more than 2 meters away. Dust flew, and a face with light yellow hair appeared in front of Ace. Good evening, Ace. It seems that you didn't escape, Urahara. Everyone has a few best friends when they're young, and Shinigami is no exception. The man standing in front of them is Urahara Kazuki, and the person who just caused this incident is Yoruichi, whose full name is Shihouen Yoruichi. Is the only good friend Ace has had since he came to this world. Ace knew that these two people would become famous figures in the future. However, they were still too young to be described as strong. They could only be considered geniuses. Did our Yoruichi get upset again? Urahara said, stretching out his hand to pull Ace up from the ground. I've been practicing the Dao and Mo with the old man, can't you let me be a little lazy? Hearing this, Yoruichi in the distance finally calmed down. In a flash, another foot stepped on him, causing Ace, who had just stood up, to lie on the ground again. You are too arrogant now, dead fish eyes. Who are you calling dead fish eyes? Why don't you lower your eyes? Who are you insulting? The future head of the Shihouen family called you dead fish eyes, do you have a problem with that? Urahara saw that the two had gone off topic, and shouted to remind them. We don't have much time, we have things to do, yes. Ace turned back and patted the ground, speaking in a matter-of-fact way. Do you still want to work? Take your feet away? Calm down, calm down. Urahara saw Yoruichi's expression and quickly clenched his fist to persuade him. If we hurt him, we will both suffer. HMPH, you will do half of the work later, do you understand? Seeing him nod, Yoruichi let go of his hand. Hurry up, we have a heavy task tonight. Seeing the energetic Yoruichi, Manji and Ace looked at each other, smiled, and quickly followed him to meet. Chapter 280. Spiritual Arts Academy. The Hill of Bipolar, Seirei is at the highest point. But here, it is the execution ground. So even if the scenery here is beautiful, no one is willing to come here to enjoy the moonlight. And here, is the destination of Ace and the other two tonight. Of course, they are not here to see the scenery. To be precise, their destination is the underground of the Hill of Bipolar. Before entering the Spiritual Arts Academy, the three of them decided to build a secret base in the Hill of Bipolar, a base that belongs only to the three of them. This proposal was first proposed by Urahara, who said it was as early as this morning. It was approved by everyone, including Ace. At this time, a huge space 300 meters underground, nearly 50 meters high, covering about half of the football field, has been formed. However, this is far beyond the imagination of the three of them, This is only 1/10 of the process, go all out. Knight punched the stone wall in front of him. He turned around and shouted to Ace in the distance. Especially you. Double the speed. Although Ace's face was full of reluctance, the speed of swinging the hoe in his hand was obviously much faster. We have solved the Kido problem. Do we have to dig it out like this? Urahara Kazuki, who was working hard to transport the rubble, nodded silently. But he didn't say anything, because Yoruichi must have something to say. You said too much, this is a practice, do you understand? As expected, Yoruichi had his own reasons, and Urahara did not resist. Even if resistance was useful, not letting himself dig with his hands was already a mercy. He needed to be content. In this way, with the efforts of the three of them, after hard work in the middle of the night, this secret base the size of 5 football fields was finally built. At this time, the three of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath, obviously exhausted. Take a break, and then it's bricklaying, that's it. Ace expressed his point of view and touched Urahara on the right to help. How about it? Agree. According to the past situation, Yoruichi would definitely stick to his opinion at this time, but Yoruichi didn't say anything at this time. It was really the sun rising from the west. Ace looked to his left. Yoruichi fell asleep at some point. Ace and Urahara smiled and high-fived him. Anyway, the stone brick incident was finally over. Early the next morning, 3 people broke the morning of the Seirei. These 3 people were Ace, Shihouen Yoruichi, and Urahara Kazuki, who were busy at the Double Pole Hill last night. Advertisement: since we are already late, let's take a leisurely walk. Urahara Kazuki said lazily. The price of completing the secret base overnight was that the 3 of them overslept. When they woke up, they realized that today was their first day at the Spiritual Arts Academy. The entrance ceremony should have just begun. It was such a coincidence that the 3 of them missed it. Ace, who was running in front, couldn't help but think of a sentence when he heard this. Nothing in the world is difficult, as long as you are willing to give up. If it was an ordinary entrance ceremony, with his personality, he would have given up long ago. Would Urahara Kazuki need to remind him here? At the entrance ceremony, Old Man Yamamoto went in person, and the other party specifically told him not to be late last night. As a result, he was really late today. I can't run anymore. Yoruichi suddenly stopped running and yawned. I'm so tired, I want to go back to sleep. Even if your last name is Shihouen, the old man won't let you go, Yoruichi. Ace suggested. Then I have to go back and take a shower, and then change clothes. Knight, sitting on the ground, kicking his legs, as if he was angry, said angrily. Anyway, I'm late, if the old man blames me, I'll report it. At this time, Ace was too lazy to say anything to Yoruichi. Ace walked up and picked up Yoruichi. After saying hello to Urahara, he continued to run towards the Spiritual Arts Academy. Yoruichi also cooperated and fell asleep on Ace's shoulders. Ace could see that the words, shower and change clothes, and, it doesn't matter if it's late, were actually just to be lazy. In the end, it took Ace and the others more than 10 minutes to arrive at the Spiritual Arts Academy. 0. When they arrived, Old Man Yamamoto was about to start his lecture as the dean. It seems that they are not too late. Today's admission ceremony is very grand. In addition to the attendance of the captain of the Old Man Yamamoto, Genryusai Shigekuni, as usual, there are also the arrival of the newly appointed captain of the 8th Division Kyoraku Shunsui and the captain of the 13th Division Jashiro Yugataki. Gode 13, the highest achievement among the graduates. They are admired by the newly enrolled young Shinigami, and their arrival also inspires the new students who are about to enter. Advertisement, of course, only Ainu knew that they came to see him. After all, as the close disciple of Old Man Yamamoto, they have never met each other as disciples of Old Man Yamamoto. To be honest, considering Ace's performance today, this meeting is also a bit bad. It's okay to be late for the school entrance ceremony, but when Ace came in, he was holding a girl in his arms and looked like a prodigal. God knows how many girls showed strange expressions when he broke in, and even the old man on the stage opened his eyes and glanced at him. The closed disciple was obsessed with women and couldn't extricate himself. Ace seemed to guess what Old Man Yamamoto was thinking, and thought that he would be miserable 5.4 when he practiced next time. However, his appearance seemed to win the favor of the 2 senior brothers, especially Kyoraku Shunsui in a pink jacket. He even smiled and gave a thumbs up. Old Man Yamamoto's speech was more concise than most of the speeches of the principal in his previous life. There was no polite welcome and no false encouragement. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, only excellent people can prove their worth. Very realistic and cruel. However, everyone who enters the Spiritual Arts Academy dreams of becoming a Shinigami and making a difference. Right next to Ace, many people silently clenched their fists. Old Man Yamamoto is really kind. The sleepy Yoruichi hissed. For these people, being called a Shinigami is the limit. I mean an ordinary Shinigami.